southeast of the United States for the recovery of Hurricane Helene. But we have the crew that we need to restore power, and we're ready to do so.
And we've been telling our viewers, power is likely to go out maybe for hours, for days. What is your advice? What's your advice to people who are, going to be in their homes without power? I know patience is one.
Yeah, so Hurricane Milton is an incredibly strong storm, and there will be extended outages across the state. For our customers, we appreciate their patience. We know how difficult it is to be without power. We want all of our customers to know that as soon as it's safe to do so, we'll start restoring power safely and as quickly as possible, and we will not stop until every customer has their lights back on.
Fortunately, we see it storm and storm again, but it was really highlighted during Hurricane Helene when these homes lose power. There's flooding, storm surge, and then these homes get re-energized, and then you start to see some of the fires. So we can't say it enough for those who are evacuating, just cut the power.
Yeah, and please keep safety top of mind. Safety is our top priority, and it should be our customers' top priority as well. Customers should follow evacuation orders from their emergency officials. And after the storm, when customers, after the storm and we're out restoring power, please don't go outside unnecessarily. Stay away from flooded areas. Stay away from standing water. If you see a down power line, please stay far away from it. You can call us at 1-800-4OUTAGE, but also call 911.
And we know a lot of people in our area will be using generators until that power is back and on and restored. Do you have any tips, any safety tips when it comes to using generators near your home?
Yes, absolutely. So for our customers with generators, the first thing they should do, and they can do it right now, is to read that manual guide. Make sure you still know how to operate the generator. Never operate a generator indoors. And when you're using the generator, please plug appliances directly into the generator. Do not plug it into the circuit, as that can cause backfeed and can actually impact or injure our crews out restoring power.
One more question before we let you go. At the top of the 10 o'clock hour, the governor mentioned that there are 50,000 linemen that are standing by, ready to restore power as soon as this storm moves through. On a personal level, when you see this army that is all lined up, ready to go from your guys' crew, that's a beautiful sight.
Our crews work around the clock to restore power for our customers. They're committed to that, and FPL is committed to working 24/7. Right now we're here at our command center, which is also a 24/7 operation, essentially the nerve center of our response, and we're communicating with our line workers. We're communicating with our folks out in the field, all working together to restore power safely and as quickly as possible. We want all of our customers to keep safety the top priority, and we want them all to know that we'll work around the clock until we get their lights back on.
And we thank you and the rest of your employees for the work that you guys are doing for us. We really appreciate it. Stay safe out there.
Thank you. Stay safe.
All right, Dave, 10:53 the time. Where do we stand?
We are getting into a period where we're going to get some very active weather coming up in our southern counties. And let's get into what we're talking about. First, I'm going to show you the Anna Maria City Pier camera, and you can kind of see, I mean, this huge rain band moving into that area. And you can tell by looking at the water that there is something big out there. And you can, just by looking at it. Now I'm going to jump over to Sky Tower radar. And we've had multiple tornado warnings off toward the east. You see one around the Clewiston area. That's in purple. That is a confirmed tornado. And Valerie's been over here. We've been getting these videos. These are confirmed, most of these tornadoes, well east, of course, of where the center is. And these spin-ups are going to continue all afternoon long. So when I talked about getting into more active period, Highlands County, DeSoto County, Hardy County, just to let you guys know, in the next couple of hours, we're going to see a lot of that energy and that spin get up into you folks. So even though it's not raining there right now, we need to be on the lookout for potential spin-ups for tornadoes. Meanwhile, look at this line of rain that is getting ready to bump up against the coast. And by the way, within this line of rain, there are definitely water spouts. Do you see that really bright-looking, almost white-looking green color? That's spin. So what this line of rain is showing is that it's spinning as it's getting ready to approach the coast to the south. So from Fort Myers northward, we got some incredibly heavy rain, and it wouldn't surprise me to get winds gusting 50 to 60 miles per hour in that band of rain or higher. It wouldn't surprise me at all. And that's all going to move on shore. So from Venice northward, right along the coast, you are where you're going to be. I mean, we're here. You know, we've got incredibly heavy rain. We got some incredibly gusty winds. Now we're getting to the point where severe weather is starting to play in as well. And this is what we've been saying. By the end of the morning, you need to be where you're going to be. Milton, you can see the west side of it is being ripped apart slowly by this wind shear. But the core itself, is really just been holding together, and it's trying to wall itself off against that shear. Yeah, ultimately the shear is going to win, there's no doubt. But, oh, here's your 11 o'clock advisory. Why don't we just play this through? We're watching this together, folks. So seeing it as myself. 145-mile-per-hour winds. One thing I've noticed is the forward movement is quicker now. Northeast at 17. Earlier it was 15 or 16. Now we're forward movement's going up. Let's see what the path is. Okay, and the path is not going to change much. That is locked in. They're going to meander this path 10 miles either way on a line, and you see how that cone has now completely narrowed, and you're looking at that landfall probably somewhere either from the mouth of Tampa Bay to southward to around the Sarasota area. And I know you're saying, oh, look, northern Hillsborough County is out of the cone. That means nothing. That means absolutely nothing, folks. We're still anticipating 6 to 12 inches of rain in Hillsborough County and winds gusting over hurricane force. So more on the impacts of what we can expect. I'm going to toss it back over to Valerie.
Yeah, and it's really important to remember with the storm, we are going to be feeling the impacts well outside of this cone. And really, the watches and warnings reflect that. We've got our hurricane warnings that extend across the East Coast, even some of those advisories up into parts of Georgia, as this is going to kind of expand its wind field as it continues to weaken on approach to us, which we saw on that track map. That has been the general thinking, is that as it continues to encounter these hostile upper winds, that's really going to impact the northern side of the storm, especially turn it a little lopsided. We get a little bit of that drier air feeding in, which you can certainly see on the south side of the storm. Don't have all of that really heavy convection wrapping around. Where we are going to see the heaviest rain is most certainly going to be along and to the north of where this storm comes on shore. So we've got all of that storm surge that's going to start to rush in as we get that onshore push of the wind flow as we get closer to that landfall. So that's really going to be later tonight into early tomorrow morning as we kind of eye in close on the time frame that we're talking about. It's still somewhere between midnight and 2 a.m. that it really looks like the center of the storm will cross onshore. But then from there, we have a long way to go as this kind of crosses right across the state. Then as it emerges off the East Coast, that's when their concerns will start to really ramp up for that onshore flow. Storm surge concerns there, and all of those strong winds are going to be felt well across the state of Florida. So as for our storm surge forecast, with that slight shift more to the south, as you kind of saw on the track map there, it's really right along to the mouth of Tampa Bay, down further south into around the Port Charlotte area, where we have that maximum storm surge forecast up to 15 feet, 8 to 12 here for Tampa Bay, and then we get kind of just south of Port Charlotte down into the Fort Myers area, where up to 12 feet of surge for those areas. But Citrus, Pasco, those storm surge numbers have trended down, with the latest shift a little bit farther to the south, because it's really right along and to the south of the eye wall where the storm surge will be the worst. But look at the winds. We're expecting a big chunk of the area here to experience those 110 plus mile per hour gusts as the storm moves across. And then look at this red color here, Orlando down to Melbourne, down to Fort Pierce. Those spots are on the threat to see 74 to up to 110 mile per hour winds, and even tropical storm conditions up into parts of the Big Bend, further down to the base of the Florida Peninsula. With that, we've got the storm surge threat, we've got the wind threat, but look at the rainfall that we're talking about. When we look at our excessive rain outlook, this pink color that we see here, kind of from Tampa Bay up to Daytona Beach, that is the highest flash flooding threat that we can get, to just put it in perspective. So especially as these grounds are so saturated, they're not going to be able to absorb the rain that is coming down at a quick pace, because this is right on through the next 24 hours or so. 6 to 12 inches, isolated spots going to get up to that 1.5 foot range as far as how much rain will come down, and it's really going to be on the north side of the storm. So as we get kind of further away from that, those rainfall totals kind of taper down to that 4 and 8 inch range. We already showed you some videos of some confirmed tornadoes well off to the east coast, closer to Broward County, areas around Palm Beach. So this tornado watch includes a big chunk of the state, and as these rain bands continue to move through, that is going to be a concern. That tornado watch runs through 9 o'clock tonight, and with these massive wedge tornadoes that we've already seen spin up, I think it's safe to say that this storm will be a pretty proficient tornado producer. As for our impacts, we keep going county by county, but it's important to continue to focus in on these specific areas. Gusts up to 100 miles per hour here for Hillsborough, Pinellas. Rainfall 8 to 12 for these areas. Then we slide north. Higher rainfall accumulations here on the north side of the storm, but lower storm surge numbers up to 7 feet on the high side. Gusts 80 miles per hour. Inland areas 110 mile per hour winds. High tornado threat. That is going to include the entire area. We're going to have much more to come as we kind of slide on in to our 11 o'clock hour.
Welcome back, everybody. It is 11:03 on this Wednesday morning. We continue our coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Walter Allen.
And I'm Jen Epstein. Thanks for joining us. Jim Weber joins us now with the latest from the 11 o'clock update, as well as Valerie.
Yeah, I mean, you did see that track. The track hasn't changed, but we are now starting to see those effects of that wind shear that we've been talking about for days. The problem is, what we're really looking at is this coming last minute as far as that, what we're saying there? I'm sorry. So what you're looking at here is we're looking at just a system that's really starting to deal with that wind shear. And right now, as it continues to work its way towards the state, it's going to slowly weaken, but this is still a very powerful storm. That storm surge that's been set into place, regardless of how much this weakens, that is still just going to be just as powerful. But right now, you're looking at Sky Tower radar, and you see that number of tornado warnings that are underway down to our south, down towards the lake. We had a number of these work their way right over Alligator Alley, confirmed tornadoes. In fact, some of the FDOT cameras capturing these tornadoes. What we're going to be watching here in the short term is this band right here. It is right along the coastline, and it is spiraling right up into our southern counties. So down in the Sarasota County, down into Manatee County, you're really going to start to feel the real force of this over the next probably 45 minutes to an hour. And then we watch for some of these cells that are down towards the lake, and these are going to be working their way up towards the north and the west. So places like Highlands County, some of our inland counties, you're going to be watching those extremely closely as well. And of course, we also have that very heavy rain that has been falling pretty much off and on all night and early this morning. And that combined with the amount of rain that we're going to continue to see over the next 18 plus hours, or potentially even longer than that, that is going to start to cause more and more of these flooding issues. And then you have the surge and the wind on top of this. So this is the now 11 o'clock advisory just in. I was looking back in the weather office a little bit ago, looking at the hurricane hunters. We have 2 planes that have been flying in the system pretty much nonstop. As one leaves, yet another one comes in. So they're looking at this very closely. A little around 7 this morning, this was still a closed eye. We're just looking at that structure. Past about an hour or so ago, they are now noting the eye. It is open on that southern side. So what that means is this system is now starting to really feel the force of that wind shear, that dry air. So this will continue that weakening trend. The problem is just such a strong storm that even with that weakening trend, it will be a devastating blow to the coastline. So right now, winds have decreased to 145 miles an hour. You see that track really hasn't moved a whole lot. As time goes on, we do see that that cone starting to narrow, but that still doesn't mean much. The effects are going to be far and wide. Basically hurricane force winds, and then the heavy rain and the storm surge along the coastline. There you see that storm surge. Now, across that northern part of this, north of where this makes landfall, you will not see the full force of that storm surge, but to the south of that, that's where we will see that. So we're going to continue to track this. We'll be back in a little bit with Valerie to have more about some of the impacts that we're going to continue to feel as we go through the rest of the afternoon and into tonight and tomorrow as well.
All right, Jim, thank you. And time is running out, but you still have some time to evacuate if you haven't already. And just giving you a live look at some of the evacuation routes that a lot of drivers may be taking. This is I-75, although it looks like the traffic camera may be frozen, but I can tell you that I-75 is clear this morning if you're heading northbound and out of Dodge. I-4 eastbound, we've been keeping a close watch on this traffic camera through Plant City, Polk County, all the way in toward Orlando. Not seeing any delays there, so that's a good evacuation route as well. A lot of drivers are asking me about the big bridges, if they're closed or when they will shut down. All of the bridges are open, but time is ticking, and we're getting close to when they will be shutting down. FDOT expects by mid-afternoon they will close. As far as the Sunshine Skyway Bridge closes, once sustained winds reach 45 miles per hour, that's when FDOT and FHP will work together to shut down the bridge. Crews are also monitoring the Howard Franklin and the Gandy Bridge. That's what FHP is doing right now. They'll speak with the Florida Department of Transportation when it's time to shut down that bridge. Courtney Campbell Causeway is being monitored by Tampa Police Department and Clearwater Police. Once we start seeing water pooling up on the bridges, that's when they'll close the lower lying bridges like the Howard Franklin and the Courtney Campbell. Do want to remind my drivers, if you are evacuating and it starts to get bogged down on the interstate, eastbound along I-4, you can use the emergency shoulder from I-75 to Champions Gate. Also northbound along I-75, emergency shoulder use has been enacted from I-4 over to I-10. So that's just giving drivers an extra lane to use if they are traveling out of the Bay Area.
Now, you mentioned evacuations. The governor mentioned this at the top of the 10 o'clock hour. If you are looking for a hotel, visit florida.com/priceline. So if you go to that website, hopefully you'll be able to find a hotel if you haven't already and you're looking to evacuate, because the time is now to get out.
And he suspended tolls. They're doing everything they can to make this as easy as possible for people to leave. And Bayshore Gardens in Manatee County could see a direct impact from Hurricane Milton as landfall locks in. The area is made up of a lot of families. We know there are mobile home communities there as well as waterfront properties.
They're already working to recover from Hurricane Helene, and now Milton could bring some strong winds and strong storm surge to the area. Fox 30's Kimberly Quizon joining us live now. Kim, on a personal level, we know that your family was impacted by the storm surge and Hurricane Helene, so you know all about it.
Yeah, Walter, Jen, it's kind of a hard thing. If you live near the coast, you really know people that were impacted. My parents lost their whole entire home. My mom's made the joke that by the time this one comes, her home may be completely gone and washed away. Just trying to keep it light for everyone. But where we're standing right now, this is the second story of a home here in Bayshore Gardens of Mr. Robert Prime. But we're going to show some stuff first. This is just some of the damage that Helene brought. Now you can see just the pile of debris field right here. Want to show you this home right here. This is a single-story home next to Mr. Prime's home. That water was almost completely up to the roof with Helene. So you can imagine with Milton, they're keeping a close eye on this. We were just looking at a map with Mr. Prime here. When we were looking at the eye wall, it showed it before the 11 a.m. update that it could potentially be coming right over here.
I mean, that's what it looked like to me all day. It looks like it's coming literally straight at us. So, yeah, it's we had 8 foot of surge last time. Looks like we'll have 10 to 12 foot this time. I didn't leave last time, but I think I'm going to head out here with you guys.
Well, I want to pull up some video right now. This is video that you took as Helene was moving in. So remember, that was Helene, which was several hundred miles away from us. Milton could be a direct impact for our area. Go ahead and talk about, you're a true born, raised Floridian, lived in Bayshore Gardens for decades, also a former Marine. Just, I guess, how do you even keep up the strength to keep going right now and help all your neighbors and yourself?
I think you just get up every day and know that this is just part of living on the water. It's part of living in Florida, and it's got to help each other out. We got to get through this, and we got to rebuild the state of Florida. And thank God we've got Governor Ron DeSantis leading the way.
I want to talk to you, too. You said the night that Helene came in, you were here. We saw the downstairs, which is severely damaged. Go ahead and just talk about just what that was like.
I think yeah, it was the first time that I really got ready for a hurricane. I put 2 foot of plywood up on the walls, and when it breached the plywood, I kind of came upstairs and just resigned myself to what had happened. And the most haunting sound you'll ever hear in your life is your furniture beating off your walls. It's a terrible, terrible sound, and you can't do anything about it. So we're all going to get through this. We're going to rebuild, and we'll get back.
For anybody who's here, because we know the mobile home park here in Bayshore Gardens, yeah, we saw lots of homes. Your home's very strong, rated for up to a Cat 5. You're a builder. What would you do to tell those people to leave? Because we saw the sheriff's office coming up here. You said that you're getting out because you want to protect your truck, yourself.
Yeah, I think if you're in a mobile home, you got to go immediately. And even if you're in a house in Bayshore Gardens and it was built recently, it's time to go. My house is built out of red iron. I mean, this is equivalent to an evacuation type building, and I'm leaving.
Thanks, Mr. Prime.
You bet.
Oh, well, guys, you heard it there. Manatee County still the evacuation zones that have been called A, B, C, manufactured homes, mobile homes. Yes, it's raining. Yes, the wind's starting to pick up a little bit. But if you can get out and get somewhere to safety, do it now, because we don't want to come and report on just what may happen afterwards. Jen, Walter, back to you.
You know, I can't remember. I got into a conversation with another parent. I think it was dance class for Alex or something. Here's something to keep in mind. Even if you're safe at your home, you didn't evacuate, if something were to happen, your child chokes on a Cheeto, something, first responders can't get to you.
Yeah, no, so first responders are still responding right now. There will be a time and a place where they will not be able to go out once those winds hit a sustained level that is, I can't remember the exact level right now, but first responders will still go out. Now, it is interesting with the Holmes Beach Police Department, they have evacuated completely off the island now, but I know as Helene was coming in, they were supposed to be hunkered down. They still went out and risked their lives to pull some families, some kids from their homes. But again, that was a storm that was further away from us. This is a storm that could be directly impacting our area with possibly a head-on hit. We hope not, but we don't want it to go anywhere else. It's kind of one of those hard things. Where do you want it to go? You don't want it to go anywhere, but definitely something to think about. I know our home is in evacuation C in Sarasota. We had to leave. We made the hard decision to send our son to Miami with my parents. Very hard thing to be away from your kids, but really you got to think about the safety of your loved ones and not just yourself.
That's for sure. All right, Kimberly Queen's on live for us this morning. Great to hear from you. We'll touch later on, okay? All right, as Kim mentioned, the wind is picking up, and that is worrisome for people near construction sites. There's a whole lot of expansion in downtown St. Pete with all those cranes.
And Fox 13's Kelly Tracy is there live with the latest. And Kaylee, I'm wondering if it's similar to kind of what the Howard Franklin, they did for the Howard Franklin, because there's all those cranes and barges, Barge Island. They've chained them together, securely anchored it to the sea floor, and wondering what they're doing on the ground.
Well, some of the smaller cranes they are able to remove, and they have already, but some of the other bigger cranes they're concerned about. And they've posted, city staff has signs like this one here on businesses nearby some of the sites they're concerned about that have these tower cranes. Those are the taller cranes, again, that they are concerned about. This one across the street, this sign you're looking at from 400 Central, a public safety advisory, it says, letting people know that if you live near 400 Central Avenue, 275 First Avenue, 1000 First Avenue North, or 101 Main Street North, that's in the Carolina area, leave if it is safe now, or move to an inner room with windows while the storm passes. That's because they're worried these tower cranes, the tallest ones again, may malfunction, possibly because we are predicted to get those wind gusts we've been talking about of possibly more than 100 miles per hour, and those could exceed the crane's safety limits. Now, these types of cranes, you may be asking, why didn't they take them down already? Well, they take specialized crews weeks to schedule to disassemble, most because they're fixed in place, and there's just simply not enough time right now before Milton arrives, city staff says. Now, we are expecting an update from Mayor Ken Welch here in just under an hour at noon. But the biggest message, if you live in any of those areas I mentioned, the residents were notified yesterday. The city staff says they were out and about telling people in the area, posting those signs of businesses, that if you haven't gotten out, if you get out now safely, get out now. If not, go to an inner room while the storm passes without windows, just in case these cranes malfunction. Of course, we know there's a lot of development going on in and around St. Pete, and these cranes pose just another safety concern that officials here are worried about. I do want to give you one other mention for Pinellas County overall, a message we just got in from county officials. 3 Pinellas County shelters are now at capacity. Those are Largo High School, Leelman Innovation Academy, and Palm Harbor University Building 19. There are still shelters available, though. County officials want you to know 11 shelters are still accepting people, but the time is now, as you keep hearing, to go to those shelters and evacuate if you plan to. Guys, back to you.
Some good information there. And yeah, we are standing by waiting to hear from the Pinellas Emergency Operations Center, so hopefully we can ask them some more questions about those shelters. Kaylee Tracy reporting for us. Thank you.
Yeah, the power of wind and storms. We were talking about it earlier. I remember that crane that was bent like a wire hanger from Superstorm Sandy in New York City. I mean, it doesn't take much for those cranes to become dangerous. To our north, Pasco County, not out of the woods yet.
And Charlie Belcher's at the Emergency Operations Center, where officials are monitoring Milton's movements. Hey, Charlie, good morning.
Good day to you, Jennifer. Yeah, excuse me, absolutely. Level 1, as they say at the Emergency Operations Center, means all hands on deck, basically, and they're on a 24 on, 24 off schedule right now, and there's representatives from all different municipalities that make up the county, as well as utilities and different services, and they are all literally plugged in, going through briefings and Zooms meetings with Tallahassee, and just want to make sure the messaging is correct right now, and want to make sure they're in the right place to render aid when it is necessary. Just a couple of weeks ago, Hurricane Helene, with that massive storm surge, we were here when they were doing water rescues over off Hudson Beach and up and down west of 19 throughout Pasco County. They know they're going to have to do that again. And I know that that landfall has shifted to the south, but it's such a big storm. There's going to be so much rain falling. There's going to be definite high winds. There's going to be localized flooding. The messaging here has not changed. Andrew Fossa, Emergency Management Director, says the message is the same.
Evacuate. We're still going to get surge from this storm, but now we're going to get wind. So these damaged mobile homes, these damaged structures, they're not going to be safe to stay in. Please heed our warning. Use Go Pasco. Use Uber. It's a free ride from both of them. Get you to a shelter and be safe.
At what time is that too dangerous to do? At what point have you waited too late to evacuate?
So I'm thinking around between 4 and 5 today. We're going to start seeing winds and bands come through, and when that happens, Go Pasco stops working. Uber's going to probably shut down, and the citizens that did not evacuate are going to be stuck in their residence.
So you see right now, I mean, the weather will continue to deteriorate. Little rain right now, little breezy, gusty. So if you did have to make that last minute decision, now is the time to do it. They're especially worried about people in mobile home parks. A lot of mobile home parks in Pasco County, and they're just worried about them withstanding the winds and the rain and the localized flooding that's going to happen. So if you're in one of those areas and you know where you live, you know what happens there, if you're on the fence at all, definitely go to a friend's house on higher ground or go to one of the shelters that they have open here. I will tell you that all of the shelters in Pasco County are pet friendly. Now that does mean dogs and cats. That doesn't, hamsters and exotic pets and stuff like that, and that's an argument for another time, but the rules are the rules, and it's dogs and cats. But they will all accept dogs and cats, and we've got more than 4,000 people already in shelters throughout Pasco County. If you've got to get there, now is the time. Sandbag locations are closing at noon, so I mean, we're at a little after 11:20. I mean, if you haven't done that by now, you've got a half an hour, not much time left, really, to be honest. Hopefully, your plans are in place. You are where you were going to be to ride out this storm, and don't let that shift to the south give you a look. Can you be relieved that it's not going to come in Newport Richey off the coast? Yes. We now know landfall will not be Pasco County. Whew. But that doesn't mean we're not going to see some life-threatening issues because of downed trees, localized flooding, all this rain, and all the other issues. And yes, we are one big Tampa Bay area. It doesn't hit one neighbor, it hits another. So that's kind of the feeling here in Pasco County right now.
Now, for those folks who do decide to stay, it's important for them to remember that, there's a period of time when emergency crews cannot get out to them, once those sustained winds hit, I think it's 40 miles per hour.
100% correct. When those winds reach 40 miles an hour, and that's tropical force storm gusts and winds can be that. They're not rolling out. They're not going to do it. And this is going to be so windy and so rainy for such an intense amount of time. You're not going to be able to get help during that period of time. You're truly going to be on your own. So just leave if you can. Just leave.
Yeah, make the right decision now.
It's dangerous if you don't.
Yeah. All right, Charlie. We'll talk again soon. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, conditions maybe look a little bit favorable in Pasco County, but to the south, Pinellas County, it's a waiting game to see Milton's impacts on the coast.
Yeah, the barrier islands in Pinellas closed last night, and once the winds pick up and the water starts trickling onto the bridges, they will close. And we're joined now by David Connor, the Public Information Manager for Pinellas County. So, David, first off, we do know shelters were open this morning, but we are getting word that some shelters are at capacity now.
Yeah, that's correct. As of right now, we have 11 shelters open, and 3 of our shelters are full. The shelters at the Largo High Lellman Innovation Center, and one of the 2 shelters at the Palm Harbor University are full, specifically the special needs shelter. So we do have a lot of capacity. We only have about 8,000 people in our shelters, and we have room for about 24,000 people. So there is still space for the folks who need it.
That's got to make you feel pretty good that people are listening to the evacuation orders.
I'm really grateful. I've had teams going out into the field all week meeting with residents in some of those coastal communities that are at risk, mobile home parks, and we're seeing a lot of people who have made the choice to leave, which is a smart choice given what the storm can do. What I'm most worried about right now is those people who may think, oh, I'm in a zone B and I didn't see anything from Helene, so I'm fine. That's a mistake, and those folks and those areas are in danger.
And we were just talking to our Charlie Belcher about the fact that there's going to be a period of time when the winds do pick up and when it's just not safe for even emergency crews to come out and help you. So there's going to be that time that now is the time to evacuate, because if you're one of those people who choose to stay, help might not be out there for you.
That is absolutely true. Our emergency response crews and our county crews have been continuously at work for the past 2 weeks, and they're ready. They're as ready as they can be for this storm. But we're asking people to give them a break and do the right thing now. Evacuate, even though it doesn't feel good. It's still better than the alternative. It's safer for you, and it's safer for our first responders.
David, how are you guys looking as far as storm debris? I know that was a big effort. In fact, on my way to work, I saw a big caravan of dump trucks coming over the Howard Franklin. I got out of the way on 275, letting them do their thing. Did you guys make a dent at all?
You know, there was a pretty broad multi-team effort to address the debris throughout the impacted areas of Pinellas County. We were working with state partners, the Florida National Guard and the Florida Department of Transportation was down here. We were working with contractors, with the municipalities. We even cross-trained our public works field teams to go out and haul debris. That's not typically their job, but they got in the business to help. I think we did move a lot of debris. We certainly did not address the entirety of the problem just because there was so much debris generated, and it was kind of unprecedented to think it could be picked up in a week. But I'm proud of the work we did. You know, there is going to be more out there, and there's certainly going to be more generated by this storm. And what I can tell you is our teams are ready, and all those partners we work with are ready. Once this storm clears the area and we get that all clear, we're going to be out there and try to take care of any new debris and any remaining debris.
And this might not be your area of expertise, but the bridges, as far as evacuations go, I'm monitoring them on the traffic side, and I know FDOT and FHP is as well. But I guess now is the time, if you do want to evacuate out of Pinellas County, to do so before those bridges close.
Absolutely. The Florida Department of Transportation and the Florida Highway Patrol have all announced that they do plan to close those bridges this afternoon. The criteria are a little different depending on what bridge we're talking about. You know, the Skyway shuts down when the sustained winds, I think, are 40 miles an hour or greater. The Courtney Campbell Causeway, that Howard Franklin shut down when there's a substantial amount of water on the roadway. And you're right, it all plays into the same thing. And this is something I want to emphasize. A lot of people, or there are some people who are still watching the storm, waiting for that next forecast, waiting for the next wobble. That's a mistake. We know what the storm is going to do. We don't know the exact details, but we know the threat. And if you're subject to that threat, whether it's because you're in an evacuation zone or you're in a structure that you feel is unsafe in the hurricane force winds we're expecting, this is the time to go. Don't wait for it to get better, because it's not. Just get out.
David, before we let you go, I do want to touch on this because we spoke with the folks from Treasure Island earlier this week. Gulfport, St. Pete Beach, Treasure Island, Madeira Beach, Redington Shores, all of those beach communities, those barrier islands, those people are exhausted. Yeah. Can you speak? How are they doing?
You know, I think the good news is that right now, how they're doing is that they are getting out. They are evacuating from those impacted areas. We have a lot of empathy. We have many members of our staff live in those areas. I live in Gulfport. I'm lucky that my house was spared in the last storm. But we acknowledge that we have months of work ahead of us in conjunction with those municipalities, and we're here for it.
Well, we thank you for all that you're doing and all that you guys will do before and after the storm, and for taking the time to speak with us.
Yeah.
Thanks. And one last thing I'd like to add. Now is a great time to sign up for Alert Pinellas, because we're going to keep using that to get in touch with people after the storm to share recovery resources, and it's by text. So even if there are cell phone outages, it's a good way to get information.
Nice.
All right, David.
All right, David. We'll talk to you later on. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And that information about the 3 new shelters that opened up, we'll put that on our website, apostrophenews.com, if it's not already on there, the county by county.
Yeah, good information.
Yeah. Hey, Jim.
Hey there. You know, I know we got another press conference coming up. We're gonna cover some stuff until we get to that point, and then we'll toss to that. But we're now at this point where basically a lot of the forecasting it's done with this. It's a lot of nowcasting. We're watching this satellite. We're watching the radar with this. Hurricane reconnaissance, they're flying in this system pretty much nonstop. So you look at this right now, and as the loop goes on, what you notice is the beginning part, you have that eye, and then you see the eye just going away. It's being obscured in this. It's still there, but it's harder to see in these infrared satellite images. But what we're finding out from the hurricane reconnaissance plane, the eye is now open. That's an indication that the wind shear and the dry air that we've been counting on so much is really starting to affect this system. And you can see that, how this is really being pulled. You're seeing all the clouds racing on to the north and the east with this. But even with the weakening that we've been talking about, that we're going to see with this is still going to be really the strongest thing that we have seen along our coast in over a century. So right now, you do look at that strong band of rain right along the coastline. We're going to continue to watch this line right through here, working its way onshore. And what we're seeing in this is as we flip over and look at the velocity, you see those brighter green colors in there. And what we're really looking at, we're seeing some spin, especially down towards just off the coast of, say, Bonita Springs, over towards Cape Coral as well. And what the issue is as these start to work their way onshore and quickly move to the north and the northwest, up into our area, we are likely going to start to see some of these, what we have now, I have water spouts becoming tornadoes moving onshore. We've had a number of confirmed tornadoes already across Alligator Alley. You can see these are now working their way to the north. So some of our southern counties in the inland areas, over towards Highlands County, over towards Arcadia. You're going to be watching over the next, say, hour to hour and a half for some of these cells that have been very, very potent, working their way up to the north and the northwest. And then some of that could produce a quick tornado as well. And these tornadoes, they can be very violent and they are extremely fast moving as well. So that is the issue with so many of these. Now, as we look further on to the north throughout Manatee County, into Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, and then points north, you're still seeing that whole shield of rain. So since early this morning, we've had some very heavy rain at times coming down, and these rainfall totals as we go through the day into tonight and through early tomorrow, they will really start to pile up, and that will become more and more of an issue as we go through late tonight and into tomorrow, where many of our northern counties, even though you're on that what we quote unquote call the weaker side of the storm, you're still going to feel the effects. You're going to feel a lot of these effects, and you're also going to have more than likely the heaviest rainfall from this, where some of these areas in a corridor, let's kind of highlight the area that we're talking about, from portions of Pinellas County all the way along I-4 and to our north. We could be looking at 6 to 12 inches of rain, with some areas getting up to 18 inches of rain. That will cause a big flash flooding issue as well. But as we just continue to watch more of these bands working their way closer to the coastline, that's my immediate concern right now. And remember, this is well in advance of the actual center of the storm, before those winds really start to ramp up later on this afternoon and into this evening. This is that confirmed tornado that moved across Alligator Alley earlier this morning. You can see it there, very terrifying, and we've had a number of these working their way inland, and we will likely see more things like this as we go through the rest of this afternoon. So the 11 a.m. advisory came out. Good news is we are seeing that weakening trend. So now the winds are down to 145 miles an hour. And it's just amazing that we're excited to see 145 and a weakening trend such as that, just because this has just been such an intense hurricane. But it will continue to weaken a bit more prior to landfall, but that doesn't change the storm surge threat with this. From the center into the right of where this makes storm surge, that will still be a huge concern, and then we will still see basically a major hurricane making landfall late tonight and into early tomorrow, right along the coastline as it works its way somewhere between Manatee and Sarasota. You see where that cone is right now. That does not mean if you're outside of this cone, if you're up in the, say, northern Hillsborough County, and you're saying, hey, look at this, we're out of the cone, we're good. You're not good at all. This is just about where that actual center is expected to move onshore. The effects, they extend well outside of this. So essentially everyone in our viewing area is going to have the effects of this storm. It's just to what extent. So to talk more about some of what we're going to see throughout the rest of the afternoon and into this evening, Valerie Mills is standing by. Valerie?
Yeah, and so we're going to jump right into looking at our storm surge forecast, because obviously we have seen a change for Tampa Bay areas to the north, and it's important to kind of factor in here. If this landfall does occur to the south of Tampa Bay, these are not going to come out to play. So overall, it's where this comes ashore and to the south. And so these numbers are painting the scenario of where this landfall could occur. So if it does take that slight jog more to the north, we are in this threshold here of 8 to 12 feet of surge. But if it goes to the south of us, we are not going to see numbers quite that high. We are still going to get get some storm surge. I think we'll be close enough to the eye either way where that is going to cause some problems, but it's really just kind of to the south into Sarasota and furthermore into kind of the Port Charlotte areas where we're looking at the maximum storm surge to be possible. But here we're taking kind of a closer look here at parts of Hillsborough and Tampa Bay. And these are the kind of the legend numbers to pay attention to. The red color is showing the potential for up to 12 feet. And we talk about this orange color kind of showing up to 9 feet. And so with this onshore push of some of these winds still pumping into the bay, we do still expect this water to make it onshore into parts of these areas, say from Piney Point up to Ruskin, Apollo Beach, Gibsonton. All of those areas along the coast are in the threat zone, and especially for parts of South Tampa down to the McDill area. You can see some of those brighter colors there, but we're not kind of in that widespread red color where we would be talking about some of those extreme worst case scenarios. But another area that we're concerned about, parts of Pinellas actually on the east side. You think about these winds potentially kind of moving east to west, and so there will be some of those onshore push of the winds for some of these areas, say down to St. Pete area. So those are some of kind of the micro wind speeds that we'll be focusing in on from Feather Sound down to down St. Pete. That'll be an area that will likely get some of that onshore push of the winds as well. But as we take this further south, look at how much more aggressive things are looking. It's right from Anna Maria down to Holmes Beach, Bradenton Beach. You can see Cortez, Bayshore Gardens, and right on into Longboat Key. I mean, these barrier islands, a major threat. If we do see the storm surge coming on shore, I mean, you can see how much of Longboat Key right on down to Lido Key and Siesta Key. Pretty much we're seeing all of these widespread red orange colors there, even right around St. Armand Circle and into parts of Sarasota. A very high threat area with the latest shift that we have seen in that track, taking it just a bit farther to the south. So that puts some of these areas and furthermore to the south under that high threat zone that we're talking about. And as far as when this storm comes on shore, what we don't want is for it to time out with the high tide cycle. And unfortunately, we are going to be pretty close to that. Look at Bradenton, Anna Maria, expecting that high tide, focusing on the bottom one. That is 3:37 a.m. That is very close to when we're eyeing in on that landfall time frame. It likely is going to occur maybe 1, 2 o'clock Thursday morning. And so that tide cycle is going to be on its way to a high tide. And when we talk about the worst case scenarios, that is the upper end of that storm surge forecast to account for high tide to factor in. So not a good situation there. But, you know, as we kind of look at our wind threat, we're also seeing that reflected. Yesterday, we had these bright pink colors showing the absolute highest wind speeds right across all of downtown Tampa, further up into parts of our northern counties. But now that threat includes part of Pinellas, St. Pete, right on down to Sarasota, and furthermore into the Fort Myers area. So with this storm coming on shore, in theory, in these areas, it's going to be kind of a radius around that eye wall where the maximum wind speeds will be. But then as this kind of crosses right across central Florida, all of this red color, that is a threat zone for some very extreme winds. These are going to certainly knock down trees. We're talking about widespread power outages to be a big concern. And we look closer at the forecasted wind speeds, and you can clearly see why. By 4 o'clock, Clearwater, St. Pete, we're starting to see those gusts upwards to that 60, 70 mile per hour range, and even inland, Polk County, Highlands County, 40, 50 mile per hour gusts starting, and then they just continue to ramp up. We get closer to that 10, 11 o'clock time frame, and look at that, down just south of Sarasota, Venice area, seeing those wind gusts up to that 80, 90 mile per hour range, up to 80 for Clearwater as well. Tampa in that 50, 60 mile per hour threshold. And then these winds will just continue to kind of roar on and off with these very powerful gusts right on through the Thursday morning hour time frame. And then you can kind of see where this general area of spin is. And so we're talking these impacts to be felt for many areas that are even outside of the cone and outside of the direct path of where Milton is going to come on shore. As for our rain outlook, Jim was already mentioning it, highlighting that area on the map where we expect the worst of the rainfall. And yeah, you can really kind of see where we anticipate. Generally, the storm is going to have the heaviest rain right on the north side of it. So now that we're seeing that shift maybe a little bit more to the south, that certainly puts areas around Tampa right on across to the Space Coast, Daytona Beach, in that potential for up to 18 inches of rainfall. So flash flooding is going to be a big concern, and we'll continue to watch for that as well. But this storm starting to encounter all of that wind shear, and you can really see it kind of tearing apart the north side of this storm. And so further weakening is expected to continue, but that is not really going to make a big change in the impacts that we are continuing to drive home. So if we see any subtle change in the track, we will continue to tweak these overall storm surge numbers, but the big picture is certainly there. We've got 2 Hurricane Hunter flights. One of them, I think, just wrapped up their flight, but another one in the midst of it right now. So we will continue to get more of this information, and of course, we'll be with you through it all. More updates to come. Jen, Walter.
And we knew this was going to happen, Val. Just didn't think it would happen so soon. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge is officially shut down. FHP and FDOT worked together to close the bridge just after 11 o'clock this morning, which means they anticipate that the wind speeds will pick up to 45 miles per hour, if not already. So the Sunshine Skyway Bridge is closed. That is just one evacuation route that is no longer accessible to take, which is why we've been telling people all morning, even yesterday and the day before, to leave if you are in an evacuation zone, because time is officially running out. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge is now closed. The rest of the Bay Area bridges are open, at least for now. A live look outside along the Howard Franklin Bridge. We spoke with the Pinellas County EOC officials earlier this morning, and they reminded us that they are monitoring the bridges with FHP and FDOT. Once it gets a little too windy or water starts to pool up on the bridges and makes it unsafe for drivers to use it, they are going to shut those down soon, and we expect that to happen by mid-afternoon. But again, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge is now closed. And, you know, once Milton does make landfall, it's going to move inland pretty quickly, eventually crossing the state.
The winds are picking up now. We expected probably another 14 hours before it makes landfall, but it's already picking up. Polk County preparing for a lot of rain and strong gusts. Fox 13's Craig Patrick is there live this morning. Craig, good morning.
Good morning, Walter. Yeah, the gusts have picked up, not significant at this point, maybe 10 miles an hour or so. Unfortunately, we know that's going to change, and those winds will intensify in the coming hours, especially after lunch. By the way, the last hour, we showed you where you could still get gas, the few remaining places that had what was left. That ship has now sailed, and with it you have ultimately all the gas stations being depleted at this point, with plans to replenish perhaps on Friday. At least that's the plan. Meanwhile, take a look around me. This is where we're seeing some changes now. You're seeing a good number of cars pull into this parking lot really within the past couple of hours, and there's a reason for that. This happens to be a cluster of hotels on the south side of Lakeland Highlands, just off the Polk Parkway. And as we walk through the parking lot, we see an awful lot of plates from Sarasota, Manatee counties, and Pinellas County as well. A number of people who actually weathered Helene, realizing that they should have evacuated and did not, and that taught them a very poignant lesson for what they're facing with Milton, including people like Lisa Schaudnecht.
Well, we sandbagged. I had everything set up, and the sandbags did not work. The water just, you couldn't stop it from coming in. And then when I was walking in waist high water in my house, I got really nervous. So this time I said, you know, I lost everything on the first round, so it's, you know, I just didn't think it was a good option to stay.
So you booked this room in Lakeland?
Yes, I did. I've been here since Sunday. My sisters have been here with us. We're just making the best.
Which is certainly a wise move. And when you work through Polk County, as we did, driving for more than an hour through side streets, commercial strips and districts, you see business after business, restaurant after restaurant has wisely closed at this point. Gas stations, convenience stores have closed or in the process of closing so that their employees can get home safely. Although, you know, Polk County is not expecting damage from surge that we're going to see along the coast somewhere. They recognize that we're looking at wind gusts and sustained winds perhaps of more than 100 miles per hour. You're looking at more than 12 inches perhaps, maybe 18 inches of rainfall, which could cause flooding. So if you live in an area that is prone to flooding, it would be a wise idea to move elsewhere, perhaps with a friend or family member. If you're looking for a hotel at this point, you're not going to find one, at least not in Polk County. That's why there are 19 different shelters that are open in Polk County. There is plenty of capacity. Right now, there are around 2,800 people staying in them. They can hold thousands more. Unlike Pasco County that Charlie was mentioning earlier, not all of them are pet-friendly, but 3 of them are pet-friendly, including Haines City High School, Lake Region High School, and Tinner Rock High School as well. You also have 3 special needs shelters. Having said that, if you need to go to a shelter, if you don't have a better alternative, go now, because the window in which you can safely leave is rapidly closing. Emergency management officials are stressing that they do have capacity if needed, but they're also expecting very intense weather, a big change from this lull in the rain we're currently seeing in these gusts of 10 miles an hour to much more to come this afternoon, and then what would be clearly undrivable as we approach the evening hours.
And Craig, great to mention again, if you do not want to go to a shelter, but you are looking to get and evacuate out, visit florida.com/Priceline. Hopefully you'll be able to find a hotel there, like you mentioned, not in Polk County, but maybe if you're willing to drive a little bit further. But you need to go now.
That's right. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's right, Walter.
All right, Craig Patcher live for us this morning. We'll talk to you later on. Thank you. We continue our team coverage.
Thank you.
It looks like we're going to go to the mayor, I believe, of City of Tampa, Jane Castor. Is that right?
Through the messaging communication, FDOT is going to be closing the major bridges later this afternoon. Actually, probably sooner rather than later. And so those individuals that are making those last-minute preparations, put a move on it and go ahead and get out of those evacuation areas. We did have an incredibly high demand on gasoline, but the port has been refilling those gas stations as quickly as possible. Some of the gas stations were empty in my neighborhood last night, and they were all open again this morning. And so you should be able to get fuel to get out of town. The roads look pretty clear right now. You don't have to go far, as we have said before. You just have to get out of the way of that storm surge. That storm surge is still the biggest issue that we're looking at. Any of you who went through Hurricane Helene, that was 4 to 6 feet, and that was more devastation than I've seen in my life. So Milton is bringing the possibility of bringing twice as much storm surge here, from 12 to 15 feet. That is something that is historical, not only for our community, but really for our nation. So we just can't, we have no other way of underscoring the severity of that storm surge. So make sure you're taking care of yourself. You're taking care of your loved ones as well. We have had enough advanced warning that we should not have any deaths as a result of this storm. Neighbors help neighbors. We have transportation solutions. If you can't get out of a certain area, we can send someone to get you. The Tampa Police Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan. He has been rescued, and he is now in a shelter as well. So if we can get Lieutenant Dan to go to a shelter, we can get anybody to do that. So please, 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 we have open shelters. We have transportation. We have what you need to get out of harm's way. You just need to take that step. We are prepared here. Our solid waste is still picking up that road debris. We're not going to be able to get, household debris. We're not going to be able to get to all of it, but they have picked up probably 70 to 80% of it. And just to put it in perspective, they have done in 2 weeks what normally takes 3 months or more to get done. So they are out there in this weather doing what they can all the way up to the last minute. And I believe it was 26,000 cubic yards of debris. So doing their best on that. As I said, they're going to stop with the collections today. Sandbag sites, locations are closed. The city garages, again, we're leaving those open. You don't have much time. If you don't do it in the next hour or so, you can put your electric vehicles up high. Make sure you are elevating all those electric batteries, electric items as well, because you know those batteries, once they start on fire, they cannot be extinguished. and we lost a lot of houses in the last storm based on that. So thank you all. I have never seen an evacuation of this magnitude, and our community has responded and responded very, very responsibly. So thank you for that. We are prepared for the storm. Worst case scenario is it is a bit north of the Tampa Bay area. Best case scenario is it is a bit south, but that is still not a good scenario. This is going to be a storm of historic proportions with wind, water, and rain. But we will get through this together, and we will come back stronger. Now I'd like to have comments from the chair of City Council, Guido Maniscalco.
Yeah, we're going to take it back from here because, and we want to thank the mayor and everything they're doing in Hillsborough County as well, because we have our first tornado warning of the day, and this is coming in a place that we've already had a confirmed tornado, Jim. So this is heading into Highlands County.
Yeah, we've watched a number of these cells working their way down to our south across Alligator Alley, a number of confirmed tornado warnings, and you can see this area that we're talking about. This is now working its way into southern Highlands County. So just putting some of the cities across central and southern Highlands County. This is moving to the northwest very quickly, 35 miles an hour. This is a radar indicated. We did have a signature in here and earlier of a confirmed tornado. So if you're in this area down across central and southern Highlands County inside this warning, essentially from Lake Placid to the south, you want to go to that safe location in your house because we do have a storm and a tornado that has been confirmed earlier that is working its way up in this direction. And this is very quick moving. You flip over and you look at the reflectivity, and you can really see that hook in there as well, which
and
is
those
disturbing.
towns that Jim put there in the bottom left, that gives you how many minutes until, if this thing is on the ground, if it holds together, it's going to get to you. So again, we're talking about Highlands County now. This is just the first of what honestly we believe is going to be a lot. It'll be a lot of tornado warnings. There's another one in Charlotte County as well, and that's encompassing that huge area of rain that we've been showing you pushing on shore. And it wouldn't surprise me, Jim, as that moves northward, if that doesn't start to impact Sarasota County with warnings as well.
Yeah, I really do think that we're going to see more and more of these warnings, and this is something I know you and Valerie have been talking about this through the morning. We've been watching this line, this very intense line. If you go out a little bit wider on this, you can see how it is just that one of these spiral bands that's just going to continue to work its way on shore. So places like Sarasota County, I mean, it could be really in the next 20, 30 minutes that we start to see some of this activity working its way along there. And this is all well in advance of the really strong winds that we're going to see later on today. But we have that threat right now, the immediate threat of these bands, these outer bands that work their way through, and you get these quick spin up tornadoes, and it's going to be just a really bad afternoon, it looks like.
I don't think I've ever seen a tornado warning on the east side of Lake Okeechobee and then another one on the west side of Lake Okeechobee. But there is the case. You have two distinct tornadoes, one on either side of the lake. The atmosphere and the way that it's all spinning, it's very violent right now. And that type of atmosphere is moving up to the north, which is why we're beginning to get the warnings in Highlands County. And then Hardy County, DeSoto County, well, you don't have any warnings yet. We're likely to see these as they continue to move to the north. It's a multifaceted storm, and I know we've been focusing on landfall, storm surge, but before we get to that, we've got these tornadoes, which are initially kind of kicking off the whole event, I think, for the area.
Yeah, and we just continue to see, when we look at that, what we call the rotation detector, we're definitely seeing a very definite signature of a rotation with this cell, and it just, with it moving so quickly on to the north. This is gonna be something that gets here really before you know it. And so if you're in these central or southern portions of Highlands County, you want to get into that safe location, away from doors, away from windows, into the middle of the house on that lowest level.
And this is what I want. People are probably saying, well, you know, a lot of times you guys don't, you see these tornadoes, the radar indicates them, but they're not there. Well, listen, folks, that was from earlier. Maybe an hour ago in Palm Beach County. That is a confirmed tornado. Those are the types of tornadoes that this has been producing so far this morning. And I just wanted you to realize that when we tell you there's a tornado warning for Highlands County, folks, and it could look potentially something like that, I need you to get into that interior room, Jim.
And this was from a cluster, the same cluster of cells that we've been watching. So all these cells that were down across Alligator Alley that confirmed tornadoes down there, these are the same ones that are now moving up into our southern portions of our viewing area. I want to go ahead and just talk about some tornado safety really quickly here, just to give you an idea of where you want to be inside your house. So you want to go away from those, you want to go towards the interior location, avoid the windows in your house. So this is highlighted with that bathroom, so that's a really good place, right towards the center of your house in that lowest spot in your house.
For most people, that's a bathroom.
Yes.
It really is. And if it's a closet, I'm sure that it's probably not cleaned out enough for you to get in there. But for typically, yes, it is that interior room that we're looking for. You know, as Jim is bringing that radar back out, that vicious line of rain from Bradenton all the way down through Bonita Springs, there was no doubt there's got to be some 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts in there, okay? So the onset of the tropical storm force winds arriving now. The Sunshine Skyway is closed. Jim, we've got tornado warnings. It's all beginning to ramp up.
Yeah, and again, we've got this tornado warning for Highlands County. That goes until 12:30. Just so you know the timing on this, quite likely this could be extended. So if you're, say, into northern and up in northern Highlands County into portions of, say, southern Polk County, you're not under a warning right now, but that is certainly something that you want to be watching if you're in these areas as we go through the next hour or so. But right along the coastline, even though Sarasota County down into Manatee County, you don't have any active tornado warnings, I want you to be careful at this point. This is not a point to be outside or really be venturing out at any point, because these strong bands have now worked their way into the area, and any one of these could really very quickly spin up a tornado. So you don't want to put yourself in harm's way by being too far away from your safe location.
That whole area that Jim has circled in the white, that oval, that in any one of those particular bands, cells, could be rotating. And that's what the big concern is. We saw them rotating when they were sitting out over the Gulf. So some of them are, and some of them have been, and that's why these tornado warnings are being issued. And again, all of this in that incredibly unstable atmosphere is lifting northward. And eventually it's going to get into Hardy County and northern Highlands, and then eventually into Polk County as well.
Yeah, exactly. And this is still, I mean, these are those bands, because as you measure where the actual center of this storm is, just off the coast, let's measure this, say from about Sarasota. We are looking, this is still 135 miles away. So these are those bands that are working their way through. And we're just starting to see more and more of the frequency of these bands working their way through. Sarasota down towards Cape Coral, Bonita Springs, that's where you see down towards Naples. That's where you're seeing already a number of tornado warnings. And then we've had those confirmed tornado warnings into the middle portion of the state.
I'm going to do a little calculation.
Yeah.
You keep talking. Keep talking. Okay, here we go.
That's what we call team effort here. So in the Highlands County, just once again, I want to kind of zoom in. We'll take a quick look here to see how this cell looks. And what you're really seeing here when we look at this, as I clear some of this off so we can get a better look at this, it looks like we've got yet another warning coming out just to the south of Highlands County, down into Glades County. It looks like this was just issued here, but just going in on this.
And not only that, but you can see the hook in that situation as well. And this is that video that we just showed you looked like this on radar. So what I'm trying to tell you is more than likely, and this is a confirmed tornado now. You see it in the purple there as that is beginning to pinwheel and work its way toward the northwest. And I need my folks in Lake Placid, in Highlands County, and right there along Highway 27, I need you to get into your safe spot, okay? Because there is more than likely a tornado on the ground to the southeast of you folks.
Yeah, what you're looking at right here, this is the debris detector, and you can see, this is why they are confirming this at this point, because what you're looking at right there, that is debris. That is debris being lofted up into the atmosphere, and we are now picking that up on radar. So that is debris. It looks like down here, We have another signature. This is in the Glades County, so that is not in our viewing area, but this is quickly working its way up to the north as well. So this is going to start to work its way into southern Highlands County. But right there, you see it on radar. We have confirmation where we're actually picking up that debris. The signature right now. This is going to be working its way up into southern Highlands County. So if you're hearing this in Lake Placid or across southern Highlands County, and you're wondering, do I go ahead and go into that safe location? This is the time. Go in that safe location. If you're listening on your TV, just turn the volume up so you can hear us. But you want to go into that safe location because we have a confirmed tornado right here.
Boy, I tell you what, based on the looks of it and that debris detector, we got two.
Yes.
You got that one that Jim was just talking about southeast of Lake Placid, but the other one there east of LaBelle, showing that there is some debris being lofted as well. So you have two relatively close together tornadoes potentially on the ground here, and then another one in the east side of the lake. And this is what's going to happen on and off throughout the entire afternoon as we start to work our way toward the north. It's going to be these individual little isolated tornadoes or right along the coast within that main line of rain.
Yeah, and it's just going to be just more and more of this activity as we continue throughout the afternoon. We see a lot of these well out in advance, and that's exactly what we've got going on right now. I'll kind of flip back over and when we look at the velocities, and this is still, you look at that velocity, it's still holding together quite well. And this is a fair distance from the radar. So your signatures become a little bit harder to see just because you're so far from the radar. The actual beam is shooting up a little higher into the storm. But when you see a signature like this, this far from the radar, that gives you a really good indication. This is a pretty strong tornado. You see this down to our south as well. This is outside of our viewing area down towards Fort Myers and Cape Coral. But the issue is these are moving so quickly onto the north that any of these down here within 30 minutes could be up into our viewing area, into southern Sarasota County. So that's why we have to watch the activity down to our south as well that is outside of our area.
You know, what we're going to do in the next couple of minutes, we're going to put a track on this so that we can kind of track it up toward Lake Placid and maybe see what towns are in the way. But Jim made a really good point with the radar being as far away as it is, and we can see a signature over southeast of Lake Placid. Okay, a signature that strong. Yeah, there is something on the ground there, and something that obviously everybody in this area needs to look out for, needs to get into that safe spot. So put a track on the storm, Jim, and that's going to take us up to Sebring in about 55 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm not saying it's going to make it all the way there. We have to wait and see does this hold together. But this cell, it's really shown this signature for quite some time. So I know this warning goes till 12:30 for another 30 minutes, but if you're up towards Sebring, over towards Cruiseville, Plains, these are areas that you want to be going ahead and taking cover pretty soon here because you could find yourself under a tornado warning fairly soon with this.
I mean, we're kind of at the point now, we've been telling everybody around lunchtime, be where you're going to be, and I'm hoping that even though you haven't had a lot of rain in Highlands County, that you are where you are supposed to be. Because, again, even though these are isolated in nature, you can see some of the hooks on a couple of these indicating that these are likely on the ground, and these tornadoes are moving into portions of Highlands County, and maybe that particular tornado doesn't hit your county, but I need folks in Highlands County from Lake Placid to Sebring to get inside and stay inside and get into that safe spot.
Yeah, you can see this has now been changed to a confirmed all the way up through Highlands County, and essentially what we've been saying. We're talking about that hook. Just going to want to highlight that. What you're actually looking at is you're looking at a very strong inflow, and that's where you get that little notch in there. You get that hook, and so you've got the tornado right in this area here. You flip over to the velocities, and right there, that is exactly where we're looking at this. Just kind of going back and forth on this, you see it just really hasn't changed that much. I mean, it's maybe a slight bit of weakening, but I mean, this could easily pulse right back up.
West of Okeechobee around Brighton, I need you folks in your interior room, Parker Island, Lake Placid as well. This may stay just to your east, but we're not going to take that chance. Marland, Wild Island, Fort. Is it Bassinger? If I pronounce that wrong, my apologies on that. But that's a pretty big circulation, Jim, and it stands to reason, especially you're putting that debris detector on, that there's definitely something on the ground there.
Yeah, anytime you see this change here, we're looking for that debris in the atmosphere, and so you're picking it up at this point. So not only are we seeing it with this cell, but you can really, down in the Glades County, and it's somewhat surprising that this has not been switched over to a confirmed tornado, but this is quite definitely a tornado as well. You look at the velocities on this.
That thing has definitely picked up debris from somewhere.
Yes,
I don't know, maybe further south, and it kind of brought it with it, but that signature, Jim, you're saying it's just, these aren't that far away from each other as well.
No, I mean, let's go ahead and just do a measurement here. From one tornado to the other, which is something you never thought you'd be talking about.
I know, they're only 20 miles away from each other, no.
I mean, and so essentially all through this area, go out a little wider on this to kind of give you just a perspective of where we're talking about. And yeah, this other one, it's not in our area, but this, before you know it, is going to work its way right up into southern Highlands County. So from, say, if you are living south or southwest of Lake Placid, no, you're not under a tornado warning just yet, but you have to watch to your south for this cell here. This one that is currently in Glades County is just on the cusp of working its way into Highlands County. And again, this is moving to the northwest at 35 miles an hour. By the looks of it, this is going to be crossing over into Highlands County in probably about the next maybe 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, and right now it's in an area that is very sparsely populated, and I understand that. But it's getting ready to go closer to Lake Placid, which is a much more highly populated area. And with a signature like that on the radar, and Jim's been showing us that hook, and we're showing you the debris detector. Folks in Highlands County, you need to get into your safe place. Okay, whether you're in northern Highlands County or southern, let's just get inside. Let's just stay inside, because these tornadoes have been whipping up out of very quickly, and they've been holding together as we've been noticing them, which is probably one of the reasons the tornado warning is like 45 minutes long, because they have been holding together,
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this all through the morning. I mean, many of these cells were the same cells that actually created these tornadoes down across Alligator Alley. And I mean, what was that, 2-3 hours ago? So, I mean, these have been showing just more and more of that rotation. And they just really haven't let up. I mean, at some points, you might be getting the actual tornado lifting off the ground, but then they're quite likely coming right back down, because as you look at that debris detector, once again, I mean, it becoming maybe a little bit more obscure, but you're seeing signs that we've got debris, and you definitely have this a bit further to the south as well.
So when that debris is lofted up, and the signal is sent out to the radar, it hits that debris, and it notices it's something solid, so it sends back that brighter color. And that's how we know that yellowish color, that green, that there's something else it's detecting besides just rain in there, and it's debris being lofted, whether it's branches or whether it's parts of buildings or trees, we don't know. But that is a sure sign, Jim. And you've been talking right where Highway 27 intersects as you're going down toward LaBelle and Moorhaven. That's where that signature is right now.
Yeah, I mean, because what we're looking for with a weather radar, we're looking for raindrops. And so the radar, it knows what a raindrop looks like. And when it picks up something that is not shaped like a raindrop, we know it's something different, and that's debris. And that's how we can tell. I mean, just the simple science behind how that works is basically we know it's not a raindrop. So what else is there? It's debris. And so that's what we're seeing with that. Just kind of going out wide once again to see what exactly we've got going on here.
And not only, if you look and you see the warnings on there, but we put the radar into motion just for a few minutes, you can see all of this activity sitting out over the Gulf, and all of those thunderstorms, those little, they look like little fingers, don't they? You see them? Yep. Any of those can be rotating. Any of those can produce, if you will, a tornado. There are those little fingers there, and it's just, you get this massive friction as these intense winds are wrapping around the storm, and now they've hit the land, and that friction of the land, and you're starting to get that spin, and this is sort of the onset of the whole event, folks, because outside of that, the rain is coming down tremendously heavy from Bradenton southward, and it's now moving over the Skyway. So St. Petersburg and Tampa, that heavy rain is not too far away from you folks as well. Jim's looking at that, the rainfall rate. And Jim, I know it's not going to rain for an hour in one particular spot, but you get an idea, 6.5 inches of rain per hour in that band, 5.7 in the other. You may get a half-hour long band, but you're going to pick up 2 to 3 inches of rain in it.
Yeah, and anytime you get something like this is just that absolutely torrential downpour. I mean, when you're in a storm like this is about as heavy of rain you will ever see in your life coming down. So it's just, you can't see more than maybe 20 feet in front of you.
And not only that, but you're throwing in easily some tropical storm force wind gusts to go along with some of those downpours as well. That's when you're really going to see those winds just really ramp up when you're getting into some of those downpours. So while the coastal areas are beginning to get that very heavy rain and the wind is going to start to pick up, it's the inland locations, and we're dealing with the tornado warnings. And this is going to be like this for the next few hours, with the heavy rain along the coast, Jim, and then, of course, the tornadoes right along the coast and inland. It's sort of the onset as Milton continues its path toward this area.
And you can already see just over the past 12 hours, and I mean, we're just getting started here. And we're already starting to see these rainfall totals along the coastline already at 3 inches, essentially. And now is when we're just basically getting to the point where we're going to start to really tally up these rainfall amounts very, very quickly, as now the heaviest parts of this is starting to work its way on shore with that first rain band. And again, just watching this tornado warning. This goes until 12:30.
Look at that.
Yeah, it looks like I mean, this is just really
that thing is spinning. There's no doubt about it, too. And that's why Lake Placid south on 27, Lake Placid east to the Highlands County border. I know it is a sparsely populated area, but we've got some wonderful folks that live out there. And I need you guys and gals to stay inside. I need you to get into that interior room. Well, look, just by the looks of the radar, there is a tornado on the ground. It's been confirmed. That's why it's blinking purple. That means it's been confirmed. It's not just a radar indicated now. And even though it might stay east of Lake Placid, I need everybody in that area to get inside that interior room. Jim mentioned it. Throw your TV up throw your volume up loud. You can hear us there. You can always catch us to it online. But this is very important for people east of Highway 27, Lake Placid and eastward. I need you guys to get inside and stay inside.
Yeah, I mean, in the last couple of scans here, it may be kind of losing that sign of the debris, and that may just simply because we're much more in a rural area and we're just not picking up as much debris in this. You're still definitely seeing a rotation a little bit more broad right now with this. So, you know, it might be an indication that this is somewhat lifting. It may not. Again, we're very far from the radar site to the actual center of this. So it's something we're just going to continue to watch here as we go through the next few minutes here. Because, I mean, with that one, we've definitely had this history of a tornado in this area, and the signature on this really look impressive, but it does look like as the last couple of scans, maybe it could be weakening starting to weaken a little bit, but that certainly does not mean if you're in this spot, you're in the clear. You still want to stay in that safe location with this, because that may just be this scan or two that just isn't showing this as well, and it can ramp right back up as well.
Yeah, if you're watching again from the coast, if you're watching from, you know, from Sarasota County northward, we had a huge line of rain, part of the rain band coming through now. Within that line, we have had some spin-ups. East of that line, you're getting those individual cells, which have been going tornadic as well, as the activity continues to ramp up as Hurricane Milton's on its way. And we've been telling everybody at about lunchtime or so is really when you got to be where you got to be and just stay inside, because now the rain is ramping up, the winds are to follow as well. The core structure of the storm itself probably not going to get here till after dark. I know, tough time, but that's probably when the worst of the weather is going to get here. So right now it's isolated tornadoes, heavy rain bands along the coast.
Okay, you know what I want to do here is I want to do a quick radar tour showing where we are right now, and then we're going to kind of toss back, and we're just going to continue to monitor this. But we do have now a confirmed tornado down into Charlotte County and down towards Lee County. This is this area that we've been watching. Now the concern with this is this can quickly work its way up into southern Sarasota County. So a little hard to see right here. We flip over, we look at some of the rotation, and you're seeing many rotations in here where you're looking at some of these green shaded areas. It looks like probably most likely down in this area as well. And this is going to race on towards the north, this moving to the north about 40, 45 miles an hour right now. And then over into Highlands County. That's the other area that is currently inside of our viewing area. And when you look at this, we're still seeing, it looks like it's just crossing over into Highlands County. This one here maybe starting to show a little bit of a weakening trend, but still a very strong rotation with this. When we look at the, we're looking for that debris. We're not seeing as much of a signature with this. So if you're into southern Highlands County, you want to stay in that safe location here. If you're really anywhere across central or southern Highlands County, you want to be playing it safe right now and be away from those doors, be away from the windows in your house. So we've got the one along the coast outside of our viewing area, south of Sarasota. That goes till 12:45. We also have the other one in Highlands County. That goes until 12:30. I think we're just going to continue to monitor these areas here, and if anything changes with any of these, we'll get right back on it and kind of keep you posted on it.
Okay, guys, you got it? Did you get all that?
Yeah. We got it all.
Every bit of it. Hurricane Helene hit our area less than 2 weeks ago, and people have barely started recovering.
The governor provided an update earlier this morning.
So now we're bearing down to where the storm is going to arrive within the next 24 hours. You still have time to evacuate if you are in an evacuation zone, particularly if you're in Manatee, Sarasota, Charlotte, those areas. I mean, this track can bounce around. It's not guaranteed it's going to hit there. A lot of the solutions have it going there. You have time to do that. Now, conditions aren't going to be great today. I would say that the roads and the interstates, they are flowing. We've waived tolls. We've done all that so people can do. But the best option would probably be just to evacuate within your own county to one of the shelters. All those counties have multiple shelters that are open. There's a lot of space in those shelters right now, and certainly it would be safe to do a very short evacuation, tens of miles, rather than get on the interstate and go. The roads are still open. People can do that, but I just want to warn people that the conditions are likely going to continue to deteriorate throughout the course of the day.
And that was Governor DeSantis just a short time ago. Florida's Department of Emergency Management shared a similar message on X, saying that if you are in an evacuation zone, and this is a quote, "Now is your last chance to evacuate in response to Milton." It says 155 shelters are open throughout the state, including 7 state-operated facilities. And those numbers continue to grow. Local counties opened several new shelters this morning, 3 in Hillsborough, 3 in Pinellas, and 6 in Manatee. And these shelters are starting to fill up fast, too, especially as we enter these final hours before it hits land. 3 storm shelters in Pinellas County have now reached capacity. Largo High School, Leoman Innovation Academy, and the Palm Harbor Innovation Building are all full. County has 11 more shelters that are still accepting residents, though. And we're continuing to update the list of emergency shelters on our website, fox13news.com. You can find them on our county-by-county page. There's also updates from local officials and the latest on evacuations. Again, that's fox13news.com. And don't forget, you can find more storm coverage right in the palm of your hand on our Fox Local mobile app. It's got the latest county updates, even forecast videos from our weather team. You can also stream our live cast. It's free to download for iPhone and for Android users, and it's a great thing to have once the power goes out.
And another option is radio. Several local radio stations are carrying our newscast. You can listen to hurricane coverage on 102.5 The Bone, 97X, and 101.5 The Vibe. And we'll be right back. New aerials of Treasure Island show the once vibrant city now an eerie ghost town. Look at this. Mandatory evacuation orders are in place, with Treasure Island Fire Rescue telling residents to leave the island immediately. Piles of debris still sit on the side of roads, as you can see there. Hurricane Helene brought several feet of storm surge onto the island. Like much of the Bay Area, homes and businesses had just days to assess the damage before Milton developed, only to threaten their communities again.
You know, Russell, we've got a lot of weather to get through, and it's starting to move in now, too, with a heavy rain band along the coast. And then, Jim, we have some severe weather inland as well.
Yeah, I mean, we just continue to watch more and more of these tornado warnings, and I think that's going to be what we're dealing with much of this afternoon, is just tornado warning after tornado warning. Just that big wide view here of this satellite, and you're seeing a lot of lightning in this still. Even near the center of this, you see those little spurts from time to time as this loop goes on, because it's trying to maintain itself, but at this point, it's going to continue to weaken because of the dry air and the wind shear, so it is doing its thing. We just need to do it quicker. Now, there's a view there of all the wind shear and the dry, that's the wind shear picking up this storm and just kind of scooting it on towards the north and the east. And we're just kind of jump.
Tornado warning for southwestern Highlands County. They're basically taking that one from near LaBelle, and they're kind of pushing it up. They're moving it. It's near Palmdale. Moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So that just came down at about 30 seconds ago.
This is the area here. And I mean, we're getting cluttered with all the tornado warnings in this area. But there you see, this is that area that we were talking about earlier with this cell that was down to the south, basically just to the west of Moorhaven, showing the signs of rotation here. And it is working its way. This is the actual one right here. Let's go ahead and
you know, it's going to be around Lake Placid at about 1240. Again, give or take a minute. So I need folks in Lake Placid to understand that you have a tornado likely to the east of you, and now you have one to the south of you. So that's all the more reason to get into that interior room, because there's one to the east, and Jim, looks like there's one to the south, just based on what the rotation looks like.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about both of these at length here over the past 30 minutes or so, and I mean, they're both still showing very definite signatures. Let's look to see if we're seeing any signs of debris. It does look like, I mean, I'm not seeing it in this one that is now in Highlands County, but this one that is about to come in, still seeing the sign that we likely have some debris being lofted by this.
Yeah, the atmosphere is just it's very violent right now. And if you probably go outside, and I don't want you outside, but if you have been, you probably see how fast those clouds are just whipping across as well. You got to understand, there's a major hurricane 150 miles or so off the coast. So everything now is in, you know, this atmosphere is just chaotic as, you know, we push all of this activity up and into the state. We're going to start with these tornado warnings and these heavy rain bands, and then it'll just continue to go downhill from there as the tropical storm force winds will begin to take over later today.
And you look at places like Lake Placid, and essentially you're covered by two separate tornado warnings right now. You've got one to your west, which is confirmed, which is moving very close to you, if not on top of you. And then you have yet another one that is just to your east that is doing the same thing. So, I mean, this is, I mean, pick which one. I mean, you've got them coming from both directions, both coming very fast up from the north. But just to kind of circle the area here.
Just that wind whipping around this storm, just rotating just violently and just whipping up these tornadoes, or at least these. And listen, and those, when you see that purple, if you're just joining us, when it blinks purple like that, that means it's confirmed. There's a tornado on the ground, or there was a tornado on the ground, and we've seen multiple of these, and it's kind of early on, because this tornadic threat goes through the afternoon, through the night. The tornado watch is till 9 o'clock tonight, Jim. So we've got a long way to go with this.
And you know, after that, that will more than likely be extended. It will just be moved. That's why they put a time such as 9 o'clock, because when we get to that point, they'll reassess and they'll see where it is most needed at that point. But a good portion of our area will be dealing with really the threat of these tornadoes as we go through the overnight hours as well. You look Also, down to our south, down towards Port Charlotte, we've got another confirmed tornado in that area as well. Then working its way up into Sarasota County. You've just got that torrential rain. I want to look at some of the velocities with some of these because it's just really just off the coastline right here. You see this? You're seeing these signs of some spin in some of these. So quite possibly you've got some water spouts here, which are essentially just 10, 12 miles off the coastline. So these are getting a little too close for comfort because it doesn't take long for one of these to spin right along the coastline and cause yet more issues.
You know, we were trying to go through the whole weather forecast for you, but these tornado warnings won't let us, but we're doing our best.
I'm sure we're going to get to it at one point. We're going to just talk about the radar a little bit more here. Now, to the north, not to forget any of these areas right now, we're just not focusing on them so much. Let me clear off all the stuff that we've got going on here right now so we can actually see the radar. Pinellas County, Hillsborough County points north. You've got a lot of rain, but you don't have any of the severe weather threat yet at this point. Although as you look up just to our north, you're seeing some of these cells up here. You're not seeing any spin in that, but you certainly have some pretty strong cells now working its way up towards Sumter County up into Citrus County, and then you see just kind of this dot. You see all these little cells. So what happens is you get these outer bands, and then as they spiral around, you get these very intense cells. So you see this time and time again. You get here's one, here's one, here's one. You had a couple of these, but fortunately, none of these showing any signs of any rotation at this point. But work your way into central and southern portions of Pinellas County, Pinellas Park, right along, say, Tierra Verde, down towards Fort DeSoto, across the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. This is why they've gone ahead and closed the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, because now that this line is moving through, that's something you just can't drive through something like this. The winds at this point, they're likely 40, 50 miles an hour in these, down towards Anna Maria, all along the coastline, through Longboat, down in the Lido, down in the Sarasota.
Jim, stay there, watch this. So you were talking about the winds. The winds are gusting to 45 now in St. Petersburg just from those rain bands coming through.
Exactly. There you see it. Sustained at 35, gusting to 45. And that is just one of these outer rain bands. That is not a tornado. That is not the actual center of this. So conditions will just continue to really deteriorate very quickly. And you see this right now. You look at Sarasota County. It's basically from the northern part of Sarasota all the way down into the southeastern corner of Sarasota County. It is all torrential rain right now.
We're getting to that point. I know the Skyway Bridge is already closed. Those winds are gusting over 45. How you doing, Valerie? And Jen, the Courtney Campbell and the Howard Franklin, is that a solid 45-mile-per-hour wind when they would close that, or?
I don't know if it's the wind necessarily, but it's the water pooling up onto the bridge because it's a little bit low-lying bridge. So, but for the Courtney Campbell, it's Tampa Police Department and Clearwater Police that will determine that closure.
But they're still open as of right now.
They are still open, yes.
Okay, as of right now they are. I just wanted to ask that. Sorry to put you on the spot there.
Okay.
Again, just kind of going back to southern Highlands County, looking at the rotation in this. Still seeing rotation, I will say, over the past few minutes here. It looks like these are maybe a little bit more broad. Tornado warnings continue. It looks like they just issued yet a new tornado warning for Highlands County once again.
Let me read this off to you.
These are the areas that are just going to continue to see this.
There was a tornado located 7 miles southeast of Lake Ishtakba. I knew I was going to mess that up. My apologies. 11 miles east of Lake Placid, and that is moving north at about 20 miles per hour. Tornado located about 11 miles east of Lake Placid, moving north at 20. So that is the latest warning. What they do is they're kind of fine-tuning these warnings too, as well as they're coming out. They're confirming some. They're just kind of popping up all over the place inland. And again, this is very common with landfalling hurricanes to have these tornadoes pop up. This is not uncommon, especially in some of those heftier rain bands too, which is why we're seeing them along the coast as well. There are multiple areas where we could have tornadic development throughout the rest of the afternoon.
So we're just going to continue to watch these two areas here. I think let's go ahead and let's give much more of the information as well as we continue to watch both of these areas, and then just more of that band working its way through quite likely as we try and make our way through this. So we're going to end up seeing some more warnings as well. But this is now the 12 p.m. advisory. Winds still at 145 miles an hour. It's moving to the northeast at 17 miles an hour. That location puts us 175 miles to the southwest of us here in Tampa. So this is still a Category 4 hurricane. The wind shear, that will continue to weaken this more as we go through the rest of the afternoon, heading into this evening. But even with that, this is still going to continue to be an extremely dangerous, extremely destructive hurricane, especially as you get on that right-hand side, on that southern side. That's where we have the biggest potential for that surge. You see the track right now really hasn't shifted all that much, and we've been talking about this. When you see us go through time and we get closer and closer to the event, you see the cone starts to narrow. Remember, this cone only has to deal with the air and where we expect the actual center to move through. This has absolutely nothing to do with the effects. The effects extend well beyond this. We've talked about this at length. On that southern side of this, where we're going to see the storm surge. We're going to see the strongest winds. But even on this northern side, which quite often we talk about that left-hand side, the weaker side of the storm, and it is going to be relatively weaker, but still, we actually have a cold front that's working its way down over the state. And so this is somewhat of an unusual situation because now Milton is starting to interact with this cold front. So that's why we're starting to see it weaken because of the wind shear. We're starting to see that some of it being eroded away because of the dry air. But it allows for that northern side that is interacting with this cold front to actually ramp up a little bit stronger than it normally would be. And we also see a lot more rain on that northern side. That's why we're going to see so much more of a threat north of the track with the heavy rainfall. And the rainfall amounts that we're talking about between 5 to 12 inches of rain, and we could see some areas up to 18 inches of rain. So if you look at this track line and you see, hey, I'm on the northern side, I'm on that left-hand side of this as it's moving, that's the areas that we're most likely going to see the heaviest rain with this. That extends all the way across the state through Orlando, all the way over to the Cape and heading out into the Atlantic. These are the areas that are going to see the heaviest rain with this. And to talk more about the winds that we're currently seeing with this and more of these impacts as far as a storm surge, Dave, I know you're sitting there ready to take that over.
You know, Jim, as I'm sitting here looking at these forecast points, the forecast point tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. puts this as a Category 1 hurricane right along or close to I-95. So I'm assuming this is the 8 p.m. point over here. The storm is moving quicker. The forecast path early this morning actually had it making landfall close to 2 a.m. It's going to be quicker than that because, I mean, if you just do a calculation, 175 miles southwest of Tampa, moving northeast at 17, what, about 10 hours? Okay, but if this is going to make landfall to the south, it would be sooner than that. So it's likely to be before midnight we make this landfall, and then we push those hurricane force winds completely across the state. We talked about these winds that are gusting to 47 now in St. Pete. I got 39 in Clearwater, so we're getting there with those tropical storm force wind gusts. The sustained tropical storm force winds are still a bit to the south, but they'll eventually move in. Now, as it makes landfall, this is exactly what the Hurricane Center is forecasting. In these red shaded areas, Tampa to Orlando, hurricane force winds gusts maybe over 100 miles per hour, depending upon how strong the storm is when it makes landfall and exactly. Then 110 mile per hour winds going across the state, but they'll be weakening as they do. My point is this. Most of central Florida will have at least strong tropical storm force winds, if not hurricane force wind gusts, much later tonight. When we had Helene move through, it was basically storm surge. It was almost all storm surge, a little bit of wind. This time it's going to be bigger storm surge on and where the storm makes landfall to the south, okay? Plus 6 to 12 inches of rain, isolated 18, plus hurricane force wind gusts, plus tornadoes. we have a lot of different aspects of this storm. And throughout the entire viewing area, each of you are going to experience something different. Some of you more aspects than others, but everybody will experience something. Where the storm makes landfall into the south, that 10 to 15 foot storm surge. So if you kind of look at the storm surge potential, this is based on the current forecast. You can see as you're getting southward, you're getting up to 6 foot of inundation in parts of Holmes Beach, Bradenton Beach, over to Cortez, if this plays out exactly as the forecast track says. And once you're getting down into Siesta Key, now you're looking at the 9 feet of inundation with the current forecast. And then as you're going south from there, you're getting into the Charlotte Harbor area. They're going to have a big inundation as well. So storm surge, even though the storm surge may be lower in Tampa Bay, the heaviest rains are north of the center, which really puts Tampa, Orlando, all the way to Daytona Beach in this high chance of excessive rain. These high rain chances, these high excessive rain chances, they're not issued a lot, but we have a lot of Central Florida in that. So 6 to 12 inches of rain with isolated amounts to 18 inches. So that is going to cause a problem in of itself. Plus the storm surge on and south to where it makes landfall, and the winds, and of course those isolated tornadoes. Let me show you something real quick. We got time, right? We got all the time in the world right now. So as this storm is approaching the coast, notice something. Where is all the rain? It's north. It's not to the south, because that drier air, that wind shear is eating up this western side. So it's forcing everything up to the north. So 11 o'clock tonight from Tampa north, I mean, it's just going to be that blinding rain and wind as well, with more wind to the south. Notice as we're getting into the morning hours, as the rain pushes out, the tropical storm force winds may hang on till early on Thursday morning, and then things will start to get better. I know we still have all kinds of stuff going on the radar, but we've talked for about 40 minutes, Russell and Laura, so we'll give it back to you guys for a couple of minutes, okay? And then if we have another tornado warning, we'll jump right back in with you, okay?
Yeah, it's important. It's important.
Dan, thank you. Well, our inland areas will be experiencing impact from Hurricane Milton, too.
By the time it reaches Polk County tonight and overnight, it will still be a hurricane. Fox 13's Carla Byron is in Polk County right now with the latest.
Yeah, the window to make last-minute preparations is closing. Milton is expected to impact Polk County during the day with tropical storm force winds. Later tonight, that's when the hurricane force winds are expected, which may reach 70 to 90 miles per hour. The flood threat has actually increased significantly since yesterday. Rain totals of 6 to 18 inches are being forecasted. There will be downed trees, which can damage homes, as well as downed power lines. People will lose electricity. If you live in a manufactured home, officials say to try and seek shelter elsewhere, stay with a friend or maybe a member of your church, or if you have no other choice, stay at one of the 19 county designated emergency shelters, which can house 38,000 people total. So far, there are 2,800 people at those shelters right now, so there's still plenty of room. There are pet-friendly and special needs shelters as well.
There's parts of this county that have flooded in the past. We have no way to accurately predict where flood impacts to homes and businesses will occur, but if those areas have flooded in the past, assume that they're going to flood again in this hurricane today. So again, it's important to get out. If you're going to another location, do that quickly.
With widespread flooding, officials are concerned about their regional wastewater treatment systems, so they're asking customers to reduce their use of water as much as possible, beginning 48 hours prior to then through the storm, to help reduce pressure on wastewater systems. So what you can do is reduce the length of showers, limit flushing of toilets, don't run dishwashers, and don't do laundry unnecessarily. Now, when the hurricane has passed, officials are urging people to just stay off of the roads, to stay at home, because they want emergency officials and first responders to be able to help people and basically just be able to do their jobs. In Lakeland, Carla Byron, Fox 13 News.
We received lots of emails from concerned viewers trying to get information about their specific area. We're getting to each of our local counties throughout the coverage of Milton.
In the meantime, there are ways to access that information if you did miss it. Walter is here now to show us how.
Laura Russell, good morning to you. Shelters, evacuation zones, closures all of this information right here, fox13news.com. That's our website, constantly updating it. And I wish I had a camera. We could have gone into the newsroom. There's about 5 or 6 people standing by, and they're updating this constantly. Now, to view it, all you have to do is visit fox13news.com, go to the homepage. Then you can scroll down to the county-by-county guide. You click that, and you'll find a link to your specific county. So, for example, let's go to Pinellas County. You see evacuation zones, emergency shelters, closures, links to the county for more information. And then back on our homepage, you'll also find a link to watch us live on your phone, as well as track the latest hurricane track and a lot more information. Again, all this information is on our website, fox13news.com. If some of you, when the power goes out, you can access all the same information on the Fox Local mobile app. It has the latest county updates, even forecast videos from the weather team. You can also stream our live newscast. It's free to download on iPhone and Android phones, and get it set up now while your phone has a charge.
All right, Walter, thank you.
You bet.
Another option if you lose power, the radio. Several local radio stations are carrying our newscasts. You can listen to our hurricane coverage on 102.5 The Bone, 97X, and 101.5 The Vibe. And we'll be right back. Manatee County, it's a race against the clock at the Cortez Fishing Village.
And Fox 13's Kim Quizon explains why.
It's not just people getting their homes ready. We're out here at the Cortez Fishing Village, and there's still last-minute preparations as some of the commercial fishermen down here work to secure their boats and make sure their livelihood will be okay. Joining me now is Kent Nixon.
Yes.
Kent, you've been a commercial fisherman here in Cortez for how many years?
45 years.
We have seen a lot over the last 2 weeks. What are you expecting to see as Milton passes us?
It really depends upon where that eye goes over us. If it happens to go south of us, we're only going to get maybe 5 or 6 foot surge. But if it happens to come directly over us, 10 foot, and that's above my hand. Not good at all. We've moved a lot of our boats around to another harbor to try and protect them. I decided to stay here with one of mine. That way we have multiple locations so we won't lose them all.
Cortez Fishing Village here is really the backbone of the community when you think about not only tourism, but the fish that we get. How important is it that we get this back up and running and help fishermen no matter what we face?
We've already made up our minds. If we do get wiped out, we'll rebuild. We've already made up our minds. We hope that doesn't happen, and we hope the damage is minimal, but we're expecting it to be pretty bad. We really are. And it is. It's the lifeblood of the community. That's where all our dollars come from. It's where people, work. It's everything for us.
Can you talk about, too, I'm looking at the streets with Helene, a lot of people didn't leave Cortez. Are we seeing a different shift this time?
Oh, absolutely. The vast majority of them left already. There's one or two that decided to stay. I'm going to leave myself, and this is the first time in my life that I've ever actually left for a storm, and I think it's going to be that bad. The last storm was really bad. I think it surprised a lot of people, the flood level, even though people like myself had told them it was going to be really bad, but some of them stayed. And most of the houses got 3-4 foot of water in them. I'm sure you already know and all. But our boats are our livelihoods. That's what we're really trying to protect. Most of our gear, luckily, most of our gear is still on the hill, and we haven't put it in the water for stone crab season. So that'll help us a little bit. That'll give us something to start with anyway after the storm.
Thanks, Ken. Appreciate everything that you're doing. Stay safe.
Stay safe.
Stay safe. Well, you can see down here at the Cortez Fishing Village, again, this is their livelihood. There's still a couple hours that they're going to work, protect the boats that they haven't moved. And then just from here, it's wait and see. And we're hoping that the fishing village will still be standing, that the AP Bell Fish Company will still be here. But really, we're just going to have to wait and see when dawn breaks tomorrow. For now, we're in Cortez. Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
You know, we're liable to see a lot at dawn tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I mean, the sights that we're going to see are something that we never thought we were going to see here. You know, I mean, we've had this worry. I mean, when we do our hurricane specials every year, we talk about that worst case scenario. We talk about 1921. We talk about 1848, that worst case of what we could see here. Now, with the track going just to our south, we may be spared some of that storm surge in Tampa Bay, but this is still going to be basically as bad as we ever anticipated we could have here, and quite likely even worse.
So you're saying it's been over 100 years since we've had anything like this happen in our area?
Yes, it has. I mean, so essentially there's nobody alive that has seen this in here that remembers it at this point. So I mean, this is generational right here. Just kind of give you a perspective.
I know you've got to get to your weather, but think about the difference in the population here in 100 years.
Exactly. I mean, the build-up, the infrastructure, the number of people, the homes, and just how many more people.
So densely populated.
I mean, we've got the technology that helps us with this, but, you know, at a certain point, you can't get everything out of the way. You can't get everybody out of the way. You do the best that you can, but, you know, it's really worrisome. And, you know, at this point, you hope and you pray that with Helene, that anybody that saw what happened with that along the coastal communities especially, they're out of there. You just don't want anybody to have that idea that, you know what, I've got to protect my home. I mean, when you have this much power, there's nothing you can do as a human to stop it. So why be there?
Yeah.
You're just not going to stop it.
Yeah.
So get out of there. But we're watching that wind shear. It's doing its thing. Unfortunately, it's not going to do it fast enough to weaken this to any level that it's going to make this manageable. So this is still a catastrophic situation. You look as the loop goes on, it's just amazing how strong this storm has been, that you're seeing all that lightning around the center from time to time. Anytime you see all that lightning, that's an indication of a really strong storm. When you see it right near the center, it's been trying to hold that eye together. But early this morning, around 7:30, Hurricane Reconnaissance plane. By the way, there's just about at all times now 2 planes flying in this system. As they made their way through, they had a closed eye. About an hour and a half later, they flew through, and they noted that it was now an open eye on that southern side. That is an indication. The shear, the dry air, we're starting to see that weakening trend, but the weakening trend, it comes with trade-offs, because the wind field with this is going to continue to expand. And still, from the center of this into the south, it is still going to be devastating as far as that wind with this, devastating as far as that storm surge as this works its way onshore. But here is that wind, and this is extending down over the storm. That's that strong upper level wind. It blows the top of the storm, it disrupts the circulation, and that is what weakens it, but it also somewhat elongates the storm. So that's why you're seeing all this weather in advance of it. And then on top of all that, we actually have a cold front which is pushing down, and you start to get the interaction between Milton and the cold front, and that's what's going to really tend to enhance the rainfall. And that's why we're talking about this swath through here of really intense rain. we're likely going to see flash flooding in many areas. 5 to 12 inches of rain, and possibly some areas up to 18 inches of rain. Sky Tower radar just continues to show this very intense band of rain. You see the warnings down here. This is down in the Charlotte County. You see the purple shaded warning. That is a confirmed tornado. This is moving about 40 miles an hour to the north. So over towards Arcadia, down into DeSoto County. Have to watch this very closely because it will not take much time for that to work its way onto the north. And then over towards Lake Placid, moving over to right near Sebring as well. You've got one warning just to the south of Sebring, right towards Lake Placid, and then you have this other one. These are two areas, this one further to the east. For a time, that was a confirmed tornado, but still showing really strong signs that this is rotating. And so we're going to continue to watch these areas very closely as well, because after they move through Highlands County, they work their way up into Polk County, so over into eastern Polk County, into southeastern Polk County as well. And you're just seeing more of these strong bands working their way along the coastline. And the center of this storm, go out wider on this, and you can see it's still a ways offshore. This is still probably about 130 miles off the coastline, but we're going to continue to watch it very closely, because now that the center is on radar, we can really keep a very close eye. We watch for those wobbles, because at this point, we're done with the computer modeling, essentially. We're not watching for that forecast track to change significantly. What we're waiting for and watching for is if we get any of those wobbles with this. And those wobbles, they could ever so slightly change who gets the worst part of this. But at a point with that storm surge, those wobbles can make all the difference in the world on just exactly who gets this. But essentially, from the coastline of Manatee County down through Sarasota County, that looks like that is going to be the worst portions of this right now as we go through the afternoon. So winds right now, 145 miles an hour, currently moving to the northeast at 17 miles an hour. We do see still a little bit of that weakening trend, but still at 8 o'clock tonight has not made its way on shore, but we're still looking at 125 miles an hour, Category 3. And as it moves across the state, it just doesn't weaken all that much, because this is actually going to work its way out into the Atlantic still as a hurricane. So everybody, even through those inland areas, are going to be dealing with a hurricane as we go through the overnight hours, and really putting this at a very scary time going through the overnight hours as well. So we're going to talk more about these impacts and kind of keep you updated on the radar as we go through the afternoon. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Jen?
And Jim, you know, we've been talking about that this was going to happen. I think it just happened a little sooner than expected. Most of the Bay Area bridges have officially shut down. We mentioned the Sunshine Skyway Bridge a bit earlier this morning, right around 11 o'clock this morning. That's when FHP and FDOT decided to shut down the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. And they usually do that when sustained winds reach 45 miles per hour. I think they just used a bit of extra caution than they normally even do and shut it down once conditions started to worsen in our area. So north and southbound along the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, you'll see state troopers on either side of the skyway, so drivers know that they cannot pass and go over the Bay Area bridges. This is a new one. This is the Howard Franklin, or at least the Tampa side of the Howard Franklin. This is as far as you'll get along the southbound lanes of 275. What you'll have to do is exit off toward the Tampa International Airport instead, because the southbound lanes are closed on the Howard Franklin Bridge, I-275 southbound over the bridge. They haven't quite shut down the northbound lanes just yet, but I'm guessing in the next several minutes, once they assess the situation, they're going to shut that down as well. Gandy Bridge completely closed right now, both east and westbound. That's the official word from the Highway Patrol. So you cannot use the Gandy Bridge either. And this is why we've been telling you throughout the morning, yesterday, the day before, that you should have evacuated if you hadn't already, because you're just losing access to evacuate out of Tampa Bay. Again, the Howard Franklin Bridge, southbound 275 into Pinellas County, is closed. All of the lanes of the Sunshine Skyway and the Gandy Bridge are currently shut down as well.
All right, Jen, thank you. Stay with us. Much more Milton to come.
And we'll be right back.
We have another tornado warning to pass along to you, and while it's in Charlotte County now, it's heading northward, but it's heading up into DeSoto County.
Yeah, I mean, it's these same areas, and it looks like I'm hearing yet another warning here.
I'll get that one while you talk.
So you cover the other one, and I'll talk about this here because this is DeSoto County. This is also into Charlotte County. This is a confirmed tornado. This goes until 1:15, and you see this line. These are the same areas that we've been watching down towards Sanibel, down towards Fort Myers. Looking at the rotation with this, you can really see this right there.
Yeah,
Just kind of.
This was a confirmed, listen to this, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Babcock Webb, or 12 miles north of Fort Myers, moving north at 25 miles per hour. Now listen, this is what we call a particularly dangerous situation. This is an extremely dangerous and confirmed large tornado. Now granted, in that particular area, as you're getting up toward DeSoto County, it is sparsely populated, but the population starts to increase, Jim, along Highway 17 as you're getting up closer to Arcadia, you know, and the storm itself moving north, like you said, at about 25 miles per hour.
Yeah, I mean, this one compared to some of the others has been moving slower, but that's the concern. This is a confirmed tornado, large tornado, and this is moving basically right up into, say, southern DeSoto County, right along 17, Fort Ogden, pushing up to the north. So if you're in this area, this is where you want to go ahead and take cover now in those.
The other one that just printed out while we were talking is for southeastern Polk County, north central Highlands County. Tornado possibly located near Sebring Regional Airport. You can see it right there. Obviously, you can see it there, the way that red is next to that green. It's 11 miles east of Sebring. This is moving north at 25 miles per hour. So a tornado detected in that particular area as well. So this spot in Highlands County, we also have that other tornado warning out for the Lake Placid area. Now, Sebring, you are warned as well as Avon Park. You know what? How about everybody in Highlands County just get into an interior room now, and let's just do it that way, because I got to be honest, there's so many multiple little circulations that are popping up, Jim. And I know that they're small, but at the same time, these are particularly dangerous situations. These are tornadoes that we've seen on the ground.
Yeah, you can see all the tornado warnings that cover Highlands County right now, and it's becoming more of a situation of who is not in a tornado warning across Highlands County, because you're in the minority if you're not in a warning in Highlands County, because we just have so many of these. Now, we've got two areas that we're watching. I'm going to zoom in to the first area, which is down towards Placid Lakes, Lake Placid, and this warning here near Placid Lakes, this is heading to the north here, north at about 25-30 miles an hour, and that goes until 1:30. We also have another area, this one here, this goes until 1:45.
Yeah, 1:45.
And this is the one that is just past, just to the north of Highway 98.
Yeah, you know, over there is the Sebring Regional Airport. So this rotation is really close to that Sebring Regional Airport, which is actually about 11 miles, if you will, as the crow flies, east of downtown Sebring itself. But yet, Loretta, there, just along 98, it's just north of Loretta. So between Sebring and Loretta, in that spot moving north, Jim. Yeah.
Yeah, and here we're looking at the rotation, and where you see this green, if you start to see some reds or yellows, that's just showing an extreme rotation. But we're definitely seeing some rotation in both of these areas. Here you've got one area here, you've got the other one down towards Lake Placid, and both of these very quickly working their way on towards the north here, looking at that traditional or what we're a little more used to seeing here is the velocities. It does look like maybe a sign that the one down towards Lake Placid,
hopefully,
starting the week in a little bit, but still seeing a decent rotation north of Loretta. But again, maybe a little bit of a weakening trend. Well, I'm actually just going to back it up here. We can kind of get an idea here, and you do see right there, right as it was passing over 98, it just really looked like we more than likely had a tornado on the ground right through there, and then you see just a little bit of a weakening trend there. We'll kind of wait and see if we continue to see that weakening trend, but I want to go out wide because we've just had so
and while you
many
do
areas
that, people don't, tornadoes are a common occurrence, especially in the northeast quadrant of landfalling hurricanes. As I say that, though, and I'm looking at this one particularly that's in Charlotte, kind of heading up toward DeSoto County, this is an extremely dangerous and large tornado that is confirmed. And a lot of times, Jim, hurricane tornadoes are relatively small, but in a case like this, we're getting some big-time rotation within these bands of rain. That'll give you an idea of how powerful Milton is, just in general, and how it's again moving closer and closer. And as it does, the impacts are getting heavier and heavier.
I want to point out something. Now, we were showing some video earlier of some tornadoes across Alligator Alley. We had that just amazing looking video there. These are different because what you're seeing there, look at that, it's just amazing. Because you've got rain-free areas, and so you're seeing a long range to these tornadoes, and you get that classic video that people take of tornadoes. Now you go back to the radar, and we look at these areas, and this is down in the Charlotte County, working its way up towards DeSoto County. But as I circle this area that we're really honing in on right through here, and then you look at the actual radar, you see it's inside of all this. So if you're in this area, you can't count on actually saying, hey, I can see it, it's coming. You are in torrential rain. This is embedded in there. You don't know it's coming. So this is what's working its way right up towards Arcadia, up into DeSoto County, and so many of our southern counties continue to see exactly that.
Yeah, and this is one of the great things about the radar and being able to look inside and see what the winds are doing. Because if you look at the reflectivity, which is what you're looking at now, you see rain. You see a lot of very heavy rain and all over there, but you can't see inside the storm. And this does allow us to get inside and to see that and to see these multiple areas that are rotating, and they're continuing to move north. So listen, Polk County, you're finally getting into some rain. The winds aren't that bad. But this severe weather threat, this tornado threat, Polk County, it's coming at you. And what I'm trying to tell you is these warnings, they're probably not going to stop there. They'll just continue to be pushed upward. But as Jim just mentioned, we're getting to the point now where the rain, you're not going to be able to see these. And so that's what we don't want anybody trying to go outside and trying to see this. And that video we just showed you, that was from an FDOT camera. That wasn't from an individual. So they're going to most likely, closer to the coast, be rain wrapped, and then they're more individual as you get out here, like in Highlands County.
Yeah, and this is not a situation to try and get that video that you want to post on social media, because number one, it's obviously extremely dangerous, but number two, you're not going to get the video because these are rain wrapped. You can't see these. They're so embedded in all this, but they're extremely dangerous. These are the types of things that basically they can kill you. I mean, all the debris I know we don't have the debris from Helene here, but when you get along the coastline and we start getting these strong winds and we get these tornadoes, I mean, the amount of debris that is going to be flying around in a situation like this. But this is again watching two areas here specifically. Do you have an update here?
Yeah, via ham radio, we do have that. This confirmed tornado on the ground with damage noted near North Fort Myers. So that storm that they just warned, the one that we said is large and extremely dangerous, there has been in the Fort Myers area damage confirmed from that tornado. That was received via ham radio just a few minutes ago, maybe 10 minutes ago. So that is, again, the one they're talking about.
So here, this is where you're going back to. This is at 12:40, so what we're about 45 minutes ago. Then you can see that developing just north of Fort Myers. That's where we got that confirmed tornado, and then continues to work its way onto the north, right up through Charlotte County. So this is that cell, where we had that confirmed tornado, and continues to show quite a bit of rotation. It does look like maybe a little bit more of a broad rotation, but I'm just kind of noticing right through here, you're still seeing, while it's not nearly as strong, you're still seeing that rotation kind of splitting off from this. So that's what you get with these. You get these rotating cells, and sometimes you get one tornado that lifts up, and you get another one that forms just a couple of minutes later.
It's going to be a few minutes before that gets into DeSoto County. So let's watch this one. Let's keep an eye on the one east of Sebring. Head back to you guys for just a bit, and then we'll come back. Any more information, well, any more warnings, of course, we'll pass them along to you. Elsewhere, listen, the rain is really beginning to come down. The winds are beginning to pick up. So you are where you are. Let's stay here for the duration of the storm. Okay, guys, we'll be back.
All right. Thank you, guys. Nice work. And we want to remind you that we are still waiting on word from the governor, so we will bring that to you live as soon as that happens.
Now, if you're in an evacuation zone in Pinellas County, officials say time is running out to find a safe place to ride out the storm.
Let's get out to Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez, who is live with the very latest there. Gina, good morning.
Laura, Russell, good afternoon to you. So we had very powerful words coming from Pinellas County's Director of Emergency Management, Kathy Jenkins, when she held a press conference just a few hours ago. She says time is the one resource you cannot get more of, and at this point you are running out of time to get out of harm's way. And to prove that point, I do have an update on bridge closures that we're actively getting into our news desk. Now, we still see people coming in from both directions on the Courtney Campbell right now, but we did get warning that the westbound lane is going to be closed to traffic soon. We also know the westbound lane of the Gandy Bridge is closed to traffic, and then the Skyway and the Howard Franklin Bridge are officially closed to all traffic. So just keep that in mind. Now, to help people who may still be in the county and want to leave in these final hours before Milton's landfall, they announced that they've opened 3 new shelters effective as of 9:30 this morning. And those include Palm Harbor Middle School in Palm Harbor, and then New Heights Elementary and Fairmount Park Elementary, both in St. Pete. These are all pet-friendly shelters for the general public, and of course, they are completely free to go to. Now, this will help alleviate space, because we can also tell you that 3 shelters in Pinellas are now at capacity. Those are Lilman Innovation, Largo High School, and Palm Harbor University Building 19, which is a special needs shelter. Now, something that Kathy also said that really resonated with me was shelters are a lifeboat. They are not a cruise ship. She knows that they are not the most comfortable option, but at this point, it's better than finding yourself in a life-threatening situation. Barbara Hernandez, the county's communication director. Actually, I do believe we got Governor Ron DeSantis stepping up to the podium in his latest press conference. Let's send it over to him.
Out from a major impact, actually probably less than 12 hours out, so that's going to happen. There's a lot that's been going on. One of the things that we have done to prepare for this storm is what we've done in every storm since I've been governor, but we're doing it in the most robust way we've ever done it, and that is pre-stage all these power resources. You see these linemen that are behind me. This is one of the processing sites here in Lake City for Florida Power and Light. We've had linemen come from all over the continental United States. California, people are coming. Others have come. So we will have over 50,000 linemen that are pre-staged in the state of Florida. As soon as the storm passes, they are going to go to work. And look, if you are in the path of this storm, you are most likely going to lose power. So just prepare for that. Know that that's something that's likely to happen. If you are going to use a generator, make sure you're using it properly. Do not run your generator inside your home. The generator must be operated outside your home. Keep it away from any door or window. But all these folks are going to be brought to bear to be able to get the power back on as soon as humanly possible. We just did Hurricane Helene. That was 2.4 million restorations, as fast as it's ever been done in the history, I think, probably of all hurricanes in the U.S. This one, coming on the heels of Helene, where you still have hundreds of thousands of people out of power in other parts of the country, like North Carolina and Georgia, you have a lot of linemen who are working in those areas. So the fact that we got over 50,000, that in and of itself is a big deal, but especially considering that you have a lot of people that are still at work in the aftermath of Helene in these other states. It's really, really remarkable. So you will likely lose power if you're in the path of this storm. Just be prepared for that. Have a plan to deal with it. but just know that we've got huge numbers of assets that are here, ready to go, and they are going to go as soon as it's safe to do so. The other thing that is worth pointing out, it's a lot of focus, understandably, on the west coast of Florida. That's what's going to see the really significant storm surge, particularly where the storm makes landfall, and just south of the eye wall is going to likely lead to the most significant storm surge. The way these storms go, they go counterclockwise. If you're on the north side of the storm on the west coast, it may be that that pushes water away from the coast. That's possible depending on how the storm goes in. Right now, the track is that it's going to enter the west coast of Florida and then go almost horizontal across the state, maybe a little east-northeast, and then come out maybe in like southern Brevard County. Look, this can all change in the next 6, 8, 10 hours. But what will happen on the east coast of Florida is you will have the possibility for storm surge there. It may not be 10, 15 feet like we could get on the west coast, but it's going to kind of be the opposite. If you're on the southern part of the storm, a lot of the storm is going to push the water away from the east coast. But if you're on the northern side of the storm, the counterclockwise, it's going to bring surge in. So places like Brevard, Volusia, Flagler, St. John's, you're likely to see surge. You're likely to see, and we've had issues on the coast there anyways with erosion and whatnot. So just understand that is going to be something that could happen. It's not just about where it makes landfall. It's going to barrel across the state of Florida. It's going to exit on the east coast of Florida, and that also can produce some storm surge. So just make sure if you're on the east coast of Florida that you understand this is not just a west coast event. The major effects for surge will be on the west, but there is going to be impacts far inland and on the other coast in the state of Florida. The fuel situation, I know when the initial evacuations went out on Monday and then even on Sunday when people were anticipating massive run on gas, people were crowding the stations. You had long lines. A lot of the gas stations ran out of fuel. We have not run out of fuel overall. When those stations go through it much quicker than normal, they don't have the same delivery schedules that can keep up, so they got to flex. So what we've done is, one, we've got 1.6 million gallons of diesel on hand just for the state of Florida and 1.1 million gallons of gasoline for the state of Florida. So that's just us. They're still bringing fuel out of the ports. The ships are not coming in, but the dockside operations have been going. Now, I'd imagine Manatee, Tampa, probably not at this point, just given what's happening. East Coast, that's likely dockside going to slow down too as the storm approaches. But we have to try to overcome had Florida Highway Patrol facilitate 106 long-distance fuel tanker escorts. So they got the sirens, they're bringing those gas into the gas stations, and they've done almost 1 million gallons of gas with that. So I appreciate what they're able to do for that. We may have interruption in fuel delivery into Port Manatee, into Port of Tampa, depending on the damage from Milton. And we will work on contingencies to make sure we're able to have a supply of fuel. But people should just understand, we've got a lot of fuel on hand from the state. There is a lot of fuel still left at the ports that will be re-engaged from dockside once the storm passes on the west coast. But we could potentially have some of these ports that may not be able to open right away. We'll see. We'll see what happens with that. We've been talking about the debris. That mission was an emergency mission to help local communities who suffered a lot of debris and were not getting the debris moved quick enough. Places like the barrier islands in Pinellas County, barrier islands in Manatee, and even parts of Sarasota barrier islands, they worked through the night.
Hearing from Governor DeSantis on the latest on the storm and getting ready for it and in the anticipation of what's going to happen once it's done. It's impressive. 50,000 linemen pre-staged to get to work as soon as the storm passes to restore power.
Yeah, and we know that FEMA is already in place too, so the pre-staging is already well underway. We mentioned gas, and that's been an important thing. We heard from Mayor Jane Castor earlier this morning that gas will not be a problem, and we've just heard that reaffirmed from the governor.
Yeah, your gas station may not have gas right now, but they are getting gas to that station. It's being escorted in, so just hang on, it's coming.
And a warning about the track of this too, and you'll hear Jim and Dave talk about this a lot, but we're looking at landfall roughly in Bradenton or Sarasota, but it's going to exit on the East Coast. So there's an East Coast warning for this too. Exiting Brevard County, which is the Space Coast, where NASA is. So
I've got people in Miami who went to Miami to get away from it, and businesses are closing over there in anticipation of this. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. We'll take a break. Be back.
Let's get into it because we have tornado warnings. We have a lot of very heavy rain. The tropical storm force winds are coming in, and we're about 8 to 10 hours from landfall.
Yeah,
Lots to talk about.
I was just looking, some of the winds, St. Petersburg right now gusting up to about 51 miles an hour. That's inside of some of these bands. But right now, the most current threat is yet more tornado warnings. This one just issued just moments ago extends up into DeSoto County. This goes until 2 o'clock. And these same cells, we've been talking about this one, worked its way. It was a confirmed tornado that moved North Fort Myers up through Charlotte County. And right now, you're seeing that rotation in this, but this is basically working its way right, it looks like just to the east of 17, Fort Ogden, heading right up towards Arcadia. This is moving to the north at 25 miles an hour. So if you're in Arcadia, really at this point, if you're anywhere in DeSoto County, you want to go ahead and you want to take cover. You want to go into that safe location. Then you look over into Highlands County, southeastern Polk County. And again, those same two rotations. And just look at this, is a look at the rotation track with this. To go out a little bit wider, you can actually see the lines where these have basically worked their way all the way to the north. You see these lines. You see this other one over towards Lake Okeechobee. So you're seeing that very strong, very definite rotation, and then basically just plowing right on towards the north. So at times you may actually have a tornado on the ground. At times it may lift, but it can very quickly come back down to the ground. That's why we're seeing these warnings just continue to get extended further and further to the north. So the locations that we continue to watch down into DeSoto County, but if you're into Hardy County, if you're into southeastern Polk County, these are working their way right in your direction. In fact, you look into Polk County, and this one it is just about ready to cross the line. So not a whole lot of population out here, but you do have, going a little bit further to the north, you have State Road 60, you have Indian Lakes Estates, you have Lakeshore, and you can see as the radar updates, continuing to see these work their way now into Polk County, and these are just going to continue to race on towards the north, and about to somewhere between about 25 to 30 miles an hour. We now have a new tornado warning. This is for Hardy, Highlands, and Polk County, and this goes until 1:45, and that is this one right here. And so that includes Sebring, that includes Avon Park, and then works its way up just to the south of Frostproof. So you see all the areas inside of this new box, which there's so many of these on here. I'm just going to go ahead and draw on here which one is the new box compared to which one is an existing box. So that one there, flashing red, is the new tornado warning. That one goes until 1:45, which includes Hardy County, Highlands County, Polk County, working its way to the northwest at 25 miles an hour. So this is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located very close to Sebring right now. So no confirmation with this one at this point. But again, with all of these, at this point, you treat each and every one of these as if it's a confirmed tornado, because you just want to get into that safe location. You don't want to wait to hear that, yes, it has been confirmed. That's just, at this point, that is somewhat semantics with this.
Kind of at the point where I'm just going to tell everybody that's east of Highway 17 in Polk County and Hardy County, just stay inside. Get into your interior room. These things are popping up pretty quickly. So from Lake Wales to Frostproof, down 27, going in, Jim mentioned 60. Now 60 goes over toward Yeehaw Junction, and that whole region. I need everybody to be, well, obviously you're inside, but inside that interior room, because we've had numerous reports of damage from some of these tornadoes. We've actually seen video of some of these along the East Coast, and these have been pretty hefty and pretty strong, at least from what we've seen and what the Weather Service has been telling us.
So just with his latest warning, Frostproof in about 47 minutes. Lemon Grove, 27 minutes. Avon Park Lakes, 29 minutes. Highland Lakes, 29 minutes. These are the areas that have to, you basically, you want to go in that safe spot in your house.
And what's interesting is typically when we get tornado warnings around here, they're not typically this long. But these are long duration. These have been long sitting on the ground. Jim showed you all of that rotation. So they've been going and going and going, and maybe they spin back up, but then they've been spinning back down again. So this is that whole, it's well inland, folks, but you see that rotation tracker, and you can almost follow this rotation all the way from South Florida northeast. And so it stands to reason it's not going to stop right there. It's going to go right through Polk County as well. And that's why we're saying, hey, east of Highway 17 into Polk County, and especially east of 27, get into that interior room, turn the volume up, and just, we'll let you know. But these storms have meant business inland so far this morning.
Yeah, just amazing to see all these tracks. These are what we call long track tornadoes. Yeah. Now, they aren't necessarily on the ground the entire time, but you're seeing the indication of that rotation for just such long periods of time. Just to kind of give you an idea here, this here going for nearly 60 miles with the track of this, and at least a period of time this was on the ground for sure, because it was a confirmed tornado at points along the way. Now it does look like they're starting to cancel some of these into Highlands County here. We'll kind of wait and see.
That would be good, but
that would be probably more than likely. We're looking at this one right here. But we are still, we'll go ahead and just kind of look at the current rotation here, and you still have two areas that you're definitely really looking at. First one, now working its way into Polk County, and then we have another one which looks like it is to the south and west of Sebring right now.
You mentioned something earlier, and that is, going back to the Arcadia area and that tornado warning as well, that is covered in rain, and a lot of these tornadoes are going to be shrouded in rain, and that's an issue because you can't see anything. So we don't want people, and I know the first reaction is to head outside. Let me see if I can't find. No. Look at all of that rain. You're not going to see anything. And even a lot of these rotations now into Highlands County. There's rain around now. So you're getting into that point, Jim, where these are going to be rain wrapped as well as, and it makes it much more difficult to kind of see where they are.
And we're seeing in these areas where we have this rain, we're seeing these winds easily gusting well over tropical storm force right now. We're seeing these winds gusting 40, 50 miles an hour inside of these. So this is just absolutely way too dangerous to be outside. You're not going to see anything, and this is going to start to cause some damage because you start getting these winds constantly gusting 40, 45 miles an hour. This starts to cause damage to areas, and then you mix a tornado into the mix there, and I'm sure we're seeing some damage to homes, to trees.
It's amazing to me how far north of Lake Okeechobee you have confirmed tornadoes, and you've got a major hurricane 135 miles southwest of Sarasota.
Yeah.
That'll give you an idea of sort of the strength of all of this, producing a tornado that far away. Looks like we got another one.
Yeah, it looks like I'm going to guess it's right here. It looks like we've got
southeastern Polk County.
Yep, there you go, Lake Wales. Over towards Frostproof, there you see it.
A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 10 miles northeast of Avon Park, moving north at 25 miles per hour. So locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Highland Park, Indian Lake Estates, Crooked Lake Park, Waverly, Lake Wales Municipal Airport, Babson Park, Frostproof, and so on from those particular. That's this storm here.
Yeah, and this is, yet again, same cell that we've been watching, basically rolled all the way through Highlands County, going back out wide, and just looking at that tracker, and you can see it's basically falling right along one of these track lines. You got these track lines of rotation. They work their way right up through these areas, and that's yet again following right on that. And so we go right back into that area, and you can see that rotation right there, just crossed into Polk County, and this is the area that we're watching. This is moving to the north at 25 miles an hour. So we'll go ahead and let's draw a track on there.
Let's track that. Let's see when it's going to get over Highway 60. Not that there's a lot of people out there on Highway 60, but Indian Lake Estates in about 25 minutes or so for you. This tornadic storm, Alcoma, Lakeshore, Babson Park. So right around that Highway 60 area, Jim, you're looking at about a little over 30 minutes for this to work.
Yeah, there you see Alcoma, 39 minutes. So you've got time. You've got time to take cover in any of these areas. But at times, this has been a confirmed tornado on the ground. Still seeing a sign here that we may have a tornado on the ground. If we don't, we certainly have enough rotation in here. At any moment, we could have a tornado on the ground. So let's kind of move this over a little bit.
Let's try to get ahead of this.
Yeah.
Let's go to northeast. Let's go to northern Polk County because I want to look at Haines City, Davenport, over toward Champions Gate, back to maybe even the Auburndale area and Haines City. Right now, you don't have a tornado warning, but we're trying to get ahead of it because everybody else to the south of you has had one, so it stands to reason from Winter Haven to Haines City to Polk City, all the way up to that Four Corners area, including Davenport and that spot going over I-4. This is where we potentially are going to have more rotation and perhaps tornado warnings moving forward. I'm just trying to keep ahead of it.
We've had this cell. It's just had such over 60 miles now that this has shown signs of rotation and at times a tornado on the ground. So where I have this white box, no, you're not under the tornado warning right now. But if we continue to see this rotation with this, these are areas that this is going to be moving to in about 45 minutes or so. So Dundee, Haines City, Davenport, up towards Champions Gate. We all know the Champions Gate area, just one of those exits along I-4. Everybody seems like in the world stops for gas right there, over just to the east of Polk City. So along I-4, probably in about 60 minutes. So you're definitely, once you're up in this area, you've got a lot more population, especially over towards Auburndale, just to the east of Auburndale, and Winter Haven, Cypress Gardens as well.
Yeah, and I just want to point out to folks that are just tuning in right now, we have a lot of tornado warnings to your south, and we're just kind of letting you know Haines City, Dundee, Winter Haven, Auburndale, and those spots that all that rotation is coming your way. And while you don't have official warnings yet, you know, you got to keep that in the back of your mind in the next 30 minutes or so and just get into that interior room once that warning does get issued. And we've got multiple ones. The purple ones that are blinking are actually confirmed tornadoes. So that's the difference between the blinking red and the blinking purple. They're both tornado warnings. The purple ones are confirmed.
So right now we've got three main areas where we're really focusing in on. This one, it looks like to the south and west of Sebring. You have another one which is now working its way to the south of Arcadia. Zoom in to this area here because you're seeing quite a bit of rotation in this. This looks like it's, say, east of Fort Ogden. Put a little distance on this here to give you an idea. Running 9-10 miles to the east of Fort Ogden. This is moving to the north. I think all of these are running to the north or the northwest at about 25 to 30 miles an hour right now. Then we have another one as we go a little bit further out and we work our way up towards Sebring. Here you see this area. This will work its way into the northwestern corner, or northeastern corner rather, of DeSoto County. And then also we have, or I'm sorry, Hardy County. And then we also have this other one, which has now worked its way to the south and east of Frostproof. So this is in Polk County right now. And again, this one is also working its way on towards the north and the west right now at about 25 miles an hour. So we're going to continue to watch each one of these areas. Go out a little bit wider here, and I think we look at some of the rain. Again, we're seeing these very strong bands working their way along the coastline. The other thing that you notice earlier, we were looking at this eye. You could really still see a pretty definite eye. You're starting to see it's becoming a bit more eroded. Now, part of it is just, it's hard to see all the way through the eye wall just with the intensity of this, but we're also really starting to see this become more and more eroded away. Now, we're going to continue to watch that as we go through really the rest of the night and into the evening. The satellite imagery there showing more and more of that wind shear starting to become an issue for this. So that is going to continue to weaken the storm. But this is still an extremely strong storm. There you see that strong, strong wind shear that we've been talking so much about. There's also some dry air that's worked its way into this. There's also a cold front working its way through this as well. Look at these winds. St. Petersburg currently gusting to 53. Clearwater currently gusting to 57 miles an hour. So right now, this is at 145 miles an hour. And as we head into tonight, nearing the coastline, you notice that track not moving a whole lot, but still, we're talking about the effects on that from the center into the right. That's where we're going to see the largest impacts with this as far as the storm surge, and then we have the rainfall with this, and basically everybody is going to be dealing with these hurricane force winds as we head through late this evening and through the overnight hours as well. Dave, I know you're standing by to talk a little bit more about some of these impacts as well, which are really, really concerning at this point.
One of the first things, Jim, that I've noticed from the 11 o'clock and how they trying to change the track and give you all that is how much faster that this is moving. Earlier, I believe the 5 o'clock advisory had a landfall at 2 a.m. Now, at 8 p.m., it's sitting just off the coast. So it is moving quicker. So moving northeast now at about 17 miles per hour. At some point, it's going to stop the northeasterly movement and kind of slow down and move more east-northeast to take that path across the state. So at some point, you'll notice that the forward movement might slow down a little bit, and that's going to be your sign that it's likely turning more east-northeast rather than northeast. But yes, it is coming down. It is going to make landfall within that very narrow down cone. And looking ahead, I still feel that, of course, where it makes landfall in about 20 to 30 miles south, devastating storm surge. But north of the eye, there's going to be another problem, and that is going to be the rainfall. Look at this tonight. Look at the rain coming down. Notice the absence of rain over the southern part of this storm. The west and southwest side is being ripped apart, just being sheared, okay? So the rainfall is way up here on the northern side, and that's where 6 to 12 inches of rain with isolated amounts of 18 are possible in a stretch that goes from Tampa through Orlando to Daytona Beach. That whole I-4 corridor is going to be inundated with rain and some flooding, and this is why we've said, well, you get to be where you're going to be and you're not going anywhere. Now, by tomorrow morning, at 9 o'clock, it is starting to settle down. It is starting to move away. And then from there, we start the cleanup. But look at the rainfall accumulations. This yellow swath, well above 7 inches of rain. And that is Tampa north all the way across the state, and that's where we're going to start to have some of that flooding in this purple shaded area. So there are multiple concerns, Russell and Laura. There are multiple concerns. I'm going to give it back to you guys, and that is, of course, our tornadoes right now. For the next several hours, we've got to deal with those inland tornadoes. Then you've got the landfall and the extreme winds right around landfall with the storm surge to the south. And then these 6 to 12 inches of rain with isolated 18-inch amounts from Tampa northward. Each part of our viewing area has a different problem that they're going to have to deal with. It's all beginning to unfold with the worst of the weather, guys, from 6 p.m. to about, let's say, 6 a.m. in that 12-hour window. Okay?
Good.
Okay. We want to mention, too, that we are now streaming on the radio, 102.5 The Bone, 101.5, and 97X, I believe. Okay. Good. Is that right? Yeah. All right, we'll move on now. Helene saturated the ground, and all it's going to take is just a little bit of rain to see some flooding.
Our Ariel Placencia is checking out some of the flood-prone areas of Hillsborough County.
Hey there, everybody. Ariel Placencia here on Bayshore Boulevard in South Tampa. This is a road that we will be watching very closely today, as we know that it is prone to flooding. Now, right now, the water is not crashing over the balustrades like we have seen in the past. All lanes remain open, and there is very light traffic out here on Wednesday morning. But again, Bayshore Boulevard here in Tampa and so many other streets are going to be ones that we are likely expecting to see underwater, thanks to all the rain that we've already had and all the rain that we know is coming with Milton.
It's hard to imagine after what we just went through less than 2 weeks ago how saturated the grounds are. I mean, with any amount of rain at this point, it's going to run off. The grounds, the soils are just not going to be able to absorb any of that rain. So pretty instantly, I think we're going to see some flooding concerns. I mean, we're talking 6, 12, and in some cases 18 inches of rain, and this is over a 24-hour period. So this is going to be a quick event, but a lot of rain coming down through the Thursday afternoon timeframe, say.
Now here on Bayshore Boulevard, we are under a mandatory evacuation. This is Zone A. I should add that Zone B is also under a mandatory evacuation here in Hillsborough County. I'm Ariel Placencia. Now back to you.
Well, as of right now, Sarasota County is pretty much in the middle of this forecast cone.
And Fox 13's Matthew McClellan is down there for us this morning.
This Flying J off of I-4 in Seffner is packed with people filling up their tanks at the last minute, trying to get the last minute preps done before Hurricane Milton arrives. And there are still some gas stations and truck stops like this one that have fuel. It's unclear how long those supplies will last, and these gas stations will likely shut down in the coming hours as Hurricane Milton gets closer to making landfall. In the meantime, Governor DeSantis has said there is no fuel shortage at the moment. He says the state dispatched fuel reserves to gas stations that have run out, including several truck stops along the interstates. On Monday, fuel trucks were escorted by Florida Highway Patrol to deliver fuel to stations in the anticipated impact areas. The governor says companies like Racetrack, Wawa, Shell, and Walmart are working to keep fuel flowing before and after the storm. We talked with some drivers as they made last-minute trips to top off their tanks.
Just some final preparations, just that way I have a full tank of gas in case the storm gets pretty bad tonight.
There is a real concern among some experts that fuel supplies could be impacted by the storm. According to Fox Business, 10 gas companies operating in terminals along the waterfront in Tampa, including BP, Chevron, and Citgo, could be impacted by flooding and power outages. Experts say it is a good idea to top off your tanks, fill up your cars before the storm arrives, but they recommend not filling up extra containers and definitely don't leave them around your house. In Tampa, Aaron Mesmer, Fox 13 News.
In St. Petersburg, the mayor says services like water and sewage could be out for days after the storm.
Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy has the latest on that.
Mayor Ken Welch says we'll start to see the stronger effects this afternoon by mid-afternoon. He says if you haven't left yet, now is the time to do so if you can safely. We've seen several homes in this neighborhood here in St. Pete like this one boarded up, and the mayor says expect services like water, sewer, and electric to be out after the storm for days, possibly weeks.
This is the reality of a direct hit from a powerful hurricane in our area. This is not a storm that we will recover from quickly. We have a long road ahead of us, but we will recover and we will rebuild together. We will all need to be patient and help our neighbors and our family members.
They expect to shut down the northeast and southwest sewer treatment facilities to keep the operators of those sites safe. They'll close the sites if 5 to 7 feet of water get into those sites, or if the winds get unsafe for those operators and they have to evacuate them. They will let residents know beforehand if that decision is made. Officials are urging affected residents not to flush toilets, shower, or do laundry in that case. City officials hope to get those plants back up and running within 24 hours if they do shut them down, but they say it could take longer. In St. Pete, Kaylee Tracy, Fox 13 News.
We've got a lot of tornadoes you've been talking about.
Yeah, we do. And we've got yet another one. I mean, I just got another one just printed out here just as I was walking over here. This one is down into Hardy County, Polk County. So it's these same areas that keep spinning up these tornadoes, and they're just slowly working their way a little bit further to the north. So,
and think about where that hurricane is. I mean, there's distance.
Yeah, I mean, we're still, I mean, we're talking about all this right now. We're the, 1:43 in the afternoon, and we're not talking about landfall until late tonight with this. So we've got a long ways to go with this.
Wow. You remember Grady Judd when we were talking to him earlier? You asked him, what's the thing that worries you the most? And he said tornadoes.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got a lot of these. We've had a lot of confirmed tornadoes. There you see, here's the next, this is the newest one here, working its way now through Polk County. This is moving to the northeast, or northwest rather, at 25 miles an hour. This is currently located near Avon Park, working its way up into Hardy and Polk County as well. So there you see it on Sky Tower radar right there. You can see that definite rotation working its way northwest at 25 miles an hour. So over towards Fort Meade, into south of Bartow, south and east of Bartow. And you can really see the rotation with that right now. We've seen this time and time again. And these are all locations and these are all rotations that have had that just continuous off and on, very strong rotations, and then maybe weakening a little bit, but there you see it, very strong rotation with this, working its way very quickly on towards the north and west, and that's just the newest one, because we're just littered with these. Here's another one over towards Lake Wales, and just to the south of Alcoma as well. This is one that we've been talking about for probably about 25 to 30 minutes as well. This one just getting ready to move right over 60, it looks like. So over towards Lakeshore, Alcoma, Hillcrest Heights, Highland Park, and say to the east right now of Lake Wales. So if you live just to the east of Lake Wales, this is heading in your direction. Also watching other areas down to our south. Looks like some of these starting to weaken, but again, here you see all the rain with this through Wauchula. So throughout Hardy County, stretching down into DeSoto County, and then just torrential rain now working its way up into Hillsborough County, stretching over into Pinellas County as well. You see more and more of this. Look at that, right across the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. That's where we're seeing these winds gusting well in excess of tropical storm now, 50, 53 miles an hour. I'm seeing the latest wind gusts with this, and more of these bands. And here's the eye. The eye is still well off the coastline, and it's nearing the coast, but we're still hours and hours away. about 120 miles off the coast of Sarasota right now. So it's going to basically trek right up in this direction. Still haven't seen much with this, but what we're going to be continuing to watch is as we go through the afternoon, we watch for that possibility of that wobble. And you start to see this more and more when you have these systems. They're kind of lopsided. You've got all this weather on one side. You've got the dry air eroding away that southern side. You start to see these wobbles in the system. And that's what we're going to watch for. It's absolutely impossible to predict when and where one of these wobbles might happen, but it's something that we're going to continue to watch for as we go through the rest of the afternoon. Here's the satellite imagery with this. At times you're seeing that, which is quite a bit of lightning right near the center. But now that the center is essentially compromised, you're going to continue to see that slow weakening trend. Now it's compromised because of the strong winds. That wind shear that we've talked so much about with this, that is really starting to help weaken this. That trough, the other thing that it's doing is what we call, it's picking it up and is just pushing it along right now and pushing it right into the state. Now, the other part of this is we actually have a cold front, which is working its way down. So an unusual situation because we have a tropical system interacting with a cold front, and what it's going to do is it's going to really enhance the rainfall. So that is going to be a really big concern as we go through the overnight hours on what we would normally consider that weaker side, the better side of the storm. Yes, you might deal with less wind, but you're going to deal with a lot more rain, it looks like. Look at the winds right now. There you see St. Petersburg gusting to 53 miles an hour, 47 in Clearwater. These are some of these areas that have some of these really strong bands working their way through, and we're just going to continue, I think, to see these winds working their way up even higher as we go through the rest of the afternoon, especially as we get more of these bands working their way through. So here is the now 1 p.m. advisory. Winds at 145 miles an hour, moving to the northeast at 17 miles an hour. Now, with these intermediate advisories, you're not going to see any track changes with these, but we're still looking at right around 8 o'clock tonight, this off the coast of Sarasota. So it does look like as we head into the late night hours, 11, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. This is going to be working its way onshore, somewhere between, looks like most likely Bradenton and Sarasota. As far as the eye is concerned, of course, the weather extends well beyond that, but we note where the eye is because you've got the strongest portion of this, and then from that eye to the south, that's where you're going to see that maximum storm surge. The worst part of this will be in that area. Those are the areas that are hit the hardest with this. And then notice as this works its way across the state, yeah, it's weakening, but still, we get over onto the eastern side of the state, and this is still a very strong Category 1 hurricane moving out into the Atlantic. Watch the Fox model, and this really depicts what's going on with this. You've got that southern side with a lot of that dry air working its way in, so you're not seeing all the storms down on that southern side. Notice where really all the weather is from Tampa to the north, and then watch as we go through time, watch what happens with this. It all works its way basically right along the I-4 corridor into the north, stretching over towards Orlando, stretching over towards Daytona, and these are the areas that are going to be dealing with 5 to 12 inches of rain, and we're going to see some areas of 18 inches of rain potentially. There you see, you can just see this highlighted area in yellow here. That's where you see over 7 inches of rain, this large swath extending all the way over onto the eastern side of the state. So 6 to 12 inches of rain isolated up to 18, lesser amounts as you head to our south, but the issue much stronger down to our south as far as the winds and the surge along the immediate coastline, and then lesser amounts as you head further on to the north as well. Speaking of the surge, still, I mean, most of these areas are going to be wrong, just simply because it all really depends on where the eye moves ashore, but this is that worst case scenario up into Tampa Bay, 8 to 12 feet. It stays to our south. We don't see that maximum surge into the bay. It's good for Tampa Bay, but that also means our neighbors to the south, down into Manatee and Sarasota, will just continue to get more and more of that surge. But certainly at this point, it's pretty much locked in. Manatee County, Sarasota County, you are going to see that significant and extremely damaging, catastrophic storm surge down in those areas. As far as the winds, you see Manatee, Sarasota extending well inland as well. Southern Hillsborough County extending over into DeSoto and Hardy County as well. Winds in excess of 110 miles an hour. And even as you move over into Polk County, some of these areas, you may think, oh, these are coastal events. Yes, we get some strong winds, but we don't get the hurricanes here. Well, you're going to have hurricane force winds working its way through there as well and extending all the way across the state as well. We just continue to watch the hurricane planes, the hunters out there. We have one lands. We've got another one in this. So at this point, until landfall, they are continuously in this system. So we're just going to continue to monitor and watch as that center nears the coastline. We watch for any potential wobbles, but that's something, it's just kind of a wait and see. That's something we can't forecast, but it's something we just gotta wait and see as we go through the afternoon. So at this point, we're gonna go ahead and toss back to the anchors, Russell and Laura. So, or actually, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go to a break here. Take a quick, short break. We're back in a minute.
Welcome back. Pasco County is still expected to get heavy rain and strong winds.
Charlie Belcher is at the Emergency Operations Center where officials are monitoring Milton's movements.
As the wind and the rain picks up and will continue to deteriorate throughout the day here in Pasco County, they know overnight tonight they are going to have a problem with flooding.
So we're looking at unprecedented flooding on the east side of the county. Zephyr Hills, Dade City. We have our Anclote River and Elfers. That's going to go in the major flooding. So we are going to have neighborhoods flooded again. We are going to have roadways closed down. It's going to be, like I said, it's unprecedented. We're going to have severe riverine flooding, not so much the surge flooding, but we are having surge still.
What do you see as the initial concerns as soon as we get through the thick of it?
It's going to be debris, number one, because we have debris remaining from Helene, and this surge is going to make a mess out of it, and then it's going to be rescues. So we are going to have a lot of rescues on the west side of the county, most likely.
So wherever you are in the county, wherever you're riding out this storm, you run into trouble in the middle of the night, call 911, let them know what's happening. They will do their best to get to you if they can. Of course, winds over 40 miles an hour, they won't be able to roll out immediately, but they ask you to be patient. And especially when the sun comes up tomorrow, they know that there's a lot of people going to need some help, and they'll get to you just as soon as they can. In Newport Richey, Charlie Belcher, Fox 13 News.
Take a break. Be right back. Welcome back. What do you want me to do? Read this? It's okay. It's not just the human residents of Tampa Bay that are seeking a safe place to stay. Zoo Tampa posted a video sharing their Milton preparations. Animals of all shapes and sizes have been moved to night houses. We don't have the video. I'm not going to read this anymore.
I'll tell you what, let's do this. Let's go straight to the radar. Let's go Sky Tower radar because we have 5 tornado warnings. And I'm going to say thank you to Laura and Russell. You guys have been here early, and we're going to kick you guys out.
We're leaving.
You guys are leaving.
Right now.
Great job today,
We
bud.
got Linda Hurtado in the wings. She's going to be here. We've got Valerie and we've got Jim. And I want to turn it over to Jim because in the last few minutes, we've had, Jim, more of these little tornado warnings pop up.
Yeah, we've got more of these warnings just continue. I mean, one after the other. We just continue to watch these same areas time after time. I was just saying a minute ago, Highlands County, you've been sitting in your closet in your safe place, it seems like, for probably 3 hours because we just continue to have more of these warnings. But just zooming into these areas that we continue to watch, and I'm going to go ahead and look at the rotation in this, and you see the reason why, because we've got a number of these areas that we're still watching. Here's one north and east of Arcadia. We have another one that is just to the south in the Charlotte County. Let me move the radar down a little bit so we can continue to see this area that we're talking about. And then here's another one down towards Lake Placid as well. All of these moving to the north or the northwest, 25 to 30 miles an hour. So if you're in any of these boxes, that includes up towards Wauchula, that includes south and east of Arcadia, over towards Lake Placid. These are all areas that you want to be in that safe location in your house because we have tornadoes. Here's another one as we work our way up into Polk County. So many of these areas that we're continuing to watch, Lake Wales. This is one right now just starting to work its way over Highway 60 in Alcoma. I want to look at see if we have any debris with this. And it does look, well, I don't think we can really see it with this one. But when you look at that rotation here, definitely a very strong, you see the red shade in there, that is indicative of some very strong rotation right now. East of Lake Wales, this is moving to the north at about 25 miles an hour. So this is, I think, probably a very dangerous situation and quite likely a tornado on the ground right here. This warning goes until 2:15, so another 15 minutes. I would not be surprised if this is extended. So places that are just to the north of this, Dundee up towards Davenport, these are areas that you're going to be watching this very closely, but for the time being, the areas that we're most concerned about in and around Lake Wales, zooming down towards Alcoma, Mammoth Grove Road, then stretching up towards Timberlane Road, Canal Road. These are all east of, say, Waverly, Lake Wales, north and east of Lake Wales. These are the areas that we're watching very, very closely with this, which is showing a definite sign of rotation right there. You can see it working its way over Highway 60 right now. That's the one that at this point, I'm probably the most concerned about right now, moving through some population as you look further down to the south. Here's another one that we have, which is currently just to the east of 17, right near Brownsville, and also heading to the north up towards Zolfo Springs as well, probably in the next, say, 20 minutes or so. Here's another one that is south of Lake Placid that we're watching as well, and that one is right now to the east of Highway 27. Again, each one of these areas is a tornado. None of these are confirmed tornadoes at this point, but we've had a lot of these have had past confirmed tornadoes, so a lot of rotation in each one of these. And then when you look at the radar itself, you're not going to see this because these are all rain wrapped. This is torrential rain with each one of these that are working their way through. And this is going to continue to just be something that we watch for more of these as we go through the rest of the afternoon and into tonight. Now, along the coastline, you're seeing some really strong rain. Southern Pinellas County, over into Hillsborough, stretching down into Manatee County as well. And notice where the eye is. I mean, here's the eye with this right out here. And this is currently sitting, get a distance on this, We're running now under 100 miles to the coast of Sarasota. So it's getting closer to us, but our main concern at the moment, it's this band right here. So you see what's going on. We've got this band that rotates through here, and so really anywhere inside of this, that's where we're seeing just more and more of that rotation with these, which will continue to work their way, basically spiraling up to the north. So it's not going to be too long until I think we start to see some of these getting into, say, western Polk County, also over into Hillsborough County as well, southeastern Hillsborough County, eastern Hillsborough County. These are some areas I think over the next hour or so we're going to have to really start to pay attention to some of the cells moving their way into these areas as well. I hear yet another tornado warning. It looks like it is probably right here, one of the areas that I just spoke about.
Central Polk County.
Central Polk County. I've got Valerie Mills joining me here. And this is the area that we were talking about right now, working its way through Waverly. What do you got on that?
Yeah, so this warning set to run through 2:45. Looks like this severe thunderstorm located right near Lake Wales. That's moving northwest at 25 miles per hour. So we're watching this storm right around areas near Winter Haven, Haines City, as well as Lake Wales. That just popped up here on the radar. Jim was just kind of indicating that ahead of this warning coming out. So some of the other locations that could be impacted in the path of this, we're going to shout out some of those places: Highland Park, Crooked Lake Park, Inwood, Poinciana, Cypress Gardens, Dundee, up into the Winter Haven Airport area, as well as Lake Hamilton and Polk City. So those are some of the areas kind of in line with where we are kind of tracking this storm to be heading.
So just to give you some times on this, right near Waverly, 13 minutes, Dundee, 18 minutes, Poinciana Park, 27 minutes, up towards Lake Alfred in about 35 minutes, Davenport, about 37 minutes. And this is a cell that we just continue to see rotation for probably about 70 miles now, and at times we've had a confirmed tornado on the ground. We've seen damage with this. We've seen signs of debris by radar with this. So this is a situation you want to take extremely serious into eastern and central portions of Polk County. And you see where this is heading. This is eventually heading right up towards I-4, very close to Champions Gate, over towards Polk City as well. This also does include Auburndale in eastern portions of Auburndale over towards Lake Alfred as well. A lot of population in these in these areas as well. And just go out a little bit wider on this and look at the radar, because you just continue to see these bands working their way through. And so this is really all just part of one large band that is working its way through.
To see this tornado outbreak that's coming through. And of course we know that watch extends through tonight, and so as these rain bands kind of continue to move in, we do expect more of these to kind of pop up. Now, kind of just pointing out, now we have a confirmed tornado there in Highlands, Florida, and we've got another latest update coming in right now for that, but it does look like that is a confirmed tornado on the ground. So those in that area, we need you to make sure you're just staying in your safe place. Get there if you're not already. Particularly very dangerous situation coming from the National Weather Service. So you need to take cover now if you're in those areas. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground there in central Highlands County. And this is a large and very dangerous tornado located right near Lake Placid. It's moving north about 20 miles per hour, Jim.
Yeah, so this is the, we've got so much on the radar here. I'm going to highlight the one that specifically that we're talking about. That is the newest and the latest warning. Notice it's flashing purple. That tells us it is confirmed right now, and this is working its way right near Lake Placid. I'm going to zoom in here so we can get a better idea. So you see Parker Island, Lake Placid, basically right up 27. This is the direction that this is moving right here. This is moving to the north. At about 20 miles an hour right now.
Yeah, very close to Lake Josephine, it looks like, Archibald as well, Placid Lakes and Loretta. So all of these areas, a lot of lakes up and around these parts, and quite a few people, you know, living and, you know, having homes right there in these areas. So quite a few people, kind of right in line of where this very dangerous kind of storm and tornado is traveling. So we need you to get in your safe place, not near any windows, as we continue to just ride this out and watch this. This warning set to run here for the next 20 minutes or so, but we're continuing to kind of highlight this area right near Parker Island, where we are seeing some indications of some rotation, some potential debris that we may be able to kind of see here on our radar indicated area. But yeah, you can see that right along Highway 27 and kind of stretching out to Parker Island area, it looks like.
Yeah, so you've got a Highway 27, you get up towards Taft Avenue, you get up towards Virginia Avenue as well. These are all areas that this is heading right in your direction right now, extending it further on towards the north. You see where this is. There you see DeSoto City, Larida, right over here. You get all these areas have to, basically, if you live, say, to the east of 27 down here, this is the area in the Highlands County that we are watching most closely right now, because it looks like this rotation is basically just riding right up 27 in southern Highlands County, working its way, southern and central Highlands County, working its way on towards the north as well.
Yeah, and I was just reading, this is coming from a trained spotter who is saying there's a large wedge tornado on the ground. It's moving north-northeast near Lake Placid Lakes, rather, near State Road 70 and US 27. So kind of these areas that we're focusing in on.
That's this area right here.
But to think about, we can't see it, but to think about a large wedge tornado on the ground, that's very scary. And we have continued to see some of these videos and pictures of these really massive tornadoes that are spinning up with all of these rain bands and all of that friction that is going to continue to occur as these kind of whip across the state, really.
Yeah, I mean, and this is something that you're not used to talking about here. When you start hearing something like a large wedge tornado, it just gives you an indication of how much power is in these storms and how quickly these spin up. And these are very large and destructive tornadoes. And then on top of it, they're long track tornadoes. So we're seeing these go for miles and miles and miles, and we just continue. I was showing this earlier. Let me go out a little wider on this, and I'll show you this. We look at the tracks here. And so what we've seen with this, as you just kind of draw the lines on here, you can see we see these green lines. And basically, we just continue to see these tracks over and over, and you see where these are going. Wow. These are working their way right through these areas that we have these confirmed tornadoes, and then they work their way up into up into Polk County rather as well. So we're just going to continue to see this, and I just don't think we're going to see much in the way of any let up from this. It will continue to be a situation like this, and then on top of it, you have so much rain in this. So these are all rain wrapped, very dangerous situations. So you've got the torrential rain, you've got the very strong winds. Some of these winds are gusting right now 45, 50 miles an hour just because of the rain and all the strong winds that are in this. And then on top of that, you have an embedded tornado in there as well. So just again, looking at these, this is the one confirmed tornado. I mean, this looks about as dangerous as it gets right there.
Yeah, and moving right into Lake Placid. I mean, that is, not a very populated area, but there are a lot of houses right in and around there. I know a lot of people who have houses in this area. So there are certainly a lot of little towns here, and so very dangerous situation as we think about kind of the sheer size and strength of a wedge tornado of this kind of magnitude, of the size that we're seeing here on our radar indicated kind of storm velocity, where we're seeing those winds kind of heading toward the radar, away from the radar. That's where we get that indication of some spin. That's what we look for. But of course, now we know, we have spotters in this area who are seeing, and we're going to continue to see if we maybe get any of that video or, pictures of what, these spotters on the ground are actually seeing here in the Lake Placid area.
Yeah, just zooming in. I mean, here you see Highland Park Estates. You're seeing a lot of little roads in here. This is obviously, this is a community, some subdivisions here. In and around 27 heading to the north. So there are plenty of homes down here, and this is working its way right through this area, and that is a very definite signature right there. I mean, you're seeing very strong rotation in this, and with the confirmation here that we've got a tornado on the ground. If you're in this area, if you're just north of this area, this is the time you want to take cover. You want to be in that safe location in your house, away from any windows. Towards the center of your house, you want to be on the lowest level. If you have a two-story home, you want to go to the lower level of the home as well. And this extends just to the south of Sebring. But if this continues to show this rotation, this could very easily extend further on to the north, and we could eventually see this warning extended further into northern Citrus County and eventually up into Polk County as well. So that's something that we're going to continue to watch for as well. But this is the area that we're seeing that very definite rotation on radar right now, working its way over Lake Placid. Right along Highway 27, pushing on towards the north as well. So you can see there's definitely some communities in this area as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we've been saying, you know, if you're watching here in these areas, some of the communities that you see here on the map, or maybe you're hearing us shout out, you need to get to your safe space. We don't want you out near the windows trying to look outside and see what you might be able to see as we're talking about this, because as we're kind of seeing all of these storms spin up, they are very heavy rain-wrapped areas. So even if you were to be trying to maybe see what you can see as a lot of active weather out and around your house, you won't be able to see too much, and it is a dangerous situation as we have a confirmed tornado on the ground kind of tracking to the north and northeast of these areas. So we want you on a lower level, we want you in an interior room, definitely away from the windows. We're just going to have to keep riding this out, because we certainly are going to talk about more of these. And, you know, you talk about the long track that these are able to kind of sustain themselves. You know, when we're talking about tornadoes associated with hurricanes and hurricane bands like this, they're typically a little bit different than these supercell tornadoes that we do see. So we typically see them strong, but relatively short-lived. So to be talking about these kind of triggering as they continue to sustain themselves, I mean, just kind of goes to show the energy here in the atmosphere, the energy that these storms and these tornadic storms are feeding off of. Just a very dangerous situation, and something that we're just going to have to watch right on through the afternoon and evening.
Yeah, and inside of these bands, I think that the common thing for people to do is, now you're in one of these bands, you get the strong winds, and you start hearing something knocking around outside, and you're thinking, hey, I need to go outside, I need to strap this down, I need to take care of this. In these areas, this is something you don't want to do, because you could very easily be walking right into a tornado. So that might be what's going on, or you might have that tornado on top of you very quickly, because you just see how much rain is working its way through there, and embedded in these, you may not be right under that tornado, but there are winds 50, 60 miles an hour, working their way through these as well. But
yeah, and you know, we're at the point where, you know, even if we're not talking about a tornado right near you, there is certainly going to start to be flying debris, breaking branches, that sort of thing. So regardless, it is a dangerous situation, and it's that point in the event where we're starting to see those tropical storm conditions really expand, and it is at this point moving forward where everyone should be in their safe place where they're going to ride out the rest of this storm. We talked about how things are slowly going to deteriorate, and that's what we've really seen over the last 2 hours or so. And it looks like our latest update, we're seeing this confirmed tornado that we've been tracking 6 miles southeast of Archbold. So just kind of keeping up with the general area that we're continuing to watch here, and the latest updates that are coming from, you know, some of our weather spotters on the ground and that sort of thing.
yeah, I think what we're looking at right here, I think we're seeing some signs of some debris working its way now basically right along 27, south of 98, up towards Coleman as well. And so this is heading, again, in that north and northwesterly direction, about 20 miles an hour. And I think we're starting to get some signs.
You know what, I wonder if this is a picture of the wedge tornado, because this was about 17 minutes ago in Lake Placid. So this might actually be it. I'll try and get this kind of clipped over, and maybe we can show it on air. Just the sheer size of this, a pretty scary looking storm, and to be kind of traveling right there along a state highway and see that off in the distance, I mean, that is just terrifying.
Yes. So again, we're watching this, waiting for another update from the radar here. but you do see in this area, moving up 27. I'm going to go ahead and put this into motion and go out a little bit wider on this so you can see, just get an idea of how everything's been moving along. And there you see the center, the eye, off the coastline, but you continue to see that band working its way through as well, right through here. And we just continue to see so many tornadoes and tornado warnings embedded in this main band, and then you also have some just sort of breaking off up into northeastern portions now of Polk County. So I want to zoom into that area as well, up in the northeastern Polk County, because this is yet another tornado warning that we were talking about earlier. Now working its way from Lake Wales, pushing up to the north. So this is an area that we have to watch over the next half an hour or so as well. So Haines City over towards Davenport, just to the east of Auburndale. Definite sign here. We look at, stop the radar, and we'll look at some of the rotation in this. Looks like right now probably the strongest rotation very near Dundee, Lake Hamilton, to the east of Cypress Gardens. I'm going to go ahead and circle the area that we're talking about right through here. And this is working its way to the north and northwest about 20 to 25 miles an hour. So up towards Davenport, this is an area that it is heading in your direction, and then eventually up towards I-4, over towards Champions Gate, to the east of Polk City, and also Lake Alfred. Lake Alfred very close to this as well. So if you're in any of these areas, you want to take cover now, because we also have a what looks to be a tornado in this area as well, working its way very quickly on towards the north and the east. Now, we've got so many areas that we're tracking. We also have down into Highlands County once again, also Hardy and DeSoto County. Those in Hardy and DeSoto do look like they're starting to weaken the rotation with those, but I think one that we're watching most closely is along 27 with the latest update on the radar. It does look like this might be starting to weaken. I probably want to wait and see a little bit more as far as the scan on this, but we had a very definite rotation. If I back up the radar here, just going back, that's when it was moving right over Lake Placid. We go forward in time to current time, and you're seeing this is starting to become a bit more elongated. You're not seeing nearly as good of a sign of rotation here. You're starting to see more of these strong winds, but you're not seeing as much of the rotation with this. So this may be starting to weaken, but if you're in this area near Coleman, up towards DeSoto City as well, and say just to the south of Sebring, I want you to go ahead and I want you to stay in your safe location right now, because we still do have a tornado warning that goes until 2:30, so another 10 minutes in this area. But it does look like potentially this is starting to weaken. But we have seen this a number of times throughout the morning and throughout early this afternoon. We see these starting to weaken, and then they ramp right back up in intensity. So just because we're starting to see this signs that this may be weakening at this moment, we kind of want to wait a few more minutes here to see if that trend continues. Because as I look at this, I mean, we're already starting to see maybe the signs of yet maybe another rotation trying to start right near Sebring as well. Look at the radar. Let's see if that coincides with an actual cell in that area, and it does. So that's something, I mean, it's at this point, this might just be some strong winds in this location, but it might also be a cell. Did you get that picture over there? Or is that where
I'm trying to get in there, but haven't gotten it.
Yeah, so we're still working on trying to get some of these pictures in there, where we did see from one person down in the Highlands County, right along 27, of that large wedge tornado. So very, very scary situation. But we're going to continue to track some of these areas. And again, I just mentioned this, as along 27, we are starting to see some signs that maybe this is weakening, and just as quickly as it looked like it was starting the weekend, we might start to see this starting to re-intensify a little bit. So can't say that we absolutely have something on the ground right here. We'd had a confirmed tornado earlier. This still could quite possibly be a tornado on the ground right along 27, or maybe even shifting a little bit to the west of 27. So anywhere in this area near Coleman, DeSoto City, south of DeSoto City, south of 98. These are the areas that we're watching most closely, where we're seeing that definite sign of some rotation with this. And I'm hearing yet another tornado warning here. This is for DeSoto, Hardee, and Highlands County. So this is the area here as we go out wide once again. So that was DeSoto, Hardee, and Highlands County. So we'll wait for this to populate on here, because the radar, I think, is starting to have trouble even keeping up with these. But this one goes until 3 o'clock this afternoon. So that one is this area right here. And that's Highlands County. This is for, again, we'll just run through the counties again. Eastern Hardee County, southeastern Polk County, northeastern DeSoto County. This goes until 3 o'clock. This is a radar indicated, so there's not a confirmation at this point of a tornado. But I think the area that we're most specifically talking about is this right here, which at one point was a confirmed tornado, but at this point working its way right up 27. This is moving. It says at 2:22, this was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Sylvan Shores, near Lake Placid. This is moving to the north at 30 miles an hour. So again, same basic areas that we continue to watch with each one of these cells. And again, you have so much activity as far as the rainfall. That's what you're looking at here. You're just looking at all the heavy rain with this. And notice the lightning's on. You're just not seeing a lot of lightning, which is very typical when you have these tropical systems. There'll be lightning near the eye. There'll be some lightning sporadic through it. But for the most part, there's not a lot of lightning that is associated with tropical systems. But you have that torrential rain, and it comes down about as hard as you'll ever see. But you also have embedded in these bands, and what is causing all our issues right now are the spin-up tornadoes. Typically, you see these, they spin up, they travel 10, 15 miles, and they lift. And we see another one develop somewhere else. But what we've seen with this is essentially long-track tornadoes, which have gone, maybe not continuously, but the same cell has continued to produce and prompt tornado warnings, and at times confirmed tornado warnings for 50, 60, 70 miles. So it continues to be an issue with watching this. Yep. If you got the picture, let's take the time to switch over to this.
It gets a little, you know, kind of loses some of its pixelation here, but it just kind of goes to show what we're talking about, what people are seeing here. This in the Lake Placid area. This picture was snapped right around 2 o'clock. That was exactly when this warning was issued. Very good reason for that. That looks like it's just outside the highway. You can see that car there driving by. A massive wedge tornado, a very dangerous situation, especially given, you know, how close we are talking about this to, you know, highways and some of the towns there. I know there's a little airport there that was mentioned in one of the places in line. And so we're still continuing to see some signs of rotation there on the radar. But just the sheer size of this, pretty incredible that we are seeing such large tornadoes that continue to spin up. And, you know, we talk about some of the ones that we've also seen. This is the one that we saw just a little bit ago. You can see this one's a video right around Palm Beach County. We've had some of these far east into Broward County as well. And so these are very large, very dangerous tornadoes, something we don't always see as we're talking about these hurricanes. You know, every hurricane is definitely different, but this one has already proven that it's going to be a very proficient tornado producer. And so we just have to be really on high alert with this, because this storm, we've been talking about it, it is bringing a whole host of threats to the area, including the storm surge, including the heavy rain, the hurricane force winds. But we have been mentioning the potential for those tornadoes, and the fact that we're just seeing so many of these warnings. I mean, at this point, we're talking about a tornado outbreak for these areas. We're just seeing warning after warning, confirmed tornadoes. And so we just have to stay on high alert. Make sure you have a way to get these kind of advisories and alerts issued. It's great that you're on here with us, and we'll continue to update you as we, you know, see more of these pop up, I'm sure, through the event, as really we're talking about the brunt of this storm later tonight into the early Thursday morning hours. So, you know, it's one of those nights where you even take the family and sleep in your safe space if you are home in these areas that are under a tornado watch.
Yeah, you really do. And just since we talked about the last warning, we've had 2 more warnings come out. I mean, that's how quickly these are coming right now. So you look at the radar, and here we are. This is in extreme southern Highlands County. This one goes until 3 o'clock, and this is the area that we're talking about. You can see this rotation once again. This time it looks like just to the west of 27. This is heading up towards Venus. Eventually looks like working its way up towards Archbold. Childs, Parker Island once again could be under this. This is the warning right here. Definite rotation, it looks like, right there, working its way on that western side of 27. This is just to the south of the county line of Highlands County down into Glades County. So we have that warning. We also have yet another warning. This is the one that has been extended. This is for really the rest of Highlands County, because once again, the vast majority of Highlands County is under some kind of a warning right now, either a confirmed tornado or a possible tornado on the ground. And this one goes until 3 o'clock. This also extends up into portions of Hardee County, eastern and northeastern Hardee County, because you see here we've got a rotation over here. We have a rotation between Sebring and Lake Placid. This one that is south of Sebring showing more and more signs. Right now over DeSoto City. Remember, this was the one that, for time, this was a confirmed tornado. And that's, I believe this is the one that we actually have the picture of, as it was even further to the south. So not necessarily on the ground at this point, but we're definitely seeing a possibility that it could be on the ground in this area. I want to flip over, see if we see any signs. Not seeing any signs right now. A little muddled with the radar data to see if we are actually seeing any debris, but we're definitely seeing some rotation. There you see it right near DeSoto City, also on that western side of Sebring, right over the lake. And then basically where the road kind of splits off around Sebring, you get 17 going one way, you get 27 going the other way. So we've got some signs of some rotation there. We also have some signs further on towards the west, over into Hardee County, in and around Lemon Grove, or just to the south of there. And then we've got Wauchula over here right on the edge of the screen. So this is basically to the south and east of Wauchula, with this rotation. As we scoot the radar over, you can see where Wauchula is on there as well. So lots going on, and the radar is just littered with all these warnings. We just continue as quickly as one warning goes away, yet another warning comes up, yet another spin in the atmosphere. So at this point, I think we're watching 4 distinct different areas right now, and you see all the warnings on here. And of course, over on the eastern side of the state as well, they were expecting to see this activity later on today. And you see over towards 95, over towards Port St. Lucie, over in Osceola County, over towards Sebastian and the Satellite Beach to the south and west of there. They are dealing with these as well. Another area that we essentially almost forgot about, but it's still there. This is near Dundee, basically working its way right up 27. So Hayden City to the east of Lake Alfred. I'm still seeing a lot of strong winds. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of do a little query of some of the winds in this, and this is up. This is higher up in the atmosphere, but indicative of what kind of winds we're looking at in this area. As you look at the actual reflectivity of the radar, this is intense line of storms working its way through right near Lake Alfred, along 17, stretching down towards Dundee as well, and Haines City pushing up towards Davenport, just to the south of I-4. And all this is very quickly working its way in that north and northwesterly direction, 25, 30 miles an hour right now. We look for some of the rotation in this. And definitely, we're seeing signs of rotation from Dundee to Lake Hamilton, basically right along 27. These are the areas that we're seeing the strongest amounts of rotation in this. And so these are the areas that if you're under this warning, if you're in this area, you want to take cover as well. You want to be in that safe location in your house. Again, just to kind of go out wide to give you a perspective of the areas that we're talking about. This is in that eastern portion of Polk County, stretching up just to the south of I-4. We also have down in the Highlands County, and you see really at this point the vast majority of Highlands County is under some kind of a warning right now. The only maybe good news that I have at the moment is there's no confirmed tornado. No confirmed tornado warnings right now. These are all radar indicated at this moment. But again, at this moment, the number of warnings that we've had, the number of warnings that have turned into confirmed tornadoes, we have to treat each one of these as if this is a confirmed tornado on the ground.
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
You can't take the risk of that.
And I just want to note, Jim, because we just got this message in from the National Weather Service, we do have a flash flood warning now for part of Pinellas County. We have already seen about up to 3.5 inches of rain, and of course all of these rain bands, they are going to be able to produce these rainfall rates 2-3 inches per hour. And so already we are starting to see some of those flood concerns. I kind of mentioned that earlier this morning, that this is most certainly going to be an issue, and we are really just getting going. And so we have a lot of additional rain to get through as this storm continues to approach. And you know, if at any point you want me to kind of jump into just a forecast and talk about some of the basics, you let me know when you're ready for just a breather.
I mean, I just wanted to point out here that what we're looking at is, I mean, we're still so early on.
That's a lot of rain.
And you see, this is just getting started, and we've already had 3, close to 4. In fact, you head down towards Bradenton, Bayshore Gardens, we're already seeing 4 inches of rain in these areas. I think as we've got a little bit of a lull in some of the warnings, maybe we go ahead and we talk about the rest of what's going on here. If you want to go ahead and you want to talk about some of this.
Yeah, sure. Because you know, as we've been saying, this storm is going to just bring a whole host of issues to our area, and we're certainly starting to see those unfold. We just talked about that flash flood warning. Of course, all of these tornado warnings with that watch running until 9 o'clock tonight. So as for what's happening with Hurricane Milton, we've been doing this tornado coverage for so long now. We haven't taken an actual look at the storm. So I'm going to go ahead and just jump right into our forecast from here before we send it off to Linda for some more. But checking on satellite and wind shear here, we can really see the influence that it's having on Hurricane Milton. Still a very strong storm, but look at what all of these upper level winds, as they're interacting with this cold front, this dip in the jet stream, and some drier air, it's really starting to pull across the top of this storm. So we look further south, still looking pretty good. It's maintaining itself in this area as it's still sitting in very warm Gulf waters. But what we're starting to see is that wind shear kind of tear apart the top of this storm. And so these are all of the factors that are anticipated to continue to weaken this storm on approach to making landfall. But look at the winds. Those are really starting to ramp up. We're up to 55-mile-per-hour gusts in St. Pete, about 43 in Clearwater, 39 for Tampa. And so kind of we're starting to see these tropical storm force winds move into our area, and they're going to expand across a large part of the area. That's kind of the thing with this storm. Even though it's weakening, it still has, say, the energy of a Category 5 storm. And so what it's going to do with all of that energy is spread it outward. And so while we're talking about a slightly weaker storm, possibly maybe a Category 3 at landfall, it's still going to be a very strong hurricane regardless. And so all of the impacts are going to be a big deal, and they're going to be far-reaching. People well outside of this cone are going to be feeling these tropical, even hurricane force conditions at times. Of course, the rain is also going to be a big concern. I'll show you that in just a minute. But here's our latest look. Wednesday, 8 p.m. This is just off the coast, 125-mile-per-hour winds. But then look at as it maintains its strength as it scrapes right across central parts of the area. We're talking this emerging back off the East Coast, off the Space Coast as a Category 1 hurricane, 85-mile-per-hour winds. We're right now at 130-mile-per-hour winds, and the latest check on where Milton is now about 150 miles to the southwest of us here in Tampa. So as we take a look at our Fox model here, we've already seen these rain bands starting to move through and impact the area. But I just want to note, look at how much rain and really deep convection is on the north side of this storm. This is going to be a big concern for a lot of areas. You can kind of notice even look at kind of the southern side of this eye. It gets a little bit eroded away at. We don't have all of this deep convection that wraps all the way around. That's some of that drier air working its way on the backside of the storm and eroding away at some of that. And so that's going to be something that overall is going to be a good thing as far as not as much rain on the south side, but it's up here where actually that dip in the jet stream that I showed you just a minute ago should actually enhance some of the rain and storms up here in this section of the storm. And so that's going to be a problem off across the Space Coast, Daytona Beach, some of those areas. We've seen them upgraded in the watches as of some of the latest updates here from yesterday into today. And you can see that reflected on our rain map tracker. We're talking the potential for this general area just to the north of where landfall occurs for there to be area-wide 6 to 12 inches of rain, and some spots are certainly going to get closer to that 18-inch range. So flash flooding is going to be a big concern, especially as we get closer to any of those rivers, waterways that we know are going to swell up and continue to cause more problems as far as that is concerned. So we've got a lot more local impacts to talk to. I just wanted to roll through some of them for you, but I'm going to send it off to you now, Linda. Jim and I will have more in just a bit.
Nice job, both of you, keeping us updated on those tornadoes. The winds are picking up and they are becoming seriously dangerous. The rain is falling as Hurricane Milton approaches. I'm Linda Hurtado and we'll be with you every step of the way. Conditions will only worsen throughout the afternoon, and the worst is expected to arrive overnight with a storm surge that could outdo Helene. Our bridges are beginning to close. Let's take a live look now from FDOT's camera on the Howard Franklin Bridge. You can see now closed to traffic. The westbound directions of both the Gandy and Courtney Campbell bridges are also closed. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge closed now to traffic, and signage has been posted to alert drivers. It is typical for the Skyway to close whenever the wind speeds reach about 40 miles per hour. And in these final hours before Milton's landfall, Pinellas County opened 3 new shelters this morning. Those include Palm Harbor Middle School in Palm Harbor, New Heights Elementary, and Fairmont Park Elementary, both in St. Pete. More than 8,000 people have utilized them so far, and they have room for 20,000. Only thing to keep in mind is Leoman Innovation, Largo High School, and Palm Harbor University Building 19 are now at capacity, but you still have 11 that are available. Pinellas Emergency Management understands shelters are not the most comfortable option, but at this point, it is better than finding yourself in a life-threatening situation. The county's communication director says they've heard from a lot of people living in mandatory evacuation zones saying they believe they can seal up their homes and just ride the storm out. But this is what happened during Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago.
They were desperate pleas from people who said, "I made a stupid decision. I thought I could weather the storm. Water is rising. I'm on top of my counter. Please send somebody to help me." And at that point, we couldn't send anybody out there because the conditions had worsened so badly. And so if people are thinking that somehow they have a special protection, somehow they're going to be okay because they've been okay in the past, they have not seen the storm that we're going to see.
So what could we see in Pinellas County? The officials are anticipating tropical storm conditions this afternoon, and then, as we said, worse conditions overnight. 130-mile-per-hour winds or stronger. Wall of storm surge could come up to the bay and across our coast. The wall of water could be between 9 to 13 feet on our beaches and up to 15 feet in bayfront areas. There are still people trying to move out of the storm's path, but finding gas is a challenge. And Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer is in Seffner with a look at that.
Most of the remaining gas stations and truck stops are now either closing or are closed for the remainder of the day. That includes this one, which is the Flying J truck stop off of I-4 in Seffner. Earlier today, the gas station was packed with drivers topping off their tanks and filling up gas containers. A short time ago, Governor DeSantis gave an update on the fuel situation in Florida. He says the state has 1.1 million gallons of gas and 1.6 million gallons of diesel on hand and ready to distribute after Hurricane Milton passes. During the last couple of days, Florida Highway Patrol escorted 106 long-distance fuel tankers to make emergency fuel deliveries. DeSantis also warned that there may be interruptions at the ports in Tampa and Manatee County, and the state is working on contingency plans if that happens. Drivers, meanwhile, across Tampa Bay are also making their own contingency plans if fuel is hard to come by following the storm.
Well, basically, I have one car that's full of gas just in case we did decide to leave early. So I figure I heard the governor on the news this morning saying the truck stops are open. They should have more supply of gas than the regular gas stations. So I said, let me Google, and they're open. They're open across the street, and I need a funnel also. So why not get some gas and fill up 2 cars?
There is a real concern among some experts that fuel supplies could be impacted by the storm. According to Fox Business, 10 gas companies operating in terminals along the waterfront in Tampa, including BP, Chevron, and Citgo, could be impacted by flooding and power outages. Now, experts say topping off the gas tank, filling up the gas in preparation for the storm is, of course, a good idea. However, they say you should not fill up extra containers and definitely don't leave them inside the house. In Tampa, Aaron Mesmer, Fox 13 News.
And you can find more storm coverage right in the palm of your hand on our Fox Local mobile app. It has the latest county updates, even forecast videos from our weather team. And you can also stream our live newscast. It's free to download for iPhone and Android phones, and it's great to have once the power goes out. And another option, radio. Several local radio stations are carrying our newscasts, and you can listen to our hurricane coverage on 102.5 The Bone, 97X, 101.5 The Vibe. So we're going to break, or are we going back to Jim? All right, let's go back to Jim.
Yeah, watching yet another warning here, and we flip over to Sky Tower radar. And what we're looking at is across Polk County. That's the area that we're watching right now. If you can give me my radar output here. What we're looking at is another warning. There you go. Thank you. That goes until 3:15. This is that one cell. I mean, what's interesting about this, just from the scientific standpoint, this is a cell that was essentially working its way to the north. Now, because it's part of that whole band, it's now turning more towards a northwesterly direction. So you watch that cell over towards Dundee. It was basically at one point heading towards I-4 and now making that turn. And you can see this area. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in to this spot because right near Auburndale. This may be passing over Auburndale, maybe just to the north of it. But right now it looks like it's working its way very close to you, between 17 and 92. This is the area as I stop the radar and circle this spot right there. And we look at the rotation in this, and you're seeing a very strong rotation. You're seeing those reds in there. That is showing that very, very strong rotation right now between Lake Alfred, Auburndale, and Winter Haven, situated right in this one spot. This is a radar indicated tornado moving to the northwest at 25 miles an hour. This warning goes until 3:15 for portions of Polk County. So if you're anywhere in and around Auburndale to the north or to the west of Auburndale, and this is over towards Foxtown, Polk City, along I-4, and across the Polk Parkway as well, especially on that eastern side. If you live in any of these areas, I'm going to go ahead and go in a bit closer so you can see some. I mean, there's a lot of population in this area. Auburndale, pretty populated area, and so it is working its way right through this area right now. So if you're in these locations, you're the one. I want you to go into that safe location, away from any windows, lower level of your house. You can turn the TV up so you can hear us. You can also, you can get the Fox Local app. You should have that on your phone right now. You can turn us on that app, and you can listen in case your power goes out. Your TV is going to go off, but your cell phone is going to continue to work, so you can continue to hear us. You can continue to hear those warnings that we're giving you as well. And definitely seeing a very strong rotation in this area as we look at the velocities. This is a very strong. If you don't have an actual tornado on the ground, you most certainly have some very, very strong winds in this cell right now, moving through Lake Alfred over towards Auburndale as well. You see some of these winds, and this is a couple of thousand feet up into the atmosphere because we're using a radar to see these winds right now. So we don't see it at the surface, we see just above the surface, but that's what you're looking at here are winds 80, 90 miles an hour. And then when you have the rain on top of that, you have the very strong rain. What it does is it carries those very strong winds that are just above you down to the ground. So in these areas, you have these winds. You're more than likely seeing winds gusting right now over 50 miles an hour if you don't have a tornado, but we're seeing signs of rotation in this, so it's very likely you either have a tornado about to touch down or you have a tornado on the ground right now, basically between Lake Alfred, Alburnale, and Winter Haven, and moving to the northwest right now at 25 miles an hour. So as I zoom in, I'm going to look at where this is as far as the velocity is concerned, and then we're going to put a track on this to give you a bit of an idea. So if this is moving to the northwest at about 25 miles an hour, these are the areas that we're most concerned about as far as where this is heading to in the next, say, 45 minutes. So Kathleen, Foxtown, Polk City, you can see Alburnale, 8 minutes, essentially it's on top of you right now. Over towards Providence, 36 minutes if this holds together that long, which is certainly a possibility because we've seen the trend has been for these to be lasting very long periods of time. Sounds like we're getting yet another warning starting to come out right now. So we'll kind of go out a bit wider and see what is the new warning here that we have as we watch this one. We also have another one down in the Highlands County, and we've got yet more coming into portions of Highlands County. And at this point, it looks as if what they're doing is they're just filling in who in Highlands County does not have a warning.
Gosh, that is wild.
Because this has got to be about one of the most bizarre looking tornado warning boxes that you'll see. But it's basically who doesn't have a warning. We've got to fill in who doesn't have a warning, and that's essentially, it looks like, your newest warning, which that one goes until 3:30. Yes, okay, so now we're getting reports of damaged homes in Lake Placid on Bell Tower Avenue. So this is right in, here's Lake Placid. I'm not going to even pretend to know exactly where this is in Lake Placid. On a report of 10 homes in this area. So once again, this tells us, I mean, we've seen confirmed tornadoes moving through this area. So this is the spot that we're talking about, that yet again we have another tornado warning in this area. Now, just going down just to the south of Highlands County, this is what has prompted the latest tornado warning in Highlands. This is the extreme southeastern corner of Highlands County, and this is because we have a confirmed tornado once again just to the south, right there. You can see the rotation. This is a confirmed tornado in Glades County, and this is working its way on to the north, in the northwest rather, at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So this will be working its way into that one, essentially the one portion of Highlands County that is not currently under a warning. And then we have the confirmation of damaged homes in Lake Placid. You have more rotations working their way through there as well. But that also tells us that these are some of the same rotations that have now worked their way all the way up towards Avon Park. You're seeing what doesn't necessarily look to be a rotation, but we're seeing signs of some really strong winds, say from Avon Park along 64 and just starting to work their way into southern Polk County. So, I mean, this is just continuing to be an extremely dangerous and serious situation with this band that's working its way through. The amount of energy we've seen in this one band has just simply been amazing.
Yeah, and you know, we saw this band when it was just off the coast, and we saw all of those potential cells for spin-ups, and we certainly were seeing that on radar, and we had a feeling that once these came on shore, we would just have a series of tornado warnings and tornadic storms with those rain bands, and that's certainly come to fruition here. We think about kind of all of that rotation as it comes on land, all that friction it creates, and we get just general that rotation. And with this just broad rotation, with Hurricane Milton now about 200 miles or less away from us, we already have a lot of the dynamics in place, and these are some fast moving storms. And so they're able to spin up these, at this point, very powerful tornadoes that we've been seeing here a little bit closer to Tampa Bay and off to the east coast of the state, really on the other side of of Alligator Alley, some very large tornadoes in those areas as well. And so very dangerous situation as we anticipate, more of these to be able to unfold here, as we're expecting more of these rain bands to kind of lift in from the south and southwest. So Jim continuing to kind of circle in on some of the areas of immediate concern with these latest warnings.
Just to kind of go back, this is the area near Lake Placid that we got the reports near Bell Tower Avenue. Just kind of a broad brush. This is the area that we're looking at where we got the confirmation of, it sounds like 10 homes damaged by the tornado. So that was the one that worked its way through. What about, I'm losing track of time, to be honest with you.
That was right around 2 o'clock.
Yeah, so we're talking nearly an hour ago. I was going to guess about 30 minutes ago, but time is going by pretty quickly here. So you look at the current warnings that we have, and essentially we'll go ahead and we'll say anyone in Highlands County, you're under a warning right now, because I think there's to be technical, there's a little sliver of southwestern corner of Highlands County, but at this point, everybody's under warning in Highlands County. That extends up into southern Polk County, and I'm noticing right here, maybe it looks like something, it looks like maybe just, whoops, sorry about that, just to the south of Fort Meade. Starting to see, it looks like, the possibility of some rotation there as well as we look at that rotation. Yeah, there we go. Seeing a very strong sign of some rotation right there. So that is south of Fort Meade. Put this in the motion so we can kind of get an idea of the motion of this. And so it does look like Fort Meade. This is basically heading right up in your direction. So we're going to be watching this. Technically, you're not under a warning. It's just to your south. So at this point, I mean, it doesn't mean a whole lot that it's only just to your south. I would consider yourself in the warning right now. Fort Meade, south of Bartow, Pembroke, south of there as well. Pembroke, go ahead and consider yourself in this warning as well, because this looks like this could be yet another tornado either forming or on the ground at this point in this location. I'm going to go out wide once again. Let's look up near Auburndale. This is the one that we were talking about just a few minutes ago. And yes, once again, still seeing signs of rotation with this storm as well. If you're not seeing a tornado on the ground because of the heavy rain, you certainly have extremely strong winds in this, because when you look at some of the winds just above the surface, we're close to 100 miles an hour, 96 miles an hour right now, just to the north of Auburndale. Yes, that's just above the surface, but you have that torrential rain which carries that momentum of all that wind right down to the ground. So this is going to cause damage in this area, whether it's straight line winds or whether it's an actual tornado on the ground. Who cares at this point?
Yeah, and as we're talking about the wind threat, moving forward, we are going to be dealing with these very damaging wind gusts that continue to move through, especially with these stronger rain bands. I mean, you look at how heavy the rain is coming down for these areas. All of these areas that are currently under these tornado warnings, I mean, we're talking very heavy rain, so rain-wrapped tornado activity as well. And then we're looking at the potential for these wind gusts, upwards of 100 miles per hour as we get closer and closer to that landfall. And of course, with that, we're already seeing those rain totals start to add up here. And we're expecting, some pretty high rain totals when it's all said and done. But you look at that, already just outside of downtown St. Pete, nearly 5 inches of rainfall, 2-3 inches really area wide as we get into parts of Sarasota, Manatee County, and even inland, and in some of those spots where we've seen some of these kind of tornado warmed storms go roll through right around the Sebring area. Looks like 2.5 inches there. Fort Meade just outside you, 2.5 down to 3 in the Wauchula area as well. So yes, the rain is going to be a concern, and you can see all that heavy rain just off the coast there, as that's already been kind of coming down, and we're seeing more of these winds kind of bumping up to our coast. And so I'm going to continue to watch for these conditions to worsen here through the rest of this afternoon, this evening, especially as we look at Sky Tower radar. We can really see all of that activity, all of these heavy rain bands lifting from south to north, and so heavy rain coming down, but particularly in this kind of band from Polk County right on through parts of Avon Park down to Sebring. I mean, those rainfall rates look pretty intense to me, and so we're going to continue to see those 2 and 3 inch totals that we've already seen come down on the ground really stack up pretty quickly. There, it looks like we've switched over to our actual rainfall rates. 7.5 inches per hour. I mean, that's incredible. 6 inches per hour. These are some of the rain bands that we're talking about when we're talking about the potential for these isolated rainfall totals when this event is all said and done to be well over a foot. And it's bands like this that are dropping 6-7 inches of rain per hour that are going to be some of the problem areas moving forward.
This is going to cause very quick flooding in these areas because no, it doesn't rain at that rate in this spot for an hour, but it's there for 15 minutes, and just the amount of rain that you're going to pick up, I mean, you're going to pick up an inch or two of rain in 15 minutes, and even for Florida, that's a lot of rain for us to pick up in that short amount of time. So you're going to start to see, I think, some substantial flooding with this as well over the next several hours as well. So we just continue to watch each one of these areas. Southern Polk County, watching this area moving into, now it looks like moving just to the north and west of Auburndale, basically right over the Polk Parkway. We're seeing that's one area that we've been watching. I'm going to go ahead and circle this area right here. So that one looks like it's continuing to work its way on to the north and the west, go out wide once again, and then you look down into essentially all of Highlands County. So we're going to continue to watch each one of these areas. We're going to take a quick little break here, and we're going to be back with obviously much more as we continue.
Welcome back, everyone. Conditions are worsening as the hurricane approaches.
In St. Petersburg, flooding could force the city to shut down some sewer facilities. Let's head to Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy, who is live at St. Pete near the pier with the very latest out there. Kaylee, how are the conditions?
Hey, since we talked to you guys last, the conditions have certainly deteriorated. We are down on docks forward. If you've been in this area, it's close to the pier. You can see the white caps already out here, the pier in the distance. And St. Pete PD says they've already seen flooding across the city. City officials say, they told us earlier that we would expect to feel the most significant impacts this afternoon and those hurricane force winds around midnight. And they say, do not let your guard down.
Please remember, St. Pete remains in the cone of uncertainty. That means we're still in the danger zone to receive the eye of the storm. I hear the sighs of relief when we see those small jogs south. Don't let your guard down. Again, we are expecting impacts, direct impacts from this storm. While miles matter, we remain a short distance from the projected path of the eye of that storm.
And the city expects to shut down the northeast and southwest sewer treatment facilities to keep operators out of those sites safe who are operating them currently. They'll close those sites if 5 to 7 feet of water get onto the sites or if the winds get unsafe for those operators and they have to evacuate them. They will let you know beforehand if that decision is made. Officials are urging affected residents, if that does happen, not to flush the toilets, shower, or do laundry. City officials say they hope to get things back up and running 24 hours after it's safe to come back to that plant, but they say it could take longer. They also mention services like water, sewer, and electric overall. It could be out for days and possibly weeks. It all depends on what we see from this storm, but just as of right now, you can see the conditions have deteriorated just in the hour and a half since we talked to you guys last. Back to you.
Yeah, it is already looking pretty rough out there. All right, Kaylee Tracy live at the St. Pete Pier. Kaylee, thank you.
All right, we're going to go back to Jim and Valerie. And so far, the story of Milton has been an outbreak of tornadoes.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're continuing to watch that here very closely on Sky Tower radar. We were just looking at that 3 o'clock advisory that dropped in, and we'll get to that in just a second. But let's show you what we're tracking out there on Sky Tower. You can see this really just distinct line of thunderstorms and rain bands that are causing really a tornadic outbreak that extends across so many counties. We're going to kind of circle in this area here. You can very clearly see the wrapping of those bands that are coming on shore and just the line of tornado warnings that are coming with them. So really quite incredible as we are tracking just these storms that have been able to sustain not just tornadoes, but very large, dangerous and damaging tornadoes. We just got reports of a tornado that touched down near Fantasy of Flight in Polk County. We know that about 10 homes were damaged from that storm that we were just tracking near Lake Placid. And so we're going to continue to keep a very close eye on these storms as we still have several tornado warnings in effect, and we're switching over to our storm winds. That's where we kind of take a closer look at the velocity levels that are happening closer to the ground. So we're looking for those signs of rotation here, and it looks like this is one of the areas right outside of Lakeland, Eaton Park and Galloway, Auburndale areas. Some of those spots are kind of right where we're watching for the potential of some of that rotation detector. You can see that where we're kind of highlighting that green color there. And so these are the areas that we're keeping a close eye on. We do know that kind of generally just to the south of here, we've got a whole cluster of, tornadic activity, these thunderstorms that have been producing these spin-ups. And so these are all kind of lifting from south to north. And so we're highlighting these areas that are potentially in line to see this activity moving in, to see these warnings possibly extend further north, because that's basically what we've seen as we've been kind of moving forward over the last couple of hours. There we're kind of focusing in right to the east of Fort Meade and kind of right across, it looks like 98 and outside the frost-proof area. That's another spot where we're seeing some rotation detector, some of that debris indication, I guess you would say, on our radar there, where we're seeing those bright greens, those bright red colors.
Yeah, we just continue to see all these areas right now, right between Fort Meade and Frostproof. That's an indication of a very strong rotation in this area, as we flip over and you look at the winds in this, and you're seeing that just in the velocity data here, where you're seeing it has just crossed over Fort Meade. Every one of these are moving to the north or the northwest at about 25 to 30 miles an hour, and it's just that same band that essentially all morning has shown rotation after rotation. Here's another one that's worked its way into extreme eastern and southeastern Highlands County. So this is well to the south and east of Sebring right now. This is working its way up towards 98. Not a whole lot of population in that area, but it is yet another area that we're watching very closely. And then we flip back over and just look at that more traditional, that reflectivity, where we're looking at all the rain, and you can see just how much of this. And so on top of all this, we're really now starting to accumulate so much more of that rain coming down. Now, go out a little wider here, and over here is where we actually have the eye. Now, the eye is located, if we go right to the center of that, back towards Sarasota, we're now about 85 miles off the coast. And I want to go out just a little bit wider on this, and we'll back up the time here for about an hour and just kind of loop through this to see what kind of movement we've got with this. And it just continues on that same track. One of the things we'll be watching for as we go through the afternoon is just to see if we have any sort of indication of any wobbles with this. We go back in time a little bit further with this, and what you're looking at is, again, a pretty steady, straight path with this. But quite often, you see these wobbles. We like to think when we draw these lines on here on a forecast track that they move from point A to point B. Well, that's just not the way it works. They wobble and they weave along, so it's not really a complete straight path with these. And so as we go through to later on today and into tonight, any wobble that we do see, that can really spell a big difference for exactly who is affected by this as we go through this evening. Now, it does look like maybe we've just gotten yet another warning here as I look at this popping up here. It looks like right there. I'm going to go ahead and stop the radar, and let's take a quick look at this to see if we've got yet another warning. This goes till 3:30. This is for, let's look at some of the winds inside of this. And I think what we're just looking at is just more of the same in these areas, right along 98 and pushing up towards Bartow and Eagle Lake. We do see what looks like definite rotation, or a pretty good sign. It looks like maybe just on that western side of this warning as well, an area that we're going to continue to watch as well. So if you are in Mulberry, if you're in Bartow, if you're over towards Lake Wales, or maybe just to the little bit of the west of Lake Wales, and then back towards Eagle Lake, these are the areas right now I think you probably want to take cover. You want to be in that safe location as well. We've seen definitely some signs of some rotation. We had some in and around the Auburndale area. You are now out of your warning up towards Auburndale, in and around into the east of Lakeland. That does look like that has weakened. That warning has now expired for that area. So right now we have 2 active warnings in the area, one into central and southern Polk County, extending down towards Sebring, and then that other one in extreme eastern and southeastern corner of Highlands County. You look at the radar, again, just absolutely amazing to see the number of warnings across the area, that we just continue to see each one of these bands. And the other thing that you notice is you're seeing more and more that southern side of the storm that is getting eroded away. And so that's something that we've been talking about, that we've noted would happen with this, but we're also seeing so much of that weather on that northern side of the storm. And that's going to continue to be more of an issue here as we go through the rest of today. Now, again, circling back and talking about that 3 o'clock advisory, right now you're seeing maybe ever so slightly slowing down to the northeast at 16 miles an hour. The winds have been steadily but slowly coming down. Early this morning, 6 o'clock hour, these winds were still 160 miles an hour. This is still a Category 4. So is it going to weaken some more? More than likely it's going to weaken some more, but this is still going to be a very powerful hurricane. We're still going to see that storm surge, even with the weakening, that storm surge, that doesn't change. It's just at this point, it's a matter of who exactly ends up getting the worst of that storm surge, and that is going to be from the center of where this moves on shore and to the right, or in this case, to the south of this. So if it takes a track like this, in large part, it will help to spare portions of Tampa Bay. Now, there's still going to be some storm surge that works its way in, and the way the winds are, it will still cause some significant flooding in some areas, but this could at least alleviate that worst case scenario of what we've been fearing across Tampa Bay. But us escaping it across Tampa Bay also means some of our neighbors just to our south, down into Manatee and Sarasota, they are taking the full brunt of this as we go through this evening. Also notice this track as it moves its way across the state and pushing over onto the other side of the state. Even by tomorrow morning, we're still talking about 85-mile-an-hour winds across the state, Category 1, as it exits out into the Atlantic. So this is a storm that is going to cause widespread destruction, devastation, power outages across the entire central portion of the state. Now you look at that dry air that continues to wrap into this system. That's been the two things that we have talked about with this, is the dry air and the wind shear. And to talk more about some of the threats and what we're going to see throughout the rest of the afternoon, I want to pass this over to Valerie. Valerie?
Yeah, and you know, it is interesting, Jim, as we're seeing this tropical system start to interact with, say, these more northern types of energy. We've got this jet dripping in. We've got a cold front that's kind of across northern parts of Florida. And so as this tropical system is interacting with those areas, we are certainly seeing those signs of it eroding away at some of the key components there. And these are the reasons that we anticipate some further weakening on approach to landfall, which we are closing in on now. That is going to be later tonight into the early Thursday morning hours. And it's right where this storm comes on shore and right in that immediate area around it where the strongest winds are certainly going to be felt, upwards of that 110-mile-per-hour threshold. But then you look at how big of an area that we have, kind of this red color here that extends across into the Space Coast, Fort Pierce, Melbourne, Orlando areas. We are talking about some very damaging winds to be possible, 74, 110 miles per hour. And then we kind of see that shift even into parts of St. Augustine, up to 73-mile-per-hour gusts, and further down areas around Okeechobee, West Palm Beach. We're talking the potential for 58 to 73-mile-per-hour winds. And so certainly, especially in this part of the state, we're talking west central Florida, expecting some pretty widespread power outages. These type of winds are certainly going to be knocking down trees, limbs, and that's going to come with some pretty severe power outages, especially where this storm comes ashore and kind of takes that track across central parts of the area. So we're focusing in on our wind gust forecast right around the 10-11 o'clock time frame. We start to get up in that threshold of 100-mile-per-hour winds for Sarasota down to Venice. In our inland spots, look at Arcadia around Wauchula, Sebring, up to that 50-60-mile-per-hour threshold. Clearwater gusting up to 70 miles per hour at that point in the night. And then right on into the early Thursday morning hours, we're really going to deal with those winds coming quite quickly. 70, 80-mile-per-hour gusts up and down a lot of our coastal spots. And even as we get inland, still into the early Thursday morning hours, we're looking at the potential around where the storm is, say down to Polk County, some of our southern spots around Highlands, still dealing with those very strong wind gusts and the threshold up to 70 miles per hour at times. And then they kind of wind down as we head through the later hour mornings on Thursday. But as for our power outage index, this kind of just paints the picture. It picks up on those potential wind speed forecasts. And so as we get into the later night hours and these stronger winds continue to expand across our area, that's when we can kind of see the highlight for these power outages to start. And then as I kind of play this out, this is positive paused here 9:30 tonight, and then you can kind of see those traveling, expanding a bit more into some of the areas where we do expect the stronger winds that will be wrapping around the core of this storm. Here's our latest look at satellite imagery where you can really kind of see this defined area here, and then all of it kind of getting a little bit spread out, fanned out on the north side of that storm as it is interacting with those other features that I mentioned to you. That stronger shear and that drier air will continue to impact this storm, and it's going to be battling those environmental factors that are less favorable to sustain a tropical system, but it is still a very strong storm, and so it's just not going to be enough to knock it down for us to see lessening impacts. But here's our storm surge forecast, and it's important to remember these numbers on the north side, they will not be this high if the storm, say, comes ashore to the south of the area. So you can see this red color here. That's where we've started to shift our thinking as far as where the trends have been. It's a bad situation for areas around Siesta Key, Longboat Key, Almond Circle, right in the Sarasota area, and then kind of right on down to the mouth of Port Charlotte. Some of those areas furthermore into Fort Myers that were so damaged from Hurricane Ian. Those are some of the spots where, with this storm shifting a little bit more to the south, it's more likely we see these numbers on the south side of this forecast play out as we are looking at really the worst of the storm surge. That's going to be along into the south of the storm. But all of the heavy rain, look at all of what's on the north side of the center of circulation. These are the spots where we're going to talk about flash flooding concerns to be a big deal, as we're talking 6 to 12 inches of rainfall, and in some cases we're going to talk up to 18 inches of rain, and this is over a relatively short period of time. So the rain is going to be a big concern as well. You see this pink color here? That's basically the highest level we can get as far as an excessive rain outlook is concerned. So there's kind of a look at some of our impacts here around the area. We're going to be with you through it all, so we've got our continuous coverage ongoing. For now, I'm going to send it over to Haley and Linda.
Val, thank you. In Sarasota, evacuation shelters are beginning to fill up. Fruitville and Gulf Gate elementary schools are no longer options.
But if you need to get to safety, Philippi Shores Elementary School remains open. Now here's Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon at Gulf Gate in Sarasota.
The winds and the rain have been increasing as each hour passes here in Sarasota County. We're here in Gulf Gate, really close to Gulf Gate Drive and Bisham Road. And you can see right here, this is a creek, and the creek has started to overflow into the roadway. Now today we saw some cars, some trucks going through. The trucks aren't having that much of a hard time going through. Some of the cars, yes, but this is an area where we will continue to keep an eye on just for the flooding threat here. Want to introduce you to a neighbor in Gulf Gate, Leo here. Leo, you've lived here for about 7 years, you said. Have you ever seen this before?
Hi. Only once more I have seen it for Hurricane Debbie, but this is very unusual. And so it raises a little bit of concern because yesterday the level of the water was just a few inches, even this morning, and now it's risen up, I want to say, a good 7.5, 8 feet.
So today I know that you're in Zone B. Your house is a little higher up. Will you be kind of keeping an eye on this just to make sure that you don't need to leave the Gulf Gate area?
Oh yes, I am. This is one of my indicators. I come here every couple hours and take a look when the rain recedes a little bit and check on things.
And your sons often come over here and fish, and that's one of the things you just said it a couple seconds ago, but that level, normally it's a pretty low level here where it's not that high, but it's really significantly increased here.
Yes, it has. It definitely has. It's like I said, it's raising concerns and with the neighbors, and yeah, we're in the lookout for more weather.
Leo, thank you for talking to us. Stay safe today, but thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you. You guys too. Be safe.
So here in Gulfgate, it's funny, if you cross over, one section of Gulfgate is in Zone C evacuation. The other side over here is in Zone B. So really, neighbors, the ones that have decided to stay, will be keeping an eye on this flooding here, just making sure that they are safe. There's still a couple hours to do so, but if people are going to leave, you're going to want to do it while it's still daylight, because this flooding hazard can sometimes be really hard to see as nightfall comes. For now, we're in Sarasota. Kimberly Quezon, Fox 13 News.
Yeah, for some of our counties, it's getting too dangerous, really, to travel because of all these tornado warnings. So you can find more storm coverage right in the palm of your hand on our Fox Local mobile app. It has the latest county updates, even forecast videos from our weather team, and you can also stream our live newscasts. It's free to download for our iPhone and Android phones, and it's great to have once the power goes out.
And another option, radio. Several local radio stations are carrying our newscasts. You can listen to our hurricane coverage on 102.5 The Bone, 97X, and 101.5 The Vibe.
Well, Pasco County preparing for Hurricane Milton and the possibility of huge storm surges along the coastline.
Fox 13's Kylie Jones tells us a lot of people are forced to leave their homes gutted, and they're praying they don't flood again.
As the rain already starts to come down, storm surge flooding and flash flooding here in Pasco County continue to remain one of the main concerns. It's just a matter of how much this area will get, but we know 2 weeks ago with Hurricane Helene, these canals started rising and several feet of water came up to these homes in this area. This is Hudson, and you're looking at one of the canals in this area. A lot of homes, as you can see, along the coast, and you can also see mounds of debris that are still sitting outside homes. This has become an added stress and an added factor of danger when it comes to Milton. Now, not only are emergency officials saying people might have to worry about the concern over storm surge flooding and high winds, but emergency officials have said this week that all of this debris you see has the potential to become flying missiles. This debris was left by Hurricane Helene. Again, homes in this neighborhood had feet of flood water inside them after Helene. Now all of this you see has been sitting out on the street for about 2 weeks now. Picking up all of this debris has been one of the top priorities this week by county crews and private debris haulers and contractors. But emergency officials said on Tuesday, Helene left 3 months worth of debris. It's simply not possible to pick all of this up in just a couple of days' time. You can see on this street that debris was not gotten to in time. Although we were in some other parts of Pasco County, in the Port Richey area, the debris appeared to have been collected off of several streets. That was one piece of solace one homeowner in that area had. He said he had 4 feet of water inside his home. You can see it's gutted. There's not even much to protect at this point. He locked up, evacuated, and is hoping for the best.
Sandbags ain't gonna do nothing when the water's 4 feet high. You know, there's nothing you could prepare for. You have to make sure you're safe, your family is safe, and that's it. The material things, they're going. There's nothing in this house that's used. I can use nothing.
As the rain and the wind picks up, again, the concern over storm surge flooding and flash flooding still remains. It's just a matter of what level of that we could end up seeing in Pasco County. That's why emergency officials have urged people to heed the warnings and evacuate. You can see the rain coming down right now already and the wind starting to pick up, so time is really running out to do so. Reporting in Pasco County, Kylie Jones.
Thank you, Kylie. So here's a time-lapse video of the Anna Maria Pier from this morning for several hours. Again, this is time-lapse. It's not real time, but it does give you a sense of how really the sun never even came out. Rain and winds just all day long. A few birds on the dock, at times periods of heavy rain falling. And we show you this now because the camera has since stopped working, so we can't show you the real time what's going on.
Here's some time-lapse video from Sarasota. You can see how the weather deteriorated as the day went on as well. This is Plymouth Harbor in Sarasota. The sky darkens as rain bands pass through the area, and you can see the wind pick up with the palm trees blowing. Now, thankfully, no traffic on that bridge there.
Governor DeSantis is in Lake City this afternoon, where he just gave another update on the final preparations for the hurricane.
Yeah, DeSantis thanked the crews who are preparing our communities for this hurricane while also helping with Helene recovery efforts.
We've had linemen come from all over the continental United States. California, people are coming. Others have come. So we will have over 50,000 linemen that are pre-staged in the state of Florida. As soon as the storm passes, they are going to go to work.
He also reminded Floridians that this is not just a threat to the Gulf Coast. Areas on the storm's path are susceptible to flooding, and they're also at risk of losing power. State officials will be working with the White House and FEMA to bring relief to Floridians affected by the storm. Now, the president also got an update on this afternoon on Hurricane Milton.
Biden is urging everyone to stay aware and take precautions.
To save lives and livelihoods, I want to emphasize a few things. First, many communities in Hurricane Milton's path do not have a moment to catch their breath between Helene and Milton. 2 historic storms in 2 weeks. I want to thank everyone who has followed local guidance to evacuate ahead of the landfall. I know it's really tough, leaving behind your home, your belongings, everything you own. But I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to follow all safety instructions as we head to the next 24 hours.
All right, keep it right here, because Jim and Val and Paul currently monitoring all those tornado warnings and watches, and we're going to have more on that when we return.
This is a live look at Fox 13 Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. You're watching Fox 13. This is a live look at Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. This is a live look at Fox 13 Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. You're watching Fox 13. This is a live look at Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. This is a live look at Fox 13 Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. You're watching Fox 13. This is a live look at Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment.
We are going to head back out to Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. Often when a storm is approaching or here, that is one of the first areas where we do see those storm impacts.
Sure. Ariel Placencia is monitoring the situation out there for us. Ariel, right now, well, the weather's picking up, but is it flooding yet?
It's not flooding yet, but as you can tell, the wind and the rain absolutely picking up. You know, when I was here covering Hurricane Helene, the water was just crashing over the balustrades and completely flooding all of Bayshore Boulevard. We do not have that happening as of right now at this moment. I can tell you the road is absolutely wet. That rain is coming down. The wind is blowing, but all lanes are open to traffic, and we do have some vehicles coming through here driving at this hour. I should mention that Bayshore Boulevard and the surrounding area is part of Zone A, which is under a mandatory evacuation. So is Zone B in Hillsborough County. The concern here, of course, flooding, flash flooding. So many of our roads expected to be overwhelmed by the amount of water. When you think about, we had Hurricane Helene, then we had some recent rain events. Now with what we're expecting with Milton, we are unfortunately going to see so many of our roads, likely Bayshore Boulevard, underwater later.
It's hard to imagine after what we just went through less than 2 weeks ago how saturated the grounds are. I mean, with any amount of rain at this point, it's going to run off. The grounds, the soils are just not going to be able to absorb any of that rain. So pretty instantly, I think we're going to see some flooding concerns. I mean, we're talking 6, 12, and in some cases 18 inches of rain, and this is over a 24-hour period. So this is going to be a quick event, but a lot of rain coming down through the Thursday afternoon time frame, say.
Yeah, and we're already seeing that rain coming down here again, Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. Now, you know, flooding is a serious concern. High amounts of water flooding our streets and our communities. It's one of the many reasons why the city of Tampa is allowing residents to park in one of their 8 city garages. You know, during Hurricane Helene, we unfortunately saw several electric vehicle fires on Davis Islands. They don't want to see that again, so city officials are asking residents to park their cars on those higher levels. When we drove downtown, nobody was in those lower levels of parking garages. We saw all those cars up top, and we did see a number of electric vehicles, and so certainly hoping that people are staying safe out here and really not to travel on these roads, because ladies, they're really only going to get worse.
Yeah, we saw an awful lot of cars behind you, Ariel. I'm hoping maybe they're just on their way to TGH to work or something, but yeah, you're right, it's getting worse, and you stay safe too. A lot of people hunkering down, and hopefully you have found your safe place to ride out the storm. We're going to go now to Danielle McDonald, a dean of students at the University of South Florida. Can you hear us, Danielle?
I can.
Thanks for joining us, first of all, and tell us where you are and who you're with.
Sure. I am at a shelter at Jennings Middle School, and I've got about a little less than 200 students from all 3 campuses of the University of South Florida. We've also got students from the University of Tampa here. I've got 15 staff members and police and medical response units who have all left their homes to stay here with our students, and Jennings school administrators who are making sure that we are fed and that we have safe spaces to be.
And I can see even a few dogs there as well. Danielle, could you tell us, why did you decide to stay there with them?
It gives our students more comfort and our parents and families comfort to know that a USF administrator is staying with the students. So my staff are here, and so this is where I need to be with them.
Can you describe what the shelter is like, what kind of resources you guys have there, and then the mood of everybody?
Sure. We have most of our students in their big gymnasium. And then we have some students from the other schools in classrooms in one of the other buildings. And then the staff, we have the cafeteria that the staff are using to feed our students, and they're also using it for their social time. They're watching movies, they're playing games, or doing schoolwork, hopefully. And then in the gymnasium, there's more... I'm sorry?
Go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say, how would you describe the group of students out there? Are they mainly, native Floridians, or do you have out-of-state students who've maybe never experienced something like this before?
It is mostly international students and a few out-of-state students. So they are definitely experiencing a hurricane for the first time and are having some nerves about it, but they have been in really great spirits and are, flowing with the challenges.
So Danielle, what are your words of wisdom or comfort to them, especially if, you've lived in a foreign country and you've never been through a hurricane? This is a big one.
Well, we just talk about that our shelters are here for a reason and that they are safe spaces for people who cannot reside in their homes and in our residence halls. And so the shelters are designated to be the safe spaces for them. And we have staff that are talking them through some of their fears. We have a therapy dog, Bailey, who is here to give lots of snuggles and kisses and help them feel better.
We know those animals certainly can help work out some of the nerves. And really, it doesn't matter whether you've lived here your whole life and you've experienced this or you're doing it for the first time. It's nerve-wracking for everyone, but it sure
we're
does
universally
help.
Anxious right now.
Yeah, it helps to be together.
And resources, water, food, all of that is plentiful for you out there?
Yes, the school has been wonderful in providing food and resources. USF also sent a lot of food and resources with us as well. And so, so far, we have been able to have everything that we need.
All right. Well, Danielle, we appreciate you giving us an update on everything, and we hope you all have a safe night together, and we'll make it through to tomorrow. But
yes,
glad all the students are together.
Yes, we're going to make it through this together.
Thank you so much.
Let's check back now with Jim and Val. I know you guys have been busy over there monitoring a lot of action. What's the latest?
Yeah, I mean, we just continue to watch this. One small plus here is we don't have any current warnings right now. So there's no current tornado warnings across the entire viewing area. Now, that could quickly change, but as you look at the camera down at Plymouth Harbor, you're seeing it bouncing around, torrential rain. I mean, at times, from this vantage point, we've not even been able to see downtown. Now, you flip the camera around and you look. This is at Lido, and you're looking at the waves, and this is somewhat deja vu from just, less than 2 weeks ago with Helene, and you're seeing just the huge waves and that surge starting to develop along the coastline there. And unfortunately, conditions are just going to continue to deteriorate, work our way up the coastline. Clearwater Beach, you can see at times that water has certainly gone much higher up the beach. You can see that line, but right now receding back a little bit. But this is going to continue to build as we go through the afternoon. You look real closely, and I was looking at this a few minutes ago. This is Bayshore Boulevard. Trust me, it's in there. You can see a little hint right there on the left-hand side of some of the condo buildings, but for the time being, everything looking okay as far as storm surge with this track. Further to the south, that is going to help the situation as far as that storm surge into Tampa Bay. Look at the winds right now. St. Petersburg sustained basically just a hair below tropical storm force. We'll go ahead and we'll call it tropical storm. 40 is tropical storm. So gusting to 48. Clearwater gusting to 44 here in Tampa. We're seeing our winds gusting currently to 37 miles an hour, and down in the Sarasota, your winds are gusting 43 miles an hour. All these winds, for the time being, they're pushing offshore. That's what's really helping the situation out. But Sky Tower radar right now, very active. And I wanted to take a moment to show you this, because this is the power outages, and those are starting to really accumulate at this point. You look into Hillsborough County, and we're at 9,500, 6,500 into Pinellas, down into Manatee. We're now at 8,000 out of power right now, and we just now have yet a new tornado warning. So just at the time we were excited about no tornado warnings, here we go yet again. And this is over into central Polk County. This is the area that we're looking at, and this seems familiar because we've seen a number of warnings over into that eastern portion and central portion of Polk County. This one goes until 4:30. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. Right now, this is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 8 miles to the north of Avon Park. This one is moving very fast. This one's moving to the north at 55 miles an hour. So this one is really caught up in this wind. And here's what we're looking at. As we look at the winds in this, there you see it. It looks like right now to the east of 27. I'm going to circle the area that we are looking at right down here. And so this is moving to the north at 55 miles an hour. So right now, this very moment, frost-proof, Hillcrest Heights, over towards Lake Wales, you need to be in your safe location. This is heading basically in your direction over towards Alcoma. Alcoma, I know you've had a number of warnings in just to the east of Lake Wales, but here we go again. We have another tornado right now. Radar indicated, no confirmation, but at this point we have to treat them the same, regardless whether they're confirmed or not. And then this will work its way to the north. Now, you notice how large this warning is, and that is simply because this is moving so fast, moving to the north right now at 55 miles an hour. So you look at the rotation in this, and this is the area that we're excuse me, this is the area that we're looking at. It just now worked its way into Polk County, and that is the rotation right there. And that is working its way right towards frostproof. And with that speed at 55 miles an hour, this is going to be in frostproof probably in the next, say, 3, 4, 5 minutes. So it's basically, it's there right now. And then this will continue to race on towards the north and east as we continue to see the radar scanning this area. We're already seeing this a bit further to the north, up towards frostproof as well. Heading up towards Lake Wales, and this is just going to continue on that same basic track. Go out wide on this once again and look at just all the rain, and we just continue to watch these very strong bands. And just as we go out wide, we have yet another warning. This one, it looks like filling in that hole into southeastern Polk County, and it does look like this is now for a cell that's working its way just to the east of frostproof. There we go. That one goes until 4:30 as well. And this is the area now working its way into, looks like, Highlands County, well east of Avon Park. But this is moving to the north as well, moving to the north at 20 miles an hour. So this one moving a bit slower. But again, so we've got one right around frostproof. We have another one that's working its way a bit further on towards the east, maybe not nearly as much population once you get right over into this corner, but certainly up over towards frostproof, over towards Hillcrest Heights, heading up towards Lake Wales. There's population in this area. You've got Bach Tower in here. You've got some communities right along 27 heading up to the north as well. Let's go out wide once again and look at just all the rain continue to spread through these areas. And then as far as the rainfall mounts, we're just continuing to watch more of this piling up right along the coastline. And then just so much of this starting to spread inland as well in the Sarasota. And then you see this moving over into our inland communities as well. So we do have a flash flood warning in many of these areas throughout the interior as well. I want to take the time here to talk about the track because winds still steadily slowing down with this, but still we're talking about a Category 4. It's amazing that we're happy to see this down to 130 because this has just been an absolutely historic hurricane. This morning we woke up, this was still at 160 miles an hour, so we're heading in the right direction, but still this is going to be a devastating blow to the coastline. As we head into this evening, still on track, looking at just the motion of this, it still looks like it is heading in the same basic area. Been watching for any of these wobbles with this, and so far we haven't seen anything like this, but from that track line and also to the right, that is where we're going to see the maximum amount of that surge as it works its way through. Later on tonight and into tomorrow, this is pushing still across the state, 85-mile-an-hour winds And then we have so much of this rain that is on that northern side of this as well. 6 to 12 inches of rain, and we're likely going to see some isolated areas of up to 18 inches of rain. I want to bring Valerie in to talk more about some of these impacts that we're going to continue to see as we head through the afternoon, Valerie.
Yeah, Jim, and I'm going to start by kind of playing out our past path that we have seen Hurricane Milton take. You could see where it emerged in the western Gulf of Mexico, and originally this was actually able to kind of tap in to some tropical energy from the remnants of a storm that was over in the Pacific. And so overnight, we basically saw this area explode in the western Gulf. And this is the kind of path that it took. It meandered here very slowly, kind of dipped off to the south, and right as it was to the north of the Yucatan Peninsula, that's when we saw it explode to become a major Category 5 hurricane. And since then, that's when it started to take that curve. We've got that trough of low pressure, and that's basically started to pull this storm. You think of it like a magnet, and that's why it started to take that trend off to the north and east. And so all things have pretty much been on track with what we've been watching over the last couple of days. Now we zoom in on where it is now, and we're still seeing this storm a little bit off our coast to the south and west, maybe about 100, a little over 100 miles there. And so we're still talking about 130 mile per hour winds as this storm has slowed down just a slight bit, but still moving to the northeast about 16 miles per hour. That pressure at about 948 millibars at this point. And so still a very strong hurricane, but it is continuing to interact with some much less favorable conditions. The kind of maximum of its strength has already been accomplished when it was in that part of the Gulf. And as it continues to get closer to our state, we've got these very hostile upper winds and these drier air that the storm is going to continue to contend with through the rest of its kind of approach to making that landfall later on tonight. Despite that, it is still going to be bringing major impacts all across west and central Florida. It is a very unique storm in the path that it kind of directly crossed the Gulf of Mexico to be making landfall in these areas that we don't typically talk about, kind of a direct landfall from a storm crossing the Gulf of Mexico like that. And so as we talk about our probability for hurricane force winds, you can kind of see where we're painting the picture of where this storm might come on shore. And we do certainly expect right around that eye wall to be the most extreme and damaging winds and wind gusts. And so our latest trends have continued to kind of steer the course with this storm coming on shore likely just south of Tampa Bay. Now, you know, of course, we continue to watch for any subtle changes because, as we've been saying, a slight nudge to the north puts Tampa Bay directly into the high threat for the storm surge, kind of funneling right into parts of Hillsborough and Tampa Bay areas. But all of the trends with where we're seeing that center of circulation now and the kind of course that it's been taking, we do expect this kind of trend to continue, where it likely comes on shore just south of Tampa Bay, puts the worst of the storm surge then to areas just to the south of where that landfall will occur. But look at these winds. This yellow color here, that's where we're talking 60 to 75 mile per hour winds, and that moves on shore and spreads across a huge chunk of the state. And then we have these concerns also on the East Coast, because once this emerges back as still a strong category, or strong hurricane rather, we get that onshore push. We've got all of those wave heights picking up, and so this is not just a concern close to where this makes landfall, but the winds are going to be far-reaching as this really crosses the base of the peninsula. So as far as when the worst of the winds will start, it looks like right around that 6 o'clock time frame, then right on through 11 o'clock. That's when we're approaching this storm to be making landfall, which we're still eyeing really the late night, early Thursday morning hours. But you could see those winds where we get close to up to 100 miles per hour right around Sarasota, down onto Venice, our inland spots dealing with those 60, 70 mile per hour gusts, and right on through the early Thursday morning hours, these winds will be whipping. We'll start to see a change in the direction of the winds, of course, once the storm starts to be crossing the state. You can see on the backside of this, we've kind of got a different amount of wind flow. So just depending on where you're at, exactly where we'll see the direction of those winds. But it's late tonight where we get that onshore push. And so our storm surge issues will really start to pick up as we get closer to landfall and after, once that center kind of moves onshore. So all of these heavy rain bands, we're already dealing with them, and these continue to lift south to north. So through the rest of tonight, it's really northern spots. So even though we're on the north side of where we're talking about a potential landfall, that puts us in line to be dealing with all of the heaviest rain. This storm kind of a little bit lopsided here. We're going to have all of the heavy rain concerns on the north side of the storm, but then the storm surge is going to be along into the south of that storm center. And then right on through Thursday morning, we start to see conditions improve as this likely takes that jog off the East Coast by the late morning hours. And so conditions improve through the day tomorrow. Let's go ahead and talk about the storm surge potential. With that trend kind of pushing further south, it's areas around Manatee, Sarasota counties that we are very concerned about. You can kind of see the legend up here. We've got this orange color. We're talking 9 feet of inundation and around 6 feet with this yellow color. So some threatened areas, Home Beach down to Bradenton Beach, Cortez, right on through Bayshore Gardens. All of these areas close to the coast have a very high chance of these extreme storm surge values. Lido Key, you can see they're kind of in this threshold here, 6 to 9 feet, right on down to areas around kind of Longboat, Lido Key, Armand Circle, and then right on into Siesta Key. You can see a lot of Siesta Key kind of up to this orange color, up to 9 feet. And then furthermore, as we get down south into areas around Osprey and say around Venice, Inglewood, we will have some concerns about these areas. So if it's not Tampa Bay, it is going to be our neighbors just to the south. And so this storm is going to be bringing some impacts as far as the surge, also the wind. Jim already mentioned the power outages that we've seen coming through. And so overall, here's kind of a look at where we're anticipating the worst of the winds, but all of us here around the state are going to be seeing some sort of impact from Hurricane Milton.
Thanks, Valerie. Thanks, Jim. As of now, most of the major bridges are closed, including the Howard Franklin and the Sunshine Skyway.
Only the eastbound lanes of the Gandy are open to let any Pinellas traffic evacuate, and the same goes for the Courtney Campbell Causeway, where Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis joins us with this update.
Yeah, hey guys, it's Genevieve Curtis here. We are on the Courtney Campbell right now, where you can see they still have the eastbound lanes open, but what we know right now is that the westbound lanes of the Courtney Campbell are closed. You can see some people still using this as a way to get over the bridge, to get off of Pinellas County right now. We have seen some cars coming through. It hasn't been very many, so that's good that most people have already made their plan to get over the bridge and over the bay. But the bay right now is getting very choppy. The winds are picking up. They have closed, again, the westbound lanes of Courtney Campbell. We know that they've also closed the Howard Franklin Bridge, so this is one of the only ways now for people who are in Pinellas County, in Clearwater, in St. Pete, to get over closer to the mainland. And people are certainly still having that option this afternoon, but it won't be long before they also close the Courtney Campbell here. Both lanes are expected to close later this afternoon. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Genevieve. Manatee County still remains in the path of Hurricane Milton.
County officials tell us that that people need to evacuate, but the time really it's too serious and the time has passed now.
Where you are now is where you're going to be during the duration of Milton. We do not advise you to go anywhere at this time, as the conditions are rapidly getting worse. The Skyway Bridge is closed. EMS and fire are no longer responding to the islands. Bridges to the islands are also closed. More road closures are expected. We will do our best to update them as fast as possible. Please visit mymanatee.org/storm for those updates. Again, where you are now is where you will be during the duration of Milton.
County officials add that as of right now, there are no preemptive plans to disconnect power to any areas of the county.
They also say that levels at the Lake Manatee Dam have been lowered in anticipation for the heavy rain that is associated with Milton.
Some of our inland areas are already experiencing effects of Hurricane Milton.
And by the time it reaches Polk County tonight, everyone there will be feeling those hurricane force winds. Fox 13's Carla Byron is in Polk with the latest.
Milton is expected to impact Polk County this evening with tropical storm force winds. Hurricane force winds are expected tonight, which may reach 70 to 90 miles per hour. The flood threat has actually increased significantly since yesterday. Rain totals of 6 to 18 inches are being forecasted. If your area has flooded in the past, assume it will flood again this time. There will be downed trees, which can damage homes, as well as downed power lines. People will lose lose electricity. If you live in a manufactured home, officials say to try and seek shelter elsewhere. Stay with a friend or a member of your church, or if you have no other choice, stay at one of the 19 county designated emergency shelters, which can house 38,000 people total. So far, there are 2,800 people using them, and there are pet-friendly and special needs shelters as well.
There's flood-prone areas in every sector of this county. And people know where they are in the flood zones. And people know up and down the Peace River and Itchnapakasassa Creek. And so there's no reason to think you can stay there and not be affected.
Here are a few key points to know about the shelters. Not all Polk County public schools are shelters, so check the full list of locations we have on our website. Cots are not provided, so bring pillows, sheets, and blankets. Lastly, meals are provided. However, you should bring foods to meet any special dietary requirements you have. And one major important thing that officials are trying to communicate is that injuries and fatalities, they actually occur not during the storm, but after the storm, when people come out of their homes to check the damage, and then they might accidentally step on a power line. So once this storm passes, stay in your homes and stay safe. In Lakeland, Carla Byron, Fox 13 News.
Carla, thank you. The city of Tampa is continuing to do some last-minute cleanup before Milton's arrival.
Fox 13's Kelly Cowan has that part of our coverage.
Many neighborhoods across the Bay Area still look like this one here in South Tampa, where you have piles of debris still lining the streets. Now, Tampa Mayor Jane Castor says that they are working hard and they're still at it, trying to pick up all of the loose debris. But unfortunately, she says they will not be able to clear all of it out before the storm, but they are still out there doing what they can before Milton makes landfall.
Our solid waste is still picking up that road debris. We're not going to be able to get, household debris. We're not going to be able to get to all of it, but they have picked up probably 70 to 80% of it. And just to put it in perspective, they have done in 2 weeks what normally takes 3 months or more to get done. So they are out there in this weather doing what they can all the way up to the last minute.
Many areas like this neighborhood in South Tampa, they have evacuated, but Mayor Castor says that if you have loose debris and you're able to, do your best to help secure it. Tie it down, move it to a shed, whatever you're able to do to make sure it does not become an airborne threat or get pushed by floodwaters in front of storm drains and only lead to an exacerbated problem. By this point, officials are also asking that we all refrain from excessive water use. That means short showers, hold off on laundry and washing the dishes. Anything we can do to reduce the strain on our sewer system is really going to help out when the rains pick up throughout the day as Milton approaches. In Tampa, Kelly Cowan reporting.
Boy, we do appreciate all of our city and county workers who have really been hustling.
Big job on their hands.
Yeah. Roads are shut down. Most of the bridges closed now. Stay with us.
Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton continues after a short break.
This is a live look at Fox 13 Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. You're watching Fox 13. This is a live look at Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. This is a live look at Fox 13 Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. You're watching Fox 13. This is a live look at Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. This is a live look at Fox 13 Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. You're watching Fox 13. This is a live look at Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we continue our coverage of Hurricane Milton, I'm Chris Cato.
And I'm Linda Hurtado, and we are continuing our coverage of Hurricane Milton. This storm so far has been really a story of tornadic activity.
A lot of impacts to our inland counties. We had over 70 tornado warnings in the past few hours. It has really been incredible. And we're also watching closely Sarasota County, which was battered so hard by Hurricane Helene.
Right. Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon is live there for us now. Kimberly, what can you tell us? What are you seeing?
Well, Linda, Chris, what we're seeing right now is just really some gusty conditions, but it's been raining on and off all day long since this morning. I want to just show you out here. This is actually my house. This is the golf course that has been shut down. You can see it gusts, and then there'll be a break, and then it'll gust some more. One of the things that people are really going to be looking at is just some of the damage that we're going to see. As you can see here, we have a pool cage. Several of the neighbors have screened in lanais. Of course, these are items that we're all expecting that will go up. I already started to see some of our screens, which it's not a huge deal. But just as those winds continue to increase, as Milton moves on to shore, these are some of the impacts that we'll be looking for. Want to show you some video right now. We took some video earlier about 2-3 hours ago of the Ringling Bridge in Sarasota. The good thing was we didn't see any cars exiting. So that means, talking to Sarasota Police Department, that a lot of people had heeded the warnings about getting off, about the possible even worse storm surge than what we saw with Helene. No one is allowed onto those barrier islands as of right now, but people are really just waiting to see what will happen right now. We spoke to a neighbor here in Gulf Gate, Leo, who said we had already started to see some localized flooding here, not from the surge, but from the rain. And he said himself that he's only seen this one time in the past. Take a listen.
Only once before with Debbie, but this is very unusual. It really never really happens like this.
What's your concern as we kind of continue on with the hours here?
Well, high winds and flooding, of course, tornadoes. That's the main concern, but we still crossing fingers and hoping for the best.
And some of that flooding right there is from a creek along Gulfgate Drive in Bisham right there. Now that creek, he said that his kids go out there, they fish out there. They looked yesterday, the water level was way down at only a couple inches. Today when we were out there, it was up to 7 feet high. Again, that's just from rain. We haven't seen any of the surge or the high tide that we could possibly see pushing in from Siesta Key. So just keep in mind, not from the surge right now, just from the rain that we're seeing. Want to bring you back out here. You can see the gusts once more. You can just see the banana trees, the palm trees going with it. A lot of people are concerned about some of the oak trees that are around Sarasota, some of the bigger trees. Talking to some people, they did evacuate because not so concerned about the surge in certain parts, but for some of those larger trees where they may come down on people's homes, and you definitely don't want to be around if that happens. Linda, Chris, back to you.
All right, Kimberly, please on live for us there in Sarasota County. Thanks, Kim.
Let's get right now to Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado. Paul.
Yeah, I'd say back in the weather office, hour or two, kind of going over the whole situation, guys. I appreciate you tuning in today. I'm here with Nash. We got you covered throughout the evening. As far as the storm goes, we've got multiple hazards that are underway. This is going to end up being one of the biggest tornado outbreaks from a tropical system on record in our state. This has been incredible today, and these are not the ones that we usually see that are elevated and don't reach the ground. We had a big tornado down in Milton that moved across I-75, big tornado in North Fort Myers, and multiple tornado warnings all the way up and down the spine of the state. As I said, one of the biggest tornado outbreaks on record from a tropical system. So we covered that. There will likely be additional warnings issued, but a lot of them could be up here and over here. So we'll watch it. We'll let you know. At the same time now, there's so much dynamics in the atmosphere. Get a little front in play. The hurricane is kind of transitioning from a pure tropical system to more of a kind of a system that has more winter characteristics. And sometimes that transition can bring additional energy into the storm. You can kind of see the eye. Well, here's the eye. And it looks like it's open to the south and southwest. And the weakening process that we talked about, when I woke up this morning, very early, couple hours sleep, and checked the situation, it was still a Cat 5, and it was getting fairly close. But as expected, the environment near us just does not support a Category 5 hurricane. It's down to a Cat 3, maybe Cat 2, Cat 3 at landfall. That is the diameter of the eye, and look at the heavy rain. So we're talking freshwater flooding, and some of the rainfall potential numbers may be 1 to 2 feet, 1 to 2 feet in areas near and around Tampa Bay as the hurricane moves on shore. Now, a lot of you watching me right now going, okay, Paul, tell me about the landfall point. And I've been just kind of doing what I said I would last night, doing a little point to where the eye is, and then an hour later, another point. In fact, Nash, can we do that? Can you go back? So the way we can, is a way you can put X's maybe on the center point.
How about that?
That's good. Yeah, and so we know that hurricanes, as they move, they don't move in a straight line just because of how they're circulating. So they kind of pivot. They wobble back and forth. Now, when you see this line here, this is the official forecast track that was put out at 11 o'clock this morning by the National Hurricane Center. When I look at this, I'm saying to myself, that's kind of tough to verify. I mean, it's going to have to take a pretty sharp right-hand turn, isn't it? And you kind of fall, and the trend has been for it to bend a little bit to the northeast, so it's not impossible, but I'm thinking probably something maybe a little bit north of that, maybe up towards getting into Tampa Bay. I'm really concerned about areas like southern Pinellas, and then getting out towards Egmont Key and Anna Maria and Holmes Beach. That's where, it's tiny, but that's where the core of the hurricane may first touch land, is right there. That's where the weather's really bad. That can cause not only the surge, but some wind damage. The good news is, we'll see what the Hurricane Center thinks about this, because an update's coming up at 5 o'clock, but I think it's tough to expect this turn. The European model, by the way, ends up in Tampa Bay. Other models are all around Tampa Bay, and we've said that all along, including last night. All the reliable models have been kind of here and here and here and here and here, and this is kind of how it's going to cluster, but a difference of 5, 10, 15 miles on the landfall point makes a big difference in your local weather. And we're still, I don't think, out of the woods yet as far as a big storm surge in Tampa Bay. It's going to be close. There'll be the water being pushed by the hurricane. The winds have been mainly east and northeast, but if the track is more over the bay, there'll be kind of fighting factors between the wind trying to go out, the water trying to come in. That's tough to predict how high the water level is going to be. We know north of us, the surge should not be too bad, but from the landfall point south, the numbers are going to be pretty high. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, the hurricane is weakening, but it brings so much momentum with it. and the core of the storm is still pretty much intact, it's going to be pretty rough. What time is it now? 4:09. Thinking landfall like maybe 8, 9, 10. 8 to 10 makes sense to me. And then the storm moves across the state and brings with it more rain and wind as it goes inland. So that is the center. Look at all this heavy rain all along I-75, all the way up, all the way over the Skyway. And this stuff's really, this is the type of rain, because you've got moisture coming up from the Caribbean. This is the type of rain where it rains literally as hard as it can rain. Kind of reminiscent of the rain that we had during Debbie. Helene, heavy rain, but Debbie was the big rain producer. This is bringing the whole assortment of tropical hazards, all of them, from tornadoes to very heavy rain to strong winds to storm surge flooding. And this hurricane's doing it all. And why is that? Because unlike Debbie and Helene that passed west of us, this is going to make landfall. And when you get a landfalling hurricane, you get all the hazards that hurricanes can produce. Let's jump ahead. Nash, where do you want to go next with this?
Let's go with winds.
Just some winds right now. I think this makes sense. Maybe this should belong more like this. These are wind gusts up to 110. There'll be rapid weakening as the storm moves onshore, and maybe, just maybe, the way it should be drawn is to kind of show where the core is. And again, this is one of those situations, again, when the hurricane's off the coastline and the Hurricane Center kind of draws some of this, they have to broad brush it because they don't know exactly where the center's going to be. So this is probably not going to be as large an area as we just showed you. Wind gusts now, St. Pete 55, Clearwater 44, Tampa 31. As far as surge goes, the winds are all blowing offshore. That's good to see. But the problem is the hurricane's kind of moving this way, pushing water with it. So you get fighting factors. You've got the water wants to come in, and you get a strong wind trying to blow it out. And it's kind of a factor that's going to have to really be determined at the end by where the center goes. Just a reminder, south of the eye, the winds blow onshore, higher storm surge. North of the eye, winds blow offshore, much lower surge. So we'll be watching it. We got a couple more hours at least. We're going to watch this kind of live step by step. And I'm back again in a few minutes. Here's some rainfall. Let's do this real quick. And again, I think one thing I want to say before I throw it back to you guys is, you know, all the hazards are bad. This is going to be a big deal. We're really concerned about freshwater flooding. We learned during Debbie how impactful rain flooding can be. And this is all part of the equation. We may end up talking a lot more about rain flooding between now and tomorrow morning. Back to you guys.
All right, Paul, thank you. Well, all afternoon we've been showing you how conditions are worsening as Hurricane Milton approaches. And Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy is live in St. Pete near the pier with the latest. What are conditions like out there now? Oh, I can tell the wind's picking up.
Hey, Linda. Yeah, you got that exactly right. Just in the last hour since we talked to you, the wind has picked up, the rain has picked up. You can take a look over my shoulder at the bay. It looks like the ocean over there with the white caps, and we have just seen them breaking against that seawall, even feeling it against the cement at times. And St. Pete PD says that they've seen flooding across the entire city. They're urging you to please stay off the roads because these conditions are expected to deteriorate, as you just heard from Paul. Officials say that we will see those hurricane force winds around midnight. And a note, city officials here, they expect to have to shut down the northeast and southwest sewer treatment facilities to keep operators of those sites safe. That will happen if 5 to 7 feet of water get onto those sites, or if the winds are unsafe and they have to evacuate those crews. Officials are urging affected residents, if that happens, do not flush the toilets, shower, or do laundry for a period of time. That will put strain on the water system. You will be notified if that does happen, though. City officials, they say they're hoping to have that back up and running within 24 hours, but with a lot of unknowns with this storm, of course, it could take longer. And we do know they have state and federal resources in place to help get that back online after it is safe to get back to those facilities to do so. But just to reiterate, that has not been done yet. You will be notified if you are affected, if or when that does happen. But as far as conditions down here right now, we're at Dock Fords. That's pretty close to the pier if you're familiar with this area. Right now, as we said, the wind is picked up and those waves from the bay keep crashing over that seawall, guys. Back to you.
Dock Fords, a very popular restaurant. We wish everybody who's there right now well. Kaylee, thank you.
Well, you won't be getting over there to St. Pete where Kaylee is right now because, as expected, many of our bridges are now closed. That includes the Howard Franklin Bridge. As you could see in these images earlier from the FDOT camera there, no vehicles crossing now either direction. The Gandy Bridge and also closed in both directions. But as of now, just the westbound lanes of the Courtney Campbell are closed. So let me say that again. Gandy, all lanes. Courtney Campbell, just the westbound lanes, meaning that those who are east can still get west. I'm sorry, those who are west can still get east. You can still get over onto the mainland. And you can see there the officer blocking the lanes to the Courtney Campbell, the westbound lanes. No surprise, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge closed to traffic. It was the first bridge over Tampa Bay to close. Signage posted there to alert drivers. And of course, it's typical for the Skyway to close when wind speeds reach 40 miles per hour.
Well, this story is going to make you shake your head. This morning, FHP troopers rescued a dog left tied to a pole by someone. Take a look. It was found on the shoulder of Interstate 75 near Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. As they approached, the dog barked because it was scared, but troopers reassured it that they were there to help. You can tell this dog is already submerged in floodwater up to its chest. We shouldn't have to say this, but FHP urges people, do not do this, no matter how much of a hurry you're in or for whatever reason.
That's awful. Look, some updated pictures here.
Yeah, so here's a dog in the back of the cruiser, and troopers tell us that he's receiving care. He went to the vet where he's been examined for his injuries, and he is perfectly fine and healthy. And after all of this is said and done, I know that this dog will find a loving home.
A better one than he had. That is terrible. Who does that? That's a nice, it looks like a bull terrier. Remember Spuds McKenzie?
Yeah,
that blast from the past? Yeah.
And no fault of this dog's,
yeah,
you know.
That's crazy. Glad the troopers spotted him there.
Well, Fox 13's Jordan Bowen now. We're going to join him at Curtis Hickson in downtown Tampa with the latest on the conditions there.
We're here at Curtis Hickson Park in downtown Tampa, and take a look at the conditions here behind me. Heavy, heavy rain coming down in the park. You can see the buildings there in the background. Right now, we've just been experiencing the heavy, heavy rain. You can see some pockets of puddles starting to collect there on the grass. Several seagulls out there also taking in the rain. Perhaps they don't know what to do, what's going on. As our drive out here, we saw a few people out and about. We saw one guy on his motorbike. We've seen a couple homeless people taking refuge here under the covering here at the Children's Museum. But that's the latest on the conditions here. We know during Helene, there was several feet of water here. We'll see what happens with Milton. But right now, that's the latest here at Curtis Hickson Park in downtown Tampa. Reporting for Fox 13, Jordan Bowen.
All right, Jordan, thank you. Well, Governor Ron DeSantis is in Lake City this afternoon, where he just gave another update on the state's final preparations for this hurricane.
DeSantis reminded Floridians that this storm is not just a threat on the Gulf Coast.
It's not just about where it makes landfall. It's going to barrel across the state of Florida. It's going to exit on the east coast of Florida, and that also can produce some storm surge. So just make sure if you're on the east coast of Florida that you understand this is not just a west coast event. The major effects for surge will be on the west, but there is going to be impacts far inland and on the other coast in the state of Florida.
State officials will be working with the White House and FEMA to get relief to anyone who's affected by the storm as quickly as possible.
Tampa Mayor Jane Castor gave an update on Milton, and she says the biggest concern for the city is storm surge.
That storm surge is still the biggest issue that we're looking at. Any of you who went through Hurricane Helene, that was 4 to 6 feet, and that was more devastation than I've seen in my life. So Milton is bringing the possibility of bringing twice as much storm surge here, from 12 to 15 feet. That is something that is historical, not only for our community, but really for our nation.
Another concern for the city, the debris left over from Helene. Mayor Castro says solid waste crews were out earlier today trying to get as much as they can. In 2 weeks, they've been able to pick up 70 to 80% of all the debris left from Helene.
Yeah, that's the thing, this being a double whammy. Helene just coming 2 weeks ago. A lot of communities are like that with debris scattered everywhere. The town and country area in Hillsborough County also is covered by debris after many homes were flooded there.
Yeah, county crews tried hard to get as much picked up as they could before Milton's arrival.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm at the Baycrest Park neighborhood here in the town and country area. This is right off Memorial Highway. Now, this neighborhood is surrounded by canals, and as the afternoon leads into the evening, we're already seeing pooling in the streets. Some roads are already impassable, but fortunately, we are seeing people staying off the roads and sandbagging their homes and boarding up. But unfortunately, there is a lot of outstanding debris along the roadways, everything from dressers to furniture to appliances, you name it. So this is definitely a concern for these neighbors, but once again, they are definitely taking those precautions to protect their homes as much as possible. For now, I'm in town and country. Jennifer Vaglis, Fox 13 News.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. We've got Paul Delgado back in with us now. Cat 3, still very a major hurricane. Nothing really changes with that.
We'll tell you this morning, so I'll be honest, it's been tough to sleep. So I'm up a couple times a night. Feel like I'm just checking on a kid, you know, because you get online and see how things are going. And it was still a Cat 5 this morning, and still a well-developed eye, but thankfully, as expected, right along our coast, just the whole atmosphere is different than it is out in the Gulf, more sheer, more dry air, which is good. Right. So the pressure's up, pressure up's good. Winds falling a little bit, but still strong enough to give us, obviously, some big issues. The tornado setup today has been incredible. And these aren't the ones that, you know, we talk a lot about never reaching the ground. There was a huge one.
The videos on social media are, the one cross I-75.
No, down by Milton. Yeah. And there's one in North Fort Myers that did all kinds of damage.
Wow.
And what that shows, by the way, is we call it shear. There's so much energy rotating around the hurricane that ended up over our state, and that's what produces the tornado. That shows powerful hurricane.
Yeah, has that died down some?
I think what's going to happen too is the tornado threat may start slipping north up towards Ocala and Gainesville. So in the meantime, we talked about all the hazards are in play. Rain, got the wind, got the storm surge, got the tornadoes. Let's take a look what's going on. Got some cameras. Hopefully they'll be up for a while. Sometimes these cameras will struggle when the winds get really strong. Windy Hudson Beach. 72 degrees, east-northeast winds at 24. This is a look at the Manatee River, and I feel like I just did this view, and I did, like 2 weeks ago, showing a rough Manatee River from Helene. Now we're dealing with Milton, 77 degrees. This is Plymouth Harbor, Lido Key, so this is looking out towards the Gulf, and some of the worst weather that's coming on shore now is coastal Manatee and Sarasota counties with some flooding underway. And downtown Tampa cam, as expected, is bouncing up and down. The power outage numbers continue to increase, no shocker. And then the Tampa cam is just all over the place with very heavy rain. Freshwater flooding. We talk a lot about the storm surge flooding, and we should. But freshwater flooding can be a big deal, and we learned that certainly from Debbie, and we will see, I think, areas of freshwater flooding this afternoon and tonight. Here's the center. The eye is open to the southwest. The hurricane moved away from its little spot in the Gulf. That was, do you remember the discussion I had? Like, if you're going to have a Cat 5 hurricane, everything has to work perfectly. Think of a hurricane as a big engine, and if something breaks in the engine or just doesn't work right, the engine kind of starts struggling a little bit. Same thing with a hurricane. When it's a Cat 5 and it's producing winds of 175 and 180, everything has to be perfect to make that happen. When something goes wrong, or kind of right, the winds begin to drop and the pressure starts rising, and that's what's happening now because it's feeling the effects of some dry air from the south and some shear. Look how heavy the rain is here. This is all up and down 75 and all in the areas along the coast. This is the same spot, unfortunately, that really struggled from Helene with the flooding. They're getting heavy rain now. They get some high water, too. Get landfall, you know, if you take it here, and it kind of looks like it's going to go maybe up towards Holmes Beach or Bradenton Beach or Anna Maria. then maybe get a little south or in the bay. That kind of looks like the track to me as of right now. And I just kind of do little points and I move across. There'll be little wobbles along the way, but it's getting pretty close to the coast. So it's going to be someplace kind of in the zone because the center's here. It's not going to be here, and it probably won't be here, and it's not going to be up in Pasco. So it's probably just going to be right in this zone. And a lot of that will determine how much coastal flooding we get in Siesta Key and up the road towards Holmes Beach and up the road into Anna Maria and then into Tampa Bay. We'll continue to watch that. As of 4 o'clock, just 100 miles southwest of us, and it's moving 17 miles an hour. So let's see, 17, so if you, maybe 5 hours. I think it's a little earlier than that. I think landfall could be as soon as like 8, 9, 10. Makes sense to me. Cat 3, and we'll wait to see how the Hurricane Center kind of changes or deals with that little shift. This is still a very powerful storm, no doubt about that. And then it slices across the state, and then it's east of our state by tomorrow evening. Cat 3 top winds will be about 125. The storm surge, this is all live data. And notice how some of the numbers here, some of the water levels are actually higher on the intracoastal side because the winds are still blowing from the east. But the winds begin to shift to the south and southwest, depending on the track. Then the water begins to build up on the Gulf side. You can flood from the east side, too, on many of the intracoastal waterways. You can kind of see that as you move down towards Siesta Key. Really concerned about this area. I really am. This is a population. It's a spot that struggled during Helene. Don't want to see this happen again. But with a storm going north, I think this is a spot that may get some significant storm surge. May not be 15 feet, but if it's not that high, it's going to be pretty close. And you just know the kind of problems they'll have with water that high. And then as you head south, still very high water, all the way down into sections of Englewood and all the way down to Port Charlotte. The tides are high. Well, they were this morning. They're heading for low tonight. Right around 10:58 in Clearwater. Anna Maria will have a low tide at 10:27 in the morning, and then at 3:37 in the morning, and then high tide at 6:51 a.m., 4:21 a.m. in Sarasota. Look at the winds now. Wind gusts in St. Pete at 63, and that's still with the eye or the core, still pretty far offshore, so it'll be higher. And this is the zone here where the winds will probably gust over 100 in the next few hours. That's that core we talked about a lot. Areas away from the core will have 45, 60, gusts to 70. And then as you're watching us tonight, we'll follow that core, what's left of it, as it moves across the state. This is how it looks kind of visually. This should change on the 5 o'clock update, and I think it should. It seems like it's a little bit far south, but that's the 75-mile-an-hour plus winds. And then it kind of moves across the peninsula. It gets a little bit smaller and starts heading for the East Coast. We'll do a little update. I'll tell you one nice thing. I mean, the big scheme of things, I just checked the models ahead. Lower dew points. Wish we had lower dew points now, but this is how it's going to play into next week. Got a lot more coming up on Milton. Back to you guys.
All right, we're continuing to track the hurricane, and we will be back right after this. with officials expecting power to be out to potentially over 1 million people for an untold amount of time. What's the best way to stay safe? Fox 13's Evan Axelbank is live in Tampa now with some answers for us. Evan.
Yeah, first of all, I want to show you how things are doing out here. We're about 5 stories up on a parking garage here in downtown Tampa. Just take a look. Just over the side here, you can see the Hillsborough River coming down there, flowing south. Without a doubt, it's certainly a little bit higher than it normally is. We're, of course, waiting to see if we get that significant storm surge. And then just pan over here to the right a little bit. You can see here, take a look at that. That's the Cass Street Bridge, and you can see it is just an absolute ghost town here in downtown Tampa. Unbelievable. Incredible to see, and certainly that is an indication that people are heeding the warnings. We just spoke with officials from Florida Power and Light, which serves power and serves customers, about 500,000 of them in Manatee and Sarasota counties. They say they've got 50,000 line workers here and ready to go to restore power. First of all, when it comes to food, keep refrigerators and freezers closed for as long as possible. Obviously, if the power goes out, you should have as much non-perishable food as possible. Once it does go out, refrigerators only keep food cold for about 4 hours. Freezers do last a little bit longer, potentially 2 days. Now, having a cooler on hand with ice already filled up can be a real help. You should also have, of course, flashlights ready and also charge cell phone battery backups and have those ready to go once that power does turn out. Florida Power and Light says they have thousands of line workers ready to go and that some are already in the field working, reacting to outages in real time.
So the first thing is remember that if the power is out in your home, we know. It is important for us to make sure that we can keep the power on your home as long as possible. If the power has been out on your home and you have damage, whether it's flooding damage, whether something has hit the electrical lines outside the house, something has hit your meter, so on, it will be very important for you to contact a licensed electrician to make sure your house is safe to receive power.
And when it comes to power, when it comes to being ready for the power to turn back on, appliances and other heavy electronics should be disconnected to avoid surges. Any food that rises to above 40 degrees should be thrown away. And also, of course, don't touch any generators or electrical equipment that is wet. Again, take a look. The rain is really coming down here in downtown Tampa right now. It even got harder over the last just couple of minutes that we've been standing here. Without a doubt, you can just see, I'm not sure how well it's coming across on screen, but no question the rain is coming in pretty hard. The wind, not yet, not a lot of wind yet. I'm able to stand here. The rain is basically falling straight down, and we're not worried about any wind coming over us, at least right now. So we'll see how that changes over the next couple of days. I'm sorry, couple of hours. But again, look at that, unbelievable. Downtown Tampa, ordinarily during rush hour here, it would be super busy right now, obviously. And right now, not a soul out here except us. Linda, Haley, back to you.
All right, Evan, a wealth of good information. Thanks so much.
And Evan, talking about those power outages, you know, one thing that will drive that is when these stronger winds come on shore. But we had so many tornadoes earlier that you look at the Duke Energy map, there's 1,000 out in Highlands County where there was some tornado activity earlier.
You were just tracking that a couple of hours ago, Jim.
Yeah, it was nonstop. I mean, at one point, we essentially had the entire county of Highlands County under a tornado warning. If not a tornado warning, it was a confirmed tornado warning. So, I mean, it's been a busy 4 or 5 hours now with these warnings, and we also got a number of pictures and video, and just absolutely amazing. I mean, we're always cautioning don't run outside to try and get this, but a number of these actually came from FDOT cameras, so we're safe. But just to look at these videos, it's just absolutely amazing to see something like this as well. And I mean, it's just been on top of all the historic things that we're seeing with this. The tornado outbreak that we're dealing with this. This was that confirmed tornado, obviously, Palm Beach County. This looks somewhat like a wedge tornado. Wedge tornadoes are actually pretty rare, especially in a tropical system, because these are typically some of your most violent tornadoes. This looks more like what you would see in Oklahoma or Kansas. and this was near Alligator Alley over towards Miles City over into Palm Beach County. I mean, this one here. Now, it's important to remember, you can't look at a tornado and say, hey, this is an EF1 or 2.
Right.
This is determined by when they do a survey and they see the damage. So tornadoes are ranked by the damage that they do. So you can't tell that until after the fact, but that one looks like a pretty strong, devastating tornado. The one plus side is it's obviously in a less populated area where you saw that.
Yeah, those wedge tornadoes, though, I don't remember seeing a whole lot of those in Florida.
Yeah, that's something. I mean, you don't see that in Florida very often. And to see this in a tropical system, because what we're used to seeing is more of those cone or those what we call rope tornadoes, or obviously we talk about water spouts over the water, but here you go again, looking at this, and what you're seeing here, just the dropping of this whole mesocyclone. That's the whole base of the cloud is now dropping down and rotating here. And once again, when you have these wedge tornadoes, they're very fat tornadoes at the ground, and so that's what also makes these very dangerous and destructive as well, because you're covering so much more area on the ground that's dealing with that tornado. And because of that, and just because of the whole structure of these, they tend to be your most powerful ones. This looks more like your typical, this is what we would call a cone tornado. So a little bit more of a slender, but it starts to get a little wider right at the top. So that, again, those can be very strong as well, but that's a bit more what most people, when we talk about a tornado, that's what they think about. And here you see yet another example here, and just how quickly these come in. And when they're right on top of you like this, what you're dealing with is, this is what we call a rain wrapped. So there's a tornado in there, but there's just so much rain around it. And many of these tornadoes, earlier on when me and Dave were talking about these, then when Valerie joined in, these are rain wrapped. These are the ones where we're always trying to caution people. Everybody wants to go outside and try and get that video or see it for themselves, which is often just a huge mistake, because you can have a situation like this where you can't tell when it's actually on top of you until it's too late. So this is,
you can't see it.
No, you can't see anything here except for just the obvious. Everything starts flying, and at that point, if you're outside, it could be too late for you before you even realize it. And that's a perfect example of a rain wrapped, which is essentially any tornado that is basically just shielded by all that water and rain.
Before we move on, I'm just so impressed earlier watching you with the technology that we have today. I mean, you can tell people the street that storm is approaching and give them time to find shelter in the bathroom or someplace in their home.
It really, I mean, the technology has just grown tremendously since I started in this business, started at Fox 13. I've been here almost 30 years, and when we went back, I mean, we couldn't do things like this. I mean, the resolution of the radar, but then to be able to zoom in right down to the street and look at all this stuff real time, just because of the computing technology and the radar technology that we have right now is just simply amazing. And you want to use these things to really hone down to the people that need to know at that moment, because we talk about this at any moment. That information, that little tidbit that you give, could save somebody's life, and that's what this is all about.
Sure.
Hey, before we leave tornadoes, real quick, do you foresee this continuing into the evening with these tornadoes?
I'll say right now we've got a nice lull here, which is something we've been waiting for. But as some of these other bands come through, there's certainly the possibility that we see more tornadoes. Do we see it at an extent like what we saw this afternoon? Probably not. But at this point, as soon as you say something like that, something bad is going to happen. But I do expect that we'll see more tornadoes or tornado warnings as we go through the rest of this event throughout this evening, at least.
All right, Jim Weber. Thank you, Jim.
Sure.
Well, our first responders will go to their safe place when conditions get worse.
Yeah, that means they can't come to you. So, the conditions have to improve. But we do want to tell you that one fire truck in Tampa was involved in a crash with a Tesla. Fox 13's Jordan Bowen was at the scene of that.
We're here at the scene of a crash involving a fire truck and a Tesla. Look here behind me. We're told that, according to Tampa police, this Tesla T-boned this fire truck. Kevin's going to show you here in a second. We're here at the intersection of Kennedy Boulevard and Florida Avenue here in downtown Tampa. Tampa police have been here for about the last 20 minutes or so, and according to an officer we spoke with, it appears that the driver of the red Tesla may have ran a red light and T-boned into the fire truck. We know there is a camera here at this intersection. Police say they're going to look at the footage to try and determine exactly what happened here, but obviously this is an example of what can happen when you're out and the conditions are like they are right now. This is just one of the incidents that we've come across. This crash here in downtown. We haven't seen a lot of cars out and about. We're told that the driver is expected to be okay. It was just minor injuries, we're told. She was taken in ambulance to a local hospital to be checked out. But as far as police say, the person who was driving this Tesla just has minor injuries. That's the very latest right now here in downtown Tampa. We'll go ahead and send it back to you guys.
Thank you. Well, that's another good reason not to be out on the road. You just never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, emergency vehicles are trying to get to places where there are emergencies, so stay off the roads for now.
Speaking of our first responders in Pinellas County, they're standing by as Milton comes on land.
Fox 13's Brianna Arredondo joins us now from the Emergency Operations Center in Largo. Brianna, they're getting ready there. What are they doing as we see this storm get ever closer to our coastline?
Yeah, they're absolutely ready, Chris. This is the main staging area for this response to Milton. You can see behind me, everyone is just behind their computer screens. Right now, they're answering calls, passing along any information that they need to residents. And their main concerns for tonight are going to be storm surge for those coastal communities and also the winds. Now, we did step outside earlier today, and here's a look at what was the conditions outside of the Emergency Operations Center here. The rain was really coming down at that point, and also the winds were picking up when we were outside. Now, there will be a shelter-in-place alert that will be coming sometime later on this evening when it will no longer be safe for people to be outside. We're told county officials say that they saw a lot of people evacuating over the last couple of days, and that is exactly what they want to see. Their shelters are also filling up. I just got an update saying that there's about 11,000 people who are in those county shelters here, and also about 615 animals as well. They did have to open up 3 more shelters earlier in the day today because they really just wanted to have a spot for people to stay and shelter in place and be safe. Now, they do believe that people are taking this storm more seriously after, of course, just going through Helene. And we also spoke to a county spokesperson about the reports that they're getting in so far.
We're starting to get reports of street flooding, and one of the hazards and one of the dangers during a storm can just be travel, people going out in dangerous conditions.
Yeah, now, again, where we are, this building is in Largo. It houses the sheriff's office and emergency management, and during storms like this, they activate it. They have people here from a wide variety of agencies. They've got FWC that's here, Army is here, fire, police, sheriff's office, of course, utilities, FEMA, people from nonprofits who are going to need to respond to folks in that recovery and response phase as well. One thing that they did mention to me is later on tonight, before we get into that point where there's going to be those power outages and any potential cell service outages, they really want people to sign up for Alert Pinellas. You can do that through the county's website. You know, I Googled it really quick, and it was one of the first things that popped up for me. So that way, if anything happens, you're able to get those text alerts about what is going on here in the Pinellas County area. And for anyone, really, I mean, you can go to your county's website and sign up for those alerts. So you get those alerts for wherever you are living in this community. Back to you.
All right, Brianna Arredondo live for us there in Largo, the Emergency Operations Center for Pinellas County.
Has this storm sped up? I thought at one point we thought it was going to be like an overnight storm, and now maybe
I think it's a little bit faster. I think the point where the beginning of the eye or eye wall touches the land next couple of hours. We'll get a kind of a new track and some thoughts from the Hurricane Center, but now it's really just a matter of kind of watching the radar and watching the wind speeds and just getting a sense. Now we do that thing we talk about, we nowcast, we don't forecast.
Right.
Wind speeds up to 60 right now in downtown St. Pete. The storm's still offshore, so it would make sense you get 80, 90, 100 coming up on the way. Let's take the radar, and I'll actually walk in front of it, and we can you do that? Does that work? Can we do the radar full?
We can do anything for you.
Takes a while. Magic. The flood warnings are up in Manatee County. This area right here, and I'll kind of circle it, as far as flooding goes, it's going to be mainly in sections of northern Hillsborough, because anything north of the center, now that the storm is kind of becoming some winter characteristics to it. In a winter storm, all the weather's usually on the north and northeast side. That's kind of happening here. And mainly north of Hillsborough County and into Pasco County, rainfall totals could be 1.5 feet as the storm kind of slides to the east. A combination of a tropical system, non-tropical system, and that combination will produce a lot of energy in the atmosphere. So even though it's not a pure tropical system, it can produce incredible amounts of rain and a lot of wind. And look out, I mean, right here, through Tampa and then through Pinellas and St. Pete, this whole zone is going to have a long-lasting stretch, maybe hours, of rainfall rates at like 3, 4, 5, 6 inches per hour. And it's not going to take long for the numbers to come up. And, you know, you're talking soon 10 inches and then 15. It's certainly a possibility. Now, inland areas, you'll see the rain begin to increase and the wind. For now, hasn't been a big problem. But as the center begins to drift inland, your winds will pick up as well. There's the center, kind of see it kind of approaching. And, you know, when I kind of extrapolate, it's really, Nash, do me a favor. Can you stop the radar on the last frame? And maybe if you could, yeah, that's exactly right. Just kind of back and maybe kind of circle, maybe just kind of highlight this here. Okay, this is the kind of the northern edge of the eye wall. It's eroded to the south, and that is because dry air and shear has come into play as we expected. The way it played out in the eastern Gulf was pretty much spot on. But the leading edge here is the worst weather. This little circle, not a full circle, kind of a half circle. This is going to start bumping up and moving towards places like Bradenton Beach, Holmes Beach, Anna Maria, the mouth of Tampa Bay, and maybe into like St. Pete Beach, getting into some of that. Then it will probably slide east and start moving inland. But that's going to be the worst weather that the hurricane can provide. It's going to be right here. Can you stop it one more time? And then on the last frame, there you go. So it's this right here is going to end up sliding east-northeast. And the strongest winds that the hurricane has or is providing is here. In this section is the strongest winds. We got 60 here. There's no other place around that's going to have any stronger winds except right on that eye wall. I'm hoping, as far as the winds go, that there'll be continued weakening. We'll see if it's still a Cat 3 when the advisory comes up in about 5 or 10 minutes and see how they handle that. Put it back into motion, and everything looks on track as far as that is concerned. Thankfully, tornado warnings have taken a break, and I don't think there's any more of those coming up, at least in the short term, maybe a few more later on tonight. But the freshwater flooding, which we talked about, that could be an issue. It looks like it's going to be an issue. I just saw a rainfall report from Manatee County, already 5 inches of rain. Flood warnings are up, and this system is going to continue to slide east-northeast. So stay in your safe spot. If you're in a well-built home, I think you're okay. And if you're away from the water, that's good. And we'll get through the system together, and hopefully we'll get some better weather in a day or two. Back to you guys.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. So we're getting video from across the Bay Area showing how the hurricane is already affecting us.
Yeah, take a look here at this time lapse from Lido Beach in Sarasota. Now, luckily, we don't see anyone out there on the beach. Obviously, they shouldn't be behind those buildings there. But 30-second video here just kind of shows you how the waves get rougher, and as you can see them starting to white cap a little out there. Like you might see, you know, out in the Pacific, they get bigger even as the video plays on. Maybe Atlantic more than Pacific, but you guys see what I mean there. It's just all that wind driving that water toward the shore, and that will get stronger as the hurricane gets closer to our coastline.
So let's take a look now at the St. Pete Pier, and we're going to show you how it looked this afternoon with winds whipping up the waves. Our reporter Kaylee Tracy was out at Dock Fords, which is near the pier. Palm trees blowing in the wind, but when we were going back and forth live to her, the wind was already picking up. You can see the high water there. So this is
and here's a guy out for his afternoon jog. That's wow.
That's dedication, I guess. Yeah.
True Florida man right there. Let's hope he's in a safe place now. Okay, these aerials show the University of Tampa. You can see the rain there looking out towards the Hillsborough River. That is right over the Hillsborough River, actually. You see one of the bridges there in the distance, downtown Tampa. That's near where Evan Axelbank was earlier, just kind of remarking how eerie it is to see such a busy part of the city so quiet here on this Wednesday evening.
Yeah. Tampa's Krause pumping station protected from tidal surge. They put up something they call a tiger dam all around the station. This photo came from the city, and what it does is it ensures that wastewater will continue to flow throughout our system during the storm, and the pump station should not have to shut down. Nobody wants that.
No, which they had to deal with in St. Petersburg during Helene, and we heard the mayor saying earlier that's a very likely possibility again during this hurricane.
Yeah, so the rain bands of Milton are soaking Tampa Bay as we speak.
Yeah, this is going to be a big issue with the storm, is the freshwater flooding from all the rainfall. Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis gives us a look from Dunedin.
We are in downtown Dunedin, and you can see all of these local businesses. We've got a hot dog shop here, a hair salon, all boarded up. Everything along this main street is boarded up in downtown Dunedin. Take a look. I want you to see this store over here. It says, "We woof you." This is a neighborhood pet store and spa. So certainly people taking some of those messages put on boards with some positivity for the community. But this area did not have direct impacts from Helene. This is an evacuation zones B and C in this downtown Dunedin area. And so business owners now taking those precautions. They've got sandbags. They have got their boards up right now. But certainly this is in the path of Milton. Evacuation zones A, B, and C were called here in Pinellas County. And so this area is bracing for that storm when it makes landfall tonight. You know, certainly hoping for the best for all of these businesses that manage to make it through Helene. But of course tonight, when Milton makes landfall, it is going to be a lot more powerful, and this area is expected to see some of that storm surge that we are certainly hoping stays to the south of us. But again, this is downtown Dunedin. This is in one of the evacuation zones. Most people are off the roads. There are some people still out here. So many of these business owners have taken precautions to secure their business. And this business here at the Living Room Restaurant and Lounge, they even have a little sign. They've got a camera out here. It says, "We are watching." Obviously, there is some concern for looting after this storm. They don't know what kind of condition their businesses are going to be in after. And certainly looting is a concern. We do know that police, the sheriff's office, they're going to be stepping up those patrols afterwards, just like we saw after the aftermath of Helene. But again, out here in Dunedin, people have taken those precautions to secure their businesses, as this is in one of those evacuation zones. For now, I'll send it back to you. In Dunedin, Genevieve Curtis, Fox 13 News.
All right, Genevieve, thank you. Fort Myers already feeling the effects. This is what we showed you about 10 minutes ago with Jim Weber, but this is one of those rain-wrapped tornadoes. We believe, now no tornado confirmed, but it does appear to be a tornado because we had tornado warnings in this area of Fort Myers. You can see just how strong the wind is there. Security camera captured this footage, and I want you to pay attention to that because this was not a resident going outside to get video, and of course you should not do the same. Let those security cameras do the work there for you, but still not confirmed yet whether that was a tornado. They'll have to investigate that. Fort Myers experiencing some flooding problems too. Neighborhood streets there full of water after we saw some of those heavier bands come through, the heavier bands of rain blowing some debris around there and knocking down trees.
With Milton just hours from making landfall in Florida, the state is getting a big help from Chicago. Tow trucks. 70 trucks are on their way thanks to multiple tow trucking companies. One company owner who is headed down to Tampa to lead hurricane relief efforts spoke about the importance tow trucks will have after Milton.
A lot of people don't look at towers as heroes, right? You know, but this is what we sign up for. This is a instance, a situation where when we call, when we get the call, I should say, we have to go.
Many vehicles are expected to be damaged from flooding, and these tow trucks will help with that. We learned that during Helene.
Yes, appreciate them being in the area, though.
Yes.
Thank you. We've got power crews here from California. How about that? Everyone's showing up in our moment of need. Don't forget, you can monitor our storm coverage even when you're away from the TV. All you got to do is go to our website. We stream all of our newscasts right there, fox13news.com. You can watch on your device, your tablet, also through the Fox local app. And if you lose power or you're trying to save battery on your device, keep in mind, a lot of local radio stations carrying our newscast, 102.5 The Bone, 97X, 101.5 The Vibe. We thank our radio partners, too.
Yes, we do.
All right, stay with us. Continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton continues right after this short break. I'm Chris Cato. We continue our coverage of Hurricane Milton, getting ever closer to this massive storm making landfall. It has weakened a bit, thankfully. Let's go to Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado in Nash. Paul?
We're going through the graphics. Look at the view. Look at downtown right now. The wind blow. Wow. Northeast at 20. So this is what we're waiting for to come in. And we expected this to happen. And now unlike what I showed you during the 4 o'clock hour, this makes sense. The other one didn't make any sense because there was no way the track was going to make that quick of a right-hand turn. So we said all along, just south of Tampa Bay South makes the most sense last night. And I think landfall is going to be like Holmes Beach, Bradenton Beach, Anna Maria. And it's, you know, the core of the hurricane as it moves onshore is not one little point. So it's really the whole area. Because, as you know, again, and you can come back to me on a camera here if you want, it's not exactly a point. It's because the hurricane is like concave shape, and that leading edge, like right here. So it's not like it's one point. The hurricane is leading edge with the front end of the wall coming onshore, and that's going to bump onshore. So it'll be, if I say it looks like Anna Maria or Holmes Beach, it's kind of the whole area, because they'll see that just kind of move in.
And the eye is expanding at this time too, which adds a whole nother dimension of complication to trying to find where that center is. And I think that this new adjustment makes sense from what we were looking at, the track it was taking, and how much farther east it has to get back to that original track.
Yeah, and you can pop it back up because we'll show the numbers again. Top winds now 120. So it is a Category 3, and it may make landfall as an upper end 2 or 3, but storm surge is the biggest story too. It's moving along. So if it is, what is the position offshore? Can we find that out? Let's go to this one. So it's one. So, oh, they did Orlando.
Oh, they flipped it.
They flipped it. Let me read it on my. Let me see. I just want to see the distance, what they're using.
While you find the distance, expanding the cone out, no major changes here. Still expecting a hurricane across our state, emerging from the other side, and then weakening back to a tropical storm heading into Thursday.
But as far as the distance offshore, it looks like to be like 70 to 80 miles off our coastline. And if it's moving northeast at 17, 3-4 hours, it'll be onshore, and then it'll continue that track. All the hazards continue.
Important to note, too, that all of those impacts are on the leading edge as well of that eye, so you're going to feel that before it even pushes completely onshore. That time of arrival for landfall, just the time when the center is going to make its way onshore, not necessarily the strong onshore winds and that leading storm surge south of it.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Hurricane Center got it right at 5 o'clock. And the problem is at 4 o'clock, all of the track that you were looking at was based on 11 o'clock, so it gets old. And when a hurricane wobbles and it kind of drifts out of that track, it just doesn't look right because we're zoomed in so tight as we get close to landfall. I want to show the view. I mean, this is the view here on our downtown Tampa camp. But let me go in front of the wall. We'll just talk, and I'll throw it back to you, Nash, if you want to do some of this. But I think the most important note here, as we kind of explain how this is going to work out, is this. So here's the hurricane. The weather is all north and northeast of it, but the worst weather of the entire hurricane, where is that? I mean, what's the most impactful amount of wind and probably the heaviest rain? It's really right here. So all of this will end up moving through Manatee County, some of Sarasota County, and the storm surge south is going to be problematic from the point of landfall. And then all of this is going to end up moving up towards Tampa Bay. So think about this for a second. Along with the wind, we still have a good 4 to 5 hours of extremely heavy rain around Tampa Bay. And last time I looked was an hour ago. We're gonna easily end up with a foot and a half of rain on top of ground that has dealt with a wet summer. So there's going to be some flooding. There's no doubt about that. And these wind speeds here are probably running about 100 to 120, and some of that is going to start bumping onshore. Now, as the hurricane moves across the state, it's going to weaken quite a bit, but there could be some tree damage along the way, maybe an additional tornado or two, and we're going to watch that track all the way across. Is this incorporating the 5 o'clock data?
I was pulling it up to see if it did. Difficult to tell. I believe it does. It does, yes.
So this is the hurricane force winds, which is like the donut, the red part. Okay, that's the hurricane force winds. Is there any way to zoom in? Can you manually zoom in on that?
Yes.
Just to kind of show, get in real tight on it if you can. There you go. Thank you. So that red area is where we're expecting winds to exceed 75 miles an hour, and it's all of Tampa Bay. It's South Tampa. It's some of Pinellas. I mean, it may not be. I'll be honest. It may not be 100% on, but this is a general feel. And then, so those of you that said, "What can I expect in my town?" This is a good illustration of what you can expect in your town. You should know where you are on the map, and this is the hurricane force winds moving across the state towards Orlando, towards Melbourne, out by the Cape, maybe up to Daytona. Now, it gets smaller because the hurricane is weakening and the amount or where the hurricane force winds begins to shrink because it's been over land for a long time. Let's go back. I think this is a good graphic. Again, so pick out your location, and a lot of you are going to have winds over 60, and then the yellow, just so you know what you're looking at, because I think sometimes the map's confusing. Yellow is tropical storm force winds. Orange is winds 60 plus, and red is hurricane force winds. So you get a sense of how this is going to play out tonight on that path. So what does it show? If you're watching me, southern Highlands County, down by, say, Hardy, DeSoto, and even southern Sarasota County, you're not going to probably have hurricane force winds. That's important, and that's good because you're going to be in your safe spot, and you feel better about the fact that your home will probably be okay with minimal or no damage. So the zone of red here is where that whole eye wall or the core of the hurricane is going to slide across the state, mainly from like west-southwest to east-northeast. Now, let's leave it there, Nash. What's important about this, think about the population here. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people that's going to have a rough night. So this is going to be Wednesday at 10:30. So right now it's 5:05. So next 5-6 hours, the number of people that live here, our friends in Manatee, Sarasota, Sun City Center, getting up to Brandon, Tampa, then maybe half of Pinellas. And this doesn't mean necessarily that we'll have sustained winds of 75 plus. There may be lulls. We get down to 50 or 60, then it gusts back up, 80, 90, then it goes back down to 40, 50, 60. That's the rough weather. This will end up being, you know, when I say all the hurricane has to offer as far as energy and weather, this will be it right here, and then it'll slide east-northeast towards the east coast, and that little red circle will get smaller and smaller because it's been over land. Let's check out the winds now. What do we have? 58 St. Pete, 52 Clearwater, 40 in Tampa. As far as the storm surge goes, if the track is like we think it will be, Tampa Bay is going to be kind of interesting because there's going to be water that's going to be pushed up the bay because of the storm pushing the water as it moves that way. But at the same time, the track's a little bit south, the winds are wanting to push the water back out. So it's going to be interesting to see how high the numbers get. Now, more importantly, south of the line, and I'm talking Siesta Key, I'm talking down by Bradenton Beach, that whole area will get the highest storm surge, and then the numbers will start dropping as you head to the south and southeast. So this is still, I think, in question. I'm not really concerned up here because the hurricane's going this way and the winds are blowing this way, so this shouldn't be a big problem. But Tampa Bay is going to be kind of interesting. So I think we'll spend the night, Nash, I think you probably agree with me, is kind of watching the water levels to see how you have competing factors. You have winds that want to blow out, and you have water that wants to come in. And then once the hurricane gets by us and, say, heads up towards Mulberry, Fort Meade, the winds will start going west, will start going north-northwest, and the water goes out of the bay. So once the hurricane goes east of us, then all the water starts being moved away because the winds on the backside start going north, northwest, maybe some lingering high water south. So the whole storm surge issue is a bit more clear-cut south, but it's kind of a battle around Tampa Bay, and then north, it's clearly an offshore wind. So I hope all of that made sense. I think for now, we'll show you a couple things. We're going to continue to show radar trends and wind speeds. I mean, that's really about, and water heights along the coast, and there's more, and the amount of rain that's accumulating, because the rain accumulations will end up being a big part of Milton's story too, on top of the tornadoes we had earlier. So we're on it, and Nash, if you want to take over and do some, you're welcome to. It's up to you.
Yeah.
I'll throw it back to the set.
Well, let's check out current wind gusts right now. Paul, you mentioned those gusts climbing up now to 58, 60 miles per hour out there near St. Pete. We're going to continue to watch those increase, and all those offshore winds will turn onshore for areas farther south as this pushes onshore. We are still deciding exactly where that potential landfall point will be. Important to note, though, that power outage map that we're already starting to see climb to the thousands in several counties is likely going to continue to climb as well, as the power outages will only go upward from here. The center of that circulation housing the strongest of winds. And because, Paul, we've been talking about how saturated the ground is with all the rainfall we've seen, not even just from this event, but leading up to this event with Debbie and Helene. That's going to make that ground extra soggy, saturated, and unfortunately that could lead to downed trees, power outages, utility poles that could tumble over and lead to even more outages as this sweeps across the state. Helene stayed off the shoreline. This one's coming onshore. So areas inland and east of I-75 can unfortunately expect to see impacts where maybe they missed out on them entirely with this last event. And then all of this pushes off to the east coast. Those winds will be out of the north heading into the early hours of Thursday morning, 5 a.m. here, with more of those outages pushing off to the opposite side of the state. Paul, we've been looking at the center of this circulation, and we noted about an hour ago that this was riding north of that forecast line, that forecast landfall point that the National Hurricane Center puts out. As of their latest correction, I think it's on the money with the thinking that this is at the moment on point, on line to head right on the northwesternmost tip there of Manatee County. We're going to continue watching this and seeing if this wiggles, wobbles, takes any weird directions here, but the eye is getting larger. Drier air is funneling into the south side of it, and that's one of a number of factors we're going to be monitoring with this system. But for now, we're going to keep an eye on it here in the Weather Center and send it back to you two at the desk.
All right, thank you, Nash.
A lot of crucial information to digest with that. Hopefully people who saw themselves in those severe areas take it to heart, especially the next couple hours.
Yeah, I think seeing Paul showing the hurricane force winds over the biggest center of our population, Tampa, St. Pete, Sarasota, we know that power outages are going to be a major problem following the storm here.
Yeah, and you need to be in a safe place, and hopefully you're there right now.
Yeah. Also, Sarasota County, as Paul pointed out, if those hurricane force winds are coming in around Sarasota, you know, obviously that's not good. And then the storm surge is going to be a big story just to the south of that. Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon is live in the Gulf Gate community there in Sarasota County. Kimberly, but you have been all over Sarasota and Manatee counties. Maybe you just heard Paul a few minutes ago say possible point of landfall is Holmes Beach or Sarasota. Obviously, that's an area that you know better than any of us, and you know what they've been through 2 weeks ago with Helene.
Chris, I do. I was trying not to tear up there on you. Obviously, I grew up on Holmes Beach, and in Sarasota here, this is where my family's at. Sorry, I do not mean to cry during this. But just as you said that, it kind of hits reality. So many of my friends, so many of our family members have had impacts from Helene and now possibly Milton. Just so I don't get too emotional, I want to show you right now just some of the wind gusts that we're seeing out here in Sarasota. I covered Hurricane Ian. We stayed here for Ian. These gusts are definitely picking up a lot more. Hurricane Ian was overnight, but these gusts have been steady all day long. We're taking cover right now at my house in Sarasota under the pool cage, so we feel kind of safe there. But up and down the coast in Manatee and Sarasota counties, so many continue to recover from Helene. All those efforts went on hold. What you're seeing right here is the Bayshore Gardens community and damage from Helene. Now, this area was badly damaged as well. I want to show you some video from a resident, Robert Prine. He's a lifelong Floridian, lived in Bayshore Gardens for decades, and this was the storm surge from Helene. It was so bad that it almost came up to the roofs of some of his neighbors' houses. Today, he did evacuate as we went out to his home, just hearing that the potential landfall could be on Holmes Beach, Anna Maria Island. This is right across the way from there. But he said, you know, as much as we have gone through already in this area, that as Floridians and as people who love this area that we call this place home, that he will build back and help others to do the same.
I think you just get up every day and know that this is just part of living on the water. It's part of living in Florida, and it's got to help each other out. We got to get through this, and we got to rebuild the state of Florida. And thank God we've got Governor Ron DeSantis leading the way.
I want to talk to you too. You said the night that Helene came in, you were here. We saw the downstairs, which is severely damaged. Go ahead and just talk about just what that was like.
I think it was the first time that I really got ready for a hurricane. I put 2 foot of plywood up on the walls, and when it breached the plywood, I kind of came upstairs and just resigned myself to what had happened. And the most haunting sound you'll ever hear in your life is your furniture beating off your walls. It's a terrible, terrible sound, and you can't do anything about it. So we're all going to get through this. We're going to rebuild, and we'll get back.
Yeah, and what you're seeing right here is some video from Sarasota Bay. It's kind of the calm before everything happened this morning. This was around 11 a.m. You can see furniture still out in the bay there from Helene, and residents concerned about just how much surge they will see today and the impacts that could likely alter the area forever. And again, it's really surreal to hear. For decades living in this area, having family as well, we've always felt so lucky knowing that the storms never came this close. Now they're coming so close to so many people, and it's just a hard thing to know what to do. Obviously, we need to stay safe. We need to stay with our family members, make sure everyone's okay. Omar and I just saw a couple people here in the Gulf Gate neighborhood going to their cars, starting to leave once again. Still a little bit of time to do it, but really you got to get into a safe place within the next hour or two. Chris, back to you.
Yeah, good advice there. And just on a personal note, just hang in there, Kim. I mean, it's because of your reporting and your big heart that all of our viewers know exactly what kind of people live there on those barrier islands that took such a terrible blow from Helene. And because of your reporting, too, a lot of people made the safe decision to get out of harm's way this time. So keep up the great work and stay safe.
She is a professional. She is a reporter, but she's a human. And everyone out there is. This is a weather story right now, and that's what we're worried about, is what's to come. But really, the big picture is this affects so many people, and maybe you need to cry. You know, we're all feeling those nerves, and we'll do our best to let everybody know what's coming and
this is our home, and that's why we want to make sure everyone gets through it safe. Let's move it now to parts of Tampa now, where we're already seeing some flooded roads underwater. Of course, that includes Bayshore Boulevard.
Fox 13's Ariel Placencia joins us live there. Ariel, it doesn't take much for Bayshore to flood. What are you seeing out there?
You're exactly right. It doesn't at all. And the wind and the rain really coming down here in Tampa. So naturally, Bayshore Boulevard is already wet. The sidewalk certainly has a lot more water on it than it did when I saw you guys last about an hour ago. Again, we're here on Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. Now, I will say that the roads have remained open. When I was here for Hurricane Helene, we watched all that water just violently splash over the balustrades here. That's not what we have at play right now. Right now, we've got a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and you can see the road's already wet. Now, thankfully, in about the last hour, we have seen traffic overall gone down. There are fewer cars out here, fewer people out and about kind of taking a look around. But we have seen Bayshore already being taken over by water. And you can see this video, and I shot this a little while ago. You can already tell that those northbound lanes is sort of beginning near that intersection with Oregon Avenue, already completely underwater. You can barely kind of see those lane lines there. There were a few cars at that time driving around, and you can see when you look at them all that water that's kicking up. And again, it doesn't take much for Bayshore to flood, and so we were already seeing this about an hour ago, and we of course know that more water is on the way. Now, back here on Bayshore Boulevard, this is an area that we will certainly keep an eye on. Again, the streets taking on a significant amount of water. We have seen emergency vehicles pass by, but again, traffic lower on the low side, which is good because people really should be staying home at this point. I will also mention, again, Bayshore Boulevard, this is part of Zone A, which is under a mandatory evacuation here in Hillsborough County. So is Zone B. And also, because of the flooding that we saw with Hurricane Helene, and also some of those fires with electric vehicles, the city has allowed people to park their cars in some of the city garages. And when we were driving by earlier today, we saw people taking advantage of that. So certainly hoping that people will stay off the roads and that they move their cars to higher and safer ground earlier if they needed to do so. I'll send it back to you guys.
Ariel. Ariel Placencia reporting tonight on Bayshore Boulevard. Ariel, thank you.
So we, when we stand, but Nash and I work over there, we have the open chat. So we have a kind of a discussion with our friends at the Weather Service. So we kind of know what they're thinking, and we can type, and they kind of answer us, go back and forth. Yeah. It's kind of a team thing. So on the chat now is that they're probably going to issue what's called an extreme wind warning, which is rarely done. I mean, it's not like it was done up in the Big Bend when Helene made landfall. And since I've been here, I don't remember the last time one's been issued. It's really issued because the Weather Service says we need a way to let people know the wind you're about to experience is going to be really bad. Okay. And the criteria is, just so you know, the wind needs to be sustained surface winds need to be greater than 100 knots, which is about 115 miles an hour.
Really?
So what they're doing is they're watching that core off the coast, and as it starts moving towards northern Manatee, where Kim is, and up towards Anna Maria, and probably maybe a little bit of southern Pinellas, that's where, and it's not going to be long lasting, it's going to be very small. It's not going to be like a whole county. It's something like Hillsborough. It's going to be really where it's going to happen. So get set for that. And also, if Nash is over here, so would that be one with the phones will go off for that, right?
Yes, this is.
That's
I
one
believe
of
this will
those
be
in the list of alerts that you get on your phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Similar to storm surge warnings, similar to the other alerts that set off your phones, that would likely go off if this was issued. And Paul, to your point earlier, last few times this has been issued, the storms have been Helene, most recently, Idalia. It was issued during Ian, and I was covering that storm when our area saw our phones go off just about an hour ahead of when those winds pushed through. Ida, Laura, other major hurricanes that this is reserved for. So a very rare issuance here. We'd expect this warning ahead of where that eye will likely make landfall. And I think that National Weather Service is still trying to hammer out those details, Paul, before they put out this warning.
Yeah, they don't put it out unless they're sure. This is one of those, you know, sometimes you get a severe thunderstorm warning and you go, it's kind of borderline, you know, maybe enough wind, maybe 50 knots. But when they issue this, it's something that they talk about and say, do you think, because it's extreme, and you get the phone goes off and you see 115 miles an hour. So really, they have to know it's going to happen before they issue it. So we'll see. I mean, not a sure thing.
And is just people in that area that are getting the warning? We're not all getting
small,
it.
No, it says small geographic area. It's not going to be like, hey, there's a extreme wind warning now for all of Hillsborough County. It's going to be the spot where they think it's going to happen. So stay tuned for that.
When you say 150 miles per hour, now we know that is extremely strong wind. What type of impacts are we talking about? What could you expect?
It could knock down a tree. Can cause some structural damage, you know, type of thing where, you know, your shingles blow off and the pool cage comes down. You know, the type of weather that we can get in a really extreme severe thunderstorm here, it's almost like the damage you would get in one of our smaller tornadoes. So it's that kind of, we get a lot of tornadoes here with winds 100, 110 miles an hour. So that's it. This is ongoing, and this will continue inland as the storm moves onshore.
Storm has had many personalities, though, so far today, with the tornadoes that look like Oklahoma tornadoes. And then with the rainfall you were just discussing, I mean, I think that's going to be a huge story tomorrow. The flooding
I agree 100%. And it's because a lot of our hurricane events here, like Irma was landfall down on Marco Island, not in our viewing area. Helene and Helene and Debbie never made landfall. It's been a long time since we've had a hurricane on the Gulf move on our land here in our viewing area, and when it does that, it brings the whole assortment of potential impacts. So that's the area in red, and where the winds should be sustained hurricane force, 75 or higher, and as Chris made a great point, that's a lot of people.
Biggest population base in that red right there.
Yeah, and that's going to happen. And if you look at it, it kind of matches up on the clock. So you see on our Sky Tower logo, you see Wednesday at 10:30, and it'll be leading up to that because it'll be moving onshore. So next couple of hours, it's going to get pretty dicey right around Tampa Bay. I'm still, and I'll be honest about this, I'm still don't know exactly how the surge is going to play out in the Bay. The numbers, by the way, did you see, Nash? I think they went down 9 to 12. Not that it makes a huge difference, but from the point of landfall south, instead of being 10 to 15, it's 9 to 12. that's still a problem.
9 to
obviously.
13, Paul.
Was it?
9 to 13.
What do they have in the bay still?
In the bay, 6 to 9.
They have 6 to 9 still in the bay, but they do mention, finally, in their little discussion that those numbers are all dependent on the landfall point.
Yeah.
They're still kind of stuck with the broad brush thing to cover everything, but it may not be that high in the bay if the center makes landfall south.
But if it is 6 to 9 in the bay, that's what we had during Helene, and that was that was bad. That was that was a problem for a lot of people.
All of the hazards that hurricanes can bring, we've had today. Yeah. And more to come, unfortunately.
Can we expect, I know at the beginning of this coverage that we had, especially in Highlands County, was tornado, tornado, tornado. Can we expect something like that again?
I don't think so. I think that part of the energy with the storm approaching has kind of swung up to the north, up towards Ocala and Gainesville.
Okay.
And now, actually, because the storm's being sheared, the storm has kind of a weird. Can you put the big radar view up? The hurricane has taken a weird appearance because it's transitioning from a we call it pure tropical. It's almost like kind of a winter thing. So expand on that, Nash. Kind of a big view, and you'll see that the southern side doesn't have much, and that's because of the shear. So instead of being a perfect circle with rain on all 4 quadrants, it's the north and the northeast side getting all the weather, but the south side isn't getting much, and that's part of the shear. Nash is showing that leading edge of where, if they do put the extreme wind warning, that little donut, the front edge, is going to run on shore and potentially produce those winds. This is not a guarantee, but I just wanted to let you know what the conversation is right now with us and the Weather Service.
And with your setup there, with that going on shore, the strongest winds right around, I don't want to put a town on it, but you mentioned a couple of spots earlier. Let's say it's Sarasota, or maybe a little north. So the storm surge, the biggest storm surge problem is going to be
south
of there.
Siesta Key, all the way down towards Northport, and really all the way down towards Boca Grande. But you head south, and then obviously the surge numbers will drop. It's really just south of the landfall point. Right. Okay?
Okay.
Boy. All right, so next few hours are going to be
we'll watch it.
This.
I mean, now really all it is, it's graphics, it's radar, and it is wind, and it is surge, and maybe an occasional tornado. That's really the story now. It's going to be a lot of radar views and wind speed graphics the next couple of hours.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Paul. Yeah. Well, in Pinellas County, conditions are worsening there as the hurricane approaches. Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy is in downtown St. Pete with the latest there.
The winds have picked up here in St. Pete. We're at Dock Fords. You can hear the winds whistling, and you can see those white caps breaking behind me in the bay, looking like the ocean out there. The conditions deteriorating over the past couple of hours. St. Pete PD seeing flooding across the city throughout the afternoon, and they urge you to please stay off the roads as these conditions are expected to continue to deteriorate. Officials say we'll see the hurricane-force winds around midnight, and Mayor Ken Welch, he says expect services like water, sewer, and electric to be out after the storm for days and possibly weeks.
This is the reality of a direct hit from a powerful hurricane in our area. This is not a storm that we will recover from quickly. We have a long road ahead of us, but we will recover and we will rebuild together. We will all need to be patient and help our neighbors and our family members.
City officials expect to shut down the northeast and southwest sewer treatment facilities to keep operators of those sites safe. That's if 5 to 7 feet of water get onto those sites or if the winds get unsafe for them to be there. Officials are urging affected residents, if that does happen, not to flush the toilets, shower, or do laundry. City officials hope they can get those sites back online within 24 hours if they do have to shut them down. But like with a lot of unknowns with this storm, they say it could take longer, and they're asking for your patience. In St. Pete, Kaylee Tracy, Fox 13 News.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. And as Paul was pointing out earlier with the track and the winds getting so close now, it looks like our southern counties could get the worst of this.
Yeah, Manatee County is bracing for the dangerous wind and especially the storm surge. Fox 13's Evan Moon is at the Manatee Emergency Operations Center in Bradenton. Evan, what are you hearing there?
Hi, Haley. Well, obviously winds are picking up. I'm not sure how much longer we'll be able to stay out here. We're actually at a hotel in Bradenton and Ellenton area, and winds are picking up. Obviously, people have been really scared here the last 24 hours as they've seen the storm sort of shift, as you said, a little bit south of Tampa Bay and start heading directly towards people. At this hotel, we've talked to people who were going to weather the storms, maybe from a non-evacuation zone, and they've decided to come here to the hotel and weather the storm. We've seen the power outage at the hotel actually already go off and on, so we're not expecting power to stay on at the hotel much longer. Now, Manatee County has issued mandatory evacuations for A, B, and C zones. That's a much more widespread evacuation order than this county has seen before, obviously, as this very powerful storm heads in this direction. But even people outside of those zones are getting out of their homes, like I talked about after Helene. I was speaking with the Bradenton mayor yesterday, and he was saying he was happy to see that shelters are open across the city and county. They are packed. Normally, before any given storm, he'll see 50 to 100 people in any shelter. But with Milton, thousands of people were flocking to every shelter in the county. Obviously, this is a very good thing. People are listening. They're heeding warnings. And we went to the most crowded shelter in Manatee County. It's an elementary school here in Bradenton. They're housing 1,500 people. They tell us that's just a huge number.
Surprised in some ways because in the past it's been lower numbers, but with it being more of a direct hit, I think Manatee County also learned from the last two storms the importance of sheltering regardless where you live, that it's important to get to a safe spot. With 1,500 guests, our school is full. We are utilizing every square footage of our school right now. Hallways, we have people in classrooms, approximately 20 to 30 people per classroom. We also are feeding 1,500 in our cafeteria, as well as housing approximately 200 pets.
By now, shelters are shutting down and getting ready to lock up as we have just a few more hours until potential landfall in this area. And we drove around. We saw homes boarded up. We even stopped by a Waffle House. And if you know what they're known for staying open throughout the most dangerous of storms. But as of 1 p.m. here in Bradenton, they were closed. So no one is taking risks here as they shouldn't. And of course, we're here at the hotel. As I was saying, there's a lot of evacuees here. And we were talking to people who live just 2 miles away, a lot of them in mobile home parks. And they say they totally expect that they will not go back to their homes in one piece, but they're hoping that they'll have their lives, they'll have their safety here. And there's such a sense of community, even in the lobby. There's sort of a potluck among people that know each other from this area. So they're just trying to be positive that at least they'll have their safety here in this hotel, even if they don't have power or potentially a house to go back to. Obviously, again, it's been a super scary time in this area as we prep for the eye of the storm here in just a few hours, potentially. Guys.
We really are seeing glimmers of that community just about everywhere, and you hate to see it come when a hurricane is coming your way, but at least it brings maybe a little piece of comfort for people as they go through this. All right, Evan Moon reporting from Manatee County. Evan, thank you.
All right, let's go back to Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado now, and as we get just in the final hours here, Paul, before this hurricane makes landfall.
Check this out. Just got a camera from Longboat Key live on the beach. Blowing pretty good, big surf. Look at that, the wind gusts there in the foreground. Longboat Key, unfortunately, just a fantastic spot, is going to feel probably the full wrath of the hurricane as it moves onshore. It's definitely wobbling. When you guys were talking, Nash came over and we kind of looked at the radar together, and we have President Biden talking about the hurricane situation.
A few hours. Hurricane Milton is expected to make landfall on the west coast of Florida, the western coast of Florida. Already we're seeing impacts from the storm, including significant winds and heavy rain. And there's also been frequent and widespread tornado warnings throughout the day, and they're continuing and expected to expand as Milton moves overland, including a few that have already touched down in South Florida. Currently, Milton is a Category 3 with wind speeds up to 120 miles per hour. But no one should be confused. It's still expected to be one of the most and worst destructive hurricanes to hit Florida in over a century. You know, both the heads of the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service made it very clear in conversations I've had with them earlier today. Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities, can cause loss of life. Storm surge is still expected to be up to 13 feet. So I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to listen to local officials and follow all the safety instructions they give. At this point, evacuation is probably difficult. So I encourage people to look for safer shelter. Sometimes moving just a few miles can mean the difference between life and death. We've already approved emergency declarations for Florida. We have thousands of federal personnel on the ground. And we've staged and are ready to go. We have 20 million meals, 40 million liters of water. At my direction, the Secretary of Defense, Austin, has pre-positioned search and rescue teams, helicopters, and high water speed vehicles as close to the storm as possible, so they're ready to conduct life-saving missions. And the administrator of FEMA will be on site tonight in Florida and in the state's Emergency Operations Center. Both Administrator Criswell and I will be in constant contact with state and local officials in the hours ahead. Once the storm hits, we're going to work with state officials to clear debris, restore power, and do it as fast as possible. The Army Corps of Engineers will pump out water and decrease flooding. We've already directed the Department of Defense to be ready to provide active duty service members to support Florida after the storm surge if Governor DeSantis requests the help, which I expect he might, just like we did in North Carolina. I have surged over 1,000 U.S. Coast Guard personnel to perform search and rescue missions and reopen the port of Tampa as soon as possible. Now, I want to reiterate a point I made clear earlier today to the folks who have been impacted by Helene. This impact, and will be now impacted by Milton. Over the last few weeks, there's been reckless and irresponsible and relentless promotion of disinformation and outright lies about what's going on. It's undermining confidence in the people in Florida and incredible rescue and recovery work that has been undertaken. Literally, there are thousands of fellow Americans who are putting their lives at stake and putting on the line to do the dangerous work that needs to be done now. And it's harmful to those who most need the help. Quite frankly, these lies are un-American, and there's simply no place for them. Not now, not ever. Former President Trump has led this onslaught of lies. Assertions have been made that property is being confiscated. That's simply not true. They're saying people impacted by these storms will receive $750 in cash and no more. That is simply not true either. They're saying that money needed for these crises are being diverted to migrants. What the heck are they talking about? Stop it. It's outrageous. It's just not true. Now the claims are getting even more bizarre. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman from Georgia, is now saying the federal government is literally controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather. It's beyond ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's got to stop. Let me close with this. As difficult as these days and weeks have been, we've seen incredible courage by so many of our fellow Americans. I want to thank all the first responders for running toward.
We are just listening in to President Biden talking about the federal government's preparation as well as their response to Hurricane Milton, saying that once the storm ends, they are ready to go with 20 million meals, 40 million liters of water, and crews just ready to begin those life-saving missions, clearing out the debris, pumping out flood water. So they are ready to go.
Yeah, and then he started getting into political comments there that, you know, right now we need to focus on this storm.
Yeah.
And we want to hear from our meteorologist about this situation that is a life-threatening situation. Paul?
Yeah, we just got Jim just came back here. We've been trying to get some cameras on the coast. I think nothing is more impactful than kind of showing what's happening at the beach. And we have the Naples Pier. We can take that full on WSI-1. And look at that. I mean, that's really rough. And that's the kind of weather and the kind of wave action that'll continue all the way up the West Coast, all the way up towards Siesta Key and Anna Maria and all the way up into Tampa Bay.
And unfortunately, the Naples fishing pier sustained so much damage from Hurricane Ian, and here we are again with more of a surge threat already starting to push into southwest Florida. We look down there first because they're starting to see those onshore winds as well, and that surge is eventually going to work its way up the coastline closer to us. The onshore winds, when they flip, especially south of where the center of this storm is, Paul, we could still see roughly 10 feet or more of storm surge in some spots.
Let's take a look at some more cameras while we're here, because I think they always have a big impact. Let me actually start. It always helps if I hit play, or nothing happens. Hold on. Okay, so that's Naples, and then Then we look at the situation up in Hudson.
Look at the flag.
Yeah. So this, by the way, this view. It's good to have this camera back. This view during Helene, that whole parking lot was under feet of water. And then we have this at the Clearwater Beach. And you know what's interesting, Nash, about this view? You can kind of tell the wind's blowing offshore. The water level's not very high. If it was blowing onshore with a hurricane offshore, that water level would be really high. So for now, and probably because the hurricane will slide south of them, this is why on the west side of Pinellas, the east wind is going to, for the most part, keep on pushing the water out into the Gulf. This is the Manatee River. East winds at 29. Look at, wow, look how rough it is there. That's looking west towards Lido.
That's onshore wind beginning to transition.
So, I mean, look at the difference in how that looks compared to Clearwater Beach. So it goes to show you when the wind is blowing offshore, even though it's rough, it's a whole different look than what you have down in Lido. So it's a whole different ball game. And then downtown Tampa, cameras bouncing up and down. Let's talk some radar.
Yeah, the center of this storm has always been the story. Where is it going to come on shore? Because as you pointed out, 30, 40 miles makes all of the difference from if you're experiencing strong offshore winds or strong onshore winds, bringing with it the storm surge threat. Historic surge still expected on the south side of this where this pushes on shore. And Paul, we've been watching the center to see if we can gather any idea if this is wobbling east or west. It doesn't look like it's wobbling west. It looks like it's actually pulling a pinch east. Hard to tell, though, and we'll be awaiting that new advisory from the National Hurricane Center to really decide. It's difficult to see because our radar is puncturing through several bands here of the rain, and somewhere in those bands exists what's left of the center circulation, the eye wall. The dry air to its south has done a number on it, though, so far.
And we really need to talk. I think we need to stop the radar for a second because, I mean, this is some stuff going on here. And, I mean, look what's going on here, Nash. We talk so much about the eye wall. But let's talk about what's going on to the folks watching. And so as far as rainfall rates, you're looking down towards Sarasota and into right here, rainfall rates. And then we'll do, so you're looking at 5 inches an hour, 6 inches an hour, 4 inches an hour. I mean, this is this reminds me of Debbie when I said on the air, it's raining as hard as it can rain. And unfortunately in Sarasota County, this is going to cause more significant flooding.
Earlier today, when we were tracking all the tornado warnings, some of those bands had over 7 inches of rain per hour. And that was right next to our radar site, Paul. So that's a very accurate estimate. That adds up. It's not raining over you for an hour at that rate, and as these slide by at 30, 40, 50 miles per hour, but you get the idea. Each band can dump 1, 2, maybe 3 inches of rainfall in over a 24-hour period. When you still have more bands offshore that are on the way, that can add up quickly, and that speaks to the inland flooding threat that we have with this storm. The north side of this circulation, we talk about the south side with the surge. It's the north side that unfortunately is going to see all of that rainfall, and it's going to look like a stripe or a ribbon right across the state from one shoreline to the other, and unfortunately those rainfall totals could exceed a foot. We've seen those model forecast totals only climb in comparison to what we showed yesterday.
Exactly. Can we take it full? I mean, look at. Let me stop it, and let me just use the telestrator and let's just talk about this for a second. So look, see this rain here, 5, 6 inches per hour, okay? And then you have all of this, okay? And this is the area that was highlighted, Nash, by the Weather Prediction Center as being the potential of having 1 to 2 feet of rain. And because because the storm is still down here, it's kind of the squiggly thing at the bottom of your TV set, down by the banner, that's the storm. So this is going to end up sliding like this, and what's going to happen for the next several hours is all of this rain will keep on redeveloping. This is a significant problem. And what's interesting about most hurricanes, it's usually something's left out. Usually it moves too fast to produce a lot of rain. Usually, sometimes the tornado threat isn't big. This hurricane is producing everything that you can get from a hurricane. The whole gamut of weather hazards you can get from a hurricane is being produced by Milton. There's nothing being left out. We're record-breaking tornadoes.
Over 70 warnings this morning.
70 tornado warnings, including some wedge tornadoes that you see in Oklahoma in the mix. And then you've got storm surge flooding, and then you've got freshwater flooding. And we've learned freshwater flooding is a big deal. And there's a lot more rain to come between now and, say, midnight tonight. Don't travel. It's the type of traveling where if you get yourself in a low spot, you're flooded. And with the hurricane ongoing, calling 911 is probably not going to help much when your car is inundated in the middle of a hurricane because you drove into a low spot that's flooded. So think about that. I mean, if you have to travel, something urgent, something life, do it. But generally speaking, traveling's not a good idea.
And all that rain inland has to go somewhere. So even several hours delayed from this event, let's go back to radar really quickly. Even several hours delayed from this event, you're still going to have all that water swelling up the rivers, making their way back to the Gulf of Mexico. So keep that in mind. You don't want to be traveling in that early in the morning, especially as the sun hasn't even risen yet.
Because the rain is so heavy in Sarasota, let's look at the wind speeds at SRQ. Let's update the wind speeds and get a sense of where we stand with that. So what do we have?
Wind speeds right around 52 mile per hour gusts
63,
at the moment.
But the core is still offshore. Let's look at the chat and see if they followed up any more in that extreme wind warning discussion.
And if you're just joining us, the surge forecast has changed just a little bit and actually come down a pinch for our counties to the north as its confidence continues to grow that circulation, the center of this storm, is going to make landfall somewhere from Pinellas County south, not in our northernmost counties. That's the current thinking from the National Hurricane Center, and that's why those values have come down. We'll update that map here shortly and get that to you. But Paul, you're talking about the wind speeds already picking up. The concern is power outages, especially with the saturated soil as well.
We'll talk about this for a second. So just on the chat, Northport Fire Rescue is engaged in the evacuations of some folks. I don't know how to pronounce that. The Maya Kahichi Slough, due to rising floodwaters. And I apologize.
Maya Kahachi.
I'm telling you, my is not good, but I appreciate you saving me on that. Engaged in evacuations of residents because of floodwaters, and also all the automated rain gauges in Manatee County now going over 5 inches and inundation in places, and there's still a lot more rain to come. The DeSoto Mall parking lot is now inundated, and all the automated stations in Manatee County are now approaching 5 inches of rain, with more rain to come.
I've got the rain totals already up here from just the past 12 hours alone. Remember, the heaviest of the rainfall hasn't even pushed on shore yet. We've got totals already at ½ a foot along our coastline, 7, 6, almost 8 inches of radar estimated rainfall. And sometimes these numbers can be skewed a tiny bit high, but either way, we're still in the ballpark of some serious rainfall.
So all of this out here, which is up 10, 15 inches of rain, all of this, what we'll do is we'll just kind of draw. This is going this way, and this is going this way. So this whole area is going to have a major flood problem in the next 5 to 10 hours. Maybe not 10 hours. We'll say in the next 5 to 6 hours. And you're talking rainfall totals 12, 15, 16 inches of rain. This has been an incredible year. You think what happened with Debbie. You think we've had so many of these big rain events, and on they go, and there's a lot more to come.
Yeah, And while that's happening, those same spots that you highlighted there that are going to see the heavy rain also will experience the potential for hurricane-force winds all the way across the state off to the East Coast. Because remember, this forecast does call for this storm to be a hurricane through and through from one coast to the other. It's very rare that that happens, but it takes a major hurricane like this, and even with the weakening trend that we talk about, the drier air getting into it, still a powerful hurricane, major hurricane expected on landfall.
Can we pull up the Earth Cam again? Yeah. On that, let's see what's going on down at some of these piers, and we'll go. I always think looking at what's going on live. This now looks like it's maybe frozen. There you go.
I'll work on getting it up.
Yeah.
A lot of these cameras freeze, of course. You can imagine the connection as a hurricane's making landfall.
Yeah, it's
we may have lost it. No, there it's back.
Yeah. Hold on, we get back on it.
Here we are.
It's pretty rough.
That's what onshore wind looks like, driving all that surge onto the beach.
That looks like a hurricane, and that type of weather will just ride up the West Coast. So I think we'll take a bit of a break, and we'll go back to you guys.
Okay, yeah, good.
And we'll kind of gather our radar tools together, and we'll update you guys again pretty soon.
Right,
we appreciate it.
Sure
Thank you, Nash and Paul.
Well, Pasco County, they've been getting plenty of wind and rain so far, and they're getting ready for even more of it tonight.
This is just what Nash and Paul were showing us. Heavy rain coming down. Fox 13's Kylie Jones. Let's see if she's in it now. I know it's been kind of on and off. Kylie, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, Chris, well, we are definitely in it. I can tell you that right now. Just in the last hour, that rain and the wind especially has picked up quite a bit. You can hear the gusts of wind, and at times we can even hear the wind howling in the background. I'll step out of the way, give you a better visual of kind of what you're looking at. You can see the wind blowing the rain, whether it's down on the ground or just in the air. It's blowing sheets of rain kind of across the way. We're in a neighborhood in Port Richey. This is right on the water. This is one of those many neighborhoods in the county that went through quite a bit with Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago. Some of these homes had several feet of water inside. The home we're actually standing at had 4 feet of water inside, and you know, neighbors are really just worried about the potential for round 2 with all of this. I mean, you can see the wind and the rain picking up quite a bit right now, and this is just the very beginning. It's only expected to get worse into the evening hours with the combination of the rainfall and all of the wind. Emergency officials here are really still concerned about the potential for storm surge flooding and flash flooding. Those are the main concerns, similar to with Hurricane Helene. So again, a lot of people here are really just worried about the potential for more flooding yet again. You can actually hear, honestly, I'm not even sure if it's sirens in the distance or the wind whistling and howling, but this neighborhood in Port Richey, again by the water, has been pretty much a ghost town all day long, which is a sign of good news that hopefully people did heed the warnings and evacuate either out of the area or to a shelter. At our last check, there were almost 6,000 people in the Pasco County shelters, so that is some good news. But by the looks of the weather, you can probably imagine that window to evacuate has closed at this point. So the homeowner right here we talked to, he evacuated. He had 4 feet of water in his house with Helene, though. We got a little bit of video of that earlier today. His house, unfortunately, is gutted. He lost just about everything. All he could really do ahead of Milton was lock up, evacuate from his house, and really hope for the best. But it's just devastating for a lot of people here. Again, they're worried, will this happen again? What will they come home to this time? Will they see more water in their house? But he had just finished rebuilding from Adalia. His home was essentially brand new inside. Then he had 4 feet of water inside during Helene, and he's worried about, you know, what's going to happen now. So take a listen to what he said.
You can't salvage anything. Everything's gone. And everything was new. I did this 13 months ago. So everything in the house was new. And now it's gone.
Yeah, heartbreaking for him and so many other people along the coastline here in Pasco County. And again, emergency officials are most concerned about the potential for storm surge and flash flooding throughout the evening. Again, the window to evacuate has closed at this point. Emergency officials are asking people to shelter in place, be in the safest possible place you can be at this point. You can see the wind is really starting to pick up. And again, it's bringing the rain down even stronger. So with this wind and rain, again, emergency responders really can't get out to help people. So they're asking you to shelter in place. And we're going to send it back to you guys right now. We're going to get in a safe place ourselves.
Yes,
so I'll toss back
definitely get in there. Thank you, Kylie Jones in Pasco County. I want to tell you real quick, too, just got this news from our Kaylee Tracy, who's covering St. Petersburg, telling us that they've taken 2 of the water treatment facilities, the sewer treatment facilities, offline. They told us that they would do that when the threat of flooding became an issue. They need to protect the equipment, so they're asking people not to flush toilets, shower, or do laundry. City of St. Petersburg at this time.
All right. The winds and rain bands from Hurricane Milton are growing stronger. We see that.
Yep, being felt too in places like Safety Harbor. That's where Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis is.
Hey guys, we are in Safety Harbor, and this is the pier that was absolutely decimated by Helene. And right now you can see the chop out there on the bay really starting to pick up. The winds, the palm trees really starting to blow out here. This is a favorite area in Pinellas County, and there are still some boats over here in the bay, in the harbor, that are remain standing here from Helene. But again, what we are expecting from Milton is going to be more intense. They expect the storm surge to be more intense in this area. This whole area has been blocked off. They actually have blockades up here at the top to keep the public from coming down to this area that was just decimated by Helene. And we don't know what this area will look like after Milton, but certainly they have taken all the precautions here in Safety Harbor to keep people from coming down to this area. And just take a look at, again, the power of Mother Nature. What we saw happen here during Helene, Milton expects it to have even more of an impact. For now, I'll send it back to you. We are in Safety Harbor. Genevieve Curtis, Fox 13 News.
Thanks, Genevieve. Well, this is an encouraging sight to see here. A parking garage filled with cars, but take a close look here. Most of these, almost all of these, are electric. They're parked up in the Poe parking garage in downtown Tampa, away from any potential flooding. That's because of what we saw during Hurricane Helene. Remember, many electric cars got salt water into the batteries and caught fire, and even caught houses on fire in some cases. So people are taking this seriously. The city of Tampa opened up its parking garages and encouraged EV owners to do exactly this.
Yeah, lessons learned. All right, Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies, they helped rescue a dog that got loose during the storm. See this video? The dog was under the care of a sitter and it somehow escaped. Luckily, the deputies were ready to chase down the little pup, and you can see, well, after a little bit of chasing, those small legs can go fast. They got it. It's safe. So at least some good news with this rescue story. Glad they're watching out for our little animals.
Our first responders out there, they're going to have some long hours ahead of them. We appreciate them so much.
Sure do.
All right, stay with us. Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton continues after this short break.
Good evening and welcome here at 6 o'clock tonight. I'm Mark Wilson.
And I'm Allie Corey. We want to get you up to date on what's happening right now at 6. We are now just within a few hours of landfall here. And as you can see, weather conditions are rapidly deteriorating. You can barely make out this live picture here from Plymouth Harbor. This is in Sarasota. Lots of wind and rain. And Milton is still just a few hours now away from landfall. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge is closed, as well as the Howard Franklin and the Gandy. The westbound lanes of the Courtney Campbell Causeway also closed. Eastbound lanes are open, and that is for people to continue to leave Pinellas if they still want to do so.
I want to show you some new video we just got from Stewart. This is the east coast of Florida feeling the effects of Milton already. This is from the Martin County Sheriff's Office of a possible tornado ripping through a mobile home complex and destroying many of them. Thousands of utility workers, that's the good news here, are already pre-positioned to restore our power once Milton does move on. Right now, 32,000 customers across the Bay Area don't have any power. Duke Energy is predicting more than 1 million of their customers will lose power. So let's get right over to Paul to show us what's happening right this second with Hurricane Milton. Paul.
Probably going to make landfall. Top end Cat 2 or Cat 3 doesn't really matter at this point because the eye is getting very close to land. We're concerned about a couple things, and we'll talk about all the hazards. We're really concerned about the flood threat, and surge threat, but also the rain totals continue to add up. And as Milton continues to move east, this is going to be a continuation of very heavy rain north of the center. Milton today, as expected, has met some shear, some dry air, and if anything, it's kind of hung up now on a front. The transition from we call pure tropical, like a pure hurricane, as we saw in the Gulf as a Cat 5, that transition to kind of a non-tropical system with a front can still bring with it very strong winds and some heavy rain. That's why all the weather is on the north side, which you see a lot of during what we call winter or cold weather systems. So as far as the radar setup, heavy rainfall continues, and the rainfall rates, and we'll show you rainfall rates in a second, but this is the eye, very well defined on the north and northwest side. The strongest winds are right along this eye wall. It's still a bit offshore. In a discussion we had with the National Weather Service down in Ruskin, they rarely issue what's called an extreme wind warning, and they do it because it's got to be something that really stands out, because your phone's going to beep. You're going to get an alert on your phone, and it'll be for a small area. What they're doing is alerting you of sustained winds of 115 miles an hour that can cause a lot of damage. So the discussion we had back with the Weather Service over in the Weather Center is going back and forth, just saying, folks, we may issue this in the next couple of hours just to let you know. And they listed the criteria of what it means. It's not going to be a county. It'll be an area, and probably pretty small, that may see sustained winds of 115 miles an hour. You'll get that alert on your phone, and we'll talk about it. It's rarely done, and I don't remember the last time it's done anywhere in our viewing area. It has to be really a landfalling hurricane. It was done during Helene, but only up in the Big Bend. Heaviest rain is Bradenton. It covers all of Pinellas and all of Hillsborough. Let's take a look at the rainfall rates, and then we'll go back and kind of expand on this view. We'll stop this, and Nash will kind of click on some of the heaviest amounts, and we'll get a sense of what we're dealing with here. 5, 4, almost 6 will slide north up towards Hillsborough County. It's the same thing. It's all 5, 6 inches, and it's going to rain longer than an hour. So if it rains between now and, say, 10, 11 o'clock tonight, you can see why we're talking 10 to 20 inches of rain. And that's going to cause all kinds of problems. I don't think you'll be traveling tonight, but this is the type of rainfall that can cause all kinds of issues. Let's expand on the radar view, Nash, because I think folks are in our viewing area want to see, how this thing is. In fact, can you even go out even more, just way out, so we get a sense of how the storm looks. There you go. And you can see, so what happened today is these bands to the east, we had a tornado outbreak. We had over 70 tornado warnings. Thankfully, the dynamics for the tornadoes has gone away. But these weren't typical, maybe little spin-up tornadoes. There was one wedge tornado, which you see in Oklahoma. develop, cause damage down by Fort Myers, and then all over I-75, another tornado that looked like we were looking at a highway east of Oklahoma City, not Miami. This is all off the East Coast now, so I think the tornado risk is going to drop. Here's the eye. It'll slide east-northeast, eventually getting to the East Coast. It's going to weaken, so we're going to pay attention to the wind speeds along the coast, but it's very heavy rain. Hillsborough, it's also been pretty nasty up in Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco. The good news, mainly Pinellas North, is the winds are whipping offshore, which really eliminates the storm surge threat. It's not going to be a repeat of Helene up here with the winds blowing offshore. Some high water could come back when the storm goes by and the winds go west-southwest, but not at the level that we saw during Helene. Here's the updated track, and I tell you, it's pretty close to what we talked about last night. Mainly Tampa Bay south, and that's pretty much where it's going to be. Maybe the landfall point, it doesn't matter because the weather kind of extends out for that. Maybe Bradenton Beach, maybe Holmes Beach. Then it slices out towards Orlando, and all along this line, there'll be winds 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. For now, it is a 6 o'clock. We have a 120-mile-an-hour storm, Cat 3, moving northeast at 15, and the pressure, which was sub 900, is going all the way up to 948. Approaching our state, Cat 3, it'll move across the state and then accelerate and move away. One nice note, I think, is when this goes away, the wind should turn north and northwest. And I didn't take a lot of time looking at the long-range forecast, but it looks like we'll have some lower dew points, maybe a touch of fall, which we could all use as we move into the weekend. But we'll talk more about that as we get rid of this system first. What else? We'll zoom in. Landfall should be in a couple of hours. As far as storm surge goes, around Tampa Bay, now there's been some strong east winds, so some of the barrier islands, we're going to see some high water on the east side. You can get some flooding from the east side as well. Then the water levels goes up. It looks like generally, maybe not 10 to 15 down here, but maybe as high as 9 to 12 in spots. We'll continue to watch for our friends in Siesta Key and all the way down the west coast and all the way down towards Northport and Englewood. Wind speeds right now, what do we have? Let me see, 61, 61. Venice now is 68. When that eye wall kind of bumps on shore is when we may start seeing 90s and 95s and 100s. And we'll start showing you that live when that happens. But for now, I think we did pretty much a full update on the system. Back to you, back in a bit.
Thanks, Paul. Catch your breath. We'll get back to you in a bit here. Hurricane Milton is going to bring a lot more damage to places that have already seen so much. Places that were just devastated from Hurricane Helene not even 2 weeks ago. Let's bring in Fox 13's Kim Lucas on it. Live in Sarasota County. Kim, hi there. We know folks there already have their hands full. It has been such a rough couple of weeks here. Even going back to Debbie, about another month and a half. How are things tonight? What did you see today?
Well, Mark, what we're seeing right now is these wind gusts are picking up. It's still raining out here. I want to show you the neighborhood that we're off of right now, just off of Clark Road. You can see just the trees moving with the wind. And as this is happening, this area right here is in level E for evacuation, so one of the very last ones. But you have to remember, there are families that are taking shelter in their homes right now. Another one of those gusts. I'm going to go in, and I think we all need just a little bit of lightness, so we're going to go in and see how one of these families is doing this. I'm going to let Omar go in first. We're going to close the door. So this is actually the family home of my brother-in-law, my sister-in-law, Mike and Ashley Giasone. You can see they have a lot of equipment outside. My brother loves to grill. You can see just everything that they've brought in to protect it from the storm, to make sure that it doesn't fly around as debris. But this family right here is just a snapshot of several of the families across the Tampa Bay area sheltering either in place at home or at a shelter. Ashley, you live here in Sarasota. You have a lot of family, Palm Harbor, beyond in Florida. This is kind of hard for all of us right now.
Yeah, I mean, grew up in Pinellas, but have called Sarasota home for 15 plus years, and our children were born here. My parents are an hour away, so we're all kind of scattered, but we're all safe and hoping it stays that way.
And then one good thing about it with family is we all message one another. My husband's a first responder. He's at the sheriff's office locked in. Mike, you've been in Sarasota County since you were a year old. How is this storm really different? You have a lot of friends up and down the barrier islands as well.
Yeah, so this storm has definitely been more nerve-wracking than most. Irma's the only one that really comes to mind that was similar to this one. We evacuated for that one, but since then we've done some stuff to fortify the house. We put impact windows in. We've got upgraded the roof equipment, and we decided to ride this one out here. Getting back, driving through a tropical storm in Irma was a little difficult. So we decided we were going to batten the hatches and make the best of it here and ride it out.
And the good thing is we keep checking in on one another. So this is Jake and Addison, my niece and nephew here. Jake, how are you just kind of making the time go by right now with mom and dad?
Just kind of sitting with them, sitting with my sister. We talk to each other about stuff, and yeah.
How about you, Addie?
Well, we sit together, we talk to each other.
You said you were playing a lot of games too, right?
Yes, we were playing a board game earlier.
Yeah, so guys, this is just one snapshot. My family, we all know that we have families out there. We know that several of our viewers are right there with their families as well. This is something hard that we're all going through. We know that we're going to get through it all together, helping one another out no matter what kind of damage we have. But Omar and I are going to start to make our way back to our safe place. We just got the text alert just a few minutes ago that it's time to get off the roadways. We're going to do the same thing. The place that we'll be sheltering in is just about 2-3 minute drive from here, but really, I think it's just important to remember that there's so many of us that are in this together, so many families together, and just keep checking in on your friends, your neighbors, and making sure that everybody is safe. Mark, back to you.
Kim, that is well put. We're so grateful for you opening up your family's home to shed a little bit of light and positivity on this, and we want to thank you too. You have so much compassion and heart in your story, so we're lucky to have you. That community's lucky to have you covering, and I know you're making a real difference, informing people and probably saving some lives too, because we know this could be a rough couple of hours and overnight. So you guys be safe, get to higher ground, and we'll talk soon. Thanks much.
You know, the winds are starting to pick up in St. Pete, and so is the surf there. And because of that, the city actually just announced that it is pausing first responder operations. Now, this is for the safety of police, fire, and medical teams. They will not be able to respond to emergency calls until it is safe for them to do so. We want to get out to our Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy. She is live for us near the pier. And Kaylee, I've been following you on Twitter, and I can tell the conditions there are just deteriorating by the hour where you are.
Yeah, myself and my photographer, Mike Hughes, we're headed out of this area as soon as we wrap up with you guys because of that message from first responders you just talked about and the conditions here behind me. You can probably hear the wind whipping and these white caps in the bay here looking like the ocean out here getting pretty wild. So we're heading out after this, but I also have a piece of information I want to share with you. The city just announced they had to make the difficult decision to turn off power at the Northeast Sewer Treatment Plant and the Southwest Sewer Treatment Plant. That's to protect the employees there and the treatment plant from potential storm surge. They want to get those employees out of there. Now, what does this mean for you? Starting at 7 p.m., impacted residents, I believe we have a graphic we can pull up in the yellow and blue shaded areas. The businesses and residents there are encouraged to limit their water usage, avoid taking showers, doing laundry, or washing dishes as much as possible. You can flush the toilets, but please only as necessary, they say. So probably just not a great idea until you get the all clear to do that because the toilet may not drain if you do flush it. And you can also check which sewer treatment plant serves your home or business on the city's website. Key information takeaway here, the timing on this. It will take about 48 hours or possibly longer to resume the wastewater operations after they inspect it and get in and make repairs after it's safe to get back there to do so. Water services, drinking water has not been shut off. Running water is still accessible and it's safe to drink or cook with if you still have electricity. It's a lot of information I know, and I know this decision was looming over the city for a while, but it's information you do need to know, and this is all to protect the city's infrastructure that the mayor said just a few hours ago. Earlier today, we heard him. We don't know how this is going to look on the other side of this storm. He said potentially water, electric, and other vital pieces of our infrastructure may be out for several days. He said possibly weeks, warning people about that. So guys, that is the latest those 2 sewer treatment facilities have been shut down for safety of those employees there, and also just for the safety of that plant to not do further damage. Back to you.
Great reporting there. We're going to let you go so that you guys can get to your safe place, because it doesn't seem like that's a good place to be right now. Kaylee, thanks.
Thanks, Allie.
Let's send it over to Paul and Nash now. All right, guys, we're getting close to landfall.
We are. A couple more hours. Sure. So, some of the, let me jump ahead. You can talk for a second because I need to move ahead this to, we just got a camera in from, here it is. Here it is, right?
We're getting cameras in right now from Sarasota. Some really interesting views we were just checking out a moment ago. But before we get to that, Paul, the big theme that we're seeing is heavy rainfall right now. Many radar estimated totals up to ½ a foot. The winds are picking up along the coastline. We're hours away from landfall. And remember, even before that official landfall, when the center of that eye makes its way on shore, we still get the most powerful winds on the east side of that eye. Right as it works its way off the Gulf and comes on the land.
This is what I was trying to get to. This. I'm like, Nash is talking, and I'm going, okay, that's the wrong camera. Look at that. So that is. That's like where the Sarasota Yacht Club is over in Sarasota. To the left is the causeway, and then bouncing off in the distance would be Bird Key. And I know it's probably making you nauseous at home, but it's a good indicator of how rough it is. And the worst weather for them, quite not there yet, as the eye wall begins to approach. So I think we have another camera. This is down the Naples Pier. And look at that. I mean, that's, you know, I tell you one thing. I've seen too many of these views the past year or two. It seems every couple of months we're showing this type of this is beach erosion, this is flooding, this is just a mess, and it's unfortunate, and that continues all the way up our coast. And this is the type of like water and surge they'll see, you know, for lovely Siesta Key and Longbow Key and Bradenton Beach and all the way up to Anna Maria. And Anna Maria is going to have some problems too. You know, let's think about this. And, you know, we keep on talking about this science. I mean, Kim did a great job of just discussing it. This is the same area that just was devastated by Helene, and at least as much water, if not more water. So it's this ridiculous 1-2 punch that almost sometimes doesn't seem fair. It just doesn't.
Especially not fair when we look at cameras like this we discussed earlier. This is the Naples Fishing Pier, already sustained so much damage from Ian. They were looking to rebuild it in a much bigger way. And here we are again. They're kind of in the crossfire for some strong, heavy storm surge on the south side of this system. Remember, Naples is far south of the center of this storm. It just gives an idea of the power of it as those onshore winds are pushing through southwest Florida. And this is a great map to check out the wind gust angled offshore right now. That's why winds are driving the waters off of Pinellas County in many spots. Areas to the south of the circulation are starting to see those winds tilt back to the north. And in some spots, like we're seeing in southwest Florida, all the winds are starting to shift out of the south and west and move onshore. And that's what's driving the storm surge already. But numbers are just going to climb as this pushes on land here soon.
Look at this. 77 is the highest we've seen so far in Sarasota. And so sustained hurricane force winds. Wind gusts, but they'll have sustained hurricane force winds pretty soon. The Hurricane Center is watching this. They adjusted the track a little bit, and from this point, it's really about watching the center on radar and just kind of watching it move across the state. And we're going to pay attention to you. I know a lot of you are not here and not here, but you're here inland and you're watching on TV, going, okay. Talk to me about inland areas, and the weather is going to come your way, and we're not going to talk about sustained, I don't think 80 or 90 inland, but there'll be some hurricane force gust, and that's the type of wind, unfortunately, that can cause trees down and power outages. There's a 77 gust in Sarasota with still the eye offshore. St. Pete 61. Strongest winds we think are right here. But the rain continues to come down, and what's happening over in Pinellas and Hillsborough is pretty much nonstop. And the problem is, as Nash expands on this bit more, is that it goes back here. And this is all going to move in tandem with the hurricane because it's transitioning to kind of a non-tropical system. Non-tropical systems, the weather's always on the north and northwest and northeast side with nothing of note to the south. So all of this here is going to end up sitting over Pasco and Hillsborough and Pinellas and eventually Polk and Lake and Sumter and over by Orlando. So when everything is said and done, there'll be a big swath of rain right here, 10 to 20. Easily 10 to 20 inches of rain, no doubt. All kinds of flood issues. We've had tornadoes earlier today. Every hazard that a hurricane can bring, we've had. In the tornado issue, huge. The rain issue, huge. The wind is getting worse, and the water's coming up along the West Coast. As far as intensity, Category 3 now, probably a Category 2 at landfall. And look, if you talk about a landfall point, pretty much what we said last night. I mean, it looks like the center is going to end up kind of maybe moving over like Bradenton Beach, maybe as far north as maybe up towards Anna Maria, but generally speaking, it'll slide just a little bit south of Tampa Bay. Now, talked to someone came in the newsroom. Benny was in here and said on the Bay Shore now, the wind's blowing the water out. You're north of where the center is, and with the northeast wind, you kind of have competing factors. You have the hurricane bringing the water with it, but at the same time, 60, 70 mile an hour winds are pushing the water out. So they fight each other, but for now, the water's heading out. South of the eye, water levels coming up, which makes sense because the winds, and we talked about this over and over for the past 3 days, about those storm surge numbers. You can't really count on them when you're north of the center, and that's exactly what's happening right now. So that's that as far as the radar is concerned. The track's important, but I mean, honestly, from this point on, we're going to watch it live, and we'll see how it moves across the state. It has reached peak intensity. It reached shear and dry air today, so it's weakening. It'll cut across the state and be east of us, certainly by early morning tomorrow. The numbers, now Hurricane Center is using Orlando, 150 miles southwest of Orlando. Top winds are 120, moving northeast at 15. It goes well east of us by a day or two. And then we get some drier air coming in on the backside. May get some low dew points as a bonus. Got this graphic in here, but again, these numbers are all kind of off because of the track of the system. So we'll update you and keep you up to date. Power outage is a big problem, and I get a lot of reports on my phone. Paul lost power, all from Hernando and Citrus counties all the way south. Not a big shocker at all. We'll see you again at 6:30. Back to you.
All right, Paul, thank you. Let's show you some video now from a NOAA sail drone on the water in the Gulf. Take a look at these waves. The technology recorded a wave height of 28 feet and wind gusts as strong as 75 miles per hour. Now, they use these sail drones to better understand the role of the ocean during hurricanes.
So South Tampa floods so easily. The flooding from Milton has already begun. Fox 13's Ariel Placencia has the latest conditions right now from Bayshore Boulevard. Watch.
Hey there, everyone. Ariel Placencia reporting from Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. We have been out here all afternoon, and the wind has really started picking up. So has the rain. The wind almost blowing it at sideways at times, and you can see it on Bayshore Boulevard. It really doesn't take much for this road to flood, and we are already seeing it take on so much water. Now, earlier today, I want to show you some video. We were already seeing some of those northbound lanes completely underwater, starting near the intersection with Oregon Avenue. Again, as those cars sort of driving by as well, you can see how much water those wheels were kicking up. Again, barely seeing those lane lines. Now, since we've been out here, traffic has gone down, both foot and vehicle traffic. Now, for the cars that we have seen, perhaps they are going to some of the city's parking garages that are downtown because the city is offering free parking on its upper levels to anybody who needs it. Unfortunately, during Hurricane Helene, we saw several electric vehicles catch fire on Davis Island. So officials don't want that to happen again, especially with this storm. So if residents need it, there is free parking in those garages. Reporting in Tampa, I'm Ariel Placencia. I'll send it back to you.
Ariel, thanks much. We have some video. Look at this from a Nest camera in South Tampa. And these bands of rain have been really coming through here in the last couple of weeks. This is courtesy of Lauren Held. And you can see it comes through in sheets like this. And you can kind of fall into a sense of of dangerous comfort. If all of a sudden it gets really calm, you've got to remember with these storms, if you're not watching the radar, that one after another, we're really just seeing the impacts of this storm in the Tampa Bay area really starting, and we're in for a long night. So just because it may lighten up for you if you want to go out and check it out, would not be advised. Be careful. There's flying debris. There's obviously a lot of rain, and the winds will pick up.
Absolutely.
All right, so the conditions, of course, deteriorating all across the Tampa Bay area as Milton gets closer.
Fox 13's Kevin O'Donnell is near the convention center there in downtown Tampa.
I'm Kevin O'Donnell in downtown Tampa, where conditions have definitely deteriorated over the last hour. We've been in Tampa for quite a last couple hours, and it was pretty calm till about 5 o'clock this afternoon, but definitely the rains have picked up. The wind has significantly picked up, I would say doubled in the last hour or so. You can kind of see the sheets of rain just blowing across Hillsborough Bay here. We're outside of the Tampa General that's behind me right now, and you can see that the water levels have not come up significantly yet. They're anticipating a storm surge here, and the hospital is very protected. They've got barriers on the water, and then just above them they have that $1 million aqua fence that works so well in Hurricane Elena. Also, it's kind of a strange scene out here is that there's hundreds and hundreds of birds just kind of flying through these hurricane winds. Some really not taking refuge. There's a few on the dock, but I would say, you know, just the hundreds just flying through the sky. It's kind of a weird scene in downtown Tampa. Very quiet here as well. Not a lot of people out. We've not really seen anyone since we've been down here all afternoon. So I expect the conditions are going to worsen. But as of now, they have definitely picked up significantly in the last hour. In downtown Tampa, Kevin O'Donnell, Fox 13 Sports.
Kevin, you got a great perch there to see what's going to happen here in the next 6 or 7 hours. And Fort Myers, look at this. Businesses were damaged. The ground was littered with debris from a tornado that touched down in that city earlier today. It was a nasty one. You can see people even boarded up their windows after the tornado hit because, of course, for many of even them, they're still going to see some damage here and still see some weather in the next few hours.
Yeah, I think there was something like 70 tornado warnings at the front of the storm. That was frightening. We saw a lot of video.
3:30, 4 o'clock today, they were working overtime. It was really something. Yeah.
Of course, we are worried about our coastal communities as Milton moves in closer, but some of the most dangerous weather so far has been inland.
Yes, some of Hurricane Milton's bands of rain produced those destructive tornadoes we were watching earlier. Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer has more from Brandon.
We've mostly been seeing some stronger bands of rain in the eastern end of Hillsborough County. Haven't seen some of those stronger gusts of wind that the coastal areas have seen. However, just because you're not getting strong winds doesn't mean it's safe to be outside. We're going to show you why. There have been a series of tornadoes across the region. In fact, we have some video of several of them. So far, we've seen tornadoes in Polk County, Fort Myers, Clewiston, Palm Beach County along the Florida Turnpike, and near the Everglades. This comes after Polk Sheriff Grady Judd told us tornadoes were among his biggest concerns with this storm. These were produced by some of the earlier bands from Hurricane Milton. We're told several homes were damaged by one of them. In all likelihood, there have been other tornadoes as well. Experts say there are some that can be shielded by rain, making them almost impossible to see. And this is why emergency managers don't want people out anymore. It's just so hard to tell where these tornadoes are going to pop up. And as we've seen, most of them have been inland, not along the coast where the stronger gusts of wind have been. In Brandon, Aaron Mesmer, Fox 13 News.
All right, Aaron, thanks much. We're going to take a short break here, but we're going to come right back with more continuous coverage of Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, stay with us. We want to take you out live now to Englewood Beach here. You're looking at a live earth cam here, and you can see those waves are really crashing in on the shore. That's what it looks like in Englewood, but we're getting some videos in from along the West Shore area where the bay is getting sucked out. I've seen some of that from folks, and I'm also getting messages from people who live in Naples who are saying the surge is bad and it's getting into some homes.
It's all about where you are in relation to the center of the storm. And that's the thing that I remember I harped on 1,000 times the past couple of days. I hate that storm surge map because it's so broad brushed. It's all about where the center is. So you're right now in Tampa Bay, water's going out because the wind's blowing northeast. It wants to come in, but the wind's so strong, it kind of pushes it out. Now, that could change later tonight with a shift in the wind, but right now it does not look like a repeat in spots Tampa Bay north, like we saw during Helene. Now, different story there, Englewood, different story in Siesta Key. And Anna Maria, unfortunately, I think is going to have another tough time at Holmes Beach.
I'm fascinated by the camera behind this, the Naples Beach camera, or the pier you showed us earlier. For the most part, these waters and these winds have almost been coming due for south.
Well, yeah, because that's where
it's straight up the beach.
You know which way the wind is blowing. If you put an X on a map and you know where the center of the hurricane is, the winds go around in a circle, so you can almost know which direction they should be from the south, because that's where it is in relation to the center of the storm.
Paul, you guys had said earlier that you are not looking at the models anymore because it's on satellite and you're following where it's going to land. Because I think people are so focused in still on landfall, because as we know, as we saw with Helene, it could make a change up to the last minute.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much I mean, and the thing is, it's not a little point that where the eye is. It's kind of like just a big circle of wind. So if it's off a little bit, it still ends up kind of hitting the same people because it's so close.
Right.
And we're going to watch it. And we remember last night, I said, remember we did the Irma coverage at night, and it was the middle of the night, and the weather was over Polk County. And we'll kind of do that again tonight, I think. And the storm is going to weaken, but there'll be 40, 50, 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts. And at night, that's disconcerting, not fun.
And as that other video showed, that other Earth camera shot showed from Sarasota as well, they're getting the impacts right now on the beach.
Right.
There's very heavy winds already right now, and there's already some surge.
And there's probably a lot of flooding, and they can get it from the other side, too. You can get it from the intercoastal side for a while, then the wind shift, you get the other side. So, and can we show the, Nash, the camera where we look down in Sarasota? That's that's Englewood, right?
Yeah.
And that's probably not at the peak storm, but you know there's flooding going on there just by looking at that camera.
Right.
That's a problem. And then we have the other camera. You guys can take there you go. So that is looking down. So before that, or I should say closer to you at home, would be the Sarasota Yacht Club, and then behind it is Bird Key, and then beyond that is downtown Sarasota.
That's probably Marina Jack's right down below, right?
Right
off the Yacht Club, Yep. So the good news is the boats are still there, but this is not done yet.
No, we got a ways to go. And also, let's plop up. Could we show the radar?
What'd you say?
I don't know what I said. I said, can we plop up? It just made me laugh.
Oh, I heard pop up. I think it sounded fine.
We know what you meant.
Yeah, we know.
Losing it. The rain is a problem, and really concerned wherever the storm slides across the state, everything north of that line is going to end up with maybe 1 to 2 feet of rain. And we know we've learned so much this hurricane season from Debbie and Helene that with 1 to 2 feet of rain, there's going to be river flooding. There's going to be flash flooding. Thankfully, I mean, the only good news is everybody's home.
Right.
So you're not dealing with people driving around. Also, a big rain event comes out of nowhere. At least this has been predicted. So people are in this safe place, but river flooding is a problem too. So this is going to be tough.
You think about how many storms we've already had, how saturated our grounds are. So, I mean, that's only going to exacerbate the power outages.
Clarify landfall again for us, because landfall would be when the center of the eye crashes. But so once that happens, we will have already had some of the worst winds on shore, correct?
Yes. And the worst weather obviously is not in the middle of the eye.
It's right on the outside?
It's in the front of it. Yeah.
Okay.
There was discussion, so we were back. Nash, have they followed up on that at all? Anything else on the chat?
Because I've seen nothing about that.
Yeah, so a couple of hours ago, it's extremely rare that the Weather Service here in Ruskin, any local office, would issue an extreme wind warning, because it makes your phone go off, and it's done in rare cases because they want to save it for a situation where they're screaming at you, this is going to be dangerous. There's discussion that they may issue one, and it's for sustained winds of 115 miles an hour, and it'll be for a small area. We'll see if they issue one, but for now they haven't. And that would be down towards Sarasota and Anna Maria and Longboat. That zone is where that could be issued.
So if we're expecting landfall, the middle of the eye to go, is that it? Boy, that would be it. If that's it.
That's it. That's it. Extreme wind warning.
That's it.
Oh,
so we're expecting the eye to come on shore somewhere from Anna Maria to a little bit further south, around 8 o'clock. What would that mean for the worst winds about an hour beforehand?
Yeah, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I need to know where this warning's for. This is actually important. This is important information, so I didn't mean to interrupt you. Because I'm telling you, this is rarely issued. So, Nash, is there a graphic available, Nash?
Working on it.
Here's what to do. If you could just draw it on the radar, it's here it is. It's for Manatee County, and I guess they're going to do it by county. It doesn't delineate where it is. So there's an extreme wind warning for Manatee County, Pinellas County, and Hillsborough County until 9:30. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. So the bottom line is in sections of Manatee, Pinellas, and Hillsborough County, as Milton begins to move onshore, this is going to bring with it an area of sustained winds of 115 miles an hour. And that's the kind of wind. Is that, you drawing it by hand?
Yeah, that was me drawing it in.
Yeah, and they usually just kind of get it down to what the area they think it is, but they just went by the county. All that really means to me, and all you can do at home is sit tight, and maybe if you're watching me right now in those counties, is put yourself in a spot in the house that's away from windows. Sure. If you have, because that's what this is the kind of wind of 115 miles an hour that could take some of that debris left over from Helene and blow it around. Sure. So the only advice I have for you is, if you're where this eye is going to make landfall, is get yourself away from the wind. There's nothing else you can do. We don't have basements in Florida. I can't say go to the basement. No. All I can tell you to do is just stay away from the windows until this passes. Now, it's going to get dark pretty soon, and the whole situation of having winds that strong at night is even a more disconcerting situation.
Are we done with the tornadoes, Paul?
I think so. Okay. I wouldn't be shocked to see maybe a couple more, but I think the energy that produced, the shear that produced that, has now kind of raced away from our state.
So that wind warning again is until 9:30 tonight.
Thank you for reminding me. It's up until 9:30, and I'm going to chat. I want to chat.
I think Nash wants you.
Yeah, just drew the rough polygon. This is the area that they're looking at.
Did they make it a polygon?
Yes, should be in our system here shortly. The population enclosed in this, Paul, is close to 3 million.
Yeah. So, and I need to make this clear. Okay, this is important. It is not. And I said earlier, this is not going to be for entire counties, and it's not. It's for Manatee County, Pinellas, and Hillsborough, but just portions of those counties. And I don't think it goes all the way up to like Palm Harbor. Does it come up to Tampa?
It does, yes.
It includes Tampa? Okay.
Palm Harbor, it includes as well. That's the cutoff point. It stops before Tarpon Springs. It's drawn before or after Sarasota, so just north of Sarasota to just south of Tarpon Springs.
So give us a minute. And Jim just walked in, and we'll get back to the graphics machine, because I think it's important that we visually show you what we're talking about. We know the general area, and we'll come back and we'll show that on a graphic of who's got this extremely rare extreme wind warning that I don't remember the last time I've seen it.
But before you go, Paul, does this mean that these winds are going to continue for that long, or could those be gusts? I know you said sustained.
It's sustained winds of 115. It means it doesn't mean you can have 3 hours of sustained winds of 115.
Okay.
It means there will be a spell of sustained winds of 115, and then as the storm goes east of us, the winds will start diminishing. But those winds are going to start moving inland. Maybe not at this level, but those winds will start heading inland.
And the key will be where on that cone or where around the eye wall we're talking about, right?
Yeah, it's usually the leading edge of the eye wall will have the strongest winds. Okay. So let me get to working on a graphic. Okay. And then I'll come back and probably just cut in with that graphic.
Come back whenever you want.
Okay.
We'll be here waiting.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Paul.
You know, we're just talking about those tropical storm force winds and how they are already moving through Polk County this evening. You know, there are already reports of flooded streets, and there were numerous tornado warnings there this afternoon. Our Fox 13's Carla Byron is in Polk County now with the latest.
Officials say now is the time to hunker down as we're going to start experiencing the strongest part of this storm later tonight. Those hurricane force winds that are going to reach 70 to 90 miles per hour. There were numerous tornado warnings this afternoon, although county officials say no confirmed touchdowns so far. There was damage in Highlands County from those cells. The county does have reports of downed power lines, and the significant rain has caused flash flood warnings. There are some roads that are impassable right now.
Our shelters are still open. We've got about 5,500 people across all of our shelters that are open. Those are still available, but again, unless you really have a good reason to leave at this point, it's best we suggest you just hunker down, ride out the storm, wait until it's safe tomorrow to begin moving around the county.
As those strong winds come through and there are power outages, officials are just reminding folks, don't put your generator in a garage, put it somewhere where it's ventilated. Also, don't try to connect it to your house without an electrician. Talking safety after the storm, officials are stressing people don't let your kids play in flood water, as there could be debris or animals or other hidden dangers. Driving through flood water, especially at nighttime, is a terrible idea as well. Another really important thing to remember is that injuries and fatalities are more likely to happen not during the storm, but after the storm. When it's light outside and people go outside to check the damage, they may step on a downed power line. So officials again are stressing that people stay inside once this storm passes. In Lakeland, Carla Byron, Fox 13 News.
All right, Carla, thank you. The city of Tampa is preparing to see a lot of flooding, damage, and of course, power outages. Our Evan Axelbank has been speaking to city emergency leaders about what they are expecting. Evan, what are you hearing there?
Yeah, and we have gone from waiting to see what the storm would bring to now being in the middle of it. Obviously, it's dry in here, but there are dozens of city officials behind me who are keeping a close watch on everything to do with the city, from police to fire, transportation, every kind of, every city department is represented here in the Emergency Operations Center that I am in right now. And I'm joined by Mayor Jane Castor. Mayor Castor is here with us. Now that we have seen some of the projections of storm surge decrease, changed, are you able to say that the city of Tampa has avoided the worst yet?
I would say that we have avoided the worst. The worst case scenario would have been for Milton to come in on the north side of Tampa Bay. It's certainly not good, but I don't know about catastrophic. As it looks, it continues to move, so nothing's certain, but so far, it looks good.
What guidelines are you going to use to determine when to either end emergency services or to restart them?
We usually end, as a rule of thumb, at 40 miles an hour. But, our first responders are going to go out and do what they have to do. But we certainly can't put people in harm's way. And so there does become a point when the winds are steady or those gusts are so high that first responders just can't get out.
And do you believe you're there yet?
I don't believe we're there yet. We still have police and fire responding to 911 calls.
And have you, at this point, responded to any what are called critical incidents, any incidents of injuries or serious injuries or deaths?
Nothing associated with Hurricane Milton.
Well, that's certainly good news. For people who are watching right now, obviously the mayor and other officials around the state and in the county have insisted that people leave evacuation zones A and B. Let's face it, there are going to be people who did not leave those zones. What do you say to those people right now as they watch and
determine whether they're in an unsafe situation.
Well, they are in an unsafe situation, and right now they just have to do all that they can to shelter in place right now. It's too late to get out.
And just quickly, what resources are going to be standing by for when this storm passes through, and how will you deploy those resources?
And that's a great question, because we are prepared to respond. But what we need to alert everyone to is that as you evacuated, thank you for doing that. But as soon as the winds die down, you can't come back into the city immediately. We're going to have to check those areas that have been flooded to ensure everyone's safe, and it's safe to get back in there. I promise you, we will get you back in as quickly as we safely can. So please just stay posted and wait for the official word to go back into those evacuation areas.
All right, Mayor Jane Castor, thank you so much for being with us. So Allie, you hear the good news, and that is that it seems that Tampa has avoided the worst, the absolute worst, but of course no one's guard is down right now. We have to wait and see what this storm brings to the city of Tampa.
I feel like I can take a little sigh of relief there. Please thank the mayor for all the updates and the work that she's done for our community. Evan, thank you.
Yep, first the mayor, now the sheriff. Law enforcement has all hands on deck right now, waiting for Milton's landfall. Let's bring in Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister joining us live. Hi there, Sheriff. What have you seen out there on the streets? This is something likely most of us have never seen, at least a scenario like this. How is it right now?
In my 33 years of law enforcement, I've never seen the flooding that we saw 2 weeks ago and what we're starting to see already. With the heavy rains, the flash flooding we're starting to see, but the conditions are rapidly, and I mean rapidly, deteriorating out there.
Sheriff, what's your sense of the evacuation orders in terms of how well they were responded to? We know over the last month or so, we've had a couple of storms here in the Tampa Bay area, so we've had plenty of dry runs. People know how damaging and dangerous these storms can be. Do you think most people who needed to evacuate have?
I have to tell you, I believe they have. You saw the long lines at gas stations, at grocery stores, places where they could buy supplies, the amount of cars that had fled, the fact that I've never seen every hotel in Hillsborough County sold out, even from residents who just got out of the evacuation zone. I'm very pleased with the response. Well, I just got an update before we came on air. We have over 15,000 people in shelter. 6 of them are at capacity. That's great news. That means people are heeding the warning.
That's an incredible number for our shelters. What about those who did not evacuate, who may need help later tonight? What is your message to them?
That's my biggest fear. You know, they took that gamble. They gamble with their life or the life of their loved ones. I'm not going to gamble with the 4,000 members that are here at the sheriff's office, along with Fish and Game, who sent 30 officers here ready for that response. We're all prepared. We have people spending the night around the clock. They're ready to go do what they're trained and prepared to do. But I'm not going to gamble with their lives responding because you decided to stay. And I can't imagine what that feeling would be like if you said, oh boy, I shouldn't be here, I need help, and help's not going to come at some point.
Sheriff, is there an area in terms of location that may be also a big concern for you? Obviously there's some coastal areas, especially down by the river, but we know, you mentioned of course the heavy rain that's already starting to happen. Do you have a particular area that you're really concerned about, or are you more concerned just about the whole county?
Yeah, 2 areas, the south end of the county where I think is going to get the brunt of the storm, Alafai River. Again, you guys know how heavily saturated, what a busy rainy season that it's been. And now with all this rain coming, there's nowhere for the water to go. And I'm afraid of the flash flooding. You know, the storm surge is still yet to be determined. So the south end of the county and Dana Shores out towards Town and Country that easily floods. These are the 2 areas of the county that I'm most concerned with.
Sure. Well, Sheriff Chronister, we thank you so much for your time. Anything else you want to add to our viewers as we get ready for what could be a historic night here in Tampa Bay?
Hey, as your sheriff, as a father, as a member of this community, wherever you are, I'm pleading with you, stay indoors.
Let's hope they do. Sheriff Chad Chronister, thank you so much. We appreciate all our first responders and all you guys do for us, guys and gals. We know it's going to be a busy couple of days, if not longer. We'll let you get back to work. Thanks much.
Thank you.
Well, President Biden did address the Hurricane Milton issue, of course, this evening, and the destructive power of the storm, while assuring that the government will be there, he said, for the people of Florida. Here it is.
We've already approved emergency declarations for Florida. We have thousands of federal personnel on the ground. When you're staged and are ready to go, we have 20 million meals, 40 million liters of water. At my direction, the Secretary of Defense, Austin, has pre-positioned search and rescue teams, helicopters, and high water speed vehicles as close to the storm as possible, so they're ready to conduct life-saving missions.
So you have been listening.
All right, let's talk, as of course, President Biden here giving some brief moments, some mentions here a short time ago. We want to talk about Pasco County. Go ahead. Yeah.
We're here right now in Port Richey in Pasco County. We're right along the water. This is a neighborhood that we've been in for a little while today, and it is pretty much a ghost town, which is good news ultimately. That means a lot of people appeared who have evacuated, either getting out of this area completely or going to a shelter. And right now the wind is really starting to pick up in this area. We've seen some pretty steady rain for the last couple hours in Pasco. We've been in the Hudson area, the Port Richey area. If you take a look at this house right here, it has the hurricane shutters on, and again, it doesn't appear that anybody is in this neighborhood or in this general area right now. Now this house, the neighbor actually tells me the homeowner stayed during Hurricane Helene and actually had to swim out to the house next door that was on higher ground. So that just gives you an idea of how high that water was that came in during Helene. Now neighbors in this area are bracing for potentially round 2 of some potential storm surge flooding and flash flooding that could come with Milton and impact parts of Pasco County. And if you look at this house right now, this house was destroyed by flooding from Hurricane Helene. The homeowner says he had at least 4 feet of water inside his house. His house is gutted right now. And by the looks of the debris that was scattered along the street in this neighborhood, so many other people were dealing with the same thing from the flooding from Hurricane Helene. As you can see behind me, these homes back right up to the water, and that has been a concern again with Helene and with Milton here about that water rising. One of the biggest concerns in the county along the coast is the potential for more storm surge flooding and flash flooding. Again, it's already been raining for the better part of the afternoon, at least better part of the day really here in the area. So that is one of the concerns. Again, storm surge flooding and flash flooding. At this point, if you haven't evacuated, that window has closed, and emergency officials are asking people really to shelter in place at this point. We will continue to have updates throughout the evening, but reporting in Pasco, Kylie Jones.
I want to talk about this graphic. We were discussing it earlier. Extreme wind warning is up until 9:30. This is done in extreme wind in extreme cases. Doesn't happen very often, and since I've been here 35 years, I don't recall one. Maybe when some of the hurricanes moved across the state, but I think back then this wasn't used much. All it means is in purple, which really covers essentially almost all of Manatee County, almost all of Hillsborough, almost all of Pinellas County. Winds may be sustained at 115 miles an hour. That's sustained, not gusts. Doesn't mean for 3 hours you can have a sustained winds of 115, that there may be a spell of that amount of wind as the eye wall begins to traverse the state from west to east or west-southwest to east-northeast. The highest likelihood, I think, of that occurring maybe a little bit to the south of some of these, the top end, maybe a little bit down here and down here. That is where the eye wall contains, we talked about this last night, the day before that, the core of the hurricane, the donut. The eye is the hole of the donut, and then surrounding that hole is the wind, the worst that the hurricane can produce or offer. That is going to slide east-northeast and head to the East Coast. So this is up until 9:30. You should have had alert on your phone. I think it's actually required. This is one of those alerts, like a storm surge warning, that is required to be sent to your phone. This is until 9:30. Can we show current winds to see if we're probably not near that threshold? But let's see, you got 66 now in St. Pete. The eye wall is still kind of hanging off the coastline, but the winds will pick up as it begins to move onshore. So what is the advice? So you say, Paul, what do I do? There's not really a lot you can do in a basement. I mean, if I was home and one was issued from my location. The best course of action is to put yourself in a room that you think is the safest room in your house, whether it's a bathroom or maybe a, I'm not saying it doesn't have to be a closet. It could be a den. It could be someplace in your house that you feel you've got a lot of walls in between you and the outside, and away from windows. Your biggest concern is really that wind blowing something around that would hit your window and compromising your house. That's really the biggest concern in these extreme wind warnings. I don't think there'll be enough wind necessarily to blow your roof off or something like that, but certainly can cause damage to your house. But anywhere interior of your home away from windows is the best course of action. So we'll have an update again and a lot more coming up. Here's the radar showing the heavy torrential rains which continue Tampa Bay north. Back to you guys.
All righty, Paul, thanks. You know, Disney World closed their theme parks early today ahead of this hurricane, ahead of Milton making landfall. And the cost of the closings, they say, could be anywhere from $150 to $200 million. That's according to analysts at Goldman Sachs. They say that will be the cost of closing Disney's Hollywood Studios, Animal Kingdom, Magic Kingdom, Epcot, and Disney Springs. Disney says these parks will likely stay closed through Thursday. And it's always, I want to show you this, always amazing to see this. Look at that. That's the International Space Station capturing some video of Hurricane Milton as it churned toward the Gulf Coast of Florida earlier today. And you can see it's clearly a monstrous storm, and it really has taken shape. And there are always incredible images from afar. I think a lot of us would love to be on that International Space Station right now.
Right, yeah. Well, you know, this morning, FHP troopers rescued a dog that was left tied to a pole by someone. Look at this video. This dog was found on the shoulder of Interstate 75 near Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. And as FHP troopers approached the dog, you can see here it barked because it was scared. But troopers reassured it that they were there to help. And then you can see in the video, the dog was already submerged in floodwater up to its chest. Now, we shouldn't have to say this, but of course, FHP urges people, do not do this. You can take your dog to a shelter, or many of the shelters are accepting dogs. They're pet friendly.
Sure.
But the dog has been rescued, as you can see in the back of the trooper's car, and we actually heard that it was checked out by a vet, doing okay. Well, here's the dog in the back of the cruiser, and yep, as we just said, all checked out and doing well.
You can find more storm coverage as well right in the palm of your hand. If you have not downloaded the Fox Local app, please do it now, because it really is a great app. It's so easy to use. You can actually scrub back on the live newscast and watch it. You'll really need this for sure if you have any power outages, because many people are expecting it. Many people are already experiencing that. I know I'm getting some alerts in Pinellas County already. But the app has county-by-county updates, forecast videos from our weather team, all of our live newscasts. It's free to download for iPhone and Android phones, so please take advantage of that and don't wait till your power's out. Go ahead and do that now. And obviously, keep your phone charged as long as you can.
And those alerts on. Those are so important. And a reminder, if you do lose power during the storm or you need to save your device's batteries, several local radio stations will be carrying our newscasts, and you can listen to our hurricane coverage on 102.5 The Bone, 97X, and 101.5 The Vibe. Stay informed, of course, at fox13news.com, and you can always find the latest track for Milton and weather updates there. Well, we are staying with you on the air throughout the night as we continue to monitor Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, this is a tough one, affecting a lot of people, but we're here for you. We want to help. We want to do everything we can. So we're going to be right back with our Chief Meteorologist, Paul Delgado, and the very latest track. We're about an hour away from expected landfall, county-by-county coverage and live Sky Tower radar, moments away.
And good evening. Thanks for sticking with us as we continue to stick with you throughout the duration of Hurricane Milton. I'm Allie Corey.
And I'm Mark Wilson. The entire Fox 13 team is here for you, ready for you. We appreciate you joining us. Hurricane Milton getting ever so close now to the Tampa Bay area. And we want to show you a little bit of damage we're already starting to see. These are pictures from Lake Placid from that tornado. It was a pretty dark wedge tornado there earlier tonight. These are from the sheriff. Tropical Home Mobile Park in Lake Placid. This is why we can tell you got to be careful these mobile home parks during these storms. We're hearing one person did suffer some minor injuries, but again, that's why we have our mobile home parks and manufactured homes in these evacuation orders, even this far inland, because we can see these tornadoes spawn. And if you saw our tornado alerts and the tornado warning today, it was really something. I'm not sure I've ever seen 5. We had at least 5 at one point this afternoon in our viewing area at the same time. Just really incredible. Viewers are also sending us some video as well. Here's a clip of a tree that fell on a power line. This is Bardmore area in Seminole, Pinellas County. They're starting to get some of those heavier winds, and yeah, that power line is hot. Could spark a little bit of a fire there, but that's what happens when we get these heavy winds and these trees that are kind of somewhat canopy trees. If we got soft ground because of all the rain, some of the trees that are pretty thick, these winds are going to pull some of them down.
Sure, and at this point, you should absolutely be in your safe place. Let's send it over to meteorologist Nash Rhodes now with the very latest. Nash?
Yeah, we're checking in right now with a live update from Hurricane Milton. Sustained winds at the moment, 120 miles per hour. Still moving to the northeast at 15 miles per hour, which is relatively quick. We've seen it bounce back and forth a little bit faster than that at times, a little bit slower, and that's what we come to expect. As disorganized as this storm now is, a lot of those showers and thunderstorms kind of off on the northeast side of it. Off to the southeast, drier air is now funneling in, and that's why the southern edge of the eye wall, we'll show here in just a moment, has started to erode, and it's mainly the northern half that we're seeing all of the heavy rainfall, and additionally seeing all of the strongest winds at the moment. Here's the latest updated track. We kind of tagged the position of the eye hour by hour, and you can see a few small jogs and wobbles here and there, and that's why we say we throw the models out the window right now and we keep an eye on the storm. We babysit it until it comes on shore, and that is so important because depending on the exact spot of landfall, as we're already starting to see, all the onshore winds will be just south of this circulation. All the offshore winds will be moving away from the coastline, and those offshore winds will mitigate that storm surge, while the highest levels of surge will be just to the south of the circulation. Let's get a closer look at a few spots that are already seeing some of the heaviest bands of rain. And kind of deceiving here because the radar, remember, is punching through all these outer bands. By the time it gets here, it's a little bit lighter shaded, but still starting to see that eye get closer and closer to the shoreline, likely now moving toward Manatee and Sarasota counties, where that extreme wind warning was issued just moments ago, as winds could climb up to 110 to 115 miles per hour for some time. We're watching all this rain on the north side of this as well, as we've already seen roughly half a foot of rainfall on the leading edge of this storm, and the eye right now across is about 20 to 25 miles. We'd expect that to grow just a bit, and you can see very disorganized and disheveled right now. Not a lot happening closer to the center in terms of organization like we had about an hour ago. Right now, wind gusts along the coast as high as 60 to 70 miles per hour in many spots. Notice the offshore winds just north of that circulation. Areas down farther south in southwest Florida, as we checked in with the Naples fishing pier just a moment ago. Onshore winds down there. Otherwise, inland, starting to see those wind gusts tick up to 30 to 40 miles per hour. And remember, these are tropical storm force winds extending very far inland. We didn't necessarily see hurricane force winds get transported inland with Helene when it made its close pass. This is going to be a different story because the eye, again, coming on shore and expected to make it all the way to the east side of the state still as a hurricane before pushing off the shoreline. This is a very rare warning that was issued just a moment ago. An extreme wind warning until 9:30 p.m. encompassing Tampa, St. Pete, all the way down south, just north of Sarasota is where they've drawn that closing line. But you get the picture. Spots in here can expect wind gusts and wind speeds to exceed at times 110 miles per hour, perhaps 115 miles per hour with that warning. And they saved those warnings for the most dire of scenarios when it comes to these very strong winds on the leading edge of powerful hurricanes. Storms that come to mind, Ian. I was covering this storm, Hurricane Ian down in southwest Florida as it was pushing on shore, and one of those warnings were issued and came to our phone. Not very many of them are issued each year. Sometimes we go an entire year without seeing one of those warnings issued. So it just puts in perspective what we're seeing there. Additionally, the winds on the north side of this moving offshore will drive that surge much lower. Onshore winds, especially the strongest near and south of the storm center, is what we're going to be watching for to bump up those storm surge totals, perhaps at or surpassing 10 feet in some spots. That has been the trend with many of these surge forecasts, but notice the numbers farther south have started to increase in spots, while the numbers up to the north have started to come down substantially. We have made some changes with that forecast. We're going to get that to you in just a moment, but Sky Tower radar showing that this is now nearing the coastline, 25 miles wide or so for that eye wall right now. Get back to you in just a moment with new updates regarding this storm's position. Guys?
Are we thinking landfall within the hour?
Might be a little
Hour and a
soon.
half?
I remember
Okay.
it's the center of the storm, exactly within the middle of those winds that has to move onshore. I think some of the stronger winds of this system will be moving onshore in the next hour or so.
Okay, in the next hour or so. All right, Nash, thank you so much. You know, the rains and the wind continue to move into Sarasota and Manatee counties. People are on edge. They are just waiting for Milton to pass, but unfortunately, we are just getting into it here. Let's get out to Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon. She's live for us in Sarasota. Kim, you have been showing us so much out there. Tell us what it's like for you now.
Well, Allie, we're just off of Clark Road at the Holiday Inn Express here. The lights are starting to flicker. The power luckily came back on. Want to go ahead and show you just some of the gusts that we're feeling right now. Not so bad, but you can start to see over here just some of the trees moving. Car wash, we want to show you this. This is a Circle K over here. You can start to see just some of the things hanging off. We've seen a lot of the trees rocking off. I think we're about to get one of those gusts right now, but this is why you need to be indoors at this point. A lot of this stuff can turn into flying shrapnel. We're lucky we're underneath a covered parking area here at the Holiday Inn. But want to show you some video today. This is from the Cortez Fishing Village. There was still some time for people to prepare here to get their boats ready. And you have to think about the Cortez Fishing Village. They were impacted greatly from Helene. Now they have Milton, and the Milton has its eyes set on the Manatee, Sarasota County area. It's a very hard thing. This is a historic fishing village. This is a place that so many people have poured their lives into for decades. I want you to hear from one of the fishermen here who says, no matter what Milton brings their way, they are going to rebuild, and they will continue to be here for the community.
We've moved a lot of our boats around to another harbor to try and protect them. I decided to stay here with one of mine. That way we have multiple locations so we won't lose them all.
Cortez Fishing Village here is really the backbone of the community when you think about not only tourism, but the fish that we get. How important is it that we get this back up and running and help fishermen no matter what we face?
We've already made up our minds. If we do get wiped out, we'll rebuild. We've already made up our minds. We hope that doesn't happen, and we hope the damage is minimal, but we're expecting it to be pretty bad. We really are. And it's the lifeblood of the community. That's where all our dollars come from. It's where people, work. It's everything for us.
And really talking to another captain, Captain Scott Moore, who's lived on Anna Maria Island, Holmes Beach for decades. He said, he sent me a text earlier and said, this is really a storm that is going to change everything about our barrier islands, everything that we all have known and loved throughout the decades. Same goes for the Cortez Fishing Village here. Everyone is continuing to hold out hope, but we will just now wait and see. Want to bring you back out live here to Sarasota. You can really see now these squall lines are starting to get really bad. Just some of the wind coming in. We're starting to see some of the branches coming off. Right here off of Clark Road, our area now has lost power, and we expect these winds to continue to get stronger. A lot of people in the hotel who have evacuated from other areas just seeking a safe place, but we will continue to bring you the latest. I think we're going to take a break for about an hour as some of the worst weather moves in just to protect ourselves, but Allie will have more later on today. Back to you.
As always, Kim, thanks so much for your reporting. You guys get inside and be safe. We'll see you in a little bit later.
Now, Pinellas County's first responders have been pulled off the roads now that wind conditions are just too dangerous. You see what winds are already happening around Sarasota, where Kim is. Many agencies are now sheltering in place at their emergency operations center, and that's where we find Fox 13's Brianna Ardano joining us live. Hi there, Brianna. What's the latest there? You're in St. Pete, right?
Yeah, so I'm actually, the Emergency Operations Center is in Largo, and so I can tell you, though, that the city of St. Pete, as well as Pinellas County, have now stopped their emergency response because it is just too dangerous for those crews to be out on the roads right now. Now, earlier, just maybe around 6:30, we all got those alerts on our phones from Pinellas County, anyone who was here in the area telling us to shelter in place because of those high winds. And I'm sure everybody, as we heard Nash and Paul talking about the National Weather Service having their warning about the extreme wind. So you should already be in your safe place by now where you're going to be taking shelter during the storm. Now, before those warnings went off, I can tell you that we did have the chance to step outside and get a little bit of video of the conditions here right outside of the EOC. And we did see the wind start to pick up as well, along with the rain. But I do also want to talk about power outages here. Obviously, there's already thousands of them happening all across the Tampa Bay area. But if you have power and you're watching us right now, this is a great time to go ahead and charge your phones, charge those battery packs, charge whatever devices you may need in order for you to be able to contact, family, call 911, call for help, because even if it's just, for 5 or 10 minutes before that power goes out, any sort of time will definitely help later on if you're not able to have access to power after this storm. Now, we did talk to a county spokesperson here at the EOC who shared with us some tips about you riding out the storm if you're in your home.
If you're concerned about the wind, if the wind starts, getting really strong and you feel like it's going to damage your roof, you can go into an interior room with no windows and hunker down in there during the worst of the storm, which will probably be kind of in the late hours tonight into the early morning hours.
Yeah, and so I also talked about this earlier in the afternoon, but Pinellas County has their Alert Pinellas system that they're really encouraging people to sign up for. Again, while you still have service, while you still have power, you can just type it into your browser here. This page will pop up. It's really easy to hit that sign up button, and that's how you're able to kind of get those text message alerts about what's going on here within the county. Other counties have those kinds of alert systems as well. You'll get a text message right to your phone letting you know what's going on, and just to keep you updated about conditions as this storm kind of passes through. And it's just really important for people, again, to make sure that they are in their safe place right now, stay off of the roads, and just be smart. Back to you.
Yeah, that Alert Pinellas is pretty neat, Brianna. As a Pinellas County resident, I signed up for that today, and it works great. So I encourage anybody in Pinellas to do that. Alert Pinellas, it's very easy. Brianna, thanks very much. We'll get back to you. We heard from Mayor Castor. We heard from Sheriff Chronister. We know law enforcement is taking the storm very seriously. We want to go to St. Pete now, where their first responders have now paused their operations until it's safe to do so. So we're joined live by St. Pete Police Chief Anthony Holloway. Hi there, Chief. Tough times right now. What are you seeing there in St. Pete? We know this extreme wind warning did include the city of St. Pete and that lower half of Pinellas County. What are you concerned about tonight?
Well, we're concerned about the weather's really starting to deteriorate very quickly. So we're hoping people have taken the warning that they're not on the street and they're sheltered in place. Around 5:30, we took the men and women off the street for their safety. And hopefully, everybody, again, paying attention to what we told them to do.
Do you have any particular areas of concern, so to speak? I know we heard in Hillsborough County, we all saw the traffic, we saw the mass evacuation. It appears a lot of people have taken these evacuation orders very seriously, and obviously you in St. Pete have a lot of residents who are in that mandatory evacuation area. Are you pleased, do you think, at this point, with the number of people who should have evacuated, did evacuate?
I'm very pleased with that. I had a chance to drive around last night and drive around today. I saw a lot of people really did heed the warning, and they left around the coastal area. So again, we're just hoping that people did pay attention to, and the people that did decide to stay, that they have to realize that we won't be able to come out until this storm passes now.
And we're unsure of that timing right now. It could be a little bit later tonight. As we just heard from our chief meteorologist, they're bumping up. It looks like this landfall may be about within the next hour and a half or so. So what would happen once the storm passes? I mean, at this point, I know those who stayed and may need some help, we don't want to tell them not to call 911, but how do you deal with that for those who do need help that stayed behind?
We want them to call 911. The city has a great plan in place. We have great team members, not only just law enforcement and firefighters, but you also have the people who are going to have to try to move the debris, Duke Energy. So we're working together as a team. We're in our emergency operations center. And as we get those calls, we're going to try to move the debris as quickly as possible and get to those people that have called 911 and need our assistance.
Okay, that is St. Petersburg Police Chief Anthony Holloway. We appreciate you, Chief. Thanks much. Hope everybody stays safe, and we know it's going to be a long couple of days, if not longer, for you guys responding afterwards as well. So hope everybody stays safe.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
North Pinellas County really getting battered by Milton right now. Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis, she is live for us in Clearwater. Genevieve, we know you live in Pinellas. You've been covering this area for us really all week. You've already been in Safety Harbor and Dunedin. Now you're in Clearwater. How's it looking out there where you are right now?
Yeah, Allie, well, those winds are certainly picking up. I know Nash was talking about that high wind advisory, that high wind warning, and we certainly have seen some stronger gusts coming through. Obviously, the rain has intensified as well. We have had some power flickers. We are staying with my photographer, Travis's family, and we have seen some of those power flickers, but we have not lost power yet. But we have been through the North Pinellas area throughout the day. Take a look at some of the things we saw.
Godspeed to all of us that are in the path of this storm.
Pinellas County in the path of Milton, where the impacts from Helene can still be seen, from the piles of debris to the Safety Harbor Pier washed away by the storm. With the storm surge expected to be worse this time around, downtown Clearwater was empty, boarded up, bracing for that surge. The same was true for the shops along Dunedin's Main Street, spared from Helene's surge, now expected to be submerged by Milton. Through the worst of storms, hope comes in many forms. And today, we found a slice of that hope at R&S Pizza.
Slammed all day. It's been so many people in and out, lines, calls all day long, nonstop. It's been absolutely crazy, but we got through it together as a family.
We love each other. Yes. The family-run pizza shop in Clearwater stayed open from 10 to 6, feeding people looking for a hot meal and refuge.
We've been through Ian, we've been through Irma, we went through Helene. We can conquer any battle. If we're allowed to go out there and conquer this battle, we can.
Yes, certainly a slice of hope there at that family-run business this afternoon. They did close at 6 p.m. so that their family, their employees could go home and be safe, and so that more customers weren't coming into the storm into their store at the height of this storm. And I do want to emphasize that we did get those high wind advisories. We got them to our phone just a few moments ago, and first responders have been pulled off the road here in Pinellas County. That means that they cannot respond to 911 calls, so you should stay off the roads too. We had plans to be live somewhere else, but we are hunkering down so that we're not on the road. So that's the conditions out here in Pinellas County and in Clearwater tonight, guys.
I'm happy to hear that, that you guys are hunkering down and that you're staying safe, Genevieve. And thanks for bringing us a little bit of joy there with that family-run pizzeria doing so much good in the community. Genevieve, you and Travis stay safe.
Thanks, Allie.
Send it over to the Weather Center, guys. What you got?
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the thick of it right now. We're really starting to see these winds pick up. The cameras are bouncing all over. Look outside right now. This is the view down in Sarasota, and I mean, this camera is bouncing all over, and you can't see much, but there you see it. You see the power flashes. You're starting to see more and more of these transformers blowing. And I mean, this is what we've been watching here for the past 10, 15 minutes, just more and more of these transformers in and around downtown Sarasota, starting to see more and more of these power outages as these winds are really starting to pick up right now. And this is because we've got just really the core of it. I mean, this is now about 24, 25 miles off the coastline. It looked like it was starting to jog a little bit further to the north, maybe up towards Bradenton, but really in the past maybe hour, we've noticed more of a turn, more of a jog, more towards the east. So this looks like it is coming in right down towards Sarasota. And this is probably just maybe a little over an hour until it actually makes landfall. So this is coming in a bit earlier, maybe a little bit longer, hour and a half right now. But it's not going to be 1 o'clock in the morning. This is going to come obviously much sooner than that. Now, we do have Hillsborough, Pinellas, down into Manatee. That's really that northern portion of this storm where we're seeing that now that extreme wind warning, something you just don't see very often. and it's reserved for that. Instead of just issuing tornado warnings, is what they used to do with this kind of a scenario. That's a little bit confusing. Now they have this extreme wind warning, and we're going to see some of these winds at times. We could see them well in excess of 100 miles an hour, 100, 110 miles an hour we could see with this in these areas. And again, this warning goes until 9:30 for Hillsborough, Pinellas, and Manatee County. So we just continue to watch more of that working its way through. If we can go ahead and pop back to our other radar, Nash, we can kind of show some more of the other radar aspects here. And there you see that strongest portion right now, Pinellas County over into Hillsborough County. You see that eye right there, and notice you're just not seeing much in the way of that convection. And we've been talking about that for days, that we were quite likely going to see a scenario like this where we were going to see all the convection, all that rain on that northern side. You've got the strong onshore wind. We've got that surge on that southern side. But so much of the weather is on that northern side because we've got that dry air now starting to work its way around this system and erode away that southern half of the storm. But we're also, this is interacting with the cold front. So basically right on top of us, this system is starting to make a transition from a purely tropical system to starting to pick up some characteristics more along the lines of more of a frontal system, an area, a low pressure working along the front, because we actually have a cold front through here, and it's this trough along with the cold front that's picking this storm up and directing it right over the top of us. And so that's where we're going to see that heaviest rain working its way through Pinellas, Hillsborough, and basically just sliding right along that I-4 corridor into the north of that, right across the state as we go through the overnight hours. Now, earlier we had that just amazing run of tornado warnings, a number of confirmed tornadoes. Now we're transitioning away from that real threat of all the tornadoes. You can still see some of those now out into the Atlantic. You see a lot of lightning with that as well. But for the most part, the tornado threat's done. I mean, we could see a couple more tornadoes, but with that, we really move away from that. Now we're talking about just the strong winds in the core of this system, and then that heavy rain, and then the storm surge on that southern side of this system as well. That's where we see the most extreme portions of that surge. You look at the rainfall totals, what we could be expecting, 6 to 12 inches of rain, isolated amounts up to 18 inches of rain. So that is going to be becoming a real threat as we go through the overnight hours. We're going to start to see more and more of this freshwater flooding. And that's really, with the storm surge and the freshwater flooding, that is really some of the largest deaths come from situations like that. You look at the Fox model showing that just that core of some of the heaviest rain sliding right through Pinellas, Hillsborough, all the way places like Jacksonville, Daytona, all the way down towards to maybe just to the north of the Cape. That's where you're seeing the strongest portions of that rain working its way through with some of the highest rainfall totals. So now you're noticing that track somewhat bending a little bit further down towards the south. Winds right now, they're at 120 miles an hour, slowing down just a tad from what we had earlier today, currently working its way towards the northeast at 15 miles an hour. Here's a view downtown Tampa. Rain's coming down. You see the cameras bouncing around as well. And these winds really starting to pick up. There you see the gust. St. Petersburg currently gusting to 66 miles an hour. Here in Tampa, over 40. You head all the way up towards Brooksville, and you're seeing those winds, 66 miles an hour. Even away from the coastline, Winter Haven, winds gusting to 56 miles an hour down in the Sarasota. Luckily, it's still, for the moment, an offshore wind. We'll be waiting to see if that switches around. And once that switches around, you take the difference between a wind going 59 miles an hour offshore to potentially more along the lines of an 80, 90 mile an hour wind potentially onshore. That's going to be a huge difference, and that's where you're going to see so much of that water finally pushing onshore, and you get that surge. That's what we'll be watching for. Now, once again, Sky Tower radar showing that eye nearing the coastline there. And again, just more and more of that heavy rain. And that's really what we're going to be watching minute by minute, second by second, watching this eye nearing the coastline, because we're really starting to get much, much closer to when that's actually going to work its way on shore. But for now, we also watch that extreme wind warning that we have throughout Pinellas, Hillsborough, down into Manatee for this area here, which really has some of the strongest winds. Some of the worst part of this right now is working its way through some of these areas right here throughout the Tampa Bay area. So we're going to continue to watch this. I've got Nash in here as well. Paul's going to be back in just a few minutes, and we're going to be continuing to just track this, working its way on shore. We'll send it back over to you guys.
Oh, all right, Jim, and unfortunately that wind warning extends to 9:30, so we still have 2 more hours of that.
Yeah, I'm getting a couple of Facebook comments. I know you're getting some too. One says it's awfully scary and nasty in North Clearwater right now. A couple of signs down in St. Pete. A friend of mine's in Lakeland. Some roof damage there.
So power out
we're starting to hear about the signs. We've already seen some trees starting to come down. So I think that's going to be the theme of the night as these continue. We hope it doesn't get too much worse, and you don't want trees on houses. That's where, of course, it becomes a much bigger issue.
Yeah, the biggest thing is that you're in your safe place right now.
Yep.
And we want to continue to show you more areas of Hillsborough County where we're seeing some damage.
Yeah, Fox 13 Jennifer Vaglis joins us now from MLK Jr. Boulevard near Raymond James Stadium. She's got a look at the neighborhoods nearby.
As Hurricane Milton approaches Tampa Bay, we drove around Hillsborough County taking stock of the impacts so far. The Bay Crest Park neighborhood in Town and Country right off Memorial Highway was already seeing flooded roads. The homes here are situated along canals. Now this is Evacuation Zone A mandatory evacuation area. Some streets here are impassable. We saw a car or two having to turn around. Meanwhile, debris from Helene remains piled high. And one neighborhood along the Hillsborough River near Lowry Park is also in Evacuation Zone A. Neighbors tell me the water from Helene was waist high, and they expect the same from Milton. Now, the issue for them is that across the river on the Old Seminole Heights side, the ground is higher, and any stormwater runoff tends to go into the river and even into their neighborhood. Now, another concern for them is low-lying power lines and tree branches, so there's definitely a lot of vegetation in this area. Fortunately, that is not the case yet. They aren't seeing too much flooding because the swales here seem to be doing their job so far. Now, here along MLK Jr. Boulevard, right near Raymond James Stadium, we are seeing some pooling in the roadways already as rain is kind of coming in a sideways angle with those wind gusts kind of passing through the area. Fortunately, not a whole lot of cars on the road, which just goes to show that people are kind of hunkering in place and, of course, need to continue to do so as Milton continues to approach Tampa Bay. For now, in Hillsborough County, Jennifer Vaglis, Fox 13 News.
All right, Jennifer, thanks. We just got word we're going to hear from the governor soon. That's coming up probably in just a couple of minutes. So let's take a short break. We'll be back with more continuous coverage, something from the governor in Tallahassee, of course.
Yeah, stay with us. We'll be right back. As we continue our coverage of Hurricane Milton, we want to show you this viewer video. This is from Brian Carl. This video was sent in to us. He lives over in West Shore Yacht Club. This is from his backyard, and you can see there the bay getting sucked out. A much different story than what we saw, obviously, with Helene, where these same people were watching those waters rise and come into their yards. And now it's getting sucked out, as you can see, into the bay. And that's because, you guys, we are on the north side of the storm, correct?
Yeah, we've got that. So we've got the offshore flow, and I mean, this just shows you the great example of what the difference of 20, 30 miles makes. This is to our south, so we got the offshore flow.
And you see the power here north of the storm to take all that water offshore. That same power, unfortunately, on the south side of the storm is driving that water onshore, and they're looking for storm surge there.
That really is something, especially when we consider that. Here you go. Okay, this is the Plymouth Cam in Sarasota, right?
Yeah, you're seeing, look at the transformers there. This was, I think this was probably just about 20 minutes ago. And all around this camera, just watching the transformer after transformer.
Yeah, we're getting a ton of power outages, of course, and it's only going to continue, unfortunately, because that extreme wind warning, you guys, as you've been saying, it extends until 9:30 tonight, and that's for which counties are we looking at?
Yeah, that's for Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, and Manatee County. That goes until 9:30. This is something essentially as the core, as the eye and the core is coming ashore. This is what is reserved for that. So this is something, you know, back in the past they used to just, the only thing they could do is issue tornado warning after tornado warning, but just to make it a little more clear that we're not talking about tornadoes, we're just talking about the extreme winds with the center of the storm.
Okay. I've got a question for you guys that I think a lot of viewers, I've gotten some questions about it too, probably have, regarding what this eye wall looks like right now. And it's kind of a two-part question, if you don't mind. You guys can each split it if you want. Usually it seems like we have some of the worst and heaviest winds on the northeast side, but right now we've got them on the northwest side. Is that unusual?
Not unusual. Normally on, I'd say it's in the correct position. The north side of the eye in this particular case makes sense. We were looking at that cold front, Jim. That's what it's interacting with, and all the forecast models showed northeast side of that eye, we'd probably have the strongest winds with this storm. On the south side, the main concern, of course, the winds, but also the surge.
And on that south side, it looks like on the radar there's not nearly as much activity, but I know you were telling me in a commercial break. Explain that for our viewers again. Just because of maybe the position of the radar, there's actually plenty of weather still on that east side, correct?
Yes, and I think we have to get to the governor here very quickly.
Yep, Governor DeSantis is live right now in Tallahassee. Let's listen.
A significant amount of rainfall on the northern part of the storm. There's already been 116 tornado warnings with 19 confirmed touchdowns throughout the state, 9 flash flood warnings, and 4 additional flood watches, with many, many more to come. Numerous counties have reported tornado damage. Peak storm surge is predicted to be between 5 and 13 feet, depending on where you are on the Gulf Coast of Florida. As of right now, the peak storm surge looks to be between the Charlotte-Lee County line up until Anna Maria Island in Manatee County. Prior to landfall, the state completed nearly 2,000 missions. Generators were sent to shelters. We have massive amounts of fuel reserves that are staged and ready to go, millions of gallons of gas. When the ports reopen, Florida Highway Patrol will be standing by to escort fuel trucks to service stations so that people will have access to fuel as they return to their homes. The Florida Department of Transportation is staged and ready to go as soon as the storm passes. They have 156 bridge inspectors, which will go to clear the bridges, 402 cut and toss personnel, and over 1,000 generators and 350 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks. We have massive amounts of search and rescue equipment and personnel standing by. And we hope that there's not a big need for that, but we're prepared for that. And that's not just our state and local, it's also our National Guard, our State Guard. We have about 9,000 National Guard personnel between Florida and other states. We also have Florida Highway Patrol, Fish and Wildlife, Department of Law Enforcement, and of course our Florida State Guard. There was a lot of questions about pre-staging linemen, which is our practice here in Florida, given that you have a lot of linemen working for Hurricane Helene in places like Georgia and North Carolina. I'm happy to report that we have over 50,000 linemen that are in the state of Florida, and as soon as it's safe to do so, they will commence with power restoration. We're already seeing power outages. You're going to continue to see a lot more power outages over the course of tonight and into tomorrow morning. Now, at this point, it's too dangerous to evacuate safely, so you have to shelter in place and just hunker down. Category 3 storm for most places in Florida, particularly newer construction, likely the building is going to be able to withstand it. But if you start to get in a situation where trees are snapping, power's popping, you do have to treat it like a tornado. And then if you are in a tornado warning, that's a duck and cover in a place that's safe in your structure. Those can be very, very dangerous, even if you are inside in cover. Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters and rushing storm surge are very dangerous. And I would say that's even more so in spite of everything the state did to help these local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris, and they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. Stay put until the storm is passed. If you are in Sarasota, Manatee, some of those areas where the eye of the storm is going, it may be where things calm down for a minute. Just understand that means you're in the eye. It's going to go back and get really nasty very soon. So don't go outdoors until it is confirmed safe. You can listen to your local emergency management officials about that one. Power outages are going to happen, as I mentioned. So please, if you're using a generator, make sure that you're using it safely. Do not run the generator inside your home. That can be fatal. Make sure it's outside the home at a safe distance from windows and doorways. If you see dangerous conditions, please report those to your local authorities so that they can help protect people and mitigate it. So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm. People are tired because of having to deal with Hurricane Helene, and yet all I've seen is people just dig deep inside and say, we're not going to be denied, we're going to get the job done. So I really appreciate everybody that's worked so hard on the heels of Helene to prepare for this storm and to be ready to go. And you will see that in action very shortly as this storm passes. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, for leading us through this. Appreciate your support. Conditions across the state continue to deteriorate as Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's. No more Michael. No, sir. No, sir. As Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's west coast. Many areas are already experiencing life-threatening storm surge or life-threatening tornadoes. Please make sure if a tornado warning comes in, especially on our east coast of Florida, we have certainly had a lot of tornadic activity over there with confirmed radar signature, confirmed tornadoes. We do have Virginia Task Force 1, Ohio Task Force 1, and Miami Task Force 1 going into those areas to help with those structural collapses that have happened. We're receiving somewhere in the neighborhood, this is really, really rough numbers right now, but about 125 homes that have been destroyed, most of them mobile homes and senior communities. So we're trying to get into Florida's most vulnerable to make sure they're taken care of. If you have not already left, as I just said, as the governor just said, you need to stay inside, stay safe, and stay put. Make sure that you're getting to a central area of your home, that you're getting as low as you possibly can. That is, if you have a single-story residence and no storm surge, you want to get as low as you possibly can. I had this question asked to me earlier. Do I go to the bottom of the house if I got storm surge? The answer is no. If you've got 2 floors, you need to go to the lowest part of the 2nd floor to escape the storm surge. Please do not. If you have storm surge coming in, please just do not go to the lowest level of your home. Do not attempt to leave your home or drive during the storm. Roads may be flooded, blocked by debris, or have down power lines. Please do not risk it. If you hear, as the governor said, if you hear trees snapping, that means that there is going to be flying debris. You should seek shelter immediately and treat it as if it's a tornado. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting household items such as pillows, heavy coats, blankets on top of you. There may be a point where you think the storm is over. If it goes from absolutely horrible and terrible to absolutely nothing, then you are most likely in the eye of the tornado. Please stay in place. Do not come out. We are anticipating power outages, as the governor's already mentioned, with this storm. Take time now, if you still have power, to keep those electronic devices plugged in and keep the charge full. If you lose power and are going to use a generator for backup power, please use it safely. You've heard the governor and myself say this. Keep it 20 feet away from the doors and windows of your home. Make sure you wait 20 minutes for it to cool down before you refuel it. Make sure it's on a clean, dry surface. And then be sure to have a carbon monoxide monitor in your home. After the storm has passed your area, it is critical that you listen to local authorities for guidance on when it is safe to go outside or to return home. Do not venture out. Hazardous materials, debris, and flooding could still be present. Do not attempt to clean up the debris by yourself, especially fallen trees or power lines. If you see a dangerous condition, please report them to your local authorities utilizing your 911 lines or non-emergency lines. Residents needing information can continue to call our State Assistance Information Line, which will be open for most likely weeks. That number is 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557. Please follow the agency on X and Instagram at FLSERT and on Facebook at FDEM. That is the best way to go and catch up on latest up-to-date information from the division. If you do not have access to that, but you have access to the internet, please make sure you go to floridadisaster.org/updates. Floridians, we are with you. We will be with you. The state of Florida is leading the way on this charge. Please know that we're coming as fast as we possibly can. There's going to be places that we just cannot get to until the winds die down. But as I've already mentioned, there are strong winds. There are banding rains. But we have the men and women of Florida Task Force 1 out of Miami-Dade, as well as members from the Ohio and Virginia Task Force going into harm's way to help you out. We will continue to do that all night long. I will be here throughout the night along with my team. Governor, it's been a pleasure working with you to this point, but I also want to say thank you for your leadership, and I know that you're not going to go anywhere anytime soon, and I appreciate your leadership. Thank you, sir.
So we are staged with massive amounts of search and rescue assets, not just with the cities and counties and their considerable resources, all the state assets for our state agencies and National Guard, as well as urban search and rescue teams. And so we will be ready to help people who are in harm's way, and hopefully we don't have a lot. I know a lot of people did heed the call to leave, but that will be a priority to save lives. We also have a record number of people there for the restoration of power. These linemen, people love seeing the linemen coming in on the interstate. It's a great sight. They will get to work, get their power resumed as quick as possible. And then we have massive amounts of fuel on standby that we can use, but we also want to make sure these ports get up and running. I mean, we'll see what the damage is to Manatee and to Tampa. We have been discussing, and Kevin and his team have been discussing with our federal partners like the Army Corps and some of these agencies, some expectations about getting these ports back. And I think there's a difference between kind of Florida expectations, which is like we get this stuff done quick, and maybe how the federal bureaucracies have typically worked. But I think that we have had very good conversations. I think there is a sense of urgency with some of the federal agencies as well, but we want to get these ports back open as quickly as possible. We're going to have to assess some damage. Now, the track of this storm, the fact that it is Sarasota, perhaps the Port of Tampa is not going to take a major hit like it would have if it was a direct impact, but we'll see. Manatee is probably going to be a little bit closer to where it's getting some of the big impact, but we think it's really important that all services are be able to resume, and we have contingencies to be able to get fuel in where it needs to go, but it'd sure be a lot easier if we just get that coming into the ports. And so those are all going to be priorities from here on out. So if you are watching this, just hunker down. If you're in the path of this storm, it's dangerous outside. There's going to be a lot of hazards. Even when it passes, if there's floodwaters, be very careful about any of that. Help is on the way. We're going to get everyone back, get everyone up on their feet again, and we'll mitigate the damage as best we can.
The president said that he has spoken with you. Have you talked about getting more resources from the federal government here in the state, getting things back open?
So,
all right, let's bring it back to our chief meteorologist, the governor, clearly with the emergency director in Tallahassee. We're talking about the eye. If we want to pop up the radar again, we're close to landfall. What, probably another 30 or 40 minutes, you guys are guessing. And we're talking about how it's fairly unusual with this storm, with most of the highest winds being on the north or northwest corner.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of that activity on that northern side of the storm, where you would typically see everything really focused more on that right-hand side, which in this case would be the southern side of the storm. And the reason why is this has been unusual because we're so late in the season. We're talking about cold fronts. I mean, if we didn't have Milton here, we'd be talking about a cold front heading our way, and we've got some cooler, nice weather heading our way. But what we actually have is a cold front, and now it's interacting with that. And so right in that zone between the hurricane and the cold front, it actually starts to enhance the outflow of the storm, and it really helps to pull everything in that one spot. And that's why you're seeing stronger winds, because you're getting that gradient right there. So, and you're going to see much more of the rain as well. So that's why we're talking about so much of that rain being on that northern side, which is flipped from what you would normally see. If this was August, everything would essentially be on that southern side of the storm.
Yeah, and we did hear the governor say that there were about 125 homes destroyed. He said those were mostly mobile homes, and that's what they're hearing as of now, and that's got to be from those high winds. But we know the surge south of us is going to be devastating.
Especially right near the center of that storm, where it looks like it's going to be somewhere near Sarasota County, where this likely pushes onshore. Areas at that point immediately south, they're going to see those surge values, those high numbers. Unfortunately, we've been forecasting that could be up to 10 feet in many spots. Just devastating.
And we're seeing this right now, because this is close enough to the coastline. That surge is underway in these areas right now.
And you also heard from the governor and from the Florida Emergency Management Director, Kevin Guthrie, that you cannot leave. You need to shelter in place now. It's absolutely too late to go anywhere. And it is scary, because we just saw this 2 weeks ago, unfortunately, with Helene, and those surges are going to be
We just got another flash flood warning, and most of that is because of all this heavy rain you guys have been talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
so even if we're on the north end of that, we're still going to see that north of the eye.
Here in Tampa, I mean, we're on the north side of this, and we've already picked up 7 inches of rain.
Wow. And how much more is expected?
I mean, we could pick up a foot. In some cases, we could pick up a foot and a half of rain.
So for our area, we're really worried about that fresh water flooding,
The fresh water flooding. I mean, when you pick up that much rain, and that's after such a wet season that we've had, then the rain that we had with Debbie many weeks ago, and then Helene, and so we just continue to pile on, and at a certain point you just cannot absorb more water. You just can't absorb that much water that quickly.
Did you want to join us?
I know, Paul just
come on over here. We got a spot for you. Come on over here.
Come on over here. Come on.
A little check-in. I can.
Come on. I don't think I've ever been with all 3 of you.
This is odd, by the way. I think awkward is the word.
Trust me.
114 mile-an-hour wind gusts in Sarasota. Yeah. From a storm chaser who's out down there, has one of those those portable units that they set to kind of measure. 114 miles an hour, and also on that post I just made were people in Sarasota going, this is absolutely insane. So they're really in that eye wall right now that's moving onshore. It's tough. So I think that extreme wind warning is actually going to verify.
Yeah, I mean, and we're watching it right now on the radar, and you can see that it is making landfall right around Sarasota and a little bit south of there.
That's a little deceiving. You're not seeing as much of the rain down there because of that, but you have the wind in there.
Well, I think, like you made the point, I was over in the Weather Center, you were talking about how the cold front, this is becoming almost a winter, like a nor'easter, because in those winter storms, all the bad weather is on the northeast side, the north side, the northwest, and there really isn't much on the south side. So this has been kind of transitioning into a kind of non-tropical storm, but you know what? Wind is still wind, however it's generated. So whatever it takes, unfortunately, it's producing a lot of wind. And the rainfall totals, by the way, in the area we talked about, which is Hillsborough County and Pinellas and Pasco, which we had that huge. We made a big point about that. Remember Nash last night about we need to talk about the rain more, and it's already approaching 10 inches.
We just saw those numbers climb and climb. The latest estimates close to 18 inches of rainfall in some spots. That's why we saw that high risk by the Weather Prediction Center. They don't normally put those out for excessive rainfall outlooks. They did for our area, and it continues all the way across the state. So it's just getting going on our side of the state. It's going to carry on over to the east side too.
And the rain's not going to end anytime soon, because remember when Ian made landfall, and Sarasota County kind of got stuck, and it seemed like they couldn't get out of it. It was like 12, I'm not gonna say it's the last 12 hours here, it kind of pivoted around them as the eye went northeast, and in southern Sarasota County, it was heavy rain and strong winds forever.
I believe it was 26 inches of rainfall in some spots on the northern edge of Ian. Wow. Ian, a much stronger, slower moving storm, but it gives you an idea of what these tropical systems can do. If you're stuck in the wrong spot of where the eye kind of pivots, just north of it, it's a long duration event, and that's what's going over Hillsborough and Pinellas and Pasco and probably into Polk County too.
Let me ask you a question, because I know we've been focused so much on landfall, and we haven't really talked, at least fairly recently, about those inland who are probably going to see some of this. Could we show maybe a projected path from here and talk about once this thing does come on shore, because I know our viewers inland are wondering, well, when this thing comes to me, where do we think it's going?
Yeah.
And then, do we have the wind that moves across the state?
Not ready to grab now.
I'll grab it.
Okay.
Set it up.
We can punch up the excessive rainfall outlook in the meantime to give you an idea.
What is it at right now, you guys, making landfall? Is it a Cat 2? Because it's over, or is it a 3 still?
You know, we've been sitting here, I'm not sure, here we go.
Okay,
we got 120 mile an hour wind, so we're still at a Cat 3.
Okay, so and then it is expected to slow to a 2 and then quickly a 1?
You know, I mean, we're right here on the edge here. I mean, this could still work its way on right at 120 because we're essentially here in the next, 30 minutes.
Okay.
But you know, even if it slows down a little bit more at this point, it doesn't really make a big difference.
2 versus a 3 at this point will be on the border. It's just for record keeping.
Right.
I mean, the impacts will roughly be the same. Right. And we talked about even with this weakening as it's coming on shore, the surge still going to be a big problem because it was so strong for so long there in the Gulf.
Right. Yeah. So here's that graphic.
Okay.
You want to go with that, Paul?
You guys have this?
Yeah, there we go.
So here's what we're talking about after this thing makes landfall in the next 2 or 3 hours.
So you see that red shade, that's the hurricane force winds. So those are still going to cut right into Hillsborough County, Manatee, and then this just works its way across. I mean, this is a strong storm. It's moving along. And so our inland areas over into Polk County, portions of Hardy County, maybe even DeSoto, they get some of this. There you see it work. It basically slices from the southwest side of Polk County all the way to the northeast side over into Orlando. We're still looking at a hurricane there. In fact, as it moves off the east coast, it's still going to be a hurricane right there.
So this is all throughout the night?
Yeah.
And then you're thinking by 6 a.m. Thursday morning it'll be off?
It'll probably at that point be working its way off the coastline.
Okay.
That's at 4:30 in the morning.
Okay.
So we're probably looking more along 6 o'clock.
And this is why we say it's so important at times when you're making your decisions not to compare storms. You can compare impacts, but with this, the core of the storm is going to be inland, unlike Helene, which stayed off our shoreline. Completely different animal. The strong winds are going to cut across the state, and this is still going to be a hurricane by the time it emerges off the East Coast.
Sure. So yeah, it's going to be some intense winds tonight for a lot of folks.
In the storm, it basically checks every one of the boxes of the storm surge, the winds, the heavy rain. I mean, every one of these.
Tornadoes.
We've got the threat. The tornadoes. I mean, with Helene, it was all about the storm surge. I mean, every one of the boxes.
Sadly, Milton wants its place in history.
It really does.
And it's going to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, guys.
Sure. Thanks. Yep.
Yeah, we'll see in a little bit. We want to go to Pasco County. Emergency officials are asking everyone to shelter in place because, as we've been talking about, those conditions are deteriorating rapidly as the rain and the winds pick up. Fox 13's Kylie Jones is live for us. She is now inside the Emergency Operations Center with an update for us there. Kylie, what are you hearing in Pasco?
Well, yeah, and that's exactly why we ourselves had to come inside. If you've been with us for the last hour or two, you saw us outside. Conditions were already pretty bad, and that happened pretty quickly. The wind picked up a lot. The rain picked up a lot. So now we're inside the Emergency Operations Center, and behind me is kind of where all of the operations are going on. You've got everybody inside monitoring everything throughout the county. The big thing right now in Pasco County is that Pasco County Fire Rescue has suspended all emergency service response throughout the entire county, and this is because those winds and that rain have picked up so significantly, and they've gotten to the point where it's just not safe for anybody to be out. It's not safe for first responders either to get out there. That means those wind gusts have reached at least 40 miles an hour. So again, everybody at this point, if you haven't evacuated, you're being asked to shelter in place, get to the safest place in your home or wherever that might be that you are sheltering. You're looking at some video from just about an hour and a half ago or so from the Port Richey area. This was along the coast in Pasco. This was where we were a little while ago, but things have deteriorated quite a bit just in that last hour and a half. Again, we can hear the wind gusts from where we are inside the Emergency Operations Center. And as of just a couple minutes ago, the county says it has 33 fire rescue calls and 30 law enforcement calls holding right now. So that means, you know, they've answered them, but they can't dispatch. They can't get first responders out there. However, that being said, the county is encouraging people, if you have an emergency, call 911 still, report that, give them as much information as you can so first responders can get out there to you when they're able to and when it's safe to do so, but that won't be right now at this point. So you're going to have to hunker down and stay safe, stay where you are right now. Now, one thing that they are, dealing with is one thing, I should say three things. The emergency management director said they're really dealing with a triple threat here in Pasco County, and it's different from Helene. Their main concern was the storm surge. Now he says it's the triple threat. It's the potential for storm surge, although he said, the projected storm surge has gone down a little bit from the initial projected storm surge. They're still dealing with that. They're still concerned about that on top of the potential for flash flooding with all of this rain we're getting and that wind. We know there is a lot of debris still left from Hurricane Helene, so that wind is expected, to be and stay pretty strong, so that threatens a lot of that debris laying around the county still. But again, a couple different factors that they are dealing with. And we spoke with the emergency management director a little while ago, and he said there are already thousands of people all around the county without power. He said it's pretty countywide, not concentrated in any area, and they've already responded to several fires at this point, just started from a number of different factors. But one piece of good news is that there are about 6,000 people in the shelters in Pasco County, so that means a lot of people did heed the warnings. They also have over 1,000 pets in those shelters right now, so that is a little bit of good news. But again, we're in the Emergency Operations Center. Again, everyone is encouraged to hunker down. Don't go outside. You don't need to go outside right now, so stay put where you are. But we'll continue to keep you updated from here.
All right, Kylie Jones getting us all the updates from Pasco, and she's right, we're all going to feel some sort of impact from this one for sure, that triple threat.
No doubt.
We are done for the moment, but we're staying on air throughout the night. We're going to continue to monitor Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, we're going to be right back with the Chief Meteorologist, Paul Delgado, our county-by-county coverage. We'll be back at 10 o'clock. We're going to take a quick break, but Chris and Haley are up next, so don't move. Much more coverage of Hurricane Milton live right here on Fox 13.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Chris Cato.
And I'm Haley Hines. We have had hours of rain and the wind is powerful all across the Bay Area. So we're going to check in now with Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado. Paul, we're getting closer and closer to that moment of landfall.
Just about. I mean, the leading edge is in Sarasota. We had a confirmed wind gust, Sarasota, 114. It's a big number.
Wow.
That's a lot of wind. And when I did that post, you read the comments, then the comments are, I know, I'm here. This is insane. This is really bad. Get around 100, 115, 120 at night. That'll shake you up a lot. And just the sound of it is a big problem. We've been monitoring the water levels, and we told you that if Milton would stay south of Tampa Bay, the water probably going out, and how those high storm surge numbers will probably not verify. Got a graphic showing you live water levels in St. Pete. So what you're looking at, can I go in front of the, can I go in the chroma key? Let me just show you, because sometimes you look at these lines and go, well, what am I looking at? So the blue is the predicted water level, and the red is what's actually happened. And it makes sense that it would be higher than predicted because the storm, as it's moving across the Gulf, is pushing water with it. But what's happened since then is the winds have been so strong from the northeast, the water wants to come in with the storm, but the wind wants to push it out. So they're kind of fighting each other, and for now, the wind is winning because the last little dot is actually below the projected or the predicted water level. So Tampa Bay, northeast winds doing its thing. Anything north, again, I mean, did you watch over the past couple of days? I mean, we went over and over this, just emphasized north landfall, not much surge, everything goes out. South landfall, bad surge, water comes in. Right now, Tampa Bay is north of landfall, so we're talking about the surge and the water going out. Now, let's not forget about our friends to the south, because south of, say, especially Siesta Key, all the way down to Port Charlotte, the wind's going the other way, and the water levels are really high. So there's going to be some storm surge flooding, mainly south. Tough to say exactly where, maybe Bradenton Beach, and we'll see those. I was looking for something to show you, but there's no good tide level charts down there, live at least, running live. But the storm surge flooding, much worse to the south, and for Tampa Bay and Pinellas for now, water levels are lower because the wind is doing its thing and blowing the water out. So that said, you want to, we'll talk radar, and let's go on right now. So we call landfall not when the front edge of the eye moves onshore. It's really when the center moves onshore, and we're getting almost to that point. Maybe a third of the eye wall is on land, and once it gets like here, where the dots are, and we're getting that way. So someplace in between Sarasota and Venice would be landfall. It's not going to be Anna Maria, and it's not going to be, you know, Bradenton Beach. Looks like Gulf Gate Estates, or maybe close to Venice. So it's when this here, part of the storm, ends up here. We'll get a big alert or a big bulletin from the Hurricane Center saying landfall occurred at, let's guess, at 8:28 in Laurel or Osprey or one of these towns is where they'll name it, and that'll be that. And then the storm continues to move inland. The good news is once the center gets over land, it'll weaken. However, this is important. Because the storm has transitioned from pure tropical, remember yesterday with the eye in the middle and the perfect circle? It's not that anymore. Now all the weather is on one side and there's nothing to the south. That's because it's actually become more of a nor'easter off Cape Hatteras or off Nantucket. This is how the storm has become because it's transitioned more to a non-tropical storm. In fact, some of the big nor'easters have eye-like features like this with bad weather north, north, and northwest. It doesn't matter. Wind is wind, rain is rain, and there's a lot of energy in the atmosphere. Eventually, this is going to all move inland. We've been counting the rainfall numbers at TPA. And last time I checked, and there's so much to calculate because every hour is 1.2, I think we're approaching 8-9 inches at TPA, and there's more to come. The back edge of the rain is here, and this Milton is going to continue to slide northeast towards Kissimmee and cocoa, and the rain is going to pivot this way and last a while longer. There's going to be widespread freshwater flooding. So everything of all the hazards that a hurricane can produce, and there's kind of a long list, Milton has done them all. Tornado outbreak. In fact, we think one of the biggest tornado outbreaks from a tropical system we can remember over the state. Storm surge flooding, freshwater flooding, and winds over 114 miles an hour. Everything a storm can do, Milton is doing it. And that's because it's making landfall on our west coast. So weakening will continue. If you're watching me inland, the rain will pick up, and also the winds are going to pick up as what's left of this eye wall continues to move inland. Here is the 8 o'clock advisory, and now, because it's heading towards Orlando, that's the latest point. 130 miles southwest of Orlando, now still being classified as a Category 3, moving east-northeast at 15. Pressure, which at the height of the storm was sub 900, is now risen to 954. The storm will continue on its way. Rainfall amounts, this probably needs to be adjusted a little bit. I would think this purple is probably like here and here, and not so much here. There's a lot here, but I wouldn't be surprised to get a 20 somewhere here, because it's not going to stop raining anytime soon. Much less rain to the south. This is from our Fox model, and it kind of follows the northern edge of the storm. Nothing to the south, really, and because it's riding along a front or becoming kind of a winter storm, all the bad weather is on the north and northwest side. And here's the graph showing the trip across the state. Notice how it wobbles. 5 this morning, 4 and 3. So we'll stay on it. We got more information on Milton. We're going to track it every step of the way as it goes from the west coast to the east coast. Back to you guys.
We appreciate it. Paul, thank you. Well, our county-by-county coverage of Hurricane Milton continues now in Manatee County.
Yeah, let's go down to Ellenton right now. That's where Fox 13's Evan Moon is. And Evan, tell us what are conditions out there like at this hour?
Conditions are very windy, as you probably see, and I want to start off by saying we are just a couple feet from where our hotel entrance is. We're completely in a sheltered area because this is really scary. We're not seeing a ton of rain right now, but we're seeing a ton of wind, and these gusts are really scary. We've seen trees come down. We've seen branches come down. Our hotel that we are at in the Ellenton-Bradenton area has lost power, so we're in the dark, but as we sit in our hotel rooms and look out of the window, I mean, hearing the wind, it just sounds like a jet engine right outside of our window. We also saw transformers blow in the distance, but again, it's mainly wind at this moment. But this area was also concerned about storm surge. Not only is Bradenton and Manatee County obviously close to the Gulf Coast, but they also are right by the Manatee River, so they were super concerned about storm surge. That's going to continue to be a concern, again, with these winds. And it's been a very scary 24 hours for residents that we've been speaking to in this area. We caught up with the Bradenton mayor yesterday, who said he was very happy to see that thousands of people were going to the shelters all across the city and county. That's such a good thing. Before other hurricanes, you might see 50 or 100 people in any given shelter. Now, we went to a shelter today that had nearly 1,500 people. So people were heeding warnings. They were listening to officials. They did not want to be caught in this very dangerous storm, I think, especially after what we saw with Helene. Now, again, we're at a hotel. We were talking to a lot of people at our hotel here who also were seeking shelter. A lot of them just live a mile or two away, and they fully expect that they will come back to damage on their home. But as long as they are safe, they are happy. And we talked to some of them today who were very scared. We'll listen to some of that sound.
Yeah, I'm very scared. Cried all the way over here. Anxiety, scared, stressed, sad. And I just pray that everybody's okay. People's lives are spared at this point. We don't know what's going to happen.
Obviously, Bradenton police said that they were preparing for high water rescue, but as we heard with Helene, it's a similar thing now. They cannot go into areas with more than 45-mile-per-hour winds, which obviously we're seeing right now. So they really hope that people are in their safe place at this point as we wait for the eye of the storm to come very close to us here in Manatee County and Bradenton. And again, I mean, at least at our hotel, there's been such a sense of community. Even in our lobby, they had kind of like a potluck dinner. People were coming together. I think the feeling after Helene is stuff is stuff, but we need to keep people safe, and that's the feeling in this area tonight. I'll send it back to you guys. We're going to stay safe out here.
We sure do need that. All right, and you stay safe as well, Evan. Evan Moon, live tonight in Manatee County. Evan, thank you. We move now to north up in Pinellas County, where they are also getting significant impacts from Milton.
Yeah, Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy live again in St. Petersburg. Kaylee, what are you seeing out there now in St. Pete?
Hey, this is the worst conditions we've seen all day so far. We just lost power here. We're right outside of my photographer Mike Hughes' home. We are in a safe place and non-evacuation zone, but I do want to let you guys know that that extreme wind warning is still in effect here in St. Pete, and they also have issued just a little while ago, starting at 7, they turned 2 of the sewer plants offline. Around 6 p.m. they announced that, and then it went into effect around 7. They turned off the northeast and southwest sewer treatment plants. That's to protect the employees there and the treatment plant itself. Now, if you live in those areas that I'm going to let you know, there's a graphic that we have posted, and also you can find out those locations on the city's website. They are asking you to please conserve water. So again, starting at 7 p.m., officials ask that you limit and avoid taking showers, doing laundry or washing dishes, and only flush toilets as necessary, because your toilet, it may not drain, and it may take 48 hours for them to fix that before they can get in and, you know, fix those operations there, and inspections, repairs are completed. They have to make sure, of course, it's safe after the storm for them to go in as well. So 2 days, possibly this may be in effect, maybe longer, depending on conditions after the storm. Important, drinking water has not been shut off. Running water is still accessible for drinking or cooking, and the Northwest Station, that has not been affected. But right now, as we've been saying just for a little while now, we've heard from Paul too, the worst of the weather through Pinellas has been coming through for a little while now, and these winds and rains have certainly been picking up. Important to reiterate that first responders themselves are not on the roads right now. They've paused operations and will resume when it is safe to do so. So shelter in place now. That's the message from officials here. Back to you.
Kaylee Tracy live for us again from St. Petersburg. Stay safe out there, Kaylee. Thank you for that report. Well, law enforcement all across the Tampa Bay area has mobilized ahead of Milton's landfall. And joining us now live is Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri. Sheriff, thank you for taking some time. I know you're very busy this evening, so thanks for being with us here. What have your deputies seen out there on the streets at this hour?
Well, for the last couple of hours, Chris, we've not had deputies on the street. It's just simply too dangerous out there. The wind is very high, and the rain and the conditions. You know, before that, we saw very few people, thankfully, out there. Everybody up and down the Gulf beaches seems to have evacuated, which is a good thing. But we need to really get out there when this thing goes and do a thorough damage assessment. I know there's going to be some bad conditions out there, but, you know, thankfully, we're not going to see the storm surge.
People did heed those evacuation orders, and by no means would we ever say that having Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago was a good thing, but it seems like people's reaction to that hurricane and the storm surge that it did there, the damage it caused in Pinellas County, that really sent a clear message to people, it seems like, with this one coming.
Yeah, I think that's right. You know, and we told people, you know, with this one that we need to learn the lesson from what people didn't do during Helene. Of course, unfortunately and very sadly, we had 12 people die here in Pinellas County from Helene. So I think people heeded the warning. They got out. I can tell you, as soon as we issued the mandatory evacuation order, and I was out on the beach myself, and, you know, I would characterize it as a ghost town out there, which is a great thing. That's what we want. And very thankful that people listened. And in other parts of the county, we had a mandatory A, B, and C evacuation order, which is over 500,000 people. And I do think a lot of people listened, probably because of what happened with Helene.
At this time, can you say if you've gotten calls at your 911 center from people who didn't evacuate that are having an issue, that have some kind of emergency? And I know at this point your deputies can't go out there and help them right now.
Yeah, I mean, we are getting calls, but nothing, like the way you describe it. So we are getting calls, and we'll follow up on those calls when the deputies can get back on the street. We do have the ability, if there's an extremely urgent situation, a life-threatening situation, to respond to that, but we haven't had any of those.
Just looking at the power outage map right now, that's going to be a big issue with the storm, it appears. It looks like over 100,000 without power currently in Pinellas County. What's your message to people as they get out there tomorrow after everything passes and they're also dealing with power outages?
What I ask people to do is give us a chance to assess the damage and make sure that it is safe, that the roads are clear, debris is out of the way. I can tell you that I am concerned about the Gulf beaches because of the amount of debris that's still out there. The state was in for the last few days and they cleared out a lot, but it's still a significant amount. And there's other areas of the county, Crystal Beach, Ozona, Palm Harbor, Northeast St. Petersburg, Venetian Isle, Snell Isle, Shore Acres, all that area. I was in all of those areas today, and there's still just a lot of debris out there. So I'd ask the people before they get out too fast, give us a chance. We may have to shut down the barrier islands to give the Department of Transportation and the county crews a chance to clean some of that up. But we won't know until we can do the assessment out there. What we want to do is get people back to their homes as safely and as quickly as we can, but it's important that it be safe. So we're going to take a look at things and just to the public, give us a chance to do that and make sure you can get back safely.
And Sheriff, remind us what that looks like. I mean, we just went through it a couple of weeks ago again with Helene, but when it's safe for people to return, how does that process work? Or do you reopen the bridges to the barrier islands? Who makes that determination?
Well, under the ordinance here in Pinellas, that's my decision. And how we generally have done it is to keep it shut down until it's safe. And then we generally do a phased approach where we open it to residents, business owners, employees, so they have a chance to go out there and assess the damage and clean up and have a few minutes before everybody else goes out there. And that's generally because of the amount of time that it takes. So again, I don't know in this case, if we can open it up to everybody right away, then, we'll do that. But it really depends upon how much needs to be cleaned up, and we won't know that until we have a chance to do the assessment.
Yeah, that's right. We're still kind of in the middle of this right now. Sheriff, anything else you want to add for people in Pinellas County who are watching this right now?
Stay put, don't go out. We still got a few more hours of this. An extreme high wind warning just went out, which means that they're seeing winds in some places at least over 100 miles an hour. So be careful, stay in, and let's let this thing pass.
All right, sounds like great advice. Sheriff Bob Gualtieri, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, we're now going to take a live look outside, see some of the conditions that folks in our area are experiencing right now. Looks like we've got a frozen frame there. So I don't know, are we going to stick with this? Are we going to move on? There we go. Okay, this looks like we have some viewer video here. This is someone driving through Lutz, and they caught several power lines sparking. It's unclear what road this is. Luckily, not many cars on the road, but we are getting more and more reports of power outages as those winds pick up. Power lines are going down. I've gotten a lot of comments from people saying, hey, I'm seeing these bright blue flashes in the sky. Are those transformers exploding? But certainly a major power outage event that we are experiencing right now.
That was wild. It looked like it was going down the line with some explosions there. Yeah, a lot of people losing power tonight. Hang in there. Now, Hurricane Milton making landfall as we speak right now, but this is new video of damage in Fort Myers. This was this afternoon when those strong outer bands were coming on shore. We had video of tornadoes in Fort Myers Beach. You see businesses damaged here, debris. Likely tornadoes again touching down there, and we know we've also seen some other videos of the storm surge in the past hour looking pretty rough there in Fort Myers Beach as well. But so far, and we hope it stays this way, no reports of any injuries in Lee County.
And we just got these pictures into our newsroom from the Lee County Sheriff's Office. This shows part of a mobile home community just trashed there. You can see gutters, trees, bricks strewn all over. Other pictures, they show part of a strip mall where decks and fences and light poles were just torn to splinters. The National Weather Service is sending a crew to survey more of the damage, but certainly our hearts go out to them as well. They were the victims of Hurricane Ian just 2 years ago, and we're just kind of getting things back together. So there'll be a lot of cleanup work in the near future. So if you haven't already done this, now would be a good time to download the Fox Local app. It has county by county updates, forecast videos from our weather team, and all of our live newscasts. It's free to download for Apple and Android phones, and it really is your key to following all of the latest updates. We will take you through step by step.
And we've got meteorologist Nash Rhodes and Jim Weber in now with the latest on what the storm is doing currently, guys.
Yeah, I mean, we're just really minutes away from watching the eye, which is basically once the center crosses land, that's when we have landfall, and this is just really minutes away. But look at this camera view right now. This is from Sky Tower looking towards downtown, and you can just really see how that wind, I mean, it is just ripping by this camera here. Still seeing some of the lights, but I mean, it really gives you an idea. This is what's going on all over the Bay Area right now.
And Jim, we're seeing wind gusts in Pinellas County right now, 80 miles per hour being reported by several of our sensor sites there. And all that wind's going to be transported farther inland. Tampa seeing those winds starting to increase right now. And it's no surprise when we have an extreme wind warning in place where we could see the potential for 110 mile per hour winds in a few spots.
Yeah, that's a reminder. We've got the extreme wind warning. Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, down to Manatee. That goes until 9:30. And this is the reason why, because that core of this is now working its way through. And here it is on Sky Tower radar. You can see that eye starting to become a little hard to pick out, but now working its way onshore. Hasn't officially made landfall, but this is really just really, really close. Here, we're getting reports here. Sarasota had a gust to 96 miles an hour. So this, I mean, it's really picking up in that center of this storm right now.
And I've zoomed into the eye here, Jim. Landfall likely within the next few minutes here. We were trying to pick out spots that would make sense. Osprey, Casey Key, all locations very close to where the center of this storm is. Likely moving into Sarasota County, and they're experiencing the strongest that this storm has to offer with regards to winds at the moment. Although in the center of this storm, those winds will be quickly dropping off. Don't go outside and look around and check on things. You've got another wall of wind right behind it as the backside of this eye wall eventually pushes on shore as well.
Yeah, that's a really important thing. I mean, when you find yourself in the eye, I mean, that's a common thing. People, they're like, hey, you know what? This is unique. I've not been like this. It's not a time to be venturing out, because before you know it, the winds pick right back up. I mean, really fast, and they're just coming from the opposite direction. And so you can find yourself in a very dangerous spot very quickly with this. But you look again at Sky Tower radar, and again, we're minutes away. To the north, we're seeing those really strong rain bands still working their way through Manatee County, basically right up through Anna Maria, the mouth of the bay, up into Hillsborough County, and it's somewhat pivoting around that eye. And this, Paul was talking about this earlier, because we're going to find some of these areas where that heaviest amount is just pivoting right around the center, and that's where we're going to see these rainfall amounts quickly, very quickly piling up, because we're talking 4, 5, 7 inches per hour, and you get this for an hour, hour and a half, you can suddenly pick up 10 inches of rain very quickly.
And as you were just talking, my phone vibrating again for more flood warnings issued, flash flood warnings issued ahead of this storm. We're going to see numerous amounts of those as this kind of carves across the center of our state, bringing a big stripe or ribbon of heavy rainfall across the area with it. That's going to lead to a lot of inland flooding, and it's just another thing that we have to watch with this storm. There's so many different factors when it comes to storm surge, wind. Now we're looking at flooding. We talked about tornadoes earlier. Still 3 of the 4 very much in play at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to continue to watch this very closely here over the next few minutes. We're just minutes away from the eye officially making landfall, but still some very torrential rain working its way through the area. We're right in the thick of it. We're going to continue to track this, but for now, we're going to send it right back over to you guys today.
Yeah, let us know if we need to go back to you guys. But Jim was talking about this earlier. Let's look at this video. Just incredible images coming from the other side of Florida as the strong outer bands spawn some tornadoes. Look at this one here. This is in Hendry County, which is technically out of our viewing area just below Lake Okeechobee, but look at that tornado there. Looks like it's touching down. This was around noon today, taken by Robin as she was driving on State Road 80. Just a massive looking storm. Jim was commenting earlier that Tornadoes like this, we usually don't see in Florida. You know, these are more like the ones you see in the Midwest, where you've got that large column that kind of bells out there. Ours look more straw-like in formation, but again, this looks like it, if there's a good thing here, it looks like it hit a field, so we'll get a better sense of the damage around the state tomorrow once the sun comes up. But pretty incredible images coming out earlier today as we had several tornadoes across Florida. All right, back here in the Bay Area, Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer is monitoring conditions in Brandon.
Yeah, Aaron, tell us, what are you seeing out there right now?
I mean, I think you guys can see exactly what's happening out here right now. I mean, over the last, I want to say 2 hours or so, the conditions have deteriorated. The wind has picked up. It has been a torrential downpour since about 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon. So the rain has really just been soaking central to eastern Hillsborough County, and we are about 40 miles or so north of where that eye of the hurricane is now starting, as you heard, to approach landfall. So we're on the north end of this, and this is how bad it's been raining. The problem out here in this part of Hillsborough County is going to be that freshwater flooding that you've heard our meteorologists talk about. We're close to the Alafaya River. We've been raining all day. I mean, it started probably at around 11 o'clock this morning. Really picked up around 10, 11, 12, 1, then 2 o'clock in the afternoon, like I said, and it has been a torrential downpour really for the last several hours. So that flooding is really going to be a problem. What we see after storms is that it continues to flood sometimes for another 24 to 48 hours. It's obviously we got to wait and see what happens with this one. But again, this part of central to eastern Hillsborough County and the Brandon, Valrico, Bloomingdale areas, this is going to be a river flooding problem probably in the coming hours. The wind is a problem right now. What we're hoping doesn't happen are more power outages, but you can see that wind. We're getting some of these wind gusts now, and as the storm moves through, I'm sure this is going to increase, and as it does, we already have about, I took a look, probably almost close to 1,000 to 2,000 outages just in this part of Hillsborough County. That's obviously going to increase as the wind picks up. We're going to stay out here, keep an eye on the conditions. They're going to obviously continue to deteriorate. You can see the wind just blowing that rain this way. That's going to continue, and we'll keep you updated on how things look out here. Haley and Chris, back to you.
Yeah, we appreciate you letting us know how it is out there, and you both stay safe. Get somewhere dry when you can. Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, almost 100,000 customers just in Hillsborough County without power now. All right, stay with us. When we come back, we're going to have Paul join us to answer some of your questions as we monitor conditions around the Bay Area as Hurricane Milton makes landfall.
guys are watching the radar very closely for that moment when Milton's about to make landfall somewhere in the Sarasota area.
So much information's coming in. I was back reading the Weather Prediction Center that kind of oversees the country and talks about excessive snow and rain.
Nash has one.
Landfall in Siesta Key.
Siesta Key landfall.
Okay.
How about that? So that means the center went over Siesta Key. And that means everywhere from near Siesta Key south would have the storm surge flooding.
Okay.
Everywhere Siesta Key north, which I think places like Anna Maria can get flooding from the east side. They have the intercoastal there, but obviously it's a lot better for them in Holmes Beach if it went north.
Yeah.
So what I was going to say is, and this is being drawn on the map, is that the Weather Prediction Center just had a big statement that came out and said major to catastrophic flooding is likely from Metro Tampa.
Okay.
We don't call it Metro Tampa, but you know, the big people around Metro Tampa all the way to the East Coast. And Jim kind of drew where it's all going to set up. And I think it makes sense. And we talk catastrophic flooding. You know, we're talking about rainfall rates that are so high that we saw this during, you know, some big thunderstorms here, that the water has no place to go, and it ends up going everywhere. So again, major to catastrophic flooding with 6-hour rainfall totals, you know, up to 10, 15 inches.
All the way across Florida.
Inside that little wedge, kind of following I-4.
Wow.
And we're not done with the rain here around Tampa Bay for a while, even though it'll tend to lessen. This is rainfall rates. Can we, Nash, can you do just change the mode to rainfall rates and kind of go around and take a look at it? Maybe how about do rainfall totals? We'll do rainfall totals after this because you clicked on it. So here is where the purple is where you'll see the highest rainfall rates, and we've seen numbers 5.2, 4.4, 4.4, 4 inches. That's in an hour. So if you get 2, 3, 4 hours of this, you're approaching 20 inches of rain. Areas south of us have not had nearly as much rain. This is kind of where the line is north of the storm, and we've seen this hurricane today go from a pure classic hurricane to transition slowly to what we would consider almost a winter storm. This is kind of like having a nor'easter, those big powerful nor'easters, and they're strong, that spin off Cape Cod and off Cape Hatteras. They can sometimes have an eye. This has kind of done that today as it's developed along our front. These are rainfall totals so far, up to 11 in Pinellas, 9.3 in Largo, 6.8, 5.8 in Lakeland. This will all fill in and just move across the state in conjunction with the path of Milton. Less rain to the south and then more rain to the north. And you can see now with landfall, Siesta Key, storm will continue to move onshore, but then you look at the back edge and there's still more rain to come. Not much going on rain-wise. Cape Coral, Punta Gorda, Northport, Englewood. However, this area down here having a pretty significant storm surge. The northeast wind continues to push water out of Tampa Bay, and with landfall Siesta Key, this is not a setup that favors big surge flooding in Tampa Bay because of the wind direction and the motion of the storm. And water levels have been high all day because the hurricane brings with it a wall of water, and there may be some coastal flooding as the storm kind of goes by and the winds turn northwest, but this isn't a big setup like we had during Helene. There may be some high water as the storm heads east. So in red, you know where you live on the map. The red in the middle is the area of hurricane force winds, 75 miles an hour plus. This is going to move across the peninsula and kind of shrink in size as the storm weakens because it's over land. So it's on the coast now, and then we'll run it all the way to the east coast, and you will see the little donut gets smaller. It gets near Orlando, and then it goes over by the Cape, and it becomes smaller and smaller. The yellow is all tropical storm force winds. This is 7, 8 o'clock, so it's going to be windy all night long, and then once the storm goes by, tomorrow the winds will shift north and northwest. And I actually went back to the weather office to kind of say what's going on behind this, and it was so nice to look at the model data for the next 7 days and see dew points in the 40s and 50s and high temperatures in the 80s. So through all of this stress, all the angst, I guess the bonus is we can all enjoy a nice stretch of low humidity, unfortunately with some cleanup when the storm goes by and the winds turn northwest. And that dropping dew point will essentially end our rainy season finally. This is the rainfall accumulation. Boy, it's on a really narrow strip. Some of the observing stations are no longer observing because of wind. Sarasota had a peak gust at SRQ, I saw 96. St. Pete, 77. Look at Clearwater now, 81. Look at Brooksville, 71. So this is all hurricane force gust. And around the eye, you know, we've had reports of 110 to 114. I don't know if I can call that an official number because it was from a storm chaser. Look at the rain outside here now. This is unbelievable. You know what this kind of reminds me of? So what does this remind me of? This is like some of those movies you see when you're in the Amazon or you're in the monsoon season in India, when it just rains as hard as it can rain. This is incredible. I am sure there's water everywhere. You remember what the problems we had during the 2 big thunderstorm days back in September when everything was just completely flooded? I am sure all around Hillsborough, Pinellas County, it's doing that now, but there's no one out there to see it. Power outages are way up there, 160. These are customers. In Largo, this is up in Largo. In Pinellas, then 86,000 in Hillsborough, 66,000 in sections of Manatee. And this high numbers will all just kind of go in tandem with the storm because the storm will bring with it stronger winds. So expect the numbers inland to go up. And we'll watch that. But this is pretty much expected, not a shocker. The rain's a big story. It really is. And, you know, thankfully you're safe. But this is bad out there, people. Tampa Bay east along I-4. And winds, and we have tornadoes. What a day. And we're not quite done yet. Let me go back to the set, and we'll do a little chit-chat.
Let's get you back over here because while we're on that subject of rainfall, we've gotten a lot of questions from viewers. Haley and I are kind of going through some of these. I think this one's applicable to that from John Van Hez. He wants to know if you guys can address river flooding forecast for local rivers because he's saying that the Hillsborough behind I guess it's the Swift Mud gate there, affects a lot of corridors, 301, Morris Bridge, and so on.
I think the problem is it's still raining, and there'll be more rain between now and then we'll kind of look at how the numbers will project, but there has to be river flooding. Enclote River, all the rivers north of Tampa Bay, including the Hillsborough River, are going to have some significant, all that water of up to 20 inches of rain is going to have to go someplace, and it's going to get into our drainage system, which is our rivers. So I think river flooding is a given. It's going to be one of the stories we'll follow up on the rest of the week. When the hurricane's gone, it'll be the big damage. It'll be also the flooding, and not necessarily storm surge, but freshwater flooding.
It takes a couple of days for those rivers to crest.
Oh, right? yeah, to crest for sure.
Right.
Well, we've been paying a lot of attention to the coastal areas waiting for landfall. Stacy is out in Polk County, though. A lot of viewers out there wondering what they're getting tonight. She wants to know the expected path through Polk County, when it'll pass over.
I'll be honest, in Polk County, your danger today was the tornadoes.
Yeah.
Really. I mean, there were some significant major, the videos of wedge, you know what a wedge tornado looks like a wedge.
Yes.
That's why I call it a wedge tornado, like this, like a V.
Yeah.
This is not Oklahoma.
We don't see that.
Right.
This is not Nebraska. Yeah. And the thing was, when I saw the first picture of that, I thought it was, oh, here we go again with AI. Someone's doing AI pretending we got wedge tornadoes in Florida, and it was real. That's a big deal.
What causes that? What decides whether it's thin
because it's the incredible shear.
Yeah.
There was a time today, just when the hurricane was in the right spot. Shear, by the way, the definition of shear is the change in wind direction with height, and that obviously would make something spin. If you go around in a circle, things will start spinning. So anyways, to finish up on that, but the main threat tonight is to kind of stay in the middle of your room and it'll be gusty winds, 50, 60, 70 miles an hour.
A question on those winds and that extreme wind warning, which you said rare to see one of these issued, and I think it's still in effect until 9:30. Okay, so Becky Buchanan in Plant City says she's in Plant City, but she got the wind warning, so she's kind of wondering, am I supposed to get winds that high in Plant City?
I think not everyone is going to have winds that high. I think in cases like this, the Weather Service may want a little overwarn. I think everyone gets strong winds. Will everyone have 115 miles an hour in the warning area? I don't think it works that way. But it's a significant risk and a danger that I think the Weather Service is cautious and maybe just does a larger area. But the wind is going to be a problem, and obviously the rain.
All right. Well, thank you, Paul. And thank you to all of the viewers who have left us these great questions. We have many, many more we didn't get to. So we'll check back.
Maybe we can get to some more later.
Yeah,
I think so.
Sure
I'll
will.
be around.
All right.
Okay. Please don't go anywhere. We need you. All right. Thanks, Paul. County and city leaders in Hillsborough and Tampa are monitoring Milton closely as it brings those intense winds and heavy downpours.
Well, let's check in with Fox 13's Evan Axelbank. He spoke with Mayor Castor earlier. He joins us now live. Evan, what is the mood there in Tampa? Just incredible rain coming down.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, the mayor is very clear to say that it appears that the city of Tampa has avoided the worst, at least when it comes to the storm surge. But as you can see, we have got plenty of wind and plenty of rain here. We are in a very safe place. We've just kind of nosed out of one of the windows here on Kennedy Boulevard at our home base at Fox 13. And you can just see, look at all this rain coming down. Look at all the wind coming in towards us. We're using one of the walls here to kind of block some of the wind, so we are in a very safe location. But let's show you what downtown looked like right now. Thankfully, people appear to be heeding the warnings in the city of Tampa. The good news is we saw very, very few people downtown. We might have, I think we're about the only people driving through downtown just to take a look and see if people were heeding those warnings. It appears that they are. The mayor does have advice, though, for people who, once this storm blows through, are eager to get back to their homes. Here's what the mayor had to say to them before they can go back in.
What we need to alert everyone to is that as you evacuated, thank you for doing that, but as soon as the winds die down, you can't come back into the city immediately. We're going to have to check those areas that have been flooded to ensure everyone's safe and it's safe to get back in there. I promise you, we will get you back in as quickly as we safely can. So please just stay posted and wait for the official word to go back into those evacuation areas.
And one thing that the mayor was very clear on is they are not going to be doing any emergency services now that the winds are over 40 miles per hour. So if you need to call 911, the bottom line is you can't right now. That is how unsafe it is to be on the roads right now. Thankfully, the mayor says they have not had to respond yet to any critical incidents when it comes to this storm. No serious injuries and no deaths. Back to you.
All right, Evan Axelbank live for us in Tampa. Thanks, Evan.
We're going to get to some video of the hurricane's impacts around our area. This is from Ashlyn Matthews' video of the wind whipping through Lakeland. You can see it looks like it's taken from a porch, so thankfully she's staying safe while she's getting this. But you can see the wind just waving those palm fronds out there in the distance. This looks like it was a little bit earlier in the day, before the nightfall, I should say. Wind and rain at University of Tampa as well. You can see it hitting the roof over there. That was earlier in the day. There's the palm trees, but also a good sight to see nobody out there. So avoiding. I know, in the previous storm, we had people out and about trying to see what it looked like, but all clear there at UT.
New viewer video here of street flooding at Fossil Park in St. Petersburg. This is off of Dr. MLK Jr. Street near 70th Avenue. And you can see there water washing over the street there, already several inches of water covering the area. It's a good thing everyone's staying indoors. More viewer video here. This one's sent from Brandon Spiegel, who lives in Brandon. The tree, watch it. The wind's just too much. And, you're going to have this with the ground so saturated already. And, again, we are under that extreme wind warning until 9:30 tonight. Definitely, if you have a home with big trees around you, get away from windows. All right, and we have seen some significant damage caused by the hurricane in our inland counties, too.
Yeah, in Highlands County, a mobile home park was destroyed by an apparent tornado. Fox 13's Carla Byron gives us an update from Lakeland.
In just a few hours, we're going to start experiencing the worst part of this storm, hurricane-force winds up to 90 miles per hour. There were numerous tornado warnings this afternoon across central Florida, although Polk County officials say no confirmed touchdowns so far. However, an apparent tornado may have ripped through the Tropical Harbor Mobile Home Park in Lake Placid in Highlands County. The sheriff's office shared photos of mangled homes and debris strewn about. One person suffered a minor injury. Earlier in Polk County, reports of downed power lines and significant rain have caused flash flood warnings. There are roads that are impassable right now.
Safety. Don't go in the, don't go in flooded waters. Don't let your kids or you play in the flood waters. There could be debris, there could be animals, there could be hidden dangers. With water across roadways, you just don't know how deep it is, especially if it's dark. Tonight, if it's street lights go out or it's a dark area anyway and there's water across the road, you may not be able to tell if you're at the edge of the road and actually go off in the ditch.
19 emergency shelters were opened across Polk County yesterday, including pet-friendly and special needs shelters. As of this evening, around 5,500 people were reported to be staying in those shelters. Once this storm passes, I know there's going to be a lot of people curious about the damage outside their home, but officials are recommending that they stay inside because of power lines that can be very dangerous if you accidentally step on one. It could potentially be deadly. So stay inside, stay safe, and allow the emergency officials, the professionals, to help who they can outside and to clean up the area. In Lakeland, Carla Byron, Fox 13 News.
Well, Hurricane Milton not too long ago made landfall near Siesta Key. Could you give us an idea? What are they experiencing there, and kind of what has the eye wall moved past them?
Yeah, so first and foremost, Category 3 storm, and they designate a landfall by the exact center going onshore. So interestingly enough, the weather might be, I don't want to say calm, but conditions are not as bad toward the center, of course, as this pushes onshore. We were tracking that eye about 25 miles wide, so there is a little wiggle room in there for conditions to ease up, and then they'll ramp right back up as the second backside of that eye wall pushes onshore, and that's what they'll likely be experiencing over the next 15-20 minutes or so.
Hey, speaking of that, I had a viewer question, and I lost the name, forgive me, but he was asking essentially, are the winds on the backside as strong as the ones on, I guess, where the eye is making landfall?
Yeah, good question. Every storm's different, but what I will say with this one is northwest and northeast side of the eye each are packing some fairly strong winds from what we're seeing on the radar. We'll see if that holds up as this comes onshore, but generally speaking, right along the coastline, all of those winds are going to be coming in off the water. There's no friction force with the water, so it's a much easier, there's hardly any traction for the wind, so they'll be a little bit stronger on the immediate coast. From that point inland, the backside of the eye may or may not be as strong as the front side. It just depends on the storm.
So based on which side, we're really having very different impacts depending whether you're north or south. As far as, the southern areas where we know they're unfortunately going to get a lot of that storm surge, will they be experiencing kind of the high winds, the heavy rains, or are they will they get a lot less of that as it moves in?
Yeah, high winds, heavy rains will mainly be on the north side. High winds will be on the south side near the center of this storm especially, and then tropical storm force winds will extend quite a ways. But regardless, with regards to wind and rain, it's the north and northeast side that we're looking at for the maximum impacts. Storm surge near where this made landfall, and south of that point is where we'll see those high totals, estimates, forecasts, so to speak, that we've been putting out of nearly 10 feet or higher. That's the storm surge we're expecting closer to the center and to the south of it.
Inglewood, Venice, those areas?
Unfortunately, somewhere along that coastline, yes.
Yeah. That's tough there. Hopefully everyone that's in that area heeded the warnings to evacuate.
I do want to point out we're on the north side, of course, here at the station, and we're hearing the winds, the creaking here in the studio. And I do want to show you a live shot from just outside of our studio to put this in perspective. Wow. I want to go, this camera was shaking quite a bit. You're just seeing some rain blowing in sideways from time to time. We just, there's the wind again, kind of coming back into the shot. We just had a fairly powerful band of rain swipe through, dumped a lot of rainfall on top of us, but also it's these squally bands that are, something you encounter as you get closer to the center of these storms that pack some of those really high wind speeds. We saw 90-mile-per-hour gusts being reported by our sensor sites moments ago in Pinellas County, and as Paul was pointing out,
gust again?
I believe it was 90 miles per hour closer to the coastline in Pinellas County, and we're seeing, we've seen gusts of about 100 miles per hour unconfirmed. Paul was pointing pointing out a moment ago, closer to where this was making landfall.
Yeah, look at this, just wiping across, like Paul was saying, almost monsoon condition.
It is not a sight we typically, I mean, when you compare it to just a typical night where we can see very clearly downtown Tampa, all you can see is barely those traffic lights down there on Kennedy Boulevard.
And there are those wind gusts right now, Clearwater with a gust now of, I believe that's 81 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, so everyone keep staying in your safe place, because again, that extreme wind warning is up until 9:30. And the story in the next few days will be the flooding, obviously, and storm surge to the south of this. And this is the hurricane that had it all, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And taking a look now at the radar at the moment, powerful storm still, Category 3 at landfall. We'll be waiting for the next update and the advisory to give us more details on that. But I really want to take the moment to point out, look at all the dark reds, oranges, and yellows here displaced on the top side of this storm. Heavy rainfall and already rain rates and accumulations that are close to 12 inches, if not higher. That's a foot of rain estimated by our radar to put things in perspective. This pushed onshore near Casey Key, and it's going to continue taking that northeastern track as it moves forward. I'm going to go back now to radar to give you a closer view if we can and bump up my shot just a tiny bit so I can point out where this is headed next. Currently south of Bradenton, but remember the strongest of these winds are wrapped right around the edge of this eye. That's the core of the storm. With storms like Debbie and Helene, we kept this core off the shore, and that's why the winds were mainly right along the coastline as this skirted our coast and pushed off to the north. This is a different story entirely. This is kind of traversing farther inland, and that's why we have that extreme wind warning in place, as some of those gusts could briefly surpass 110 to perhaps 115 miles per hour. Going to be monitoring that here in the Weather Center, as this is not even completely on shore just yet. We have a landfall, but still that backside of the eye wall still packing some very strong winds. Will be pushing into Sarasota and Manatee counties here shortly. Farther to the north, this is the rain that I'm talking about. Palm Harbor, Clearwater, St. Pete. Here at the station, these dark reds here, one of the powerful bands that just pushed through, packing those gusty winds, and that's going to continue to rise farther north towards Zephyr Hills, Lutz, Holiday next, perhaps Port Richey if this continues to hold together and push farther north. Eventually, all these hurricane force winds and tropical storm force winds are going to be transported to the other side of the state, as this is expected to maintain hurricane status all the way through and through. That doesn't happen very often. It takes a strong storm like this, but when you have a Category 3 hurricane, it's something that you'd come to expect.
All right, thank you so much, Nash.
All right, we're going to take you now live outside of Fox 13 to see the conditions out there. We saw it a bit from above, and that's our photographer, Mike Phil. We're doing live shots out there to show people around the country what we're experiencing. But you can see in the light there how fast that wind is whipping the rain, and you can see the rain coming down there, and
It looks really tropical out there for sure.
Does.
Video here from viewer Greg Thompson in downtown St. Pete. I see some trees blowing around there, water on the streets. This was taken from the AC Hotel on 2nd Street North. Again, wind gust, as we were seeing on that map earlier, around 77. So definitely stay indoors. Don't try to go out and get any video at this point. Let's save that for tomorrow daylight when things are clear.
Yeah, but again, one positive that we are seeing tonight in some of these downtown live shots, or we've seen them even earlier today, is we're not seeing those crowds of people that we did see with Helene, kind of looking, watching, seeing what's happening, even kind of making light of the situation.
Yeah.
I think we all learned a lesson, and a sobering lesson at that, you know, it's not something to enjoy or have fun with, and people are really heeding those warnings to stay inside, stay safe, and get out.
And I think a lot of people left the area.
Yeah, they did.
Wisely, but after what we saw during Helene, I know you are too. I'm getting a lot of messages from people who are saying, hey, I'm staying in, you know, Georgia now, or I'm in North Carolina, and I'm worried about my home, and this person here is in Port Charlotte, wondering how bad storm surge is getting there. So people did leave the area, and I think that's going to be something that probably saves a lot of lives, and it helps our first responders not have to go risk their lives to get people out of tough situations.
Yeah, and adding to that anxiety, and a lot of people have those cameras inside or outside of their houses, but you know, there are widespread power outages, so unfortunately you won't be able to monitor that until that is fixed, but we know those crews are ready and waiting as soon as it is safe to get out there and try to get that power back on. But for now, it's just a matter of making sure everybody stays safe, law enforcement, all of those crews who have come in to get us back back on our feet, and hopefully it won't be too long.
Yeah, on that note there, I remember from the governor's news conference earlier today, he said they have 50,000 line workers staged in various areas ready to go once conditions are safe to go into the hardest hit areas and start getting that power restored. He said he called it the largest utility mobilization in this country, not just the state, but the country's history. Crews from as far away as California ready to help people get the power back on.
We do appreciate all of those people leaving their homes, leaving their families, and ready to help us. I know we would do that for them as they're experiencing that. So,
yeah, and if you do lose power during the storm, and we know many people have already, or you just need to save your device's batteries because you're streaming us. We want to remind you, several local radio stations are carrying our newscast. You can listen to our coverage on 102.5 The Bone, 97X, and 101.5 The Vibe. All right, stay with us. Much more to come. Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton will be back right after this.
Oh, welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Haley Hines.
And I'm Chris Cato. Here we are in the 9 o'clock hour on this, what is going to be a historic day when we look back on it. Hurricane Milton just made landfall in Siesta Key, Category 3. Let's bring back in Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado now with more on just everything we're seeing right now, a storm that has it all.
Went back to my weather office across the hall, and people were running back and forth. They were outside just trying to take a look, and they said, this is unbelievable.
Yeah.
So we're just west of downtown Tampa, and we probably have sustained winds 60, 70, 80, maybe a few higher gusts. It's whipping out there.
And the rainfall.
And the rainfall. I mean, it's something else. And I've had, once in a while, I've been so busy that usually I kind of check back on social media. As soon as I check back, my inbox is filled with people going, whoa. This is really bad. The kind of peak wind right now around Tampa. Here's some wind gust. Take the graphic, and so you can pick out that Sarasota has had a 93, St. Pete's had a 90, Tampa's had an 82, and there's a look outside on the camera, and we'll do it again. 79 Punta Gorda. You got to remember when we show you this graphic, it doesn't mean that the strongest winds found a reporting station. Doesn't mean it could be in between. Doesn't mean we're sampling the strongest winds. So it would make sense if we found a 93 in Sarasota, somewhere around there is going to be 100, 120, 115, because we probably didn't catch the strongest of the winds. But that's big numbers. Now, if you're watching me inland, I know a lot of you are, those winds will transport inland, kind of move in conjunction with the storm, but will slowly weaken because the center is going to be over land. And, you know, we're talking 50, 60, 70 in many spots inland. If you're inside in your home and your house and you're away from windows, there's no reason why you're not going to stay safe, I think.
Yeah, that extreme wind warning that we had gotten, that was set to expire around 9:30, right? How quickly do you anticipate that wind kind of dying down?
It's going to be a while.
Yeah.
Going to get away from that core, that little circle we talked about so much. Once it starts moving inland, the winds here will shift, but I've never seen a view like this.
Yeah.
I mean, this is looking, you know what's interesting too about this, guys? If you look, Jim, you see this? There's not a lot of power left. I mean, you get a little bit of light.
Yeah. Right.
Get some light on the bottom, which is probably the street lights on Kennedy. And usually we look down, and I mean, there's obviously heavy rain, which is reducing visibility, but it's pretty obvious there's a lot of people now around the station with no power.
140, almost 150,000 just in, that's Tico, that's Hillsborough County, 150,000. So a lot of that is in Tampa too. So
any more? Do we have any other cameras working? Is there anything else going on we can look at?
We were just out there, and I think we were seeing numerous power flashes just to our south, so down towards Henderson.
Just lost something there.
Yeah, Plymouth Harbor, Sarasota cam's down. It's going to be interesting to see, you know, what this looks like tomorrow morning, especially. There's going to be just a lot of stuff that needs to be cleaned up, and I'm trying to get a sense of the storm surge. We know in Tampa Bay, the winds are blowing out. So I think we're going to be okay, Pinellas and Tampa Bay, but let's not forget Siesta Key South. They would be in an area that would get the higher storm surge.
And what was the forecast for that stress there? 9 to 13 feet?
Was that 9 to 13, and then here, a lot less. I mean, look at that view. I mean, it's like something you would see like in a ship out in the ocean, just with just blinding rain and wind.
It's really like, too, what you've shown us during nor'easters when we get some of those cams from, you know, up there in the northeastern states, just the way the wind wraps the rain, the precipitation around like that.
Pretty safe to say, guys, that some of the worst weather on the entire planet is happening over Tampa Bay right now.
It's over us. And it seems, you know, this, gosh, these things can get prolonged when you're waiting for one of these to come on shore. But now it seems like it's just parked here for a while.
It takes a while. Yeah. Now, I mean, I use the analogy, anyone who's watching in Sarasota County remembers getting through Ian forever. They kind of sat in that northwest eye wall for a long time. Tampa Bay, around Metro Tampa, is going to kind of sit in that for a while longer. But eventually it's going to move to the East Coast, and we will improve. It's going to take a while.
Now, I know a lot of people in our viewing area, specifically along the I-4 corridor, are at risk of flooding from that massive amount of rain that's coming down. Are there areas that would be more at risk, like typical areas that would be flooding?
And I think anyone that's watching kind of knows their neighborhood and their streets and go, that always floods. So, you know, that's going to flood. I mean, the good news is, it would be ridiculous to think anyone would be out driving unless there was you had to for a big reason. So as long as everyone's in the home and your house is not at risk of getting some sort of river flooding or flooding from a nearby lake inland where the water can run, that's the kind of setup that could be dangerous. But for most people, this water is falling and is outside, you know, your home, which should provide some safety.
Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll go ahead. I was just going to say, we had talked so much about the levels, the storm surge risks. Can it combine with the rain? Can that make it worse? How do those two work together?
Maybe a little bit, but not much. And let me backtrack a little bit, because what I was thinking about when you started talking was, I bet you there's a lot of people watching right now that's sitting down and is saying for the first time, honey, is that water? Do we have a leak? Because if you're ever going to have a leak in your house, it's going to be in a setup like this, when the wind is blowing 90 miles an hour and the rain is coming down as hard as the rain can come down. This is the type of weather where you finally discover, honey, we've got a leak in this
The wind
roof.
finds that loose shingle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's happening everywhere, but I guarantee you there are people watching that is saying, is that water dripping down the side of the wall here? And I hope it's minimized, but if I'm sure that's going on right now.
Yeah, I'm sure too. I remember Sheriff Chronister, when he was on in our 7 o'clock hour, was saying he was concerned about the Alafaya River because it's one of those situations where we've had hurricanes move through, they flood, and then he said the southern part of the county, Ruskin, Apollo Beach, just because they had so much flooding during Helene that a lot of that water was still there. So, and again, this is a situation where we really won't know until tomorrow morning.
Yeah. It does seem like a lot of these storms are at night. They're not, though. It just seems that. Well, excuse me, what's that?
A camera in Sarasota, I believe we have.
Okay.
Let's check that out.
We'll welcome all cameras right now.
Yes.
Any camera we have, we'll take.
Yeah. All right, maybe we don't have it.
Heather?
Oh, we have Kim.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Kim has a camera.
Kim has a
let's head
camera.
down.
Yeah.
Trying to work that?
Sorry
Even
about
better,
that.
it's Kim in front of a
Just couple
camera,
minutes.
and let's see how conditions are right there. Hi, Kim. How's it going?
Hey guys, so it was pretty quiet here, but we started to feel the wind start to pick up again. So we're off of Clark Road. As you can tell, the power is out here. Want to just show you some of the things that we've seen. Some trees that have broken right now. We're also hearing several pops of transformers out in the distance. So there's also a tree right here. There's also a car parked right there. So we're trying to find out who the owner of this car is to get it down, or to move the car rather. But we lost power about an hour and a half ago, and really it was kind of crazy. The last hit that we did with you all, very windy. We were out here, we were starting to see things fly around. And really for about the last 30, 40 minutes, the winds calmed down. It was almost actually kind of peaceful, very eerie out here, but you can feel the winds starting to pick back up again. Again, we're off of Clark Road, right just before I-75. Now, as far as conditions out there, I've heard that in Gulfgate, there is a home on fire there. Right now, first responders can't get there just because of the conditions still. But these are just a few of the things that we're starting to hear out here. And like Paul said, we know. Oh, so Paul said that we're more than likely in the eye of the storm. That would make sense. But just the conditions, we're waiting to go out. Probably won't do it tonight because just the winds were so heavy, so strong. We could hear so many things following. Just here on the first floor of the hotel, the wind just coming in. Actually, some of our crews from the morning show, Ryan and Matt, were on the 3rd floor. They came down because they said the 3rd floor, just the wind howling was just something crazy. But as for right now, we're safe. We know that power is out. I've been told by a couple of people in different parts of Sarasota they still have power. I know my brother-in-law said he still had power. But right now it is just kind of crazy to think about an hour and a half ago how strong those winds were. And right now it's starting to pick back up, but not too bad right now. Paul, back to you.
All right, Kim Quizon live for us in Sarasota County. Yeah, no. Absolutely. That was a compliment to me. Kim, thank you. Stay safe. Again, probably stronger winds coming through there soon. Yeah, what she says there is very true, though. A lot of people don't have power, and they're hearing all these things, and it can create a lot of anxiety when you're hearing those winds.
That much more difficult waiting for that power to come back on. We're going to head back to the north. Pinellas County also getting extremely high wind this hour. We saw just some of the numbers in Paul's graphic earlier.
Yeah, Fox 13's Brianna Arredondo, I think, is in the Emergency Operations Center there, so not feeling those winds necessarily, but she's right there in touch with all the people that have to keep track of any situation that pops up in the county. Brianna?
Yeah, that is exactly right, Chris. They're taking calls from people and, just kind of monitoring the situation here. At this point, it's about what you can do now and what to do after the storm. So if you're not already there, go inside of a room that's inside your house with no windows around until the worst of this storm has passed. First responders are here from different agencies. I mean, we're talking Florida Fish and Wildlife, Fire Rescue as well, EMS, police, Sheriff's Office. We've also got people here from the U.S. Army. So they're all here. They're hunkered down. No one in terms of first responders are out on the roads right now, so they cannot respond to any sort of calls that you may be making if you have an emergency. I did check in with them to see, how many hurricane-related calls that they are getting during this time. Between 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. tonight, they got 705 hurricane-related calls, and just for some of those, once those winds kicked up, they just were not able to go out there because it just wasn't safe for them. I also checked in with the power outage situation here in Pinellas County, and as of 9 p.m., there were 203,000 reported power outages here within the county. So obviously that means a lot of response with getting people back online once the storm has passed. Flash flooding is also a concern tonight with all of this rain. So here's what you need to do if you start to have water taking on in your home.
If by chance you had floodwater starting to enter your home, there are a few things you should do. You should turn off the power, and you should try to get to the highest point you can in the room or in your house.
And also make sure you have an escape plan. As I was talking with some county officials here, it is very important for you to get to a space where you are able to get out of a window per se, or some way to get out of your house. I also checked in with them about people who are in one-story homes. There were folks who we talked to who did not leave, and they were in evacuation areas. And so, what would they be able to do? And of course, that recommendation, of course, was to evacuate. That time has now passed. So if the water gets too high for them, it's just, getting out and getting on top of the roof, someplace safe where they can continue to ride this out and be okay. I know a lot of people did listen to those evacuation orders, though. There was 11,000 people who were in shelters. Of course, many more who were staying with friends and family in other areas out of the path of this storm. So it's just the situation here of just kind of waiting to see exactly what they're going to be dealing with after Milton has passed. Back to you.
All right, Brianna Arredondo reporting tonight in Pinellas County. Brianna, thank you. Hurricane Milton may leave hundreds of thousands of people across Florida without power. Joining us to talk about the process of getting the power restored is President of Duke Energy Florida, Melissa Seixas. Melissa, thank you so much for being here with us. First off, give us an update about how many Duke customers have already lost power.
So up till about an hour ago, we had 275,000 customers off across our service territory. We serve 35 counties across the state. We have about 190,000 that are off in Pinellas County. Of the 190,000, we have also, though, been able to restore 32,000 customers whose power went off sometime in the last several hours as the winds and the weather really became very prominent.
Glad to hear you've gotten a few more people back on. There could be more, obviously. We do expect more. How many total do you expect to go dark from this storm? And the question everybody wants to know about, how long might these storm-related outages last?
Our original modeling showed it could be upwards of 1 million customers without service, again, across 35 counties. And it is really hard to tell at this point what the estimated time of restoration will be. Because the storm is going through now, by daybreak, we should be able to get out to begin our damage assessment, and we'll begin restoring as well where we can. So we will hit the ground running. Tomorrow will be a really critical day for damage assessment, and then we'll have a much better idea on the impact, the type of damage, infrastructure status, and of course that leads us to providing an estimated time of restoration.
I know everybody breathes a sigh of relief every time they do see that power truck coming through their neighborhood. Could you tell us a little bit about the resources that you have in place for after the storm has passed?
Have about 16,000 resources that will help to restore and rebuild after this hurricane. So the majority of those are line personnel, in addition to vegetation management crews, damage assessment, and many of those crews were staged prior to the storm. We'll have a second wave that comes in tomorrow, and even more additional crews on Friday, but we'll have a total of 16,000.
Okay. And we know the cause of each and every outage could be for a different reason. Are there certain outages that are maybe easier, quicker fixes? And then, of course, what else takes more time to get the power back on?
Overhead infrastructure is typically faster to restore because you can physically go out there and see the poles and wire if they're down. Underground takes a little bit longer, mostly because we're not sure exactly where it has failed, whether it was a cable that failed or whether it was some of the pad-mounted equipment that's required for underground. Underground typically takes longer to restore.
All right, Melissa Seixas, president of Duke Energy Florida. We surely do appreciate your time. We know you are busy. You are the person that so many people want to hear from because people are anxious to get that power back on, and we sure do appreciate all the work you do and will be doing in the coming days. Melissa, thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado back, and sometimes you just have to go verify.
Yeah.
You have to go outside and verify that the weather is the weather.
I do not recommend going outside for safety.
I see a raindrop.
I am soaked, but as a meteorologist, to kind of the storm I've been predicting for 4 days, I should probably walk outside and maybe at least take a look.
Yeah, we have no windows around here, by the way.
Right.
Yeah.
Our weather office has no windows, which is kind of ironic in itself.
Right.
But I tell you, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really bad. And I just kind of peeked around. It was like I was pressure washed. And we have a good sense of wind speeds. It could be 60, 70, 80. But the rain is all sideways. Yeah. Wow. And I mean, it was like we're all went out. Jim went out, Nash went out, and a whole bunch of people ran out, and they all ran back in.
We can't have you all go out there at once now.
Right.
No,
There's
we need at least one in the building.
I don't want to end up in Ocala or something. Right. The winds. So anyways, no, do not recommend going outside. But we're kind of got a little protection from the building and stuff,
right.
But it's tough. You want to take a look at some radar views? Listen, we can take a look outside if you want right now. If you want to take our outside camera, and it's amazing this camera's still working. But with wind speeds here, we've had a whole bunch of confirmed wind speeds now over 90. It's loud, it's whipping, and if somehow you still have power, congratulations, because I can't imagine how your power's on, because this is the type of wind that's going to knock down a lot of trees, a lot of infrastructure. That's water coming down, and also it's also water that's dripping off the dome. You've driven by our station on Kennedy, and you can kind of see the golf ball up there. That's over the radar site. The numbers are clicking up. These are power outage customers, not people, customers, a little different. And they're growing by the minute, and they'll continue to grow. And then this is all going to expand inland. Check out the rain. So as far as any improvement around Tampa Bay, at least the heaviest, very heaviest rain now showing a little bit of motion because it's moving into I-4. This is into Tampa, heavy rain, and then down towards Bradenton and Ruskin. Pinellas is in the midst of some extremely heavy rain. Brandon, Plant City. This is kind of the northwestern eye wall that is over you, and this is really the worst of the weather from the storm. This is going to improve, but will take a while. It's going to kind of move in tandem with the hurricane as it moves across the state and kind of parallels I-4 on the trip to the East Coast. So the back edge is still here, got a ways to go. There's widespread flooding, and as I read from the statement from the Weather Prediction Center that kind of oversees excessive rain, excessive snow, all of the weather elements around the country that causes issues, their statement about an hour ago says this is going to be catastrophic flooding from Tampa Metro all the way to the East Coast. Wind speeds now being picked up by Doppler, 108, 106, 93, 92, 84. Excessive wind warning is up for another 10 minutes. Weather Service may extend that. We'll see if they extend it to the east. This is wind towards and winds away from the radar site. This is another picture on Sky Tower. It also gives a sense that areas south are not seeing much as far as precipitation. Here's the center, slicing through Sarasota County, probably soon to get into Hardy County. And because this is transitioning to a more a winter storm. We actually call it, the definition would be cold core. It's not really cold core, but that transition forces all the bad weather to be on one side. This is kind of like those huge winter nor'easters off Cape Hatteras and off, Newfoundland and off Cape Cod, off Nantucket. This is what you get. Rainfall rates around Tampa Bay has been up to 5. Look at that, 7.3. 7.3. That's incredible. So that's 7.3 in an hour. You get 3 hours of that, and you get 21. That may not happen, but I do think when we're said and done, if we look back at some rainfall totals, we're going to have a whole bunch of 15 to 20, if not higher. Not quite as much in the way of rainfall rates. This wedge of very heavy rain is going to pivot to the east. And these are numbers now getting close to a foot. 8, 11, 9, 10, 7, 8, 7. This will just kind of fill in. And do we have a flood warning up? Wind warning. That's the extreme wind warning. That's all going to transition to the east. It's going to be a rough night. Anyone who is watching me inland, and so many of you have messaged me, it's just going to be a loud, noisy night. And there's really not much you can do except put yourself in a room in the house that's kind of away from windows. I mean, the only danger you get a couple dangers, and is maybe a tree that could fall, and you should know that going into this, or something blows and you don't have your shutters up and hits the window and your house is compromised. If your home is compromised, then it's a problem, because then the wind's getting in your house, the rain's getting in your house. If that happens, really the only option you have is to kind of shut the door to that room and go to another room and not let that overspread your house. This is going up I-4. It's been rough too, and we haven't talked a lot, and there's no reason to leave you out. In Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco, it's just been a lot of rain. It's been a lot of wind, winds 65 to 75 in Citrus County. We're not forgetting about you in Lecanto, Inverness, Brooksville, Weeki Wachee, Spring Hill. It's been steady, heavy rain with some wind, but we've been talking a lot about the eye making landfall and that wedge of rain that will cause potentially catastrophic flooding in spots. And this is all going to slide itself pretty much down I-4, heading for Orlando. Anyone that left Tampa to go to Orlando, bad weather. If you watch me on the Fox local app in Orlando or online, this is all coming your way with some wind and a lot of heavy rain between now and, say, 6 o'clock in the morning. But, boy, there's still rain out in the Gulf. We have a long ways to go. Then eventually the storm ends up east of us. At this point, it doesn't really matter because we're going to show you where the storm is, and we know it's going this way. Do we have that maximum wind gust map? That is such a good map you drew. 93 in Sarasota, 90 in St. Pete, 82 in Tampa, 59 in Bartow. The important thing about this map is that you have to remember the chances of the strongest winds of the storm finding the individual anemometers or sensors is pretty small. So if this one spot in Sarasota was 93, it's highly unlikely that was the strongest wind around the Sarasota area. I would add 10 to 20 miles an hour makes sense. So if there's a sustained 93 in Sarasota, probably had spots 115 to maybe 120 right along the coast. And then as the storm moves inland, the winds will diminish. But there you go. That's live outside our studios on Kennedy. You see a lot of rain. You also don't see many lights looking down, which means power outages continue to be a big problem. That's it. Back to you guys.
Boy, flooded roads are a problem, too. Good thing no one's out there right now. Maybe a problem tomorrow for a long time. Paul, thank you. Pinellas County seeing a lot of that rain right now, too, and the wind.
Yeah, let's get right out to Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis, who has been in the area all day for us. She joins us live from Clearwater. How is it out there?
Yeah, Haley, this is the worst that we have seen so far here in Clearwater. Just for reference, we are in Clearwater near Safety Harbor, and we have seen those wind gusts certainly pick up. We are under a high wind advisory, an extreme high wind advisory, as you have heard, Nash, and everybody talking about earlier today. You can see those extreme winds that we are getting now. The winds right now too extreme for first responders to be on the road. The sheriff's office has taken the deputies off the road. The police officers are off the road. We have some video that we can show you from earlier if we want to go to it about how serious people are taking this and heeding the evacuation warnings that we have been hearing from Pinellas County all week long. We went through Clearwater, we went through Dunedin, we went to Safety Harbor. All of these areas were boarded up, businesses were boarded up. Pinellas County Emergency Management, Pinellas County officials all week have been asking people, begging people to evacuate from zones A, B, and C, and hopefully tonight people have heeded those warnings. You can see why they were so serious about making sure people stayed safe, because we are in these extreme high winds. First responders cannot get to people. They cannot respond to those 911 calls. Now, I also want to let you know that we have about 115,000 people in Pinellas County tonight that are without power. We have seen those green flickers from the transformers from where we are at. We are hunkered down here at my photographer Travis's home in Clearwater. I don't want to jinx us by saying this out loud, but somehow, miraculously, as Paul had pointed out, we are among the lucky few that have not lost power so far tonight, but we have definitely had those flickers and thought we lost it a couple times, but we still have power. So many, though, in the dark tonight as they ride out the height of this storm. I also, if we can go to a soundbite with this family, there was a pizzeria open today in Clearwater, you know, just making sure that people were taken care of beforehand. See if we can get that to you.
As a family, we take care of each other, go heart and limb for people. So these communities show off for us, we're going to show off for them. You know, we love these communities. We know people's names by now. We know what they order by now.
And we just got an emergency alert about flash flood warning in our area. That just came to our phones while we were in this live shot. But again, just reiterating how dangerous those conditions are that they have pulled first responders off the road. We are certainly seeing how everything has picked up here in the Clearwater area. For now, live in Clearwater, Genevieve Curtis, Fox 13 News.
All right, Genevieve, thank you. And we sure do hope all of those people did heed that warning with these alerts coming out, even though Brianna earlier at the Pinellas EOC told us they had gotten hundreds of calls from people needing help, and they can't get out on the roads, not yet. So we sure do hope those people are okay.
All right, stay with us. Continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton will continue. We'll come back with updates from Pinellas and beyond. Stay with us.
welcome back. Jim and I, during the break, we're looking through the radar data and we're checking out the chat room with the National Weather Service and the Hurricane Center, and they just issued a flash flood emergency. They don't often do this, but it just speaks to the amount of rainfall we've already seen and are expecting in Tampa, St. Pete. This includes a large section of our viewing area.
I mean, this is an extreme situation at this point. Throughout Pinellas County, working its way into Hillsborough County, the rain is coming down, I mean, as hard as you are ever going to find it coming down. Look at the graphic right now. This is the area that we're talking about where you see the flashing polygon, the emergency flash flood warning. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Don't go outside. Don't travel at any point, even if the rain's starting to let up. We are seeing extreme amounts of rain. You see some of these rainfall totals. Central and southern Pinellas County, you're seeing this now approaching 11 inches of rain. Into Hillsborough County, we're seeing 8, 9, 10 inches of rain in many locations. And so much of this is really accumulated in really the past 90 minutes or so, and this is just going to continue to spread inland. And right now you look at Sky Tower radar and you see that really intense portion working its way right up the mouth of Tampa Bay, and then working its way over into now central and eastern Hillsborough County, out towards I-4, heading out towards Lakeland as well.
And Jim, we talk about flood warnings and watches all the time, but I want to just express the seriousness of this warning. National Weather Service saying this is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek higher ground now. This includes St. Pete, Tampa, Riverview, and a large section, as we just saw there on the screen. Life-threatening flash flooding of low water crossings, small creeks, streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. They put this out for the potential, let's see here, between 10 to 14 inches of rain have already fallen, is what they're saying, Jim. And we still have a lot of rain just off the shore there in the Gulf that's going to be moving onshore in those same areas. And all this rain is still going to be transported inland and then off to the east side of the state as well. We still have a lot more to get through, but definitely take this very seriously. This is a flash flood emergency for many of our coastal towns and communities here.
Yeah, I mean, you see some of the most intense parts of this, and this is, we talked about this a couple of hours ago. As the eye was moving onshore, what we're likely going to start to see is some of the most intense portions of this starting to pivot around. And so the issue is that keeps this most intense part of this over the same areas. And now we're seeing this over Pinellas County and Hillsborough County. That extreme wind warning, that has now expired, but if you've noticed, it's still just as strong out there right now. So in all intents and purposes, it's still there. I mean, the winds have not really let up all that much. We still have the wind, and now we're just accumulating so much rain so fast. This is becoming just a really extremely dangerous situation very quickly in these areas.
And we talked about it earlier, the extreme wind just amplified by the heavy rain, bringing all those winds that we sweep through with our radar just above the surface down to the surface. So the cold air associated with all that heavy rain bringing that wind down to the surface, and that's why we're seeing wind gusts in the upper 90s. In the hundreds in some spots, and that's very far away from where this made landfall in Siesta Key as a Category 3 hurricane.
Yeah, I mean, look at these winds. These are the max winds gusts that we've seen, 90 miles an hour in St. Petersburg. I think we had a question before down into Sarasota. You see Sarasota says 93. I think you said it was 95 actually. So the graphic hasn't
at
quite.
SRQ, yes.
Yeah, so at Sarasota Bradenton Airport, you've got 95 miles an hour actually. You're seeing this now over to Lakeland, down towards Bartow. We're getting into the 50s, 56, 59. Here in Tampa, 82 miles an hour, and then that wind on top of it. And you look outside right now. Amazing this camera's still working, but it is secured and bolted down to the top of Sky Tower, and you look towards downtown is in the darkness there, but you're seeing very few lights, but you notice the rain. It is essentially all sideways.
And Jim, I want to point this out. We talk about return intervals. I know that sounds complicated, but essentially it's how often we see these events. We're seeing in the chat now, members of the National Weather Service in Tampa, or Ruskin, putting, this is essentially a 1 in 500 year return interval for St. Pete. That tells you how rare this is. Over 16 inches of rain so far, and that's why they issued this flash flood emergency.
Yeah, that's absolutely amazing that we're talking about 16 inches of rain has fallen at the airport there, and it's still coming down, and there's still another several hours of this. So, you know, guys, you want to talk? You want to do some questions here? I know we're getting a lot of questions.
So
and
many.
We've got a lot of concerns out there. We want to try and answer as many of these as we can.
Yeah, wind is definitely a big concern. We're getting a lot of questions on this one. So, Cedra Reader emailed me asking, how much longer can we expect these high winds? I know the advisory is about to expire, but the winds actually feel worse. So, they want to know, will they continue through the night?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we are going to see these winds. They are going to start to settle down at some point here over the next hours. I mean, not down to normal levels, but the extreme winds that we have right now, those will start to fade off. But I think this graphic really illustrates it, and you see where we have that orange shade, which is encompassing a lot of us right now. So here's where we stand right now, and when you go through time, and what you see is as we head into 11 o'clock, we still have a lot of this moving through, and here we are at 4:30 in the morning, and our inland areas still have this, but it's starting to move away from the coast. So depending on where you're located, these coastal areas, as we get into the early morning hours, that will start to settle down, but across those inland spots, say over towards Lakeland, over towards Plant City, this is still 4:30 in the morning. It is still, those winds are going to be really pretty strong at points. Now, as some of this rain works its way out of here, you'll start to get maybe a few more breaks where the winds will settle down. But really, I mean, we're going to see this for really the next several hours. But I think the most intense part of this that we're looking at right now with these extreme winds working their way through Hillsborough County, we're probably looking at maybe another couple of hours of this really extreme part before we back it down a little bit.
Well, you mentioned Lakeland, Jim. When can you put a time frame on when those strongest winds will arrive? Because I have numerous people here in the Lakeland area. Some of them have lost power, wondering when those stronger winds will hit the Lakeland area.
Yeah, so here, I'm just going to zoom in to the Lakeland area here. So you can see right here, we are at 12:30, and you're really sort of getting right into the meat of this as it's working its way through there. So really, I think over the next couple of hours, I think really pretty soon, Lakeland's going to see these winds really starting to pick up, and it's going to be around for a while.
Important to reiterate, too, these are inland areas that we're talking about. They haven't seen the strongest of their winds just yet. Areas along the coastline are wondering, when is this going to stop? As they're seeing some of the strongest this storm has to offer as we speak.
And remember, in all of this that's going on here, and we're still dealing with that storm surge down to our south. So there's a lot of things that are all happening all at the same time with this as well. So a lot of active warnings, a lot of different aspects that we're all trying to digest and cover all at the same time with this.
We appreciate all of your insight and, of course, all the questions you're sending us. So if you have more, don't hesitate. Email us, find our Facebook post. We'll make sure we get those questions answered for you.
Yeah, I was back in my office and just kind of looking at some of the numbers coming in. Did you guys see what St. Pete had in an hour?
Yeah.
They had,
was it 16?
Yeah.
So when everything is said and done, you're talking probably up to 2 feet of rain.
That's incredible.
In some areas. And this is not happening in, like, you know, a day and a half.
Right.
This is going to be like a 6 to 8 hour rainfall event that dropped almost 2 feet. So the flood emergency is a big deal. And in the verbiage, it says seek higher ground. We understand that if you're in a house, you're not going to run out and seek higher ground. But it's just to let you know that if by any small chance you're out, you run the danger of you know, losing your life to water. We say water is the killer in hurricanes, whether it's storm surge or falling from the sky. It's the #1 killer.
Yeah. Well, we've had such a wet summer. You've hit on that many times. We just had Helene, you know, the creeks, all of our little waterways here are already pretty full, and then you have storm drains that have been stressed already. And we know there are streets around here that flood badly during a heavy thunderstorm in the summer.
Right. And we've been seeing videos of streets that aren't on that list of typical streets that are flooded that are now underwater, but hopefully no one's on those roads.
So we did that streaming show last night, which was really good, I thought. And I was just talking to Jim and Nash earlier. It's amazing to me that we're even here today, because a week ago, you know, I was actually on vacation, and I'm on vacation, and I'm looking how, you know, they put the tropical weather outlook up. We're kind of looking at things, and I said, oh, this won't be much. This will be a little low on a front. And all of a sudden, like that,
like
one run said, hurricane coming. Whoa, what was that? And we've gone from not going to be a big deal to, you know, one of our biggest weather events. It goes to show you how meteorology works sometimes. It's, you know, you think you have a good handle on it 4 or 5 days away, and things will always be around that'll throw you a little curveball.
It's going to be historic.
Yeah.
I wish there was a better word for it. Dawn Adams-Whitman really appreciates the map you guys show that shows the rainfall totals per hour, and I think that's one of the most illustrative things when you look at that.
We can pop that up. Nash and Jim will get that. It is, and when you see a 7-inch rainfall rate, I mean, there are limits of how much water is going to fall from the sky. I mean, I was outside. I said, I think we reached a limit. But you know, when you talk 7 inches per hour, I don't think it can rain any harder than that.
Right. Now, and you guys usually say that doesn't mean it's going to rain on you for an hour, but the way this thing's sitting here.
At that point that we're showing that those are the rainfall rates, if it was to continue that way for the hour.
But it doesn't seem to be moving a lot, you know, in terms of the heavy rain and the storm. It's not. It seems to be raining over the same areas, I guess is what I'm struggling to say.
I'll be careful how I say this, but it would be, just because I'm a meteorologist, it would be interesting to see, but we can't. Think about this. I would kind of like to see what's out there. I would like to get a sense of, because a lot of stuff's going on that we can't see because we're all staying safe. But I would certainly like to get a sense of how much flooding is going on, but just for safety reasons, we can't. I just hope none of this water is impacting our viewers.
Can you guys show Hernando County? Dawn, this is customer service here. Dawn Adams-Whitman, can you see the rainfall totals? See, Dawn, taking care of you there. Now, there are a lot of you we won't get to, and maybe they're
on the edge of the really heavy stuff, but it's been pretty bad.
Good bit.
Yeah.
What, 6.4, 5 inches? Are there records kept of you know, the most rain that has fallen in an hour? Like, could you consider this record breaking?
They're being set all over the place as far as rainfall totals in a short period of time.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to be, because you think about it, the most efficient producer of rain is going to be attached to a tropical storm because it is bringing up just that 100% pure tropical air from the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico, and really just leaving it over us, and it's all falling from the sky. So there's no better producer of rain than a hurricane or a tropical storm.
My goodness, just incredible. Everyone stay safe out there. Stay in your place of safety. We still have the high winds coming through the area. More from Paul and Nash and Jim in just a moment. Well, the city of Safety Harbor is now telling people to restrict their water usage because they have several pump station outages throughout Safety Harbor.
Yeah, they are asking people to limit showering, flushing toilets, and don't use things like the dishwasher or the washing machine, or it could cause a sewer backup in your home. You don't want that.
No.
Streets are flooding and water is coming up to the houses. This is off Hillsborough and Hesperides in West Tampa. Let's take a look out there. Yeah, it's creeping up to the porch. And unfortunately, as we're seeing, that rain is still coming down. It's coming down hard. So we appreciate them sending us their viewpoint here in a safe spot. But that's just one viewpoint of what a lot of people are going through and will be going through tonight.
Yeah, I think we have some video from Lutz, too, also Hillsborough County. Take a look here. Just seeing again, this incredible rain, the way the wind is kind of whipping it around in sheets. And you're going to get, as we were looking at those rainfall, look at this. Wow. I mean, that looks like a monsoon. And that's really incredible, the way that's coming down there. Wind-driven rain just piling up massive totals all across the area. All right, hang in there, everyone. And if you've got power, consider yourself lucky. We see outages going up by the minute here. We did hear from Duke Energy earlier this hour, and we know that, again, those power outage totals are taking effect now.
Yeah, hundreds of thousands in Pinellas alone. Fox 13's Evan Axelbank joins us now, though, with an update on those outages. Evan, how's it looking out there?
It's unbelievable. And, you know, when have we ever seen percentages of an entire area without power like the percentages I'm about to tell you about? They're really unbelievable, and that's why we came inside, just so that we can explain the numbers very clearly and not be distracted by all the weather out there, which, by the way, is really bad. Take a look. I want to show you these numbers. In some of these counties, half of the customers there are without power. It's unbelievable. Right now, TECO Energy is reporting 145,000 outages out of 840,000 total customers. Okay, so that's about a fifth. But Duke Energy of Florida is reporting 272,000 outages out of about 985,000 customers in Tampa Bay. Now, they're mostly Pinellas County and some of the other counties north of here. But listen to this. Florida Power and Light says they have 127,000 outages in Manatee County out of 214,000 customers. So that is well over half the customers in Manatee County without power. In Sarasota, they have 160,000 outages out of 300,000 customers in Sarasota County, so more than half there. We just spoke to one of their representatives.
We have a lot of customers in both Manatee and Sarasota counties that are without power. We would expect those numbers to continue to climb throughout the night, not just in that pocket of Southwest Florida, but throughout all of the service territory that FPL serves across the state of Florida. We're ready for Hurricane Milton. We have our crews in place, 17,000 strong, pre-positioned and ready to restore power. But we know for a lot of folks from Bradenton to Sarasota, it's going to be a long night.
And so obviously one of the techniques they use, one of the strategies they use in putting the power back on is to go to the areas where they can get the most bang for their buck. They're going to restore power to the greatest number of people as quickly as they can, and then they'll proceed down and then go neighborhood by neighborhood. So Haley and Chris, obviously these percentages are just unbelievable. I mean, sometimes we'll report on like 10,000 power outages and say that that is a high number. In this case, you know, you're talking about 1/5 of the city of Tampa being without power, half of Manatee County, half of Sarasota County without power. So these are numbers we're going to be watching. And again, you heard Chris say there that it's going to get even worse as the night goes on. So it's going to be a long night and potentially, you know, even a long week. It's going to, you know, they're not going to be getting power to all those people on very quickly.
Yeah, and what makes it so difficult right now is not that it's not just uncomfortable that the power is out, but, you know, we are in the midst of a massive storm right now. People are desperate to hear updates of where the storm is, what it's doing, how much rain it's dropping, and what risks they're facing. So we truly do hope that, you know, they were able to have generators or charge up the batteries so they can keep up with these safe, life-saving updates.
Yeah, and you know, again, you know, people with medical issues, I mean, you know, this is why they insisted that people who could lose power, who depend on power for their medical devices, get backup batteries and generators, because this can be a serious situation. And again, not just for tonight, as you said, it could be for weeks.
Yeah. Well, we know we have thousands and thousands of people ready to go as soon as the situation is safe to work as hard as they can to get that power back on. All right, Evan Axelbank reporting tonight. Evan, thank you. The city of Tampa has been watching Milton's impact closely. We know just a few miles make a massive difference to impact in our densely populated city.
Yeah, big impact right now is all the rain coming down. Fox 13's Jennifer Vegas is live. Where are you, Jennifer, and what are you seeing?
Yeah, Haley, Chris, I am right now outside of Palm Court, which is right outside of our station. I'm currently under an overhang, but obviously we're still seeing the impacts. As our team of meteorologists have been telling you all throughout the storm, that Hillsborough County is kind of at the north end of this storm, and we'll be seeing more of that squall-like weather. And we are currently seeing that at this time with just the winds, the incredible gusts of winds that we've been seeing coming in from the east mostly, heading west. And, you know, it's a little bit calmer at this very moment, but I mean, at any point we're just seeing these incredible squalls coming in at a direction. Here in our parking lot, we're seeing a lot of vegetation down, some trees down, leaves spread throughout. And then speaking of across Hillsborough County and the city of Tampa, earlier we told you the city of Tampa has suspended first responder operations at this time because wind speeds have reached, and as you can clearly see in our shot here, has surpassed 45-mile-per-hour winds. Meanwhile, in Hillsborough County, I just got word from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office that in the past 20 minutes, they have pulled their regular deputies off the roads for safety purposes. Now, the only deputies that they have out are part of their search and rescue and tactical units. So these very specific and important calls that, you know, they're trying to keep all their deputies and law enforcement and first responders safe out here as we're seeing these conditions certainly pick up. But I'll toss it back to you guys for now.
Oh, that is nasty out there. All right, Jen, thank you.
Yeah, I know a lot of times we'll have reporters out there doing live shots, but we've never seen it look like that before.
Just so different from Helene. You know, that was
Yeah,
a storm
right.
surge event. The rain was hardly to speak of.
Well, depending on where you are in Hillsborough County, Milton's impacts could vary, but everyone has seen a ton of that heavy rain and high wind, and there is more to come.
Yeah, Fox 13's Jordan Bowen just filed this report from the Tampa Convention Center.
Hey guys, we're here on the steps of the Tampa Convention Center. We're protected with a concrete wall here right beside me, but I just want to step out of the shot. You can see just how fast moving these winds are whipping down this street. You can hear the winds whistling, and you can see the rain moving very quickly. We've seen the winds steadily pick up here over the last hour. The rain steadily coming down. We've seen some debris starting to get tossed around, branches and leaves in the street. We haven't seen any water really collecting on the street. The winds have been the real big story. Just in the last 30 minutes, these winds have really picked up, whipping these trees back and forth here in downtown. We're right on top of the steps of the convention center, and you can just see it's almost like a wind tunnel whipping through right there, and you can hear them whistling as they pass through these tall buildings here in downtown Tampa. In terms of the conditions, though, they've continued to just worsen since we've been out here. The wind and the rain have just steadily picked up since we've been here, and like I said, we've seen some debris for the first time whipping through the streets, and that's the first time we've really seen that here in the last hour. But that's the very latest right now here in downtown Tampa. We'll go ahead and send it back to you guys.
All right, Jordan, thank you.
102-mile-an-hour gust in Sarasota. Look, Jim said it broke the anemometer.
Yeah, I mean, we're not getting the report,
Yeah,
so we'll
so-
see if it's actually broke or if there's something else going on.
That's at the airport?
Yeah, SRQ. Sometimes the wind gets so strong, it can break the equipment. So 102, and then we'll start reporting.
Wow.
A little bit of rainfall diminishing around the immediate Tampa Bay area. A lot of people are asking me, well, what are the winds in my house? We don't have the reporting stations. We can just kind of say there's a swath of like 50 to 70 mile-an-hour winds going inland. So my inbox is like, hey, Paul and Brandon, how come you're not telling me what the winds are in Brandon? We don't have a weather station like at your house that can tell us. But it's safe to say it's probably 50 to 70. Take that graphic, because the northeast wind continues to push water out of the bay. The red line is the water height to the right, and the blue line is the predicted height. So the northeast wind has kept the water out of the bay. So that was the big discussion we had. Remember I said, boy, they got 10 to 15 over us, but that's going to be wrong if the hurricanes landfall south of us, and it was wrong, because we have the northeast wind, and that's actually negative numbers for us. And unfortunately, like Siesta Key and south is having the higher storm surge, because the winds are coming in.
The 9 to 13, is that what?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how things shape up tomorrow, but that's where it would happen.
Yeah, getting a lot of questions from people and we've got about a minute left, so quick answer on this. People who evacuated to Orlando and are now waiting on the strongest winds to arrive, and just kind of wondering, what time does that get there, and what could they expect wind speed-wise?
Next couple of hours, and 40, 50, 60, maybe gust to 70 will be commonplace. If they get what's left of the eye wall, it could gust to 80. But generally speaking, I would think near to below hurricane force, but still 60-mile-an-hour wind is a lot. Beginning to see a little bit of movement in the rain band, but I mean, not much. Here at Gust right now, 83 in St. Pete and 82 gust at TPA, and a lot of these numbers now are blank because the equipment is breaking. So we're kind of missing data now because the wind kind of breaks the equipment.
Wow.
And are we going to, rain gauges are topping out too, right?
Yeah, the numbers are going off the charts as far as rain goes.
My goodness.
Now,
There's that gust there.
There's that gust of 102 in Sarasota. Whoa.
Was that a gust?
What was that?
That's wind outside.
We just got a gust here in the studio.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That's pretty loud.
That was loud.
That is.
Okay.
Oh.
I think you're right earlier when you said that people are going to discover a lot of the roofs tonight with water intrusion.
I'm going back in my office right now.
Yeah, I may follow you.
It might be safer in there. Oh,
all right.
Do you have any idea what could have caused that beyond just a gust?
We probably had, sometimes the way the building is, there's these big buildings, they'll funnel the winds around depending on which direction it is, and it becomes stronger on the side of a building. So we probably had a 90, 100-mile-an-hour wind gust at the side of the building.
Wow.
Yeah, that was loud.
That's incredible. Things people will experience tonight that they have never experienced before.
Sure.
Sounds that they'll hear through the night. But all right, well, hopefully you have a safe place to stay. And if you lose power during the storm, though, if you need to save your device's batteries, we have several local radio stations that will be carrying our newscasts. You can listen to our hurricane coverage on 102.5 The Bone 97X and 101.5 The Vibe. Stay with us here on continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. We will be right back.
Good evening and thanks for joining us here at the 10 o'clock hour as we reset for a second for you, get everybody together. We're continuing our coverage of Hurricane Milton right here on Fox 13. We welcome you. I'm Mark Wilson.
And I'm Allie Corey, joined by Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado. And I know people are probably wondering at this point, Paul, how much longer do we have as we sort of look at the radar images there? There's still a lot of red.
Do you remember last night when I said,
we're going
to be here tonight, and I'm going to start talking about messages from people in inland going, when's this going to stop? This is really loud. This is really bothering me. And now I'm filled with, I can't even answer them all.
Sure.
So this is the type of thing where this is a process. We're going to get the worst weather to slide across the state from west to east. But we've had, when it's nighttime and the wind's blowing 70, 80, 90 miles an hour, it's a rough night. We've had a gust of 102 in Sarasota and many gusts along the coast, 100 to 115 miles an hour.
I know, just outside of our studios.
I went outside.
Wow.
It was like...
It's incredible. I've never seen wind like that.
It's steady, sustained, blowing, sideways rain. This is something I'm not sure we've ever seen.
Yeah, and the thing is, so if you're home watching going, I'm a little nervous about this. You're in your home. There's no basements in Florida, so we can't say go to your basement. But the best place to be is in the room of the house that has the most walls between you and the outside. I'm not saying the house is going to collapse. But stay away from windows, because when the wind blows 100 miles an hour or 80 or 90, stuff can blow around that becomes a projectile. And if your house is compromised, that's when things get dicey. If you break a window in your house, if that happens, you got to get out, shut the door, and not let that spread throughout your house. But you're really only recourse to stay safe, and you got to probably be safe. I mean, get just in an interior room and ride it out, because this is going to eventually end.
So we have. I know you said all night, but the extreme wind warning, did that expire at 9:30, or is that still on?
It did expire at 9:30, but we're under a flood emergency.
Okay.
When does that expire, guys? Do you know when the flood emergency expires?
Pulling it up now.
But we've had so much rain.
So many.
Yeah, they go till 2:30.
Until 2:30 in the morning.
Yes. Okay. I see 2:30.
And that's another warning that is very rarely issued. There's a couple of warnings that you don't see much, and a flood emergency is one of them. We're closing in on this. This is radar estimates, but when everything is said and done, we're going to approach probably 1.5 to 2 feet of rain.
Wow.
There is no flooding. There's no flooding in the bay because the northeast winds have pushed the water away. But, you know, let's not forget about our friends Sarasota County, where landfall was Siesta Key at 8:30. So south of Siesta Key, I'm sure they had some high water. It's been another, I'd say, a place this year that just can't catch a break. Sarasota.
Yeah.
I know. It's
I mean, it's been bad kind of everywhere, but it seems like Sarasota.
Starting with Debbie, right.
And then, well, before Debbie, because remember they had that big rain event? There's been so many. They had kind of like a front that was over them back in the spring, or
I remember that. And their downtown area, a lot
the
of
downtown was flooded, and
yes.
That was a big story. And then they had the 2 storms, and now they had this.
Yeah, they can't catch a break. And you know, the other big thing about this storm has been the tornadoes. Was it a record amount of tornadoes before the storm?
We lost count. I mean, it would be a tornado outbreak. Over 70 tornado warnings that we covered today. Wow. Inland. This has been this is one of those storms where, you know, we said, let's get this messaging right, and I think we got the messaging right.
Well, then the track, if you go back to it, the track held pretty darn close.
Pretty much
to even
from day
2 days ago.
Yeah, it was really pretty much
those last-minute wobbles ended up turning right where everybody thought it was going to go.
Question for you real quick, Paul, because I know you got to go check some other stuff. The water was sucked out of the bay. Does it come surging back in?
No, it really, I mean, it can cause some flooding.
Okay.
If the winds go northwest, there's going to be some high water, but it usually doesn't last long because the storm is moving away from us. That's the red line, and I'll walk over. Can I go in front of the wall?
Do anything you want.
Will that work? So the blue, you're looking at a bunch of lines. The blue line in St. Pete was the predicted water height, and then the red line is what verified. So if this was a setup where the storm ended up making landfall, say, up in northern Pinellas or Hernando or Pasco, this red line would have kept on going and would have gone way up here. But because the storm made landfall south of us, the winds go northeast over the bay, and it just pushes the water away, so you go negative on the surge. And I'm sure you watched at least some the past couple of days, and I just was screaming that 10 to 15 feet in Tampa Bay that was just in bright red. I said, folks, this is not going to verify. This is going to be wrong if the storm makes landfall south of us. And I think it will, and it did. So all that 10 to 15 was wrong, and I knew it would be because the storm path, I thought, was going to be mainly south of Tampa Bay, and it was. So anything north of the landfall point had negative numbers, and south of the landfall point, which matters as much, had the surge. And we're going to find out later tonight and tomorrow how bad the surge was. As Ali said, this is going to rebound and start going back up when the winds shift. But I don't think it'll be at the scope, certainly, of Helene. But there could be some high water on the backside of that. You guys want to chime in at all? Jim and Nash?
Just you know, we're talking about all the rain or the wind coming out of the bay. Here, this graphic here is showing the flip side of this, that surge that we're seeing down to our south. Go ahead and take our weather output there, where you can see this is what's ongoing right now as those winds have switched around. And so all these barrier islands and down in the Sarasota, stretching down towards Venice, down towards Inglewood, and up into Charlotte Harbor as well. You're seeing that wind now pushing and piling all that water that we've been talking so much about. That's now working its way on shore. And so you don't see as much of the rain down there, but all the wind, it's all still there. So we had that report just a little bit ago in Sarasota of a wind gust to 102 miles an hour. So just to give you an idea, that's on the backside of all of this. It's already made landfall, and we're still getting those winds gusting 102 miles an hour. Since then, it looks like the anemometer, the equipment in Sarasota may have failed. So we may not get any more reports out of there, but you just see that intense part of this continues to work its way through Hillsborough County. So we've got a lot of viewers inland, Lakeland, along I-4, a lot of people heading over towards Orlando. And this is all now working its way in these areas, and we're now starting to see it really intensify in these inland areas. So Polk County, it's there now, and it's just going to continue to really intensify over the next couple of hours, Nash.
And we were talking about how that tornado threat likely decreasing now that this is pushed on shore. We typically look at the top right quadrant where this pushes and onshore makes landfall. At the moment, that is making its way to the east side of the state. So tornado threat will be dropping down. But earlier today, we had over 126 tornado warnings is across various Weather Service offices in Florida, to be specific. And that ranks up there as one of the most active days we've ever had in the United States with regards to issuing tornado warnings. It falls just behind, second place now, to just the 2011 super outbreak, if you remember, across Alabama, Mississippi, and all the southeast United States.
Yeah, I mean, and you hear events like that, and you're thinking those just can't be reproduced. And here we just reproduced something like that. And really, a lot of this was 3 bands that just were spiraling around this. And at one point this afternoon, I was working with Valerie Mills, and essentially the entire line, that entire band, had nothing but tornado warnings throughout the entire thing.
And Jim, that band can still be seen on radar now off the east coast of Florida, churning over the open waters. But we'll be right back with more updates on Milton as this continues to turn inland.
All right, gentlemen, thanks much.
And of course, we've been talking about one of the areas most impacted tonight is, of course, Sarasota County.
Yeah, Hurricane Milton made landfall near Siesta Key around 8:30 p.m. tonight. And Fox 13's Kimberly Cuisin is from Sarasota, knows Sarasota, that whole beach area community very well. Joined us now live. Hi there, Kim. What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Hey, Mark and Ellie. So in the last hour when I talked to you, it was quiet. We were in the middle of the eye wall. Now the wind is just whipping from the other direction. Omar and I are going to show you right here. You can see just the trees blowing in the wind. This fence, as those gusts come, has been moving around as well, but considerably a vast majority, a vast difference from what we saw about an hour ago. We're starting to hear some things falling. We saw a gutter from the hotel fall off here as well, but we are in a pretty sturdy building, but those wind gusts, we did notice in one of the windows that we're staying in the room, we could see it kind of moving in, and you can kind of just see some of the debris, some of the tree branches blowing around right now. So really, again, being in that eye wall, there was the sense of security that everything was okay, and this is why you should not go out after that eye wall passes. You can see, again, it's just the whipping around at the other direction. I heard you guys talking about a wind gust of over 100 miles. We can see that, feel it right here. So we still have some weather that's coming our way. So if anybody's listening to this, stay indoors at this time. We haven't really ventured out too far. We saw downed trees. We want to wait until that's safe to do so. Tomorrow morning, that will be Matthew McCullen and Ryan French that will be taking over and being able to give us a view of what happened. But as for right now, of course, that eye wall about an hour ago, you can just see how much we're whipping up right now. We're going to sign off for the night, and we'll be back tomorrow mid-morning to give you some of the updates of what we're seeing. Mark and Allie, back to you.
All right. Kim, of course, stay safe. We know that you have been reporting on all the hurricanes that we've had in recent years, including the one just 2 weeks ago that really impacted you and your family. So we hope you can get some sleep tonight, and thanks for all your hard work today.
Yeah, we hope tomorrow doesn't bring too much heartache, but we know it's going to be a tough couple days. Kim, thanks much. We do want to mention, we just understand, Nash just told us that the National Hurricane Center has just officially downgraded Hurricane Milton to a Category 2. So at this point, we'll take every little bit of peace and calm that we can.
Just keep knocking it down.
Yeah, every little bit will help, and it will only go down from here. Manatee County also getting slammed not far from Kim, just north of where Kim was, with devastating storm surge right now. A lot of wind, and clearly, as you know, if you're looking outside and you're anywhere in the area, rain.
A lot of it. Not only will this storm really impact our coast, but really the riverside communities as well. We want to get out to Fox 13's Evan Moon. She's live for us from Ellenton tonight. And Evan, we've been hearing a lot about the flash floods and the concern with the fresh water flooding. What are you seeing where you are there in Ellenton?
Hi there. Well, we're seeing a ton of wind. It's been scary at points. Our hotel that we're standing next to actually lost power, but we still are just listening by the window, and it feels like you're hearing a jet go by. I mean, sometimes the noise is just astounding from all this wind. But as far as rain, we're not seeing like a ton of rainfall in this area right now. But I will say storm surge was a huge concern here in Manatee County and Bradenton and Ellenton because not only are they near the Gulf Coast, but Manatee River goes right next to us. We could actually see it from our hotel room window. So I'm sure storm surge is still going to be an issue. Obviously, we can't tell that right from the hotel. What we can tell is that there's just been a ton of wind. I'm actually not far. I want to make it clear I am not far from the hotel, just by a few feet, because it's scary. There's high winds here. And I will say, as the eye of the storm might have passed us, it got very calm for a few minutes, but you can't be fooled. The winds came back, and I think they actually came back stronger than when we guys talked to you at 8 p.m. A lot of people evacuated to this hotel. It was great to see. We talked to the mayor yesterday. The mayor said that he saw a ton of people in evacuation shelters. Obviously, that's a really good thing. Thousands of people evacuated ahead of Milton. And we talked to residents here today. I'm sorry, my photographer Scott's going to show you some of the wind. We talked to people at the hotel today who evacuated. They said that although they might not have a home to go back to, they know they'll be safe here. Listen to some of that sound that we have from earlier today.
If you have friends, you can't get any better than that.
How many people do you know down here?
Probably about 20 people.
Okay.
Yeah, we just came down the road because we wasn't going to stay in our mobile home.
We're weathering it out together.
Weather it all out together. It's a little scary. I mean, we're going to have to figure out what happens when we get up tomorrow morning, and it makes it hard to sleep that night, but I think we'll be okay. It's going to be all good.
As you can hear, it's really tough for a lot of these people, but I will say that we're in a hotel where there's been a ton of community. We actually stepped inside because we were just getting beaten down by the wind and the rain, but we're going to step inside the lobby and actually show you some of the community that's taking place here tonight. Again, a lot of these people came from just 2 miles down the road. In mobile home parks and homes that they didn't feel safe in, and now they're here weathering the storm together. They had a potluck here earlier today, so it's just been a sense of community. This was a really hard time, especially after Helene. We saw a lot of people heartbroken by that, and now we have Milton, so people are together, they're weathering the storm, and they'll wake up. Ultimately, things are just things, and they're hoping to just stay safe here tonight as they weather the storm. Back to you guys.
That is probably one of the nice things about hurricanes is it does force you to kind of pause and be with the people around you. We heard people saying, I had conversations earlier.
For sure.
You know,
Evan Moon live for us tonight. Thanks. And we are thinking, of course, about those who don't have anybody, who are riding this terrible storm out by themselves. Let's go to Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. He's going to join us live here for a second. We've seen so many of these winds expand far beyond the storm here, and we're going to check in with him if we have him. Do we have him? We don't have him. All right, we're going to get back with him in a few moments. You want to hand it off to Paul here for a little bit?
I'm here.
Let's talk about these sustained winds, because I think as we've been talking, I'm not sure this area's seen sustained winds like this for a long time.
And I think there's a big difference when you start getting up to that sustained winds of 80 and 90.
Right.
Big difference. I always say since I've lived here, we've had a lot of storms 50, 60, 70, gusts to 80, once in a while 90. But when you start talking sustained, getting up to Cat 2, it's a big difference. It really is. It is a Cat 2 hurricane now. It is weakening. It'll continue to weaken as it heads for the East Coast. But these storms at night, you know, we're here at work and we're busy, but anyone that's in their home that doesn't have power and the wind's 80 miles an hour outside, it's not a good situation.
It's not comfortable.
Great. Yeah. Okay, let's go. We'll talk to Grady's rep. Grady?
Yeah, Grady Judd, we've got him. Sheriff Judd, are you with us?
I am. How are you tonight?
Hi, Sheriff. Thanks so much for being with us. We're doing just fine. The question is, how are you doing? How's everybody doing in Polk County?
Well, so far we're having a good evening considering we're in the middle of a hurricane. We've got really, really strong winds on the south end of the county and a lot of rain in the north end of the county. We have some areas of flood, and we have some trees down. We have some electricity outage. But once again, there's still a lot of storm ahead of us. But at this moment in time, we think we're better off than we expected to be.
Sheriff, let me ask you a question. You guys have a rather unique view there because you have, I think you had some evacuations, am I right? At least in some of the mobile homes and some of the manufactured homes. Are you concerned about any particular areas if you do need to make any rescues, if you do get some of those calls here in the next couple of hours?
Sure, Mark. We have a lot of low-lying areas throughout the county, and we certainly have warned those people, and the ones that are going to evacuate have. As you know, some decide that they want to ride it out. After we've gotten into this high fevered pitch part of the storm where people got scared because, as Paul said, it's night and the wind's up and they hear the crackling and the rain, they've called to ask us to come get them, and we've told them, no, we'll see you in the morning. We ask you to leave ahead of time, and now it's too dangerous for us to just come remove you from your home because you've gotten scared. And there's reason to be scared, but, you know, once again, I'm not going to say I told you so, but I told you so. We begged you and pled with you to come into our shelter, and we have still an immense amount of shelter space, but it's too dangerous now to get out and try to come to a shelter. So just hunker down, and we'll come to you in the morning. Now, my deputies, who are the very best, have partnered with EMS and paramedics. We are running what I call life and death emergency calls, even during the height of the hurricane. We dispatch, and if our deputies are able to make it to the life and death circumstance, then we will. Historically, we've rescued several people and saved some lives because we were able to get emergency services to them. As you know, the big ambulances just cannot operate in this high wind, but our low-profile vehicles can. And that's what we're doing in concert with the paramedics. We get the paramedics there safely, and then we diagnose them and get them to the hospital in emergency mode.
Sheriff Judd, have you had a number of those calls already tonight, those life and death calls?
No, we've had very, very, very few tonight. In fact, once again, I don't want to jinx us, but it's been extremely good so far. But once again, as Paul would tell you, there's a whole lot of storm ahead of us. But once again, we didn't think we would be in this good a shape at this time. We've got trees down, we've got some trees through roofs, we've got power outages. We certainly have in our lower spots some flooding and an immense amount of rain and obviously very high winds. But we feel good at this point, but you know, keep us and everybody that's in storm's path in your prayers because this is a real ugly thing. Now, tomorrow or the next day, if we find that we've come out of this better than we anticipated, we hope that we're able to give help rather than to receive help. So we'll either be receiving help or as soon as we wrap up here, we'll be going to the worst areas to help them out.
Sheriff Grady Judd joining us live. We're thinking about you. We're thinking about all of our first responders and, of course, all of our viewers and friends that are in Polk County. You guys have a safe night, and we know it's probably going to be a busy couple of days to follow.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Take care. God bless you guys.
Okay.
You too.
You too. You can hear the weight in his voice. He knows. He's hearing it right now. He's hearing what we're hearing. And we got a couple hours to go.
Yeah, he's paying attention because he was exactly correct watching the weather. Heavy rain, northern Polk County. Not nearly as much rain southern part of the county, but wind everywhere. And the wind's going to pick up as what is left of the center, the eye wall, the core we talked about, kind of slices across Polk County. So I don't think they've had their strongest winds yet. Probably go up to 50, 60 miles an hour every place in the county, gusts 70 to 80. But the storm is slowly beginning its trek, kind of paralleling I-4 to the East Coast.
And Kim was literally in the eye wall just a short time ago.
Well, it was funny because
inside the eye.
I heard, I had we call IFB on, and she goes, "It's really calm here." I go, "Well, yeah, because you're in the eye." Yeah. And we talked that someone was going to get in the eye. As it moves across the state, it doesn't become as well defined, but near the coast, it's a big difference. You can really tell the difference when you're in the eye.
I know that water is going to be a big deal here in our area, just with flooding in general, not so much the storm surge, but just with the amount of rain that we've
had. And I think, you know, because it's nighttime, I would really just like to see, and we can't see because it's night, we can't put people out on the roads to kind of check it out, but it would be really interesting to see with all this rain and wind, and hopefully when we get some light of the day and the winds diminish, hopefully it's not that bad. I just don't really know what to expect. There's going to be a lot of trees down,
I'm hearing from some of my friends in St. Pete, there are what we call bird cages, but the screen ports, we're seeing a few of them that are down. Yeah. There's some fairly large signs along 4th Street North and MLK that are down. So there's definitely some damage.
Oh, there's definitely
that we're going to see, which also means, keep in mind, and as you know, the sheriff alluded to it, Sheriff Chronister said the same thing earlier. What you don't want to be doing is getting out and running out first thing in the morning to try to check all this out, because it's still going to be dangerous until our first responders can clear all these roads and pick up debris and make sure there's no down power lines. That could be the other issue first thing tomorrow.
And those could be live.
And then what happens when everyone wants to come back home? So we'll see how that plays out. That's radar right now. And you can get a little bit of a sense that the heaviest rain is moving a little bit east of Pinellas and Pasco and Hernando and Citrus County. Now the heaviest rain is really kind of closing in on Celebration and Kissimmee and Orlando and Disney, and over by Polk City has some really heavy rain. Winter Haven, downtown Lakeland, Plant City right now is really kind of in the worst of the weather. We have a lot of viewers in Plant City. Always appreciate you watching. And you've got the worst weather over you right now with extremely heavy rain and probably sustained winds about 60 or 70.
And it is fascinating how, I know you just alluded to it, but now that we're seeing it, the eye has almost disappeared.
Gone. Yeah, and it's overlaying. Here's some cameras. Here's downtown Tampa cam, which is bouncing up and down. I'm going to wrap this up, and that's the camera view downtown Tampa.
All right, Paul, thanks much. We'll get back to you here briefly. We've got a southern view of Pinellas County as well as, you look at these winds. And that rain, that sheeting rain, sideways rain.
Whipping.
We've seen that, of course. We live in Florida, and if somebody's just watching us, so you guys never seen rain before. Well, the problem is this has been going on for a better part of, 2 hours now? So nobody should be outside. All of our reporters in safe places trying to give you guys the best coverage we can. Nobody's risking any life or limb right now because we still have more of this to go.
Yeah, but that extreme wind warning, it has actually expired for this point, but now we're dealing with those flash floods, which is frightening for sure.
Yeah, now that I believe was the traffic camera from 54th Ave South and the Bayway. That was it. Okay, that was right at St. Pete Beach. So we'll probably see some more of that. Thankfully, we do have the picture, we do have the image, because we're losing cell phone towers and we're losing some coverage in some places. That's why we've lost a lot of our beach cameras.
We've lost the light, so we can't really see what's going on out there, unfortunately.
We need some really big Q beams right now. A reminder as well tonight for St. Pete residents, the northeast and southwest sewage treatment facilities, they're closed.
Yeah, so this means impacted residents and businesses are encouraged to limit their water usage. So let's take a look at the impacted areas in St. Pete right now. And officials are asking that you avoid taking showers, you avoid doing laundry or washing the dishes as much as possible. And they're asking for those to only flush toilets as necessary. Toilets and other water that you use, it may not drain. In St. Pete, officials say that restoration of services may actually take 48 hours after the storm, and that is depending on the severity of the impacts. So it's important for residents to know that drinking water has not been shut off, and running water is still accessible for drinking and for cooking. And Pinellas County is seeing and feeling the effects of Hurricane Milton as well tonight.
Yeah, from rising water levels as well on the coast to the damaging winds that are blasting further inland. Let's bring in Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy, who's in St. Pete tonight with how things are looking. Hi there, Kaylee. I know you've been out in the rain all day and all night tonight for us. How are things right now here at 10:30?
Hey, Mark. Well, as you mentioned, we have heard that wind and rain and seen some of those in the distance, transformers blow. We've seen the lights from those. Where we are in what you guys are talking about, that safe space. We're at photographer Mike's home. He has a screened-in porch here, so luckily not in the elements out there because as we were telling you guys at home, first responders, they're not out right now. Pinellas County, St. Pete cut them about 5:30 because conditions worsened and were so unsafe for them out here that they will resume when they become safe again. But this wind is still whipping out here. This rain pouring. There's about a foot of water on the street behind me. Of course, dark, so you can't see it. But this isn't historic Kenwood. It's a non-evacuation zone, and it is, as we've said, the wind. I'm sure you can hear it here behind me. Whipping, the rain pouring here still, so nothing to mess with. And we've seen a lot of those lights from those transformers in the distance, as I mentioned, as well out here. People here I know are just waiting without power for daylight to come to kind of see what the damage is going to be like out here. We've been without power here for about 2.5 hours now, but hoping for the best when that daylight does come. Guys, back to you.
Kaylee, are you able to see? I know you. It looks like you've got a little bit of. I know you earlier you said you guys don't have any power there. Do any of your neighbors have power, or is it pretty dark everywhere?
It doesn't look like on this street. We have seen it looks like an apartment complex kind of in the distance. It looks like there are some lights on there. So I'm not sure exactly how widespread across St. Pete those outages are now. I know we've been reporting some numbers across Pinellas County. But there is an apartment complex just in the distance, a high-rise, that has some lights on there. I'm not sure if maybe they have some other means in a generator or something like that over there. But that's the only light we're really seeing, except for that, as I mentioned, from transformers in the distance.
That seems to be a common theme we're seeing tonight, for sure. Yep.
All right, Kaylee Tracy live for us in St. Pete. Kaylee, stay safe. Thank you. And remember, if at any point that you lose power, and many of you already have, and you lose us on TV, we are broadcasting on the radio. There are several local stations that are carrying our newscasts, so you can listen to our hurricane coverage on 101.5 The Bone, 97X, and 101.5 The Vibe. And you can also stream our coverage on your mobile device on the Fox Local mobile app. You can even go to just fox13news.com and watch us live there.
Indeed. We hope many of you have been able to download it and check us out as well, because like Paul said earlier, we know so many people at this point, everybody just wants to know when it's going to stop.
Yeah, and you're in the dark, so we'd love to ride this thing out with you, so hopefully you can stream us or listen to us.
Yeah, we got a couple more hours. We're almost done with the coastal portion of this. It's moving into Polk County, the center of the state, and by the sun up tomorrow, should be a beautiful, nice, cool day, and that storm will be out in the Atlantic, thankfully. So
thank goodness.
The sooner the better. Our coverage of Hurricane Milton not over yet.
It's not. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back right after this. Welcome back here on Fox 13 as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Milton. We want to show you some more video from downtown St. Pete. This is what they mean when they say extreme wind warning. You can see here the gusts just swirling the rain on the street and blowing those trees. And you can even see, if you look closely, the traffic light poles on the left. The beams there are just bouncing in the wind. Garbage cans knocked over. Tree debris just kind of flowing down the streets. And we want to thank viewer Greg Thompson for sending this one in for us. And our reporter Genevieve Curtis and her photographer Travis, they are in Clearwater, and you can see what they're dealing with. Street lights still on, but man, those winds and the rain are whipping. You can see it from the glare of the street light, just how hard it's coming down. And we have certainly seen it outside of our studios in downtown Tampa. It is loud. At times it sounds like a train coming through.
And it just doesn't stop.
And
that's the tough part.
Yeah.
And we know a lot of you guys who are watching and listening and waiting and going, please, 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 we're here for you. We're going to try to get you through this. What do you make of these sustained winds? I mean, I know you went through Ian. You saw that firsthand. But this is something most of us have never seen here.
Well, Paul just mentioned, you know, me, Jim, Paul all went outside just to pop our heads out and see how things were going because, of course, we've been in here throughout the whole event. Being able to hear the roar of the wind, it did take me back to Ian, and it's just what you'd expect when you're near a hurricane or even a tornado for that matter when one is approaching. In this case, it's pretty much fallen in line with what we were forecasting for the past few days. Category 3 at landfall, just weakened to a Category 2 storm, but still going to bring hurricane impacts across the entirety of the middle of our state.
And it is making that slice right now across the state. And I know we had landfall about 8:30, and you're expecting it's going to be off of the coast of Florida tomorrow morning?
Yeah, closer to sunrise, give or take a few hours. This has not been a storm that's behaved in terms of the speed. You know, we've said it's going to be relatively fast moving. It's not going to wander. It's not going to stall or anything like that. But you've seen this arrival time get shifted up, back. We thought at one point early Thursday morning looked possible, made landfall earlier this evening, and now it's looking more likely that sometime tomorrow morning it'll find its way off the East Coast, but we're just going to have to watch it. I mean, it looks very disorganized as you see there on the screen.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by the bands that we saw. I think, did I hear 70 tornado warnings today, unlike anything we've ever seen.
127, I believe, issued across the state.
That's incredible.
And second place in the all-time daily record for the United States for tornado warnings issued in a single day.
This isn't Oklahoma or, you know, Kansas. We're in Florida, and yeah, that was at the front of the storm, and we have seen, because it was daytime, significant damage from those tornadoes in areas near Fort Lauderdale, Fort Pierce.
And one thing I want to point out too is leading up to this storm, you know, we always talk about what is this storm going to be defined by. We had several key things that we were watching, including the wind damage and the surge, but we're starting to get our first glimpse from videos from Venice now of some of the storm surge coming on shore, and it looks to be, unfortunately, fairly high surge there.
And those forecasts were roughly 10 to 15 feet, right?
Yes, and they came down a tiny bit, but right in that ballpark, around 10 feet,
you get
give
over
or
10
take.
feet, and you're doing significant damage
At
even
some
far
point,
inland.
you're just, you're throwing numbers out there past 10 feet.
And Siesta Key too.
You just hate to see it because you know that you know we love our barrier islands, we love our beaches. So many wonderful people live there and work there. This is going to change lives, sadly.
Unfortunately, and you know, you're hearing the creaking at the station, the loud noises outside. I want to show everybody at home what we're seeing outside the window right now. Up on the Sky Tower, we've had some remarkable shots of some of the hurricane force winds. If we could try and take my weather computer full screen here. Actually, this is, I believe we flipped over now to Clearwater Beach.
Look at that. Okay.
Pointing the camera down, getting a better view at the palm trees, just wavering there. Incredible winds coming on shore there. This is downtown Tampa. The camera getting pelted with rain that's blowing sideways in these strong, powerful hurricane force winds that we've had on and off. Several wind gusts as strong as 90 miles per hour being picked up across Pinellas County, and at landfall, even down there in Sarasota County, we've had multiple 100-mile-per-hour gusts. A lot of shaky here. I'm going to change this to the next camera so nobody gets sick at home. We've been watching this here at the River House Palmetto, this boat just bouncing here with some of the high waves that are starting to roll through. Just interesting to see there. Winds, actually, I'm going to go back here. You see this? Winds northwest 69 miles per hour. That's remarkable that our sensor site's picking that up live there. Downtown Tampa, excuse me, this is above our station. You see the winds just wisping by, and this has looked very much the same for the past 2 hours. Sustained winds anywhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60 miles per hour. And if you look at the wind gusts, as high as 84 to coming in just over my shoulder, updating live to 101 miles per hour now there at St. Pete. powerful bands and lots of our sensor sites just falling like flies. Each one of these arrows, there should be a number over, and I have a suspicion that a lot of them have sustained wind damage already and are having a tough time reporting some of these wind gusts. We'll check back in on them later. Current gusts farther south and west. Maximum gusts we've seen today, 102 down near Sarasota, 90 in St. Pete. This is the spot where all the strongest winds are right now, although they're slowly starting to spread inland. We've seen these numbers start to uptick in Lakeland and now Bartow to 64 and 67 mile-per-hour gusts. And looking at our Sky Tower radar, here's how things have been over the past few hours. You've seen that landfall happen over Siesta Key as a Category 3 storm, though weakening as this pushed onshore with drier air wrapping into this system. But unfortunately, on the south side of where this made landfall, we'll be watching for that storm surge. I mentioned Venice. That's the onshore winds wrapping around the storm. Remember, we saw anti-surge or water moving away from the coastline north of where this made landfall up in Pinellas County. All that water has to go somewhere. It's wrapped right around that system, and that's what's pouring into parts of southwest Florida on into sections of Sarasota County. We'll check back in on them as soon as we can get more updates, photos, videos. As you can imagine, in the dark, storm surge, very difficult to get readings of, reports, and there are not a lot of sensor sites down there in the first place, including the Charlotte Harbor, where unfortunately we're already seeing preliminary reports of surge. We just can't get the actual estimates just yet. Farther to the north, a different string of problems for us. Heavy rainfall, very, very gusty winds. We had that extreme wind warning just expire earlier this evening, but we're still seeing all those winds piling in farther inland. The problem is with this storm, strong winds are just off the surface and aloft, but when you have rain this heavy, all that cold air brings those winds down to the surface, and that's what we are seeing over our station right now and have been seeing for the past few hours. And all this is going to slowly slide to the north and east and continue the flooding threat that we have seen. Rainfall totals up to 16 inches and higher already being reported, and that's something that you would expect with a flash flood emergency like we had in place along the coastline down into Hillsborough and Pinellas County. Farther inland, the darker reds indicating the heaviest of the rain. We've seen rainfall rates up to 5 to 7 to even 8 and 9 inches per hour for brief periods on our radar site. And that just gives you an idea. Even though these are moving through relatively quickly, if a bit of this rain sits on top of you for an hour, you're seeing quite a bit of accumulation. And unfortunately, all these impacts across the storm. To the south, we have surge. To the north, we have the wind and the rain, and even wind wrapping around the backside of this system, pushing onshore as we're seeing those gusts still coming on the backside of the eye wall into Sarasota, as strong as 100 miles per hour. I believe it was just above that mark when we were checking back in the weather office just a moment ago. Rainfall accumulation still centered on the top of this system. And as you see the latest update here from the Fox model, it does bring this all the way to the east coast with the amounts not quite as high, but awfully close. This is going to be a widespread rainfall event on top of the surge that we're seeing. And of course, the damaging straight line winds and tropical storm force wind field that extends very far away from this system. I want to leave you with the latest update here. This is as of that 10 p.m. advisory. We mentioned this is now weakened back to a Category 2 hurricane. It is behaving and following suit in terms of strength. This is going to cut right across the state, weakening down to a Category 1 hurricane, likely before exiting the state, heading into sometime tomorrow morning. As we get more updates on Milton, we'll continue to keep you informed, but unfortunately, just a powerful storm still on our west coast.
Yeah, certainly, and we have seen evidence of that all throughout the area. This is video of a transformer. You see it there blowing up. This is in South Tampa. And we have heard multiple reports of this type of thing happening all throughout the area, but this one in particular is courtesy of Chad Clinton. But yeah, pretty remarkable. And that's happening everywhere.
Just heard from my daughter in Gainesville. There are trees down in Gainesville.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's the size of this storm.
Yeah.
The impacts are far beyond all of us. So a lot of people in this with everybody tonight. Leading up to and after Hurricane Milton made landfall, we're starting to get a look now at the damage this storm is causing, especially here in the immediate area.
We certainly expected major, even catastrophic damage from this storm. Our Fox 13's Ariel Placencia is live in Tampa for us tonight. And Ariel, videos really from across the Bay Area are starting to come in. What all are we seeing here?
Well, listen, we've been talking about how strong that wind and that rain is, and it is really quite powerful. But perhaps what is most striking to me is really the noise that it's all making. It is really, really loud out here, this storm just in our area. If you look at the lights here, that'll give you sort of a sense of just how hard it's raining here. And then, of course, you look at all the trees and the foliage, and that gives you a somewhat sense of just how gusty the winds are out here as well. You know, all of this rain, raining pretty much all afternoon, it's just expected to overwhelm our soils and our rivers, and that in turn is expected to bring major to locally catastrophic flash flooding. Earlier today, we were on Bayshore Boulevard, and we were already seeing high amounts of water. Several sections of the northbound lanes were completely underwater as of this afternoon before we got all this. Kennedy Boulevard was already underwater, so big gust of wind right there. You can imagine just what our roads are looking like right now as this moment. Now, of course, we stand out here and we look at the storm. We see how powerful it is, but it's really going to be tomorrow when it finally passes and we see what this wind and this rain has done. Of course, we certainly hope that the damage is not bad. We know that there will be damage. We already know there are power outages, but we certainly hope that everyone is staying safe. And tomorrow, once that sun comes up and we're back out there sort of assessing everything that's happened, I mean, I'm sure that we will just get a greater sense of just how powerful this storm was, guys.
Wow. Ariel, let me ask you again about the, very few people have been out on the roads, unlike you have. And you said Kennedy's got a good bit of damage, at least some water. Where else are you seeing some water on the streets already tonight? This has been an incredible amount of rain, so it wouldn't surprise us.
Absolutely. So, again, earlier this afternoon when we were driving around downtown, we were already seeing a lot of water on those streets. We saw Bayshore and Kennedy, but we made the decision to get off those roads because it simply wasn't safe. So those are the ones that I can confirm that were already underwater as of this afternoon. You can imagine, though, with this, there will be many more in our area.
Well, Ariel, Nash says that you've got sustained winds of 51 miles per hour outside right now, and so the gusts that you're feeling are likely even higher than that. So why don't you come back inside?
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. We appreciate you showing us that. Ariel Placencia live for us tonight. Ariel, thanks. Stay safe.
So, the conditions tonight are only going to get worse as the storm moves across the state. Now looking at our inland areas here, areas along the bay and Tampa are already covered with water.
Yeah, Fox 13's Kevin O'Donnell shows us how things are looking in the downtown area. He's at the convention center.
I'm Kevin O'Donnell in downtown Tampa at the Tampa Convention Center, and conditions have changed slightly here. Same amount of winds we're seeing, same amount of rain, but what has changed is the direction of the wind. We are now getting it from the north, so the water is actually being pushed out of Hillsborough Bay right here. When we first arrived about 6 hours ago, the water was being pushed directly into Bayshore, but now we can see the waves and water being pushed away. And a couple of the piers that we're looking at them, the water has dropped significantly. I would say maybe 5 to 7 feet. So that's a lot of water being pushed out of the bay. Hopefully it doesn't come rushing back in here. But another thing we have noticed with the winds and the rain on top of it, the temperature has dropped drastically. It's a low 70s, checking Paul Delegato's app right now on Fox 13, and it looks like it's 72 degrees, but with that wind blowing, it feels a lot cooler than that. So that's one of the things that we're seeing right here at the convention center. Another thing is the roof that we're at the overhang of the convention center, and it's beginning to leak. So we had to kind of change our location a little bit, concerned that the roof tiles or the ceiling could cave in at some point if there's a lot of water on the roof, and there probably is. But right now we are safe and kind of stranded here in downtown Tampa because the conditions are so bad on the roads, no one should be out there. In Tampa, Kevin O'Donnell, Fox 13 News.
All right, Kevin, thanks much for that. I'll show you some viewer video here taken just a short time ago, not far from Kevin. This is in Channel Side. You can start to see some of the lightning, probably some transformers blowing as well. You can hear the wind howling through there. We know a lot of people obviously stayed in downtown Tampa. If you're high and you're in a safe building, then you're going to be fine. You probably got a crazy view of this incredible storm live tonight.
Bet. Yeah.
So conditions, I would say they're less than ideal. That'd be a good way to describe it, between the heavy rainfall and the very strong winds.
Yeah, and Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer is in Brandon tonight. He has a look at what folks inland are dealing with right now.
We're about 40 miles north of where Hurricane Milton is making landfall, and the wind and the rain is really picking up. It's been raining in the Brandon, Bloomingdale, Riverview area, eastern Hillsborough County since about 2 o'clock this afternoon, and it has really not let up. And that is why the biggest concern moving forward after the storm moves through is going to be that freshwater flooding that we've heard the meteorologists talk so much about. This area is pretty close to the Alafaya River, so it's going to be a wait and see to see how much rain and how much water they end up getting over here and how it impacts these communities over the next day or two. Right now, however, it's just about getting through this wind, this rain on the north side of the hurricane. Beyond that, the biggest problem with wind is obviously power